Alright, what's going on guys? Storm back here with another video. Definitely been a while since I said that, but I'm bringing you the full story to Legacy and Naruto story. As if I tried to upload the entire story, it'd be like 2 days long. Now, going back to my roots as fanfic videos kinda skyrocketed my channel in the first place, and Legacy is what started it all. Also, it's been years since I recorded this story, so the audio might be a little terrible, so just bear that in mind. But if you enjoy the content, then be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And without further ado, why don't we just dive right on in.
In a remote location, one could only see destruction. As the sun was slowly rising, it showed two men, one standing and one seemingly dead. All around the battlefield were weapons, craters, and apparently a large waterfall, no doubt created by the intensity of the fight. This place would later be known as the Valley of the End. The man that was barely standing had neck-length long black hair, black eyes, and was wearing what appeared to be a worn red armor, with plates going around the arms and chest for protection. The man was no other than Hashirama Senju, leader of the Senju clan and the first Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Why did it come to this, Madara? Asked Hashirama to himself, overlooking the corpse of his long-term friend. The now identified man laying on the ground had long, spiky black hair that almost reached his hip, covering the left part of his face, including his left pitch-black eye. He also wore the same armor style. Lying on the ground with the sword impaled in his chest was Madara Uchiha, former leader of the Uchiha clan and co-founder of the Leaf Village. I'm sorry, but you chose the wrong path. Goodbye, old friend. May you find peace in the afterlife, said Hashirama as he turned to walk away from the long battle he just fought, his head lowered in shame as he couldn't save his friend from his choices. A couple days later, unknown location. My head. Where am I? Asked Madara, slowly opening his eyes. He immediately shot up and winced from pain in his chest. Looking around, he found that he was in a small wooden house. From the looks of it, it was a modest-looking house, small, probably only one person living there. Easy there, champ. You got wounded pretty badly, said an unknown female as she approached him. Looking at her, he noticed she had long, smooth blonde hair that reached her waist, blue eyes, and an oval face. She was wearing a brown shirt that easily showed her C-cup breasts and dark blue pants. All in all, standing in front of him was a beautiful young woman smiling at him. Who are you? Where am I? Asked Madara, being a bit weary to the female even though he was still weak from the fight. Well, my name is Hanuko Namikaze, and as to where you are, we are in Ricefield country near the ocean, said Hanuko, featuring a small smile that didn't go unnoticed by Madara. What happened? How did I get here? Asked impatient Madara, trying to find out what happened since his memory was a bit fuzzy. So many questions. Just lie down and relax. You just got injured in your last fight and barely made it. You were lucky that I found you and brought you here and healed you. There were times I didn't think you would pull through. After all, not many people survive getting a sword through their chest. Now, how about you tell me who you are? Asked Hanuko, taking into account that the man was probably a shinobi. I am the great Madara Uchiha, former leader of the Uchiha clan, co-founder of the Leaf Village. Madara said with a pride in being a member of the Uchiha clan. A bit full of ourselves, aren't we? Said Hanuko, giggling at Madara and getting a glare from him. Are you a shinobi? Asked Hanuko with caution, not knowing yet if he could be trusted. Indeed I am. I am one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, known only to be matched in power by Hashirama Senju, the current first Hokage of the Leaf, said Madara, spitting the last word with venom. He still hated the Leaf and his clan for not following his leadership and abandoning him to follow a Senju of all people. You still got your ass handed to you, said Hanuko, chuckling and going full-blown laughter as Madara was glaring at her and murmuring something about disrespectful and troublesome blondes. Well, I'm going out for some food. get some rest. It'll take a couple months to get you back to full health, said Hanuko as Madara was laying back in the bed, remembering his loss to Hashirama, but chuckling darkly as he remembered that he got what he was going for. 5 years later, Ricefield Country. Many would have thought that Madara Uchiha was a cold person, incapable of love or caring about another person other than himself. However, this couldn't be far from the truth. In the last 5 years, a lot has changed, and although Madara wouldn't admit it, he has grown very close to Hanuko, actually treating her like his wife, and even abandoning his plans for revenge against his fellow clan members. Maybe this is the peace I always chased, thought Madara, as he watched the love of his life with her head on his chest. As the years passed, he adopted the life of a fisherman along with Hanuko, and left behind all the fights and wars he once fought. Hanuko also got to know about Madara and his clan, and village that he created along his lifelong rival and friend Hashirama. She got to know about the life of a shinobi and Madara's Kekigenkai, the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the great Madara Uchiha would simply live a simple civilian life away from battles? Ironic, as I always wished to die in the heat of battle, at the hands of a powerful enemy, said Madara as he chuckled as he almost died at the hands of Hashirama. If leaving the shinobi life is what it takes to be and makes Hanuko happy, I will gladly forget about my past and focus on the future, Madara thought as he drifted off to sleep, embracing the warmth of his lover. Another 5 years later, Ricefield Country. Another 5 years had passed, and now we could see a happy Madara leaning against a tree, embracing Hanuko in his chest. Both glancing at the sea, they could see a 4-year-old kid trying to stand in the water. He had spiky blonde hair and the bluest eyes anyone had ever seen. His name was Minato Namikaze, son of Madara Uchiha, and Hanuko Namikaze. Seeing their son trying and failing to stand in the water, both parents sighed, feeling happy about having a wonderful child, and a wonderful partner that loved the other. Although Madara had abandoned his shinobi ways, he decided to train young Minato to defend himself should the need ever arise. Madara also explained to him that he decided to give him his mother's name because the Uchiha were known and feared all over the world. He also explained to him and showed him his Sharingan, saying that one day he would also wield it, and that he should be proud of his heritage. A few weeks later, Madara was currently heading home after going into town to buy groceries. On the way home, he felt a burst of chakra in the direction of his house. Even though Madara had abandoned being a shinobi, he still kept most of his skills sharp, never knowing when he might need them. Quickly rushing through the woods, his house came into view, and he saw a bleeding Hanuko and young Minato trying to hold off a couple of rogue Ame shinobi. Without hesitation, he quickly disappeared in a burst of speed, and stopped just in time to block a sword that would have killed his only son. Activating the Sharingan, he just glared at the 4 shinobi in front of them. By the looks of them, they were merely tuning level. The Ame shinobi, seeing the Sharingan glowing in all its power, the leader of the group asked, Who are you?" stuttering after seeing the Sharingan. The shinobi knew too well the power of that Kekigenkai and its clan members. "I am Madara. Madara Uchiha," Madara said as wind blew the hair on his back, giving him an aura of power that intimidated even the most powerful enemies. After hearing that name, the Ame shinobi paled and took a couple of steps back at seeing that man in front of them, the legendary Madara Uchiha, former leader of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, Madara activated his Susanoo and quickly killed the 4 Ame shinobi without remorse. Looking back, he saw that Minato was passed out from chakra exhaustion. Approaching his lover, he looked at her eyes, and his heart filled with remorse for not being there, not being able to protect the one person that mattered the most in his world, the love of his life. "Take care of our son," said a weak Hanuko, giving one last kiss to her lover. She closed her eyes, never to open them again. Madara just stood there, frozen, looking at his now dead wife. In his mind, he was getting flashes of the last 10 years of his life. In the last years, all he got was happiness, only to get that stolen from him. Taking one look at his Hanuko, he made a decision that would influence the entire world. I was too naive to think this would last. Too naive to believe the world had changed. Too naive to leave my plans behind. I will lead the world to true peace and happiness. I will honor your memory, Hanuko. I will create a world made of love and happiness. And I will make sure that you will stand by my side, Madara thought as he picked his son up and jumped into the woods, leaving behind his former home. A month later, Madara and Minato were standing a few miles outside the main gates of Konoha. As Madara looked one final time to Minato, "Minato, my son," Madara said, getting Minato's attention. In the last month, Madara trained Minato to the ground, bent on getting his son as strong as possible, so he could keep himself safe. During this month of training, Minato had activated his Sharingan, quite a feat for someone so young. Remember, keep the Uchiha name and a bloodline a secret from the village, but never forget your legacy. Even though I dislike to send you, this village will keep you safe and strong. Never abandon your beliefs and fight for what you hold dear. Only when fighting to protect someone precious to you will you show your true strength. I am sorry to leave you alone, but this is something I must do alone. Speak to the first Hokage and tell him you are an orphan and wish to join Konoha. He will keep you safe. There may come a time when we will fight each other. Until then, good luck, Madara said as he started to walk away, leaving his son to a new path. Well, I guess this is it, Minato said as he walked through the main gate of Konoha and said to himself, I will make you proud, Dad, and I will honor your memory, Mom. 20 years later, undisclosed location outside of Konoha. Throughout the entire room, a scream echoed. This scream seemed to belong to a young baby. The baby weighed 3 kilograms and had spiky blonde hair, and a pair of dark blue eyes. Pretty much a carbon copy of his father, Minato Namikaze. Congratulations, Kushina. It's a beautiful boy, said the nurse as she handed the newborn baby to her mother. The woman in the bed could only be described as a redhead beauty. The woman could only be described as a redhead beauty, with long, smooth, crimson red hair going all the way to her waist. She embraced her son for the first time. Hello, son, said Kushina. Minato turned to his son and said, Welcome to our family, Naruto. Rest, Kushina. You will have plenty of time, said Biwako as she picked up Naruto for his first bath. Biwako is a woman with 100 centimeters long brown hair trapped in a ponytail with brown eyes. She is around 50 years old and is the wife of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, and the previous leader of Konoha. How are you feeling, Kushina? Minato asked, concerned with his loving wife. Just tired, she replied. Thank you, he said, when suddenly a voice unknown to both Minato and Kushina echoed throughout the room. Step away from the Jinchuriki. Fourth, the masked man said as he held Naruto hostage with a kunai at his neck. Biwako and the nurse lay dead on the floor. Okay, just calm down, Minato said, frightened, concern evident in his eyes. Speak for yourself, Fourth. I am perfectly calm, the masked man said as he threw Naruto in the air, preparing to stab him with the kunai. Suddenly, in a yellow flash, Minato grabbed Naruto as the masked man made his way towards Kushina. Buzzing was heard as Minato released 5 explosive tags placed in the blanket around Minato. In a burst of speed, Minato removed the blanket and teleported to his safe house. Minato's safe house outside of Konoha. An explosion occurred as Minato was blasted away with the sun in his arms. That man is no ordinary shinobi, said Minato, wondering just who the masked man is. He managed to separate me from Kushina. Teleporting to the Namikaze compound, Minato placed his son on the bed, whispering, "Rest now, Naruto. I am going to save your mother. I'll be back." Undisclosed location, outside of Konoha. The masked man approached Kushina and warped away to outside the house. Placing his hand on her stomach, he began extracting the Kyuubi. In a couple of minutes, a figure is seen erupting from her stomach and materializing in the air. There stood the nine-tailed demon fox, in all its glory, with 9 tails swinging. With a glimpse, the masked man trapped the Kyuubi under its control. The once red slitted eyes of the Kyuubi were now red, with 3 black tomos, the Sharingan glowing in all its power. "Wait," said a weak Kushina, realizing what was about to happen. "Incredible. The Uzumaki clan is simply incredible. Not even extracting a tailed beast from you is enough to kill you," said the masked man as he commanded the Kyuubi to kill his former Jinchuriki. "It's only the fitting that the Kyuubi kills its container," he said. As the Kyuubi was about to crush Kushina, a yellow flash was seen. Standing on a tree not far away, we see Minato with Kushina in his arms bridal style. "He really lives up to his name, Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash," he says, warping to the edge of the village. Minato flashed at the Namikaze compound, laying Kushina near her son, as she embraces him. "Kushina, I'm going to stop the Kyuubi. Take care of him," he said, and in a yellow flash was gone. North entrance of Konoha. It was a warm, calm summer night in the village hidden in the leaves. Lights were seen all around the village as the people followed their lives, unaware of what was about to happen. "Summoning jutsu," the masked man said, slapping his palm on the ground. And in a burst of smoke, there it stood, the Kyuubi, ready to unleash its fury upon the unsuspecting village. Suddenly a roar is heard as the Kyuubi starts its destruction. Swinging its tails and using its paws, nothing stood in its way. "Third, the Kyuubi has appeared in the north part of the village," said Nanbu as he bowed to the third Hokage. "Yes, I heard it. Summon the forces and evacuate the civilians." "We must push the Kyuubi out of the village and wait for the fourth," said the third. Minato Namikaze is seen standing on the top of the Hokage monument, ready to go face the Kyuubi when he senses a presence behind him. Quickly ducking and turning around, he swung a kunai only to phase through the head of his enemy. Suddenly, everything begins to become distorted as the masked man starts to absorb, in a ripple-like pattern, Minato. But before it's finished, Minato disappears. He flashed away to his safe house after Minato escaped the masked man. "That technique," Minato said, pondering what he just experienced. "It's space-time jutsu, more advanced than my own. It appears it doesn't require seals, or I would have seen them with my Sharingan. It's best if I hide my Sharingan under a genjutsu. I don't know who he is, but his chakra signature seems familiar." Suddenly a figure starts to appear just a few meters away from Minato. There it stood, the masked man, preparing to face the legendary Yellow Flash. The men stared at each other, each one daring to make the first move. "Who are you?" asked Minato, as he wondered who could possibly have the power to not only unleash, but also control a Kyuubi. "My name is long forgotten and despised in the history of this village. I was once known as Madara Uchiha, but you can call me Toby," he replied, chuckling at the irony of asking a masked man who he is. "No, I know for a fact that you are not Madara Uchiha. Although your chakra seemed familiar, you are not him," Minato said, trying to figure out the masked man's identity. The masked man simply stood there, wondering how in the world could the fourth know that he isn't Madara. Something here isn't right. How can he know Madara's chakra signature? Toby thought. Both warriors dashed at each other in a battle for speed. The fastest would win. Minato threw his flying thunder god kunai at Toby, but it phased through his head. Getting closer to each other, preparing for the face-off, Minato charged the Rasengan in his right hand, preparing to slam it into Toby. Toby was about to touch Minato, preparing to absorb him. "Victory is mine," he said. But suddenly Minato disappeared from his sight, only to appear behind his back using the kunai he previously threw. Minato twisted his body, slamming the Rasengan into Toby, vaporizing the area and marking Toby with the Flying Thunder God seal. "I underestimated him," Toby said when suddenly Minato appeared in front of him, stabbing him with a kunai and applying a contract remove seal to free the QB. Toby, seeing that he lost his battle, said, "I will be back, and I will get my revenge on the Leaf Village," as he warped away. Something tells me he wasn't joking, and he's an Uchiha, with a chakra signature similar to my father's. "I wonder who he is," Minato thought as he got up, getting ready to stop the QB, flashing to the battlefield. Konoha, northern part of the village. In the battlefield stood the third, leading the forces, trying his best to push the QB away from the village, when suddenly, he hears. "Summoning Jutsu," Minato said as he dropped on top of the QB with a summon Kimabunta, the Toad Boss, pinning the QB in the ground. "Try and hold him down as long as you can. Teleporting something this big requires preparation," he said to the Toad Boss, as Minato prepared to teleport the QB away from the village. "Are you crazy? I'm not a miracle worker. Hurry," Kimabunta said. Suddenly both Minato and the QB disappeared near the safe house. Arriving near the safe house with the QB took its toll on Minato, and he was panting from the massive chakra usage he just pulled to teleport the QB. "Fourth, quickly, you must seal me." "Fourth Hokage, quickly, you must seal me. I can still feel that damn Uchiha pushing me. I refuse to be controlled," the QB said, much to Minato's surprise. "He wants me to seal him," Minato thought as he teleported to the safe house, picking up Kushina and Naruto for the ritual. "Kushina, I need your help to restrain him. He's still being pushed," he said as Kushina gathered the remains of her chakra to form chains to snare the QB to the ground. Minato started performing a long chain of seals, and at the end of it, he shouted, "Dead demon consuming seal! Fourth, get out of the way!" the QB shouted as it felt it being driven to kill his next vessel. However, both Minato and Kushina jumped in front of its claw, protecting their son. "Kushina, we don't have much time. Any last words?" he asked Kushina. "Naruto," she starts, "I want you to grow into a nice young man and a strong shinobi. Remember to bathe every day and go to bed early. You need your sleep. Also, I want you to make friends. You don't need that many, only a few, as long as they're your true friends. Also, no drinking till you're 20, and stay away from Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Minato, I took your time." "Don't worry," he starts. "QB, can you look out for my son? I know he will have a hard life," he asks. "It would be my honor. I will take care of your kid," the QB replied, wondering just how the hell this night could have happened. "Damn," Minato thought. "I need to make sure he knows of my father's legacy. I can't let him go to the Uchihas, not with the QB in him. But I never told anyone, and it's too late now." He starts thinking when suddenly an idea struck his head. Maybe this will work. Suddenly, Minato gathered what was left of his chakra, pushing it into his eyes as he started spinning and saying in a weak tone, "Tsukuyomi." Minato started waving his eyes, and they were starting to drift off, and he said to Naruto, "Naruto, listen to what your mother said, and grow to be a strong and brave shinobi." And with the last of his strength, he whispers, 8 trigram seal." In every shinobi village, there is a reminder of their previous leaders and heroes to honor their memory and sacrifice they did to protect and defend their homes. In Konoha, there is a certain mountain that shows exactly that. That mountain was actually called the Hokage Mountain, and in it were carved the previous and current Hokages of the Leaf, and there it stood, the faces of the legendary shinobi, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of the Leaf Village, and the first user of the wood element. He was a caring and kind person, dedicated to serve his village. However, he ended up dying during the First Shinobi World War. His fight against Madara Uchiha had taken its toll and left him permanently weakened. He was at the time of his death a shell of his former self, but even now, about 80 years after its death, he's still remembered by everyone in the village. The second face belonged to Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. He was Hashirama's younger brother, and became Hokage after his brother's death. He too was a very strong shinobi. In fact, each of the Hokage was hailed as the strongest shinobi of their time. Tobirama was known for his extremely high water affinity that allowed him to use high-rank water moves in places without water by condensing the air around him. He too lost his life fighting in the First Shinobi World War, but before his death he appointed Hiruzen Sarutobi, one of his students, as the third Hokage. The third face of the monument was Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan, known for their monkey summoning and extreme skill in taijutsu. Hiruzen is currently around 55 years old. He's one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, but in his prime he was hailed as the god of shinobi, mostly because of his skill in ninjutsu that allowed him to combine different elements to his attacks. Hiruzen is the current leader of the Leaf Village. After his successor, the fourth Hokage, died. The last face on the monument was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, hailed as the strongest of the Hokages. He was also the fastest shinobi to ever live in the elemental nations. Not even the Raikages with lightning armor could compete with him in speed. He was known for his use of the Flying Thunder God, an S-rank jutsu that allowed him to move at almost the speed of light. This jutsu was the reason that he was known as the Yellow Flash, due to his blonde hair. The only thing that people managed to see was a yellow flash, due to his speed as well. In the Leaf Village, he was a hero that sacrificed his life to kill the Kyuubi that attacked the village 5 years ago. And here, 5 years later, after the Kyuubi attack, is where our story truly begins, with the small boy that, despite being mistreated his whole life, will rise to become the legend he was born to be. Konoha, 5 years after the Kyuubi attack, October 10th. It was a warm night in the Leaf Village. The sun was just going down, it was starting to dim. Town lights were still coming up, and we could still see many people going around the village, doing their business. Unlike many other villages, even though Konoha was the most powerful village in the elemental nations, it didn't seem militaristic or cold. Many people, if they saw Konoha, would say that it wasn't a shinobi village. However, the mountain that surrounded the north part of the village was a dead giveaway. In it were carved the faces of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. It was October 10th. The village was covered in decorations and celebrating the defeat of the Kyuubi that attacked 5 years ago. Everyone in the village was happy. It was times of peace. The wars were long forgotten, but not the hate and pain of many that were lost. Although everyone seemed happy, one particular kid was very sad and lonely. Naruto Uzumaki was an orphan of the Kyuubi attack. He was about 3'11" and had spiky blonde hair, the bluest eyes anyone had ever seen, and in cheek he had 3 whisper marks and a birthmark. He was wearing a white shirt with short sleeves with an orange swirl on his back and black pants. Despite being what appeared to be a normal child, Naruto was hated and despised by most of the village. He was a painful reminder of the Kyuubi attack. He was expelled from the orphanage at the age of 4 and lived in the streets for about a month until the Hokage's Anbu found him and took him to the third. The third eventually became a grandfather figure to him. He gave Naruto a small apartment and allowance to live, but Naruto was constantly pursued by the villagers and constantly abused and beaten. The stores kicked him out, or sold him rotten merchandise, or charged twice the price. Even in the orphanage, he still received the same treatment, Growing up in this kind of life forced Naruto to mature quickly if he wanted to survive. Because of this treatment, Naruto became a highly intelligent kid that could rival Nara. He became cold and calculative to everyone except his closest people, that in his case, were simply the Hokage himself and the owners of a ramen stand. Only 3 people cared for Naruto and wondered if he was eating or sleeping well. During his birthday, things were even worse, because the villagers and a few shinobi would gather up and hunt him down like an animal. And here is where we are. A scared kid was running through the streets of Konoha, trying his best to avoid the villagers and shinobi in hot pursuit. The villagers were shouting, "Die, demon! Get him! Finish what the fourth started!" Naruto wondered, what did he ever do to deserve such harsh treatment and a terrible life? "Stop, please, what did I ever do to any of you?" asked Naruto, running as fast as he could, his legs stirring to give away. "Oh please, you know very well what you did. You killed my brother and my father," shouted one of the villagers as he threw an empty bottle. "We will finish what the fourth started and kill the demon," the villager said as the others supported him. Naruto kept running until he looked behind to his pursuers and noticed that a couple of them appeared to be Chunin. Even though Naruto was a stamina freak, a 5-year-old couldn't compete with the speed of a Chunin. The Chunin quickly closed the distance between him and Naruto. He took out a kunai and did a horizontal slash. Naruto, seeing the kunai that would most likely kill him, he ducked. As he was ducking, he noticed that time appeared to be slowing down. After dodging the slash, he unwittingly channeled chakra to his legs, trying to jump over a fence to get away. The rest of the shinobi, seeing this, were actually surprised, but they couldn't let the demon get away. So all of them threw a couple of kunai at him while saying, "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu!" The kunai multiplied to 15, and we're going fast at Naruto. Naruto, knowing that he couldn't dodge them all in midair, started observing them and calculating the best way to avoid them. It was then that it happened. His vision suddenly became clearer, and the incoming kunai seemed to almost stop. Just by looking at them, he could see where they would land. Reacting to his instincts, Naruto quickly caught one kunai with the sand and started deflecting all of them except one that managed to pass his defenses and hit his shoulder. He cried out in pain but managed to get over the fence and to safety. He pulled the kunai out of his shoulder and noticed that the wound was already closing. "I wonder why I am the only person to heal this fast," he asked himself while walking through the village, hidden in the shadows to avoid the villagers. But he quickly noticed that his vision was different. It was black and white, and he could see people with a blue flame inside of them that surrounded their body. He tried to push his eyes to see better, and suddenly he passed out in the alleyway. The stress and exhaustion of running and taking a kunai to the shoulder was too much. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke in what seemed to be a sewer. There were pipes in every wall, and the floor was filled with water with about 20 centimeters in height. He wandered through the endless corridors, wondering where he was, when all of a sudden he heard a soft male voice calling him. "Follow my voice," a strange voice said. Naruto didn't know him, but was drawn to his voice. After walking for a couple of minutes, Naruto found himself staring at a big iron door with vertical bars. The middle of the door had a small paper with the kanji for seal. He looked inside the cage, but it seemed empty. "Hello there, Naruto," said the voice. Naruto jumped back surprised and noticed a man leaning in the sewer wall outside of the cage. Naruto observed the man carefully. The man was about 6'2". He had spiky blonde hair with 2 bangs that framed his face and had blue eyes. He was wearing a full-body blue suit and the standard Jonin flat jacket. He was also wearing a white cape with red flames, and it had the kanji for 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage? Naruto asked. He knew very well what happened 5 years ago. He knew that the 4th died to kill the Kyuubi. He was a hero. "My name is Minato Namikaze, and I am the 4th Hokage," he said, looking at the kid in front of him and wondered how it happened so soon. Naruto seemed 5 at the most. "How? You were supposed to be dead." "Am I dead too?" Naruto asked. "No, you are not dead, but unfortunately, I am," Minato replied. "But if you're dead, then where am I? And how do you know my name? Naruto wondered what the hell was going on. Naruto, I'm going to explain everything to you, so listen closely, okay? He asked, to which Naruto nodded. We are inside your mind. This is your mindscape. It's basically a representation of your mind in physical form. Understand? Naruto nodded. Now the truth is that I am your father. Naruto froze when he heard that. No, it can't be. Jiji told me that he didn't know who my parents were, Naruto thought. You're my father? How? Naruto asked. Well, about how, you'll find out when you're older, Minato said, chuckling. But it is true, I'm your father. And I'm sorry, I wasn't here with you, but I had to stop the Kyuubi. But listen, I don't have much time. You probably wondered why this village treats you like a monster, to which Naruto slowly nodded. Well, there isn't any easy way to say this, but 5 years ago, when you were born, the Kyuubi attacked the village. The third said that I killed the Kyuubi, but that is impossible. The Kyuubi is a massive chakra without actually a physical body, so it can't die. The only way I had to stop the Kyuubi was to seal it inside of a newborn baby. I'm sorry to say, but I had to seal it into you, he said with a bit of shame, wondering how Naruto would react. What do you mean by sealed? I am the Kyuubi, he asked, not realizing what all the names of the villagers called him by. No, you are neither a monster nor the Kyuubi. You are my son. And by sealed, I mean that the Kyuubi is trapped in your gut, behind these bars. Kyuubi, come forward, Minato explained. Suddenly, behind the bars of the empty cage, Naruto saw two glowing red eyes with black vertical slits. As the eyes approached the door, he noticed the form of a fox with tails, swinging wildly on its back. There it stood behind the doors, the most powerful being in the world. The most powerful of the 9 Biju, the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed demon fox. Naruto, seeing this, jumped back, scared to see the monster that attacked the village, and was responsible for so many deaths. No need to fear me, kid, the Kyuubi said, watching the poor kid. He knew too well what the villagers did to him. Naruto, Minato said, getting Naruto's attention. This is the Kyuubi, and he's not the demon everyone thinks he is. The attack 5 years ago was not his fault, Minato said, and started explaining what happened on that fateful night 5 years ago. From when Naruto was born to the masked man unleashing the Kyuubi and controlling it to attack the village, and then to Minato sealing the Kyuubi into him. Naruto is still frozen, absorbing what happened. Everything his father was saying. Naruto didn't know what to say, it was just too much. Naruto, Minato continued. I'm sorry that I had to seal that Kyuubi in you. You had a harsh life until now, but I trust with this, it will be slightly better. Minato said it and touched Naruto's stomach, effectively transferring the seal key to Naruto and opening the cage. What are you doing? Naruto asked, worried that his father opened the cage and let the Kyuubi out. Naruto, I told you that it wasn't the Kyuubi's fault that night. The Kyuubi will help you grow up, and he'll be at your side to help you in battle, and provide advice. The only thing I ask of you is when you're close to your death, that you release the Kyuubi. He doesn't deserve to be trapped in a cage and to be used as a weapon, Minato said. Will you really be my friend? Naruto asked, still a bit fearful of the fox. Of course, I will take care of you and make you strong so you can protect your home and friends, the Kyuubi replied. And what happened next surprised everyone in the mindscape. Naruto suddenly left his father's side and jumped into the paw of the Kyuubi. So soft and warm, he said, getting chuckles from both the Kyuubi and Minato. Now Naruto, there's more that I need to tell you. I don't know if you realized it, but doesn't your vision seem different? Minato asked. Actually, it's all black and white with you being blue and the Kyuubi's red, Naruto replied. Naruto, do you know who Madara Uchiha is? Minato asked, getting a disgusted growl from the Kyuubi, clearly showing no love to the Uchiha leader. Yeah, I know he was one of the founders of the Leaf, and was the leader of the Uchiha clan that is supposed to be one of the strongest in the world. Naruto said, surprising his father. Naruto, even though he was 5 years old, was very smart and did like to read, but going into the library was impossible, as he was always expelled. Exactly, but what you and anyone don't know is that Madara was in fact my father. I never said anything to anyone because I decided to keep it a secret, he said. Naruto's eyes widened when he discovered that the legendary Madara Uchiha was his grandfather. I am the son of the 4th Hokage, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and the great Madara Uchiha is my grandfather. There's no way I'm not becoming Hokage, Naruto thought. Aha, with you being my father and Madara being my grandfather, there's no way I'm not becoming Hokage. Believe it, Naruto yelled, pumping his fist into the air and getting a smile from Minato. I have no doubt that you will, Naruto, Minato said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Now, you know that the Uchiha clan have a bloodline. More specifically, a dojutsu, right? Naruto nodded. This bloodline is called the Sharingan, and you activated its first level. Looking at the floor, Naruto looked down and saw his reflection in the water. His eyes were blood red with a black tomo in each eye. The Sharingan will evolve until it's fully matured, getting 3 tomos in each eye. Minato concluded he didn't want to go any further into the Mangekyo. His time was ending, and the QB could explain it if he ever unlocked it. God, I hope he never has to go through that, Minato thought. Oh, I knew I was awesome, Naruto said, happy about everything about his family and finding he had a bloodline. Now Naruto, pay attention to what I'm going to say, Minato started. I know that you always wanted a family, but you can't go to the Uchiha clan. Besides having a QB in you, which if they find out that you are an Uchiha, they'll use it for their own gain. I want you to be a good person, and not an arrogant, power-hungry like the Uchihas are. Never rely too much on the Sharingan. Remember, the Sharingan is only a tool. Having it doesn't make you all-powerful, okay? Minato asked, getting a nod. Okay, my time is ending. Everything I have, including my clan's techniques and weapons, are in the Namikaze compound, and only you can enter since there's a blood seal around it. Be careful so that no one finds out. I have many enemies, as did Madara. If you ever wish to reveal your true heritage, I ask you to reveal when you are strong enough to protect yourself and anyone you care about. There are people that would stop at nothing to kill you or your friends to get revenge on me, Minato said with a bit of regret. After all, during the Third Shinobi War, he was responsible for slaughtering Iwa's forces. Do you know how to use chakra to deactivate your eyes? He asked, getting a nod from Naruto. I'm fading. My chakra is almost over. Remember, Naruto, your mother and I love you very much, and I'm sorry that you had to live this life and grow up without love, Minato said, sad on how everything turned out. He asked the third, the village saw Naruto as their hero, but he was too naive. Don't worry, Dad, I got to meet you after all. You did what you needed to protect your home, Naruto said, getting a smile from Minato. He then began to fade away until he was no longer standing in front of him. Naruto woke up in the alleyway, wondering if it was all a dream, until he heard a voice in his head. No, kid, it wasn't a dream. I'm here after all. You should deactivate your eyes for now and start training. I will help you in every way I can, and when you're old enough, I will train you to use my powers, the QB said. Thank you, at least I have you with me. I can use the company, Naruto replied, happy with how everything turned out. Who knew that this night would turn out to be his best birthday? You don't need to speak out loud, or other people will think you are crazy. Just think, and I will hear it. Also, now that the cage is open, you gain my second ability. You are able to sense people around you, and in time, with training, you'll be able to sense their feelings. You should tell the Hokage what happened. He will help you, but keep him in the dark about my help for now, Ikibi said, getting a nod from Naruto as he got up. He deactivated his Sharingan and started to make his way to the Hokage Tower. 15 minutes later, Hokage Tower. Naruto made his way into the Hokage office after arguing with the secretary and threatening her that he would tell Hokage that she called him a demon. The reason Naruto never found out about the Kyuubi is that apparently the Hokage placed an S-rank law that prohibited anyone from telling him that he had the Kyuubi inside of him, and anyone who broke it was subjected to immediate execution. "Old man," Naruto said, earning a smile from the old Hokage, happy to see Naruto and getting a break from the Hokage's #1 enemy, paperwork. "Naruto, how are you? Do you need anything?" the Hokage asked. Even though the Hokage wasn't actually related to Naruto, he has grown quite close to him in the last couple of years, treating him like a grandson. "I wanted to ask you if you could tell me who my parents are," Naruto asked, messing up with the Hokage a bit before he could tell him what happened. "I wonder how he'll react," he thought. "I already told you, Naruto. I'm sorry, but I don't know who your parents are. All I know is that they're heroes that died fighting the Kyuubi," the Hokage replied. He couldn't tell Naruto who his parents are because he was too young. "Old man, before I tell you what I came here for, can you tell your Anbu to leave? I only want to tell you this," Naruto said, getting a surprised face from the Hokage. "How do you know that there are Anbu in the room?" he asked Naruto, which Naruto replied saying, "I can sense them above the ceiling," Naruto replied. "Very well," the Hokage said. With a flick of a hand, he signaled his 4 Anbu bodyguards to leave the room. "Now, Naruto, what do you want to tell me?" he asked. "Old man, are you sure you sent them all away? I can still sense another person there," Naruto said, pointing behind the bookcase. Once Naruto said that the 4th Anbu quickly returned and dashed towards the intruder and quickly immobilizing it. The intruder had normal Anbu gear, black pants and steel plates in its chest for protection, but its mask was completely white, with the kanji for root. "Damn that Danzo sticking his nose where it shouldn't be," Hokage thought. "Naruto, you are indeed a skilled censor. You actually caught an intruder that was in here," the Hokage said. "Oh, I knew that I was awesome," Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the old Hokage. After the room was empty, Naruto approached the pictures of the previous Hokages, and stopping in front of the picture of the 4th, turning to the Hokage, he said, "Anything you want to tell me?" The Hokage paled when Naruto asked him. How did you find out?" Hokage asked, wondering how Naruto found out. Very few people knew that Mito was his father. "Now that I think about it, I can almost be his twin. I wonder how anyone never noticed," Naruto said, and started explaining everything that happened, leaving the Kyuubi helping him, he being Madara's grandson, and him having the Sharingan. "Mito really was a genius. To think, even dead, he gives me a headache," Hokage thought. "Now that you know, what are you going to do? You know you can't tell anyone," Hokage asked. "I'm going to train to become strong like my father. And then I'm going to take that hat of yours," Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from the old man, to which he said, "I have no doubt you will." 1 year later. 1 year has passed since Naruto found out who his father was, and training couldn't be going better. With the help of the Kyuubi, Naruto is now 6 years old, and he was never caught by the villagers except if there was a trained shinobi among them. Even then, Naruto managed to fool him to escape. The Kyuubi had Naruto training primarily in chakra control, since one of the benefits of having a tailed beast sealed inside of a human is that it gave that person ungodly amount of chakra and almost unending stamina. However, if you mix the Kyuubi with what you might call the Uzumaki bloodline, it wasn't exactly a bloodline, but many members called it the Tailless Beast Curse. Many of the Uzumaki clan had unmatched amounts of chakra. The regular Chunin of the Uzumaki clan had the same amount as a Kage. Naruto was only 6 years old, but already had enough chakra to match most Jonin. However, with so much, chakra control was extremely difficult. In the beginning, any jutsu that Naruto tried, he overwhelmed it with chakra, causing it to fail or blow up in its face. The first jutsu that Naruto learned was Henge no Jutsu that allowed Naruto to change his appearance. Naruto actually asked the Hokage for him to teach him. Flashback, 1 year ago. "Hey old man, can you teach me the Henge?" Naruto asked. "When do you want to learn it? Can't you wait for the academy to start?" the Hokage asked, to which Naruto replied. "Ever since I found out who my father was, I want to train and grow stronger, but I need to enter the library and I can't because they think of me as the Kyuubi." The Hokage lowered his head, ashamed he couldn't convince the villagers or protect Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I tried my best to protect you," he said. "No worries, just teach it to me. It'll help me to get into the library, not get expelled from stores too," Naruto said. "Okay, it's very simple. The hand seals are dog, boar, ram. Then you release the chakra to cover your body and think of the image you want." Hokage said it, in which Naruto tried to transform into the Hokage, and the result was... I don't even know what it was. "Okay, go train now. I have work to do," Hokage said. "Okay, thank you, catch you later," he replied, and a flashback. With Henge at his side, his life got significantly better. Although he hated to pretend to be someone else with a Henge, he managed to enter the library and go to stores and get food for normal prices. What surprised him was that the villagers were actually friendly and good people. The hate for the Kyuubi simply clouded their judgment. Naruto promised that one day he would get their acknowledgement, and if he couldn't, at least they would respect his power. He wouldn't want to make people fear him, but it would be better than discarding him like trash. Even though Naruto wouldn't have access to the shinobi section of the library, since he was a civilian, he decided to try and henge into one of the shinobi. It worked like clockwork. The secretary didn't have shinobi training, so she couldn't detect Naruto's henge. He searched the shinobi section and found what he wanted: Introduction to Chakra Control, Basics of Chakra, and even read a few scrolls for the basic forms of Taijutsu, Academy Taijutsu. One of the best things he could ever hope for was his Sharingan. Even though for now his Sharingan still had one tomo in each eye, anytime he found any shinobi in the training grounds, he watched with his Sharingan to try and learn what he could. Even though the Sharingan was in its first level, he could see glimpses of a few jutsus. After watching a spar between two Chunin, Naruto managed to copy the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto decided one night to sneak around the village into the Namikaze compound. Naruto bit his finger to draw blood and pressed it against the main gates. There was a poof of smoke, and the gate unlocked. The compound itself was small, much smaller than that of the Hyugas or the Uchihas. He first thought of moving into the compound, but he couldn't let anyone see him, so he decided to wait until he revealed who he was. Looking around the compound, it had 5 rooms, 3 bathrooms, 3 living rooms, and a couple storage rooms. But the biggest room was the library. It had tons of scrolls of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and a few genjutsu. Books in Fuinjutsu written by his father and from the Uzumaki clan, including Kenjutsu. There were journals and diaries of the clan. His father must have collected what he found out about the clan and stored it here, along with his mother, since she also was the last of her clan. After searching, Naruto decided to open a few scrolls, until he found his father's personal taijutsu style. The Namikaze were never a shinobi clan, they were only civilians. Minato hoped to start his clan along with the Uzumaki in Konoha. Minato never actually named his style, but it appeared to be a mix between the Hyuga's gentle fist style with the Uchiha's interceptor fist, which relied on the Sharingan. The style was based in protecting and avoiding the enemy's attacks with a fast counterattacks to the enemy's pressure points. One strike was all that was necessary to disable arms, legs, and even paralyze completely, or kill the enemy. It was similar to Gentle Fist of the Hyugas. Instead of attacking Tenketsu chakra points, it focused on pressure points. Naruto's training program was killer. With the help of the Kyuubi to guide him, he started in the morning and worked all day long, so that after sleep he could start again the next day. One fateful day, the Kyuubi forbade Naruto of his constant ramen eating, forcing him to eat vegetables and a balanced diet. It was a dark day. Along with training, Naruto also wore weights to increase his muscle mass and speed. Only a couple of pounds, so it wouldn't stunt his growth. He was 6 years old after all, but he was already at the level of a Genin, except he couldn't do the Bushi no Jutsu. The minimum amount of clones he could create was 100, which wasn't very helpful when Naruto only wanted 1. At least it would confuse the enemy to no end. The first weapon that Naruto decided to learn was the bow. He read about it in a book, and since the Hokage was a master with this type of weapon, he asked if he could borrow a few scrolls. Currently, Naruto always had with him a wooden bow. To anyone else, it was simply a piece of wood. However, Naruto was a level 2 bowmaster, 2 of 5 at 6 years old. The biggest development Naruto had was his tactical mind. Maybe it was having a fox seal inside of him, which made Naruto extremely cunning and skillful in traps. Combining this with the mind of a prankster, the next few years would be a dark time for Konoha. One day Naruto was walking through the village. Since his hand wasn't up, he got the usual glares and the occasional empty bottle thrown at him, which he simply dodged. Naruto was going for his weekly ramen meal. Kyuubi allowed Naruto to eat a ramen meal twice a week, which is better than none at all. Stupid fox and stupid vegetables, he thought. Ungrateful brat. If you only eat ramen, you'll become a midget. You need a proper diet to grow, the Kyuubi said. In the last year, Naruto and the Kyuubi had grown closer. Well, as close as a human and a fox could get, after you ignore the constant bickering and death threats they both liked and respected each other. Fine, I get it, furball, Naruto replied, and continued walking to his ramen stand. Naruto was not really paying attention to anything around him, until he heard a couple kids arguing about something. Getting curious, he looked closer. He found 3 kids around the age of 10, most likely academy students that were messing with a little girl. She looked like she was his age. She had neck-length dark blue hair and white eyes, trademark of the Hyuga clan. Deciding to help her, he ran up to them. "Hey, leave her alone," Naruto said, trying to get the thugs away from the girl. "Oh, a kid playing hero. Get lost before we hurt you too," they said, which made Naruto jump in front of them, shielding the girl. Deciding to prove his point, he adopted his bow-style defensive stance. His left leg slightly ahead of his right, knees bent, both hands grasping his wooden bow in a downward position. "He's trying to scare us. Let's teach him a lesson," they said, and pushed forward. One of the boys sent his right arm forward, trying to punch Naruto. Naruto simply used his bow to strike the boy's hand out of the way. Naruto then flipped his bow, sending a strike to the boy's chin, like an uppercut. Another boy tried to punch Naruto, to which he ducked, and using his bow, struck the boy's leg, making him stumble forward, to which Naruto kneed the boy hard in the stomach, leaving him in the ground in pain. Naruto turned to the last boy, who froze his attacks after seeing his friends effortlessly defeated. Picking up his friend, he decided to run away before he also got hurt. Naruto, turning to see the girl, asked, "Are you okay?" I'm fine, thank you," the girl stuttered. Naruto didn't know if she was afraid of him, but he guessed she was just shy. "No problem, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name?" he asked. "Hinata Hyuga," she replied, looking at her savior. Even though she was still young, she couldn't help but blush and look down. Naruto was 6 years old, but was quite a good-looking young man. "Come on, let me help you up," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her up gently. He noticed that she didn't have the Hyuga cage bird seal on her forehead. He remembered hearing that the Hyuga heiress was his age, meaning that the girl in front of him was the heiress to the Hyuga clan. She was pretty much Konoha's little princess. "Hey, I'm going to lunch at Ichiraku's. Want to come?" he asked, to which Hinata slowly nodded. They walked together, and Hinata, seeing how the villagers glared at Naruto, wondered why. The walk was calm. They didn't talk much since Hinata was terribly shy. Arriving at the stand, Naruto ordered chicken ramen for both of them. "Oh, Naruto, is that your girlfriend?" a young girl from behind the counter asked in a teasing manner. Her name was Ayame. She was in her teens. She had brown hair and eyes and a pretty face. She was wearing simple clothes and a white apron. "No, nothing like that. We just met a couple minutes ago," he replied, blushing a bit. Even though he just met her, he could see that she was actually quite pretty, and she would grow up to become a very beautiful woman. Hinata didn't say anything, she just blushed really hard, and looked away so that no one could see her. They talked a bit during their meal. When they were finishing their food, a Hyuga member appeared and looked at Hinata. His name was Ko, a branch member and Hinata's bodyguard. "Lady Hinata, there you are. Your father is waiting for you," he said, taking Hinata's hand and starting to leave. Bye, Naruto. It was nice to meet you," she said, to which Naruto gave her a foxy grin, and looked at his meal to finish it. "Looks like you got yourself a little vixen," the Kyuubi said, chuckling. "She's not my girlfriend," Naruto thought, getting angry. "You say that now, but I'll see in a couple of years," the Kyuubi said, chuckling. Perverted fox, he thought. After he finished the meal, he paid for it and left to go train. A few weeks later, Naruto was walking to his home. He just finished his training, and it was like any other day. Painful. He was sore all over. During the last few weeks, he increased his taijutsu training and started with weapons. He can now use kunai and shuriken with deadly accuracy, and with the Sharingan, he picked it up quickly. During his training, he managed to level up his Sharingan to level 2. Naruto now had 2 black tomo in each eye, and he was very proud of himself. He heard rumors of the Uchiha clan prodigy. that managed to fully master the Sharingan at the age of 8. Naruto said that he was going to fully mature it even sooner, and as fate would have it, Naruto didn't know how right he was. During his walk home, he sensed 2 chakra signatures moving quietly through the woods. Placing 2 fingers on the ground and focusing in their chakra, he found that one of the chakra signatures belonged to his friend Hinata that he met a few weeks ago. Wondering what she was doing this later in the day, he went in search of her. When he arrived near both of them, he saw a shinobi. It was a Kumo shinobi from his headband. He recognized the shinobi, and it was the Kumo's ambassador for the new alliance between Konoha and Kumo. He noticed that he was carrying a bag on his back, to which Naruto, sensing Hinata's chakra, knew she was being kidnapped. Quickly throwing a couple of shurikens at the shinobi easily deflected them all, and faced the attacker and was surprised. It was a small kid. "Hey kid, leave before I kill you. I'm a Jonin, you're no match for me," the man said arrogantly. But it was true, Naruto was gaining level, and he couldn't match a Jonin's power. However, Naruto was cunning. He knew that he needed to alert someone to come and help. "Naruto, switch with me. I'll send a fireball to the sky to alert the Anbu." Naruto agreed and switched with the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi quickly went through a few hand seals, looked to the sky, and yelled, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." The Kumo shinobi was impressed. A 6-year-old performing a C-rank fire technique. He shouldn't have chakra for that. Naruto just knew that he had to stall the man and activated his Sharingan. He didn't care if his secret got out, as long as Hinata stayed safe. The Kumo shinobi decided to engage and quickly kill the kid before the reinforcements arrived. The Kumo shinobi threw a couple of shurikens and yelled, "Shuriken Kagebushi no Jutsu!" The shuriken multiplied to a few dozen. Naruto can deflect them all, and jumped to the left to which the enemy was waiting and kicked him hard in the stomach, and punched him in the face. Naruto crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The Kumo shinobi walked to Naruto, thinking he just won. After all, it was just a small kid. Then he noticed his eyes. They were the Sharingan, and he thought, an Uchiha rescuing a Hyuga. How ironic. But still, I'll take him too. 2 bloodlines are better than 1, and the Sharingan is one of the most powerful. The shinobi went to grab Naruto by the neck, but stumbled forward when he noticed it was a clone. Naruto took this opportunity, removing his weights and channeling a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra. His body couldn't take much right now. Charged in a burst of speed to the shinobi with the kunai in his hand and pressured his kunai against the man's chest, effectively killing him. The Kumo shinobi wondered how it happened. How could a kid this age be so fast and defeat him? And then he noticed his red blood eyes, with 3 black tomo in each eye, glowing and spinning. The shinobi fell to the ground, dead. Naruto knew he just killed the enemy, and it was his first kill. Even though he was ashamed of what he did, he needed to do it. The man wouldn't leave without Hinata, and he had to protect her. Growing up alone made Naruto overprotective. He would fearlessly jump and destroy another village to protect his friends. Since he never had any, the few he has, he would give his life to protect. Getting up slowly, he stumbled a bit forward. Looked like that kick broke a few ribs. Walking to Hinata, he opened the bag, and Hinata saw her savior for the second time. It was the blonde kid she met a few weeks ago. She then quickly jumped and hugged and started crying. "It's okay. You're safe now. I won't let anyone hurt you," he whispered to her to comfort her. She was hugging him when the reinforcements arrived, led by Hiyashi Hyuga, and he saw what happened. Apparently, the demon brat killed the Kumo shinobi and saved his daughter. He walked to Naruto, yanking him from Hinata. "Stay away from her. Even though I appreciate what you did, I would like if you kept your distance from her," Hiyashi said in a cold and hard tone. Grabbing Hinata's hand and leaving, he said, "You are still weak. You're too soft and almost ended up being kidnapped. You are unworthy of being the heir of the clan," he said, and left without even letting Hinata say goodbye to Naruto. The Hokage arrived a few minutes later, and the Anbu told him what happened. His eyes widened when he noticed it was Naruto who saved Hinata and managed to kill the Kumo shinobi. "Naruto, are you alright? How are you feeling?" Hokage asked, concerned. The first kill was the hardest, and sometimes broke shinobi, and ended their career before it even started. "I'm alright, only a couple of broken ribs, but the furball will take care of that, even though I feel bad that I killed him. I knew it was the only option. I knew I needed to delay him as much as I could, and if opportunity presented itself, kill him. So don't worry about me, it's the life of the shinobi, after all, Naruto said with a weak smile that the Hokage caught. I understand, Naruto. Don't worry. Tomorrow, come see me. I'll give you the payment of a B-rank mission for this, Hokage said, ruffling his hair, and Naruto nodded and started to walk home. Even though he killed the man tonight, he managed to save Hinata, and he actually broke the Uchiha's prodigy record. Looks like I got my Sharingan matured at age 6, he said to himself, chuckling, as he went home to a long night of sleep. 1 year later, Naruto, 7 years old. In the last year, many things happened around Konoha, and even more with our loud blonde. He was now 7 years old. Naruto changed his outfit. He now wore dark green pants, a blue t-shirt with an orange sleeveless jacket. A couple of weeks ago, there was an incident that shocked Konoha. The Uchiha clan's prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, massacred his clan, leaving only his little brother alive. This event turned his little brother, Sasuke Uchiha, into an avenger, wishing only to kill his older brother to avenge his fallen clan. The Uchiha clan, even though they were arrogant pricks, they were a powerful and highly respected clan in Konoha. The funeral service was huge. Every person in Konoha attended and paid their respects with the Hokage delivering the eulogy. Naruto watched from afar with a sad face. He may have not liked the Uchiha, but in a way, they were family. He also felt a bit glad that he never told anyone he was an Uchiha, or maybe he also would be sleeping underground right now. Naruto decided that after this incident, maybe it would be better to tell the Hokage about his legacy, but still keeping it a secret from the village for now. What would the village think if right after the Uchiha massacre, the demon brat appeared using the Sharingan and being one of the last Uchihas? Man, I'd be eaten alive, he thought. He was the demon brat. He would most likely be used and, when not necessary, discarded. He thought about approaching Sasuke, but when he saw him in the academy, the kind of personality he had, power-hungry, arrogant, he wisely chose to forget him and let him be. The academy in Konoha starts at age 8 to anyone who wishes to become a shinobi of Konoha. The curriculum lasts 6 years and ends with the students being 14 years old and gaining rank should they pass their exams. The academy starts with history, math, and other general topics, then goes for chakra theory and principles to stealth, weapon training, traps, and tactical training, and ends with taijutsu and ninjutsu training. When Naruto showed the Kyuubi his academy curriculum, he wondered how the hell was Konoha the strongest shinobi village in the elemental nations. This year's class was very special. Naruto's class was filled with clan's heirs. There was the Inuzuka, known for their dog partners and collaboration ninjutsu. The heir of the clan was Kiba Inuzuka, a loud and brash kid. He had brown hair and 2 red markings, one in each cheek, the symbol of his clan. There was the Akimichi clan. Their heir was Choji Akimichi, a small boy with large bones. Anyone who called him fat gets smashed. Their clan was known for using techniques that relied on high-calorie usage, meaning Choji was always eating. Then there was the Yamanaka clan. Their heiress was Ino Yamanaka. She had long blonde hair and wore a dark pink outfit. Her clan used mind techniques. They could read thoughts with mere touch, confuse and make enemies attack each other, and even take control of the enemies' bodies. There was the Nara clan. Their heir was Shikamaru Nara. He had a pineapple hairstyle and wore a mesh shirt with a black sleeveless jacket and black pants. He was lazy and mostly slept through classes. The Nara clan was known for its members having high IQ and being extremely skilled in strategy and planning. Shikamaru's father was actually the head of the strategy division of the village. There was the Aburame clan. Their heir was Shino Aburame. He was a collected guy, distant to everybody. He had black sunglasses and wore a gray cloak that pretty much only showed his glasses. His clan rely on using bugs to fight. Their children, once born, are implanted with bugs that feed on their chakra so they can use them to fight. Then there was the Uchiha clan. The last member of his clan and heir was Sasuke Uchiha. He wore a blue shirt with the Uchiha crest in the back and white shorts. The Uchiha clan was known for their high affinity for fire, and their Keke Genkai, the Sharingan, that Naruto also had. Naruto was an Uchiha after all. There was also a girl named Sakura Haruno. She had pink hair and wore a pink dress. Even though she wasn't from any clan, she was in the class. She was the daughter of Akira Haruno, which was a member of the Civilian Council. Figures, he thought. The last clan was no other than the Hyuga clan, and their heiress Hinata Hyuga. The Hyuga clan, much like the Uchihas, were known for their dojutsu, the Byakugan. This bloodline limit, when activated, allowed them to see chakra with high detail. Almost 360-degree vision and long range extending to kilometers if trained enough. The clan also had the Gentle Fist Taijutsu style, which is renowned to be the strongest form. Hinata and Naruto met a couple of years ago after Naruto saved her twice, and she developed a crush on him. Both of them met a few times along the years, and became close friends, and even though neither of them would admit it, they both liked each other more than just simple friends. The current year was going down without much trouble. Naruto decided to accept the Kyuubi's suggestions regarding Academy and use a mask. The Kyuubi suggested Naruto to hide his real strength. Deception is the ninja's greatest weapon. And so, Naruto opted to show his mask by being a loud, knucklehead dumb kid. He chose to become the dead last, and it was a wise choice, since every teacher tried their best to make Naruto look bad, and he couldn't rise suspicion, for now. I bet the Civilian Council would make me stay weak forever if they could, Naruto thought, as he tried to sleep in the classroom. 1 year later, in the last year, Naruto grew more than he could hope for. Thanks to his matured Sharingan, he managed to copy an extremely useful technique while watching two Jonin spar. Flashback. Naruto was approaching the training field, hoping that it would be empty when he sensed two powerful chakra signatures. Suppressing his chakra, something that the Kyuubi taught him, he could actually sneak up on people extremely well. Being a sensor allowed him to know if he was actually suppressing his chakra effectively or not. He approached and started to watch them. "So, Kakashi, are you ready for our next youthful challenge?" A Jonin said that was wearing a full-body green spandex suit and a Jonin flat jacket. He had the thickest eyebrows Naruto had ever seen. Not paying attention, the silver-haired ninja, identified as Kakashi, said, "Did you say something, guy?" "Damn you, Kakashi, and your hip ways. Our score stands 50-50. Shall we begin?" Guy asked, which Kakashi nodded. Kakashi had silver gravity-defying hair. He wore that standard Jonin clothes, black pants, mesh shirt with the Jonin flak jacket, and covering his left eye with the Konoha headband. Naruto watched in wonder at the speed of the battle. His fully matured Sharingan allowed him to follow every single move each one of them did. The battle went on for a couple of minutes until Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing a Sharingan. "What? How can he have a Sharingan? I thought all the Uchihas were killed minus Sasuke," Naruto thought, wondering how Kakashi could have the Sharingan. Kakashi was very popular in Konoha. He was the son of Sakumo Hatake, Konoha's White Fang, known to be powerful as a Sannin, so he couldn't be an Uchiha. "Look carefully, kid. He hides it under the headband, so it's probably an implant," the Kyuubi replied. The battle continued, and Naruto copied a few jutsu, including one that would help Naruto immensely, and would later become his trademark, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Armed with this jutsu, Naruto realized that it transferred his memories to the original, so he started using it for training. For now, Naruto's limit was about 1,000 clones. If anyone saw him making that many, they would probably call him a monster. After all, this technique was an A-rank Kinjutsu. For his massive chakra usage, that would kill most shinobi. Since Naruto had Kage-level reserves, using this jutsu barely affected his reserves. Something that Naruto wondered was if using the Sharingan gave photographic memory, because he remembered everything he saw. Naruto was walking to the Hokage Tower. He decided that after what happened to the Uchiha clan, it would be the best choice to tell the Hokage he had the Sharingan. Hokage Tower. "Hey, old man," Naruto said with a foxy grin. Hokage see Naruto gave him a smile. He barely got to see him nowadays and was wondering if he was always training. "Oh, Naruto, haven't seen you in a while. How's your training going?" Hokage asked. "It's going very well. I actually got a few awesome jutsus," Naruto said, smiling. I'd probably take you on, old man, he said, chuckling. I'm not that old, Naruto. So, what brings you here? Hokage asked. Well, I have a few things. I chose to tell you if you promise not to reveal it until I'm ready, Naruto said with a serious face. The Hokage, wondering what it could be, made a hand gesturing and the Anbu left the room. Naruto did a few hand seals and said, Cone of silence. The Hokage gasped for air when he saw Naruto perform a C-rank Fuin Jutsu. But since he knew who his father was, it wouldn't be much surprising he was following his footsteps. Impressive, Naruto. 8 years old and studying Fuin Jutsu, Hokage said, impressed. Actually, old man, I never told you everything about what happened when I was 6 years old, you know, Naruto said with an embarrassed laugh. Now, old man, pay attention to me, he said. Naruto closed his eyes and started to channel chakra into them. Slowly opening them, he showed them to the Hokage. Blood-red eyes, with 3 black tomo in each. A Sharingan. The Hokage's heart missed a beat and his eyes bulged out, almost popping out of his head. The Hokage simply asked, How? Well, I'm an Uchiha on my father's side, he replied. How is it possible? Minato never had the Sharingan. The Hokage asked, wondering why Minato never told him. I'll explain everything, he said, disabling his eyes. For starters, I will tell you that my grandfather was none other than Madara Uchiha. That was the final straw for the poor Hokage's heart, and it gave out. Naruto, seeing this, began to sweat. And he says he's not old, he thought out loud, picking up the Hokage and laying him on the couch. A couple minutes later, the Hokage started to awake and saw Naruto waiting. You awake already? Geez, here, Naruto said, giving him a cup of tea. I'm sorry, Naruto, I still can't believe it. How can this be? Hokage asked, wondering how could Madara have a son and no one know. And his son was Minato Namikaze, of all people. He has blonde hair. Naruto started explaining what his father told him. Madara survived his battle with Hashirama and was saved by a woman who would years later become his lover. They had a son, and when his grandmother was killed, Madara decided to continue with its plans and left Minato in the village. So, Madara was still alive. Who would have thought that Madara had a son? Hokage said, taking in the information. Well, Naruto, I will guard this secret until you are ready to show everyone who you really are. Remember, you have 3 legacies to continue. Your mother's, the Uzumaki clan, your father's, and your grandfather, Madara Uchiha's legacy, he said. Don't worry, old man, I plan on revealing everything when I'm strong enough to protect me and everyone else I care about. My father and grandfather both had a talent to piss off Iwa, and I don't need problems right now, he said, chuckling. That they did, Hokage thought, how Iwa suffered at the hands of both Minato and Madara. But when I reveal who I am, and they ever try to hurt me or someone I care about, I will burn the village to the ground, Naruto said in a serious and cold tone. I wouldn't put it past them. That damn Inoki, the Tsuchikage, is old and a stubborn fool. Be careful, Hokage said. Naruto, I wanted to ask you, how can you already have a fully matured Sharingan? It's very rare to even awaken it in this early of life. You see, old man, I awakened it when I was 5 years old after some Chunin tried to attack me, and I matured it when I killed the Kumo ninja that tried to kidnap Hinata, he explained, to which the Hokage nodded that it made sense. A Sharingan awakens and evolves in life and death situations. So, that's how you were able to keep up with the Jonin. The Sharingan truly is a terrifying power, the Hokage exclaimed. The Sharingan allowed a 6-year-old to kill a fully trained shinobi. Alright, I'm going, old man. I just thought that you should know after what happened to the Uchihas, Naruto said, leaving the Hokage's office. You will one day really take this hat from me, the Hokage thought, chuckling. Konoha streets. Naruto was walking the streets of Konoha, going to a training field to find out and start training his elemental affinities. He already figured that he would most likely have fire from the Uchiha blood, but he could have more or not even fire. Better safe than sorry. Naruto was walking peacefully, keeping to himself in the shadows, not to have problems until he heard someone crying, checking to see who it was, and he noticed it was Hinata. She had her knees to her chest and was crying. Naruto quickly rushed to her side. Hinata, what's wrong? Why are you crying? He asked, worried about her. Hinata, seeing Naruto, quickly hugged him, crying even more. Naruto tried to ask what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Naruto started whispering comforting words, saying it would be okay, until she fell asleep in his chest, tired from crying. Naruto picked her up bridal style and took her to his apartment. He laid her in his bed and took a chair and sat by her side. Grabbing her hand, he fell asleep a few minutes later. After a few hours, it was late at night, around 2 a.m., and Hinata started to awake. Opening her eyes and not knowing where she was, she jumped up, awakening Naruto, who was by her side. Seeing that he was by her side, she couldn't help but blush until she remembered everything that happened yesterday. "Hinata, what's wrong? You can tell me, I'll help," Naruto said, trying his best to help her. Hinata was looking at the ground. She decided to tell him everything, and started to remove a piece of cloth that was tied to her forehead. She removed it, showing a green tattoo. It was a cage bird seal. Naruto, seeing this, was shocked that they'd branded the heirs of the clan. My father said I was weak, just too weak to be the heirs of the clan, so he branded me and disavowed from the Hyuga clan, she said, looking at the ground. Naruto was furious. How could they do that to family? Branding, it's a despicable decision, but to remove a member and even his daughter from the clan for being weak. "It's okay, Hinata, you're not weak, and you have me," he said, slightly blushing. "But I'm weak. I was almost kidnapped. I was the same age as you, and you managed to save me. I'm nothing more than a loser," she replied, crying and yelling, letting all her anger and frustration out. "No, Hinata, you are not weak. You are a kind, loyal, hardworking, and a beautiful person," he said, getting a blush from her. "Look at me," he said, taking his hand to her chin and raising her head. They locked eyes and continued. "I'm hated by everyone in the village. They all call me a demon and try to hurt me. To them, I'm nothing more than a loser that shouldn't even be allowed to live. But I don't give up, and I never surrender. That's my Nindo. And one day, I'll prove to them all that I'm strong," he exclaimed, getting a smile from her. Is it because of the Kyuubi?" she asked. She knew it would be a sore subject. "How do you know?" Naruto asked, stuttering, a bit shocked that she knew. "Well, when I use the Byakugan, I can see the red chakra in your gut, and Father told me to stay away from you, and the villagers call you a demon, so I did a bit of research," she said. Do you hate me?" Naruto asked, wondering if he would lose his only friend. "No, of course not. I know that you aren't the Kyuubi. You are a kind, cheerful, and brave person," she said, hugging him. Naruto felt the tremendous weight leaving his shoulders. "Hinata, let's work hard, and prove to them all that letting you go was the worst decision they could ever make. If you want, I'll help you," he said. "Really?" she asked hopefully. "Of course, I take care of the people I care about and love," Naruto said with a blush, lightly bending forward and softly kissing her on the lips. Hinata didn't expect that, but she also loved him, so she returned the kiss, gently moving her lips. She couldn't be happier. Her best friend, her crush, her love, was kissing her and saying he loved her. Naruto couldn't be happier when Hinata returned the kiss. He thought that she never would like him more than friends. Slowly backing up and ending the kiss, they were both blushing. Hinata quickly hugged him and said it between sobs. "Naruto, thank you. I love you too. I promise that I'll one day remove that seal. I promise I'll protect you, and together we'll show this village what a couple of losers can do," Naruto exclaimed, giving her his foxy grin and kissing her on the cheek until she fainted. "Well, that lasted longer than I thought," he said, laughing. A couple of days after Naruto found Hinata, he asked if she would like to live with him, to which she accepted, and they began to do everything together. Living, eating, and training. Naruto taught Hinata the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and even though she could only make one, it was enough. They started sending them to the academy, except in the days when they were taijutsu training. Naruto also took Hinata to the Hokage and explained everything that happened. To say that the Hokage was pissed was an understatement, but she was considered an orphan now, and Sarutobi agreed to give her a month allowance until they became genin. Naruto suggested Hinata that they keep their connection a secret until they were older. He didn't want the villagers to give her the same treatment he receives. and the academy each took their different seats to not arouse suspicion. And so, they started sending shadow clones to the academy and training together. Hinata during the last days got to meet the QB, and when she found him with the gates open, she fainted. Now we find the couple in a training ground. Naruto pulled chakra paper and gave one to Hinata. Okay, this is chakra paper. It's used to test elemental affinities. Just push chakra to it and we will see, explained Naruto. Pushing chakra to its paper, it crumbled altogether, showing a high affinity for the lightning element. Then the paper split into two and burst into flames. See, I have 3 affinities. My primary seems to be lightning, and my secondary is wind and fire, he said, as he already suspected fire and lightning from his father. After all, he was an Uchiha, and his Hiraishin is a lightning element technique, so the wind must come from my mother. It was a shame that he didn't have any defensive element, but he can always create his own techniques. Hinata pushed chakra to her paper, and it split in 2, getting both sides wet. Looks like you have wind, like me, and also water. Now then, let's start training. I'll start with fire, since our village is known for them. You should start with water because wind is extremely rare in Konoha, he explained, and both started the usual way, Naruto making 100 shadow clones and trying to burn a leaf, and Hinata getting it wet. Naruto and Hinata both went to the library and henges. They didn't want any problems and got a few techniques for each of their natures. Naruto decided to go into the Uchiha compound, since the Uchiha were known for their fire techniques, and with the Sharingan, they should have plenty of techniques for all elements. Well, actually, they would be breaking into a clan library and stealing techniques, but Naruto was an Uchiha, so technically he should have access to them. Outside the Uchiha compound, late at night, both Naruto and Hinata stood outside the Uchiha compound, dressed purely in black. Naruto had his Sharingan active as well, Hinata's Byakugan to check for any other shinobis. Making their way through the gates and into the library that was located in the main house, they spotted their classmate Sasuke, who was awake. They quickly got behind him and knocked him out with a chop to the neck, and made their way to the library. The library was huge, to say the least, as expected from a power-hungry clan with copying eyes. The library was divided into sections: ninja arts, clan history, records, and diaries. Both of them made their way to the shinobi section, and it had ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu sections. The ninjutsu section was divided in elements: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, and non-elemental. Each of this section was subdivided and has scrolls on how to learn each of these manipulations, but also techniques of various ranks. They started to go through a few scrolls until Hinata said, "They're all blank," she said, getting a confused look from Naruto. Naruto could easily see the instructions from the jutsus until he discovered it. "I get it. Only someone with a Sharingan can read the contents of the scrolls. To anyone else, they seem empty. It's a neat trick, actually," he said, getting a frown from Hinata. "Don't worry, I'll read them and teach you all the water jutsu I find," he said, making 20 shadow clones, starting going through the techniques. Fire element. Great Fireball Jutsu, C rank, sent a massive fireball to the enemy. Phoenix Fire Jutsu, C rank, sends small fireballs to the enemy that burn on contact. Dragon Fire Jutsu, C rank, sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu, B rank, sends a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards the enemy, improved version of the Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire Dragon Bullet, B rank, created by the third Hokage, sends a volley of small fireballs that melt anything or explode on contact. Cranium Carver, B rank, sends a fireball to the ground that explodes, creating a massive heat wave. Ash Pile Burning, B rank, sends a stream of chakra and powdered gunpowder and surrounds the enemy. The user can ignite the cloud by clicking their teeth, creating a great explosion. Water Element. Water Clone, B rank, creates a water clone with 10% of the original strength. Water Shuriken, D rank, creates and sends to the enemy water-formed shurikens. The number varies with the amount of chakra. Water Whip, C rank, the user creates a whip of water that can restrain or do the damage to the enemy. Exploding Water Wave, A rank, the user expels large quantities of water through its mouth that crash into the enemy. Great Exploding Water Wave, S rank, improved version of the Exploding Water Wave. Waterfall Vortex, A rank, creates a waterfall that then crashes down onto the enemy. Water Dragon, B rank, creates a water dragon that captures and smashes the enemy into the ground. Water Wall, C rank, creates a defensive water wall. Water Prison, C rank, creates a sphere of water that traps the enemy within it, preventing their escape. Water Bullet, C rank, the user launches a couple of water bullets to the enemy. Earth Element, Earth Clone, C rank, creates an Earth Clone. Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu, D rank, the user grabs the enemy from underground and emerges from it bearing the enemy. Earth Dragon Bullet, B rank, the user sends many earth bullets to the target. Mud River, B rank, the user creates a mud river that crashes into the enemy. Underworld Swamp, A rank, the user transforms the ground into a swamp that allows and crushes the enemy. Earth Wall, C rank, the user creates an earth wall for defense. Earth Spear, C rank, the user creates a spear that emerges from under the enemy. Wind Element, Wind Release, C rank, the user breathes and releases a small wind that allows for reposition while mid-air. Great Breakthrough, C rank, the user exhales a powerful and compressed gust of air that blows the enemy away. Wind Shuriken, B rank, the user envelops his own shurikens with a wind layer that slices through everything. Vacuum Wind Bullet, A rank, the user creates bullets of pressurized air that are shot at the enemy. Airblade, A rank, the user exhales a wind-like blade that slices through anything. Pressurized Wind Bomb, A rank, the user exhales a large sphere of pressurized air that explodes on contact. Wind Wave, C rank, the user claps his hands together and unleashes a powerful wave of air, not needing to inhale. Lightning Element, Lightning Ball, C rank, the user creates a ball of lightning that is hurled at the enemy, shocking him. Lightning Clone, A rank, a shadow clone created with lightning chakra. When destroyed, this chakra is transferred to the enemy, shocking them. False Darkness, B rank, the user emits a lightning spear from his hand that impales the enemy. Electromagnetic Murder, B rank, the user creates a wave of electricity that shocks everything around it. Flash Pillar, B rank, an illusion technique that blinds the enemy with bright light. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness, A rank, the user traps the enemy with a black void, blinding them and dulling other senses. This illusion cannot be disrupted, only the user cancels it or it is forced to release it. Hellfire Jutsu, B rank, creates an illusion that makes the enemy think he is being burned alive. Tree Binding Death, B rank, an illusion jutsu that grows a tree behind the enemy, raising him in place and allowing for the user to attack the enemy. Shackling Stakes, C rank, the user locks eyes with the enemy, effectively paralyzing him in place. Sharingan required. False Surroundings, C rank, the user casts an illusion over the area, altering its appearance. Double False Surroundings, B rank, this jutsu places an illusion within the original illusion to mislead the enemy should they break the first one. Okay, Hinata, I've got most of them memorized. Let's go, he said, and both left the Uchiha compound, with a large inventory of techniques to later practice. They left the compound and were walking home. It was still early or late, depending on the perspective. It was around 2 AM. Hey Hinata, since we still have time, do you want to go check out the Hyuga clan library too? Naruto asked. He knew Hinata's family was a sore subject. He still remembered to help Hinata achieve one of her dreams. Flashback. A couple of days after Hinata started living with Naruto, Naruto and Hinata were eating together after their morning workout, and started talking about their dreams and hopes for the future. So Hinata, what are your dreams for the future? Naruto asked. Hinata was still a bit shy around him, but it was starting to change. At least her stuttering and fainting was gone, almost. I know I want to become a powerful kunoichi to prove that I'm not weak, but even though I was disavowed from my clan, I wish I could get rid of that caged bird seal and unite the families. I know I may sound naive, but even after my father expelling me from the clan, the branch family were always good to me and I want to help them back, she said with confidence. She didn't know it yet, but Naruto's personality was starting to rub on her. She was becoming more confident and even started helping Naruto and his pranks. You're not naive. You are a kind person, and I promise to remove your seal. When I do, we can plan to help the branch family, he exclaimed. After all, with the help of his shadow clones and his father's notes on Fuin Jutsu, Naruto was progressing rather nicely. End of flashback. I don't know if it's a good idea. It would be hard to sneak in unnoticed, she said. After all, the Byakugan was frequently used for scouting missions, and it was extremely difficult to sneak up onto a Hyuga member, much less break into the compound. Oh please, they all say they have the all-seeing eye, but that didn't stop me from breaking into the compound and placing itching powder on their underwear, Naruto said, remembering the laughs that Hyuga received when they were constantly scratching themselves. That was you? She asked, surprised. Of course, they always were stuck-up pricks, but I didn't do it to you, he said, assuring her. Okay, if you're sure, we can sneak in then, she said. They made their way into the Hyuga compound and watched from afar. Naruto extended his sensing ability and found 4 guards guarding the entrances. Thankfully, they didn't have the Byakugan activated. They made their way closer to the walls and waited for the guard to end his routine check. They channeled chakra to their feet and climbed the walls. Once inside, Hinata guided Naruto to the library, since Naruto didn't actually know the compound all that well. Once inside the library, the same thing happened in the Uchihas. Only a Byakugan user could read the scrolls. Apparently ninjutsu and genjutsu were practically non-existent. They must have thought it was inferior to rely on anything else other than their bloodline. Hinata quickly opened the scrolls and started copying them, and giving them to Naruto, which he was storing them in a storage seal he brought. Naruto's Fuin Jutsu was quite good for his age. He knew how to make simple storage scrolls of all kind, and was starting on a medium level Fuin Jutsu. They left the compound with the specifics of the gentle fist style, which Hinata already knew the basics, and the techniques they use. 8 Divination Signs Air Palm. The user concentrates chakra on his palm and thrusts it forward, sending a chakra wave to the enemy. 8 Divination Signs, 64 palms of the hand. The user closes the main 64 chakra points of the enemy at an amazing speed. 8 Divination Signs, 128 palms of the hand. Similar to the previous jutsu, however, it closes 128 points, knocking out the enemy almost instantly. 8 Divination Palms of the Hand, Heavenly Spin. The user starts spinning and releasing chakra from all his chakra points and forms a protective dome around them that deflects all attacks. It's considered the Hyuga ultimate defense. Armed with new techniques, they started training with more. Mostly Hinata, she wanted to master the Hyuga Gentle Fist to later in life prove to them that with hard work, one can outclass a genius. A couple of years have passed and Naruto and Hinata have grown quite a bit. They were now both 10 years old, and each of them were slightly taller than kids of the same age due to their constant training. Both Naruto and Hinata were very strong when compared to the others of their age, if you could even compare. In the academy, physical shinobi conditioning and training only start when the students are 12 years old, in which they learn the academy taijutsu style coupled with ninjutsu. If they were to face Naruto or Hinata, they would get demolished. They were both well-rounded shinobi, however Naruto still couldn't cast a low-level genjutsu without Sharingan to save his life. Actually, he found it easier to cast high-ranking genjutsus that required more chakra than low-level ones. Even though Naruto forced a lot in chakra control, bringing it to Jonin levels, he still couldn't do a single clone. He either did at least 50 or the one will fail. Naruto finally mastered the bow step but decided to learn Kenjutsu since his mother was one of the best in the Leaf. Since he couldn't get into most shops, he bought a couple of books in weapons forging. Since he had a fire nature, he decided to forge his own weapons with scrap metal and other weapons he found in training fields. In time, he would buy chakra metal for a proper sword. In fact, both of them learned Kenjutsu and the same style, however Naruto favored speed and strength, and Hinata, being more flexible, preferred to dodge the strikes. This type of Kenjutsu style, much like his taijutsu, was based on his parrying or dodging the attacks, with quick strikes meant to end the battle in one strike. This was the Kenjutsu style of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina, before her death, was on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. This group was composed of the greatest swordsmen of the Mist, and were not to be underestimated. In fact, each of their swords had special abilities that favored each of their styles. Kushina in fact was known as Konoha's Red Death, due to her crimson red hair color. Naruto also learned the Gentle Fist with Hinata and both practiced until perfected. Even though Naruto's Sharingan couldn't see the chakra points, he adapted the style for pressure points. One of the problems they had was Hinata's low chakra pool, so they focused on that for almost all of last year, and managed to increase her levels quite a bit. She had low Jonin chakra levels and Kage level control. Naruto had high Kage chakra levels and Jonin level control. Naruto realized that Hinata was actually quite proficient in the Gentle Fist, and asked her why her family treated her that badly when she was quite talented. The fact was that in order to learn the gentle fist efficiently and train their stances and techniques, one would have to use another as a test subject, and closing tenketsus was quite painful, so Hinata refused to do that on branch members. Hinata was too kind to even try and harm someone in order to train, but with Naruto, that wasn't a problem. Naruto used the shadow clone techniques to provide Hinata as much guinea pigs as she wanted. In doing so, her techniques skyrocketed and even managed to hold their ground against Naruto and Taijutsu. In ninjutsu, they both mastered their chosen affinities, and the jutsu they had. Hinata started in wind, and Naruto started in lightning. One interesting fact was that Naruto discovered was that he had a lightning affinity similar to the second Hokage's water affinity. In fact, Naruto wasn't really a sensor in the normal term since he didn't sense chakra. Naruto, due to his lightning affinity, could actually feel the bioelectricity of the people around him. Knowing that he had such an affinity, he started investing more and more in this element. He went to his father's library and gathered all the lightning techniques that he could. Now we find Naruto walking through the village, heading for the Hokage Tower. The villagers still sent the usual glares and they would still try and harm him, but now with his training, he managed to escape. He could have fought them, but he chose not to harm them. He didn't want to give the poor Hokage more paperwork. Hokage Tower. He arrived at the Hokage Tower and made his way up. Arriving at the Hokage's office, he turned to the secretary. He never did like her, and the feeling was mutual. She was one of the idiotic civilians who couldn't tell the difference between a scroll and a sealed kunai. Just let it go, kid. Someday, they will understand, the Kimi said. Naruto nodded inwardly. Morning, I came to talk with the Hokage. Is he available? Naruto asked politely, as he for once didn't want trouble. She looked up and saw the thing in front of her, and with a disgusting face said, "What would the Hokage want with a thing like you?" she spat. "You should be careful on how you address me. One wrong word, and I have permission to separate your head from your shoulders," he said in a serious tone, while releasing a bit of ki, killing her intent, as she was a civilian and too much would kill her. The Hokage will see you now," she quickly said, fearing for her life while showing a false smile. Naruto opened the door to see a smiling face of the Hokage. "Naruto, how have you been?" the Hokage asked. "I'm fine. Actually, I have a favor to ask you," he said, to which the Hokage raised an eyebrow. "I'll do my best. What do you need?" he said. "Well, you see, I'm running a bit low on cash this month, and I know that I'm not a shinobi yet, but would it be possible for me to get a couple of D-rings?" he said, looking at the Hokage's thinking face. The Hokage pondered the situation. Genin's always hate these missions, and they tend to stockpile besides. It couldn't hurt, he thought. "Sure, Naruto, but do you realize these missions are normally done with the Jonin sensei and their Genin squad, so they will take long for you," he said. "No problem, old man. I can create my own army if I need it," Naruto said, placing his fingers in a cross form, channeling some chakra, and in a puff of smoke, 20 clones appeared in the office. The Hokage's jaw hit the floor, seeing a 10-year-old pull a B-rank Kinjutsu. Where did you learn that? You do realize that technique is a Kinjutsu for its massive chakra usage, he said, trying to make sure Naruto understood the dangers of the technique. "Relax, old man. I copied it when I was watching Kakashi and a weird guy named Guy in green spandex shouting something about flames of youth bar. Besides, I have a crap ton of chakra. I can easily make 1,000 clones and still be in fighting condition," he said with a smirk. Hokage nodded slowly. "God, he can make 1,000 clones at 10 years old. I know he's a Jinchuriki, but damn, he'll be a chakra powerhouse," he thought. "Okay, Naruto, since you still aren't an official ninja, I'll give you the missions, and later, when you become one, I'll add them to your file. Come with me to the mission room," Hokage said, and they both left the Hokage's office, heading towards the mission room. Konoha's mission room. "So, let's see what we got here," the Hokage said, going through the available missions. "How many do you want? Seeing as you can create a bunch of clones, I think you'll be able to clear out a workload," the Hokage continued. Naruto pondered. "Give me 10 missions. If I have time today, I'll do a few more. Besides, Hinata decided to go visit Kurenai, so I'll have the day for the missions," Naruto said, picking the scrolls and opening the first. "Damn cat," Naruto thought as he read the first mission. It was to retrieve a fearsome beast. The name of said beast was Tora, the one-tailed demon cat. "Oh please, I got 8 more tails," the Kibi said. "Besides, we can always burn Naruto, crisp, and blame every ninja," the Kibi said, chuckling, and Naruto's sweat dropped. A few hours later. "Come here, Tora, here, kitty kitty kitty," Naruto said, trying to approach the cat without having her fleeing. Naruto channeled chakra to his legs and jumped, catching the cat. Tora didn't find it much fun as she started clawing him all over the place. "Oh hell, I'm tired of this," Naruto said, activating his Sharingan. He looked at Tora and said, "Shackling stakes." A Kenjutsu paralyzed Tora, and Naruto said, "Hellfire Jutsu." This new Genjutsu made Tora think she was being burned alive. Stupid cat. Naruto chuckled evilly as Tora screamed in pain. Mikibi seeing this sweat dropped, and I thought, I got a dumbass for a container. Next mission, helping farmer. Naruto made his way for his next mission. He read the scroll and the mission was to cultivate a piece of land since the farmer didn't have enough time to do it himself. Naruto arrived at the site. The farmer's house was actually almost outside of the village and the land itself was fairly big. Judging from the size of the land, it most likely was for planting the vegetables and later selling them. Naruto approached the client and started doing his job. The client didn't seem too happy that they sent the demon brat, but at least the QB would work for him. Almost an hour was due, and Naruto continued his work using a hoe to groom the land peacefully and undisturbed until SLAM! A noise echoed through the clearing as the sound of metal clashing. Naruto removed a couple of inches of dirt until he saw a metal door in the ground. What the hell is this? Naruto thought as he moved to open the hatch. Once opened, he saw a bunch of stairs that seemingly led underground. As a curious kid, he made his way carefully down. As he was going down, he couldn't help but notice the smell. One of the things of having the Kyuubi inside of him was that it gave enhanced senses, primarily smell and hearing. The smell itself was of death and putrefaction. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought as he began to explore what appeared to be a vast underground base with a long corridor with multiple rooms connected. Checking a few rooms, even he couldn't help himself but to throw up. There was a room of skeletons of people and a few others still decomposing. Going in further and checking another room, he could see the vials spread along the table with strange colored liquids, and he wisely decided it was best not to touch them. As he continued exploring the base, he kept wondering how could this exist here and be kept a secret. Judging by the looks of it, it seemed that whoever lived here left in a hurry. This smell... snakes? Naruto was thinking when suddenly he pieced together the facts. He read in the library about a shinobi that used snake to summons and defected Konoha after he was found doing twisted experiments with children that he kidnapped. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, Naruto concluded and made a shadow clone and said, "Go tell the old man." The clone left and Naruto continued exploring, gazing into the room so he could have a brief idea of what it contained. One of the rooms appeared to be a small study room. Entering the room and making his way to the table, he saw a few seals and multiple vials of blood with various names in them. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and a few others Naruto didn't recognize. What could Orochimaru possibly want with the blood of my father, not to mention the Senju brothers? Naruto kept wondering until he saw a few notes written in what seemed to be a diary. He continued to read until... that twisted bastard. Hokage office. Hiruzen was having a normal day in his office, and by normal, I say he was cursing Minato for leaving him with the paperwork when suddenly he saw Naruto bursting through the door. "Old man!" Naruto started. "I think I found one of Orochimaru's old bases," to which the Hokage yelled. "What?" "I was doing one of the missions and I was cultivating a field until I hit a metal hatch. After opening it and checking inside it, I reeked of snakes and there were dead bodies all over," Naruto said. "Anbu," the Hokage said, and in front of him appeared an Anbu with a weasel mask, kneeling before the Hokage and waiting for orders. "Bring me Ibiki and Ango." "Yes, Lord Hokage," the Anbu said and vanished in a puff of smoke. The Hokage turned to Naruto. "Naruto, are you the original?" he asked, which Naruto shook his head negatively. "Boss is in checking the rest of the base and making sure no one enters it," the clone responded. "Then tell him to continue guarding the entrance until Ango and Ibiki arrive, then tell him to come here immediately afterwards," the Hokage said, getting a nod before the clone dispersed. Orochimaru base. Naruto was still going through the base until the memories of the clone hit him, and he stopped and gathered what he was doing and made his way to the entrance. Naruto waited a couple of minutes before a man and a woman dropped in front of him. The man was about 6'4" and wore traditional black Anbu pants and a black jacket. He also wore a long-sleeved black jacket and a scarf that covered the top of his head. The man had a few scars on his face. Naruto recognized him from a couple of pranks he pulled. He was Ibiki Morino, a special jonin and the commander of Konoha's torture and interrogation force. Besides Ibuki was a woman who was approximately 5'5". She wore a full body mesh armor with a short brown skirt and a long trench coat. She had purple pineapple style hair and brown eyes. Naruto assumed that this woman was Anko. Naruto, facing both of them, turned towards the woman and said, "I assume you are Anko." "Yes, I am Anko Mitarashi," she exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air, to which Naruto's sweat dropped. "I was doing a D-rank and I came across this base, and after exploring it I concluded it belonged to Orochimaru, so I informed the Hokage. My work is done, knock yourself out," Naruto said, and left towards the Hokage's office. Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office and saw him with a saddened and thoughtful look. Naruto assumed it had to do with Orochimaru. After all, he was one of Hiruzen's most prized students, a genius that came only once in a lifetime. However, he got caught in his own ambitions. "I'm here, old man," Naruto said, getting the Hokage's attention. "I don't even know if this should be called luck or not," Hokage said, sighing. Was Naruto's genius of an answer? "You said that you were low on cash and wanted a few D-rank missions, and you ended up finding one of my old students' laboratories." Naruto nodded, and the Hokage continued. "Since you found it, I'm upgrading the mission to an S rank. You are never to speak of it, and everything you found inside, you are never to reveal. Are we clear?" the Hokage said, in a serious and demanding tone. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Naruto replied, as if he was a usual shinobi that brought a small smile to the man's face. "I would call it luck," Naruto said, grinning. "Well then, I'm gonna get going. See you later, old man," he said, and the Hokage nodded. Once Naruto left the room, the Hokage leaned back in his chair and lost in his thoughts. "The wonders of D-ranks," the Hokage thought, chuckling to himself. He got out of his thoughts and got back to work. The Hokage looked at the amount of paperwork and yelled, "Damn you, Minato!" "4 years later, the sun is just starting to appear and shine above Konoha. People are starting to open their shops for another ordinary day. However, to some people, this is no ordinary day, if you can say so. 4 long years have passed, and now both Naruto and Hinata are both 14 years old, and today is graduation day. During these last 4 years, their growth was tremendous, and if we were to estimate their current level of power, one can say that in terms of skill, Hinata's taijutsu is Kage level, same as Naruto's ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, if we were to be realistic, their taijutsu is Jonin level because even though they both use gravity seals to increase strength and speed, their bodies are still developing and can't compete against adults while also lacking experience. However, these rules do not apply to ninjutsu, and even less to Naruto, with his massive chakra reserves that dwarf even the Hokage of the Leaf, and reasonable control. In fact, Naruto must constantly train chakra control because of his ever-increasing reserves. In fact, Naruto is a chakra powerhouse in terms of ninjutsu. With his high affinity for lightning coupled with fire and wind natures, all of them offensive ones, there isn't much of an obstacle Naruto can't surpass. In the last 4 years, Hinata has become a master of her own taijutsu style, derived from the Gentle Fist, to which she calls Flowing Fist, which, much like the name says, Hinata, due to her natural flexibility, blows through the enemy, dodging all offensive attacks, while closing the enemy's chakra points. Even though her own taijutsu style is extremely strong, she is still very proficient in the original Gentle Fist. In Naruto's case, his taijutsu style is very different. He trained his father's style and mastered it. However, if the enemy had some sort of shield, attacking the enemy's pressure points would be pointless. So, Naruto developed his very own style, combining the best offensive style of the Strong Fist and pressure point damage with the defensive style of the Uchiha's Interceptor Fist, creating what he called a Dragon Fist. However, he can add one small twist, if you call that. Naruto, after his training in lightning, managed to envelop his own fists and butts in a coat of lightning chakra, which, if it makes contact with the enemy, can either massively increase the power of the strike, or send the lightning chakra to the enemy's chakra circulatory system to effectively numb the area of the hit. The taijutsu style is called Lightning Fist. Actually, since both Naruto and Hinata have wind affinity, they can create invisible chakra wind blades in their fingers, invisible to anyone without dojutsu, of course. Using this technique, they can inflict damage to wherever they hit, damaging their muscles and disabling the enemy. In the ninjutsu department, one can say Naruto is a monster. With his 3 affinities completely mastered and all of them offensive, Naruto is a force to be reckoned with. His arsenal contains a vast amount of techniques for every affinity, including a few creations of his own. Even though Hinata has high chakra levels if compared to anyone her age, she has Jonin level chakra reserves when she should be a Genin. Her advantage over Naruto comes from extreme high chakra control, rivaling Tsunade herself. Due to her control, she learned a few medical ninjutsus for self-healing if necessary, since Naruto has the Fox's chakra. Going for the Genjutsu section, let's just say Naruto sucks at it. The only Genjutsu Naruto is even able to cast without the Sharingan activated is Bringer of Darkness. A Genjutsu created by the second Hokage and considered a Kinjutsu, due to the fact that even after activated, it continues to drain chakra constantly. If we check Hinata, due to her control, she can pretty much use all Genjutsu she knows, but restrained from using the Bringer of Darkness, since she can't spend such amount of chakra. In the weapon section, both of them are extremely masterful with kunais, shuriken, and senbon, but also kenjutsu. Naruto named the style he and Hinata learned Dragon's Cry sword style. Since the fact their shinobi life is about to begin, Naruto had previously forged their own swords. Naruto's sword was a straight, single-edged sword, created with chakra metal for his lightning affinity. It was 20 inches long, without a hilt. The handle was dark orange with black stripes, and in the center was the Uzumaki swirl. Hinata has a similar sword, being the handle in lavender color. In Fuinjutsu, Naruto truly honors the Uzumaki clan. His ingenuity and the art of Fuinjutsu truly is amazing. Naruto is officially a level 10 Steel Master, level 10 of 10. Actually, Naruto even has some of his own creations and is currently working on his father's Hiraishin technique. However, the Shiki formula of the Hiraishin must be created for its own user, so Naruto cannot use his father's kunai. Since the Shiki formula is tied to the user's blood, Naruto has to admit that his father truly was magnificent in creating such a simple yet complex technique. Hinata also has training in Fuinjutsu, but not so extensive as Naruto. Since Naruto used his Shadow Clone army to pretty much devour every book, in fact, I believe that Naruto managed to read almost every book in the library. One might not believe it, but Naruto focused a lot of Shadow Clones in politics and laws of Konoha, since he would have to, one day, put up with the council. In the last section, we have medical training. Neither of them have extensive medical training. Hinata can use his simple techniques to heal superficial wounds. However, both of them have a pretty good grasp of poisons and antidotes, but also human anatomy. It's in here that the Senbon come into play. Naruto can use Senbon to mix with his pressure point taijutsu if necessary, but also coat the Senbon with paralyzing or killing poison of his own creation. All in all, both Naruto and Hinata are extremely skilled and resourceful shinobi, even though they are technically civilians. However, any civilian that can use chakra can be considered a shinobi. Graduation day, Naruto's house. The sun was coming up, its beams breaking through the window. Naruto was peacefully sleeping, but began to stir as the sun started shining through the room. Hinata was sleeping with her head in his chest, the sun hitting her pale skin, making her glow almost like a goddess. In Naruto's eyes, of course. Naruto told her that they had to get up, and that it was graduation day, he said as he made a shadow clone to go make breakfast. Getting up and starting to get dressed, today was a day their masks would come off. They were more powerful enough to protect themselves and let the world see who they really were. Of course, they wouldn't show off to the world, but the dead last dope, loudmouth blonde, and the shy and kind Hinata were no more. Naruto is now about 5'4" and had 2 fangs of blonde hair that framed his face. He wore orange baggy pants with black flames in the bottom, with white strapping in his right leg. He had a white jacket with orange endings and mid-length black sleeves. In the back of the jacket, it had a kanji for 9. He wore black fingerless gloves with metal in the back of the hand, and in each wrist bracelets with storage seals for kunai, shuriken, senbon, and his sword, and a small belt with numerous other scrolls. Anyone who saw him now wouldn't even recognize him. Hinata was slightly shorter than him, but if you would compare to the rest of the class, she would be one of the tallest people there. She wore black pants with white strappings holding a kunai pouch, and a white bulky jacket with white fur. She has also a lavender piece of cloth tied in her forehead, a gift from Naruto. "Boss, breakfast is ready," the clone said, and brought milk and cereal, bacon, and eggs for breakfast. They both silently ate and started preparing for the last day in the academy. Thank God, Naruto thought. After breakfast, both left the house and headed towards the academy. Hinata was wrapped around Naruto's right arm. It didn't matter anymore who saw them. It was the beginning of their shinobi careers. The walk was rather calm. Many of the villagers didn't even recognize Naruto. Arriving at the academy, they realized it was a bit earlier. They made their way to the back of the classroom and sat waiting for their classmates and sensei. Soon after their arrival, the classroom started filling, and moments later, entered the almighty Sasuke Uchiha, followed of course by his horde of fangirls. Sasuke scanned the room and spotted both Hinata and someone with her. Discarding it, he made his way to the first row and took the seat by the window so he could gaze outside when bored. Moments later, Iruka walked through the door. Said person had black pants and a standard Chunin flat jacket. He had brown hair tied in a ponytail and large scars across his nose. "Good morning, class," he said. Checking the classroom and noticing he didn't get their attention, he used his patented big head jutsu and yelled, "Silence!" Everyone quieted down, and Iruka started calling his students to mark their presence, until he reached Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was about to answer when another one beat him to it. "Looks like dope is failing again," Sasuke said, getting laughs from everyone. "Are you all blind?" a voice said from the back of the classroom. Getting everyone's attention and looking at him like he was a ghost, he said, "Yo," waving his hand, "Present, Iruka-sensei." Everyone was blinking at said person, still processing that he was Naruto. "Naruto? The pink banshee?" aka Sakura asked. "The one and only," he said with his foxy grin. The whole class looked at the new look, and was a vast improvement over the old one. Gotta say the new outfit looked pretty good. Iruka snapped over the surprise and finished the list. "As you all know," Iruka started, "today is your graduation exam. At the end of today, those who pass will become shinobi of the leaf. We will start with the written exam, followed by weapons, taijutsu, and finally, ninjutsu. Now, let's begin," Iruka said, and started handing out the exams. As he got near Naruto, a discreet smile appeared on Mizuki's face. Mizuki was Iruka's assistant, and like many others, he hated the demon rat, and tried everything so he could fail and have his revenge. Naruto sensed something strange about his exam, and discreetly activated his Sharingan and discovered a well-placed genjutsu in his test, making a half-tiger hand seal and saying in his mind, "Kai." The genjutsu dispelled it and showed the real exam that Naruto started filling in, and after 20 minutes he was already done, as was Hinata, and both waited for the rest of the class. "Okay class, time's up," Iruka said, and Mizuki got up and started collecting the exams, after which the class moved to the training field for the weapon exams. "Alright class, you have here 10 kunai and 10 shuriken that you must throw and hit the marks," Iruka explained and started calling names, and each of the students moved forward for the evaluation. "Sasuke Uchiha," Iruka called, and suddenly every fangirl was yelling, "Sasuke is the best! Go Sasuke, show them!" Hinata seeing this rolled her eyes and thought, "They called themselves shinobi. Sasuke doesn't even care about them." Sasuke picked up the weapons and expertly threw them at the same time like the elite he was. Every single kunai hit dead center in the dummies, as well as most of the shuriken, except one that missed the high scoring area. "Well done, Sasuke. You got 19 out of 20, Iruka said, and the fangirl group went wild. Sasuke was going back to his place, and bumping Naruto, said, "Beat that dope." "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called. The blonde simply took the weapons and realized that they were blunt, simply shrugging it off and discreetly channeling a bit of lightning chakra through them, so they would stick to the dummy. He threw them all at the same time, hitting every single target dead center. Iruka's eyes went wide. Good job, Naruto. You got a perfect score, 20 out of 20, Iruka said, congratulating him. The fangirls, of course, started yelling that Naruto cheated, and Sasuke simply scowled at the blonde. "Hinata Hyuga," Iruka called. Hinata, much like Naruto, walked up and picked up the weapons, and without flinching, effortlessly threw them, hitting every single target like Naruto. Iruka's jaw dropped. What is up today? Hinata was never good in weapons. Congratulating Hinata, Iruka finished the rest of the class and moved to the Taijutsu exam. "Okay class, for the next exam, you must hold your ground against Mizuki for 2 minutes. Mizuki won't go very much on the offense, but be prepared," Iruka explained. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called. Finally, I get my hands on that demon, Mizuki thought. Naruto, seeing the twisted smile on Mizuki's face, decided to make him suffer a little bit. Taking his stance, knees bent with his right leg slightly forward, right arm extended forward with right palm facing the enemy, while the left arm coiled near the waist. Iruka's eyes widened when he recognized the stance. But that's the gentle fist stance, Iruka said. Poor dope, he doesn't even know what he's doing, Sasuke said, getting laughs from the rest of the class. Looks like Naruto is going to play around for a little bit, Hinata thought with a giggle. Start, Iruka said, and immediately Mizuki shot forward with a closed fist trying to punch him. Naruto slightly grabbed his fist and turned to dodge. Seeing Mizuki stumble forward, Naruto slightly touched Mizuki's shoulder, causing one of the Tenketsu disabling his left arm. What did you do to me? Mizuki asked in rage as he couldn't feel his left arm. I closed the main chakra point in your left shoulder, disabling your arm. It's over. You can't win, Naruto explained. But how? You don't have the Byakugan, Iruka said. How in the world can Naruto be able to close Tenketsus? True. However, the chakra points are fixed in the enemy's network, so I can remember where they are and estimate their location, seeing my enemy. After that, I send a small burst of chakra for area of effect, since I can't actually know exactly where the chakra point is. But nonetheless, it works, Naruto explained. We got surprised faces from everyone minus Hinata. To think it's possible to use gentle fists without their dojutsu, Iruka thought. You damn brat, you're going to pay, Mizuki said and pushed forward blindly. As he came close to Naruto, he simply smirked and said, You are in my field of divination. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Naruto said, finishing his attack, sending Mizuki crashing to the wall, and leaving him unconscious. Naruto left the ring area with everyone staring at him. He just pulled the main house secret technique of the Hyuga clan. Cheater! The fangirls yelled. How can that dope defeat a Chunin? That power should belong to me, an elite, Sasuke thought, brooding in his spot. Iruka gave everyone a 30-minute interval while he picked up and took Mizuki to the infirmary. Alright, since Naruto knocked out Mizuki, we're going to have the students fight in a one-on-one while I observe, Iruka explained. Hinata Hyuga versus Ino Yamanaka, Iruka called out. Poor girl. Try not to get hurt, Hinata, Ino taunted, which Hinata rolled her eyes. It was time to show them who they were. Hajime. Ino quickly dashed forward. Hinata simply raised her right hand to aim for Ino. Channeling chakra to her palm, she said, Air palm. A blast of air was sent and hit Ino dead and center in her chest, throwing her out of the ring, and on the ground, leaving her unconscious. You cheated, it's taijutsu only, Sakura screeched, making everyone bring their hands to their ears. That attack is considered taijutsu. Sorry, Hinata explained. What in the world is going on here? Hinata was never that good at taijutsu, and Naruto always seemed like a street brawler, Iruka thought. Iruka picked up Ino and did a quick checkup on her and left her leaning against a wall for her to wake up so she can be pitted against someone else, since he didn't see her do much. After the taijutsu exam was over, everyone went inside the classroom, while Iruka called which student individually for the ninjutsu portion. Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka called out and Naruto got up and made his way down the stairs and stood in front of the classroom facing Iruka. Good luck, dope. You're gonna need it, Sasuke said, smirking. Fool, Naruto thought. Okay, Naruto, please perform the henge no jutsu, Iruka said, and there was a puff of smoke, and in front of Iruka was a man that, even though Iruka knew it was a henge, gave him shivers as he looked at his eyes. The man's eyes were glowing, and it was the Sharingan. The man in front of Iruka was Madara Uchiha. Why of all people did you pick that man? Akibi asked. Akibi despised Madara after all. You may not like him, and he may have done more bad than good, but he still was a powerful shinobi, and I had his legacy to honor, Naruto thought, getting a sneer from Akibi. Interesting choice, Iruka said, discarding the shivers and continuing with the exam. Now, get ready for Kawarini, said Iruka as he picked up a blunt kunai and threw it at Naruto. Naruto switched with the chair that was nearby. Well done, Naruto. Now do at least 2 clones, Iruka said. Naruto always sucked at clones, and Naruto himself knew he couldn't create a single clone to save his life. Clone jutsu, Naruto said, and tried to release the least amount of chakra possible. There was a puff of smoke, and on the ground was a dead clone. The whole class started laughing. Still can't do a damn clone. Iruka-sensei, is it okay if I use another type of clone? Naruto asked. Sure, no problem. Iruka answered, wondering what kind of clone Naruto was going to do. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said. There was a poof of smoke, and in front of Iruka were 10 perfect clones of Naruto. Naruto smirked at the reaction of his teacher. Iruka's jaw dropped, seeing Naruto pulling a B-rank Kinjutsu. Wow, Naruto. Shadow clone is a Jonin level jutsu. Congratulations, you passed, Iruka said. Naruto smirked and picked his headband in black and tied it around his forehead. Hinata went shortly after, and she too aced the exam. However, she could do perfect clones, unlike poor Naruto. Okay, class, the exams are over. Congratulations to everyone that passed. This year's Rookie of the Year is Naruto Uzumaki. Top Kunoichi is Hinata Hyuga. Iruka said, happy that Naruto passed. And not only that, he was the Rookie of the Year. What? Kiba yelled. How can the dead last be Rookie of the Year? He asked. Very simple. Both Naruto and Hinata aced the written exam. Got perfect scores in the weapons exam, but also taijutsu and ninjutsu, Iruka explained. There's nothing but a loser. I'm an Uchiha, an elite. I demand a duel between us for the title, Sasuke said. It's your choice, Naruto, Iruka said. Let's go outside, idiot, Naruto said, and Sasuke smirked, thinking he could take him on. Hinata just shook her head, knowing where this was going. That idiot will end up going to the hospital. Everyone left the classroom and came to the training ground. Naruto and Sasuke stepped inside the ring, facing each other, each one doing a half tiger seal, signifying they were ready for battle. Now, there's a duel for title of the Rookie of the Year. You can use anything, however, no crippling or killing strike, understood? Iruka said. Getting nods from both of them, he said, Start! Deciding to prove his superiority and intending to end this match quickly, Sasuke dashed forward, and throwing him a punch. Naruto simply sidestepped the punch. He brought his knee and hit Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke bent forward from the strike, giving Naruto the opportunity to give a chop in the back of his neck, leaving him unconscious on the ground. It's done, Naruto said, and of course the fangirls started yelling that Naruto cheated. Congratulations, Naruto. You were the Rookie of the Year, along with Hinata, Iruka said, and both Naruto and Hinata left the academy with her wrapped around his arm. Of course, Kiba, seeing this, got mad that Naruto was leaving with this Hinata. However, the rest of the class just kept wondering what had happened today. Everyone except Shikamaru had always suspected that Naruto was hiding his true strength. Shikamaru may look lazy and unfocused, but he is also extremely intelligent and observant. Naruto and Hinata were walking together, going to have dinner out as a celebration for graduating, and becoming shinobi of the leaf. They were walking to Ichiraku when Naruto sent someone running through the woods. Of course, Naruto remembered when Hinata was kidnapped. People running through the woods is always suspicious. Both of them decided to see what was happening and went after the person. Outpost. Mizuki was running through the woods with a large scroll on his back, unaware that he was being tailed. Stopping near a small shack, he sat on the ground, opened, and started reading from the scroll. With the scroll seals, Lord Orochimaru is going to give more power than I can dream of, Mizuki thought out loud. Naruto and Hinata, hearing this, were about to jump him and retrieve the scroll when all of a sudden, Iruka dropped in front of Mizuki. Mizuki, how could you do this? You betrayed the leaf, Iruka said. He didn't understand how his best friend could betray the leaf and steal the scroll. Simple, Iruka. I want power, and when I give Lord Orochimaru this scroll, he's going to give more power than you can dream of, Mizuki said. He pulled a couple of shurikens and threw them at Iruka, yelling, Shuriken Kagebushi no Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied to 20. Iruka, seeing this, hesitated and ended up pinned against the tree. Mizuki took out a Fuma Shuriken and dashed forward with it spinning, intending to end Iruka once and for all. Naruto, seeing this, jumped in the middle of them, kicking Mizuki back. Naruto, Iruka said, surprised to see him. Hinata, heal Iruka-sensei. I'll take care of him, Naruto said. Yeah, she replied, and started healing Iruka. You damn demon. Have you ever wondered why everyone hates you? Mizuki asked, Naruto raised an eyebrow. No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, Iruka yelled. 14 years ago, the fourth didn't kill the Kyuubi. He sealed it in you. You are the Kyuubi reborn, Mizuki said to break the brat so he could escape. Are you an idiot? He asked rhetorically. Mizuki narrowed his eyes, wondering how it didn't do anything. I've known about the Kyuubi ever since I was 5 years old. Hell, I've been talking to him ever since. Did you ever wonder why I have the kanji for 9 on my jacket? It's because I take pride in being a Jinchuriki. My life may not have been easy, but I'm happy that the fourth chose me, Naruto said, getting shocked faces from both Mizuki and Iruka. Enough talk, and since you broke a third law, I have permission to kill you, Naruto explained. Try it, Demon Fox. Mizuki said, and took the last of the shurikens and threw it at him. Naruto dodged the shuriken and went through a couple of hand sails and said, "Great fireball jutsu." Mizuki's eyes widened when he saw the fireball coming. He jumped to the left where Naruto was waiting and gave him a fierce kick to the ribs, sending Mizuki crashing to the trees. Mizuki barely got up since he got a couple of broken ribs, trying his best to find the demon brat when suddenly something grabbed his ankle. Looking down, he saw a hand sticking off the ground, grabbing him tightly. "Double suicide decapitation technique," Naruto said, tracking and burying Mizuki, leaving only his head out of the ground. Mizuki tried to get out, but got nowhere. Naruto picked up the scroll seals and caught a glimpse of the technique, opened the scroll, and said, "Clone explosion, B rank." Closing the scroll, he put it on his back and went to Iruka as Hinata was finishing healing him. "How are you feeling, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked. Iruka was one of the few people Naruto cared about. "I'm fine, thanks to you," he replied. Moments later, Anbu arrived at the scene and took Iruka, Naruto and Hinata to the Hokage and Mizuki to Ibiki. Hokage office. Anbu arrived with the three of them at the Hokage office. Naruto delivered the scroll seals to the Hokage. "Well done, Naruto. Due to yours and Hinata's help, we managed to secure the scroll seals and catch a traitor. I'm considering this a B-rank mission. I saw what happened through my crystal ball, and I know you learned a jutsu from the scroll. Just be careful with that one. Anything else I might do for you in compensation?" the Hokage asked. He was secretly happy that Naruto took his training serious. "Actually, there is, old man," Naruto said, and got smacked in the head by Iruka. "Show some respect to the Hokage, you brat," Iruka said. "Don't worry so much, Iruka," the Hokage said. "I want to ask you if I could be on the same team as Hinata and not Sasuke. We both know there will come a time when I will need my eyes, and I don't want problems," he said, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow considering the request. "I know what you are thinking. I bet you are considering placing me along with Sasuke and Hinata. Since Rookie of the Year goes with the Kunoichi of the Year, and you have a create a heavy assault team," Naruto explained and continued. "However, you can still get the same benefits if you have Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura for the heavy assault team. And you can have a perfect tracking team with heavy assault along with me, Hinata, and Shino, since I have my eyes and I'm a sensor," Naruto finished. "Eyes?" Iruka asked. The Hokage, seeing Naruto, asked him what to do silently. "It's up to you, Naruto," the Hokage said. "Iruka-sensei, if you promise not to tell anyone until I reveal it, I will tell you," Naruto said, and Iruka replied, "You can trust me, Naruto. You know that." "Look into my eyes," Naruto said, and closed them, slowly opening them for dramatic effect. They were blood red, with 3 tomo in each eye. Naruto's eyes were a fully matured Sharingan. "Holy shit!" Iruka yelled. Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head. "That's why you transformed into Madara during the exam," Iruka said, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow. "Of course, sensei. I have a legacy to keep. After all, Madara was my grandfather," Naruto said. Iruka's jaw dropped hearing this. Naruto was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live. "Naruto, you really are the #1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha," he said, and both Naruto and the Hokage laughed. "Naruto, if you have a fully matured Sharingan, how could you be the dead last up until now?" Iruka asked. "Deception is a great ninja tool. I listened to some of your lectures," he said, smirking, to which Iruka just dumbly nodded. "All is well when ends well. Naruto, I agree with your request. Be at the academy next week for team placement. See you tomorrow," Hokage said. "Naruto, Hinata, how about I take you to ramen as a thank you?" Iruka asked, and of course Naruto agreed, jumping in the air. The Hokage just shook his head, seeing all 3 of them leaving the office. He sighed and picked up the pencil. "No!" the Hokage yelled, seeing paperwork pop out of nowhere. Naruto, hearing the Hokage yell, thought, maybe I should tell him one of these days. Iruka, Naruto, and Hinata walked peacefully to Ichiraku's ramen stand. A thank you from Iruka for Naruto and Hinata saving his life. Iruka got injured by the shuriken, but Hinata did a wonderful job healing him. Naruto, Iruka, and Hinata sat down at the ramen stand. "Hey, old man, come here, I'm hungry," Naruto yelled. "Oh, Naruto, glad to see you and Hinata," Teiuchi said, and both nodded. "Okay, since Iruka-sensei is paying, you can start with 10 bowls of pork ramen from me," Naruto said, and Iruka widened his eyes, thinking if it was a good idea offering him dinner. "I'll take 2 bowls of vegetable ramen," Hinata said. "I'll take 1 bowl of shrimp ramen." "Say, Hinata," Iruka said, getting her attention. Were you faking with Naruto since the beginning? Iruka asked. Of course, you actually don't know, but we are boyfriend and girlfriend, she said, giving Naruto a kiss on the cheek, making the blonde blush. Who would have thought? Damn, you were some good actors, Iruka said, getting chuckles from both of them. Why did you hide your strength? And even your relationship, Iruka said. You know that I'm the Kyubi-jin Cherokee, right? Naruto asked, and Iruka nodded. And pretty much all the villagers and almost all of the shinobi hate me for carrying him. To them, I'm a painful reminder of that night. You know, that they tried to hurt or kill me many times. If the civilian council knew how strong I was, they would do everything they could to stop the demon from getting strong, he said. The reason I decided to hide our relationship was pretty much the same reason. They would try and hurt her as well. I've already heard someone calling her demon whore, and I'll be damned if I let anyone hurt her. I would faster burn this village to the ground than allow anyone to place their hands on her. So, we decided to stay in the shadows until we were strong enough to protect ourselves, he concluded. Iruka was surprised how the #1 knucklehead thought of everything. He would never in a million years think that Naruto was so clever and insightful. You certainly fooled me, Iruka said, and everyone laughed. They started eating calmly. And you, Hinata, I get the feeling that you are not a shy girl, he said, pointing to her. She giggled in answer. I was shy when I first met Naruto, but over the years I grew out of it thanks to him. And who do you think helped him in his pranks? She said, laughing, and Iruka's jaw dropped. Actually, I kinda liked acting shy and letting everyone else brag about how good they are. How strong are you really? Iruka asked in a serious tone. Well, we never matched against anyone other than ourselves, but the furball says we are around Jonin in terms of taijutsu and ninjutsu. I suck at genjutsu, so around low tuning in that. Other than that, I'm a level 10 seal master, Naruto explained. And of course, Iruka didn't even know what to say. Poor guy. Wait, if you are Jonin level, how the hell can't you do a single shadow clone? Iruka asked, and Naruto chuckled. Well, you see, one side effect of having a Bichu sealed in you is that when you're young is that you tend to develop large chakra reserves. I estimate I have about 4 times more chakra than the old man, so even though I have Jonin level chakra control, I have too much chakra to perform a single clone, Naruto explained. Iruka didn't know what to think or even do. The academy dead last was Jonin level, had 4 times the amount of chakra the Hokage had, and was a steel master. Besides all that, he had matured Sharingan. Iruka did what he could do and fainted. Hey, wake up, sensei, you still gotta pay, Naruto yelled, trying to wake up the fainted Iruka. Council room. The Hokage was approaching a room, standing near its double doors with an Anbu guarding it. The Anbu bowed to the Hokage and opened the doors. The Hokage entered the room, and to his left were seated the clan heads of Konoha, also known as the Shinobi Council, and to his left were a few important civilians known as the Civilian Council. Near the Shinobi Council were also seated 3 people. They were Homura Mitokado, Koharu Utatane, and Danzo Shimamura. They were former teammates of the Hokage and his getting days and are currently his advisors or elders. The Hokage made his way to the room and sat at a small table in front of the Konoha Council. Good evening to everyone. Now, may I know the reason why the council has been summoned? Hokage asked in a bored tone. After dealing all the paperwork, he still has to put up with the damn council. Yes, Lord Hokage, one merchant said of the civilian council as he stood up. We heard that the demon Naruto Uzumaki graduated from the academy. You cannot allow him to become a shinobi. He's too dangerous, he said. The Hokage sighed. He knew that this day would come. Naruto is not dangerous. He's already proven to be a loyal shinobi, but also graduated as a Rookie of the Year along with Hinata. The Hokage said, and Hiyashi raised an eyebrow, hearing Hinata was Kunoichi of the Year. This year's batch must be weak. To think that she was the best, Hiyashi thought. He's clearly a demon. He stole the Rookie of the Year title from the Uchiha, a pink banshee yelled, making everyone shiver from her freakish, high-pitched voice. You should choose your words carefully, civilian, Hokage said, raising his ki, making her sweat. My law is still in effect. But, Lord Hokage, you cannot allow him near the clan heirs. He could hurt them all, a fat merchant said, with the shinobi side rolled their eyes. Enough, Hokage said in a serious tone. Many of you civilians may not know, but Naruto has already saved this village today, he said, getting confused with a look from everyone. As you don't know, today one of the academy teachers, Mizuki, broke into the Hokage's vault and stole the scroll seals. He was intercepted by Iruka Umino, and they engaged in combat. If Naruto and Hinata didn't show up, Iruka would be dead in the village without the scroll. Hinata managed to heal Iruka, and Naruto defeated a Chunin, the Hokage concluded, and everyone gasped. A fresh rookie from the academy defeating a Chunin is almost unheard of. You see, Lord Hokage, he's already becoming too powerful. We must kill him now and finish what the fourth started, the fat merchant said, trying to reason with Hokage and put an end to the demon. You keep forgetting that this is a shinobi village, and I, the Hokage, am in command of my forces. My word is law. Remember well, this meeting is adjourned, the Hokage said, rubbing his temples. I'm getting too old for this shit, he thought as he watched everyone leave the room. Later that night, everyone in the village was sleeping peacefully, including our favorite pair, Naruto and Hinata. Two figures were seen dashing through the roofs. They wore the standard Jonin outfit for Konoha, the headband in the forehead, the Jonin flat jacket, and black Anbu pants with white strapping in the ankles. So, you remember the plan? One of the Jonins asked, getting a nod from the other. Let's get this over with, so we can collect our pay, the other said, and rushed towards the destination. They arrived at the red light sector and very quietly made their way into a house. The house itself seemed old, with a few patched holes in the outside walls. They approached the window and saw the sleeping pair, the demon, and its horror. They decided to make entrance through the roof, seeing that their bed was too close to the window. They quickly and stealthily entered the house and made their way in their bedroom. They were approaching their bed and one said this. This is your end, demon, and quickly drove two kunais through both of their chests. The Jonin smiled in victory until there was a poof of smoke, and revealed two logs with kunais. They turned around and didn't like very much the view. They saw a Sharingan blazing and the Byakugan activated. Oh, the demon has a Sharingan. He probably stole it when he killed the Uchiha clan. Let's kill them, one of the Jonin said, and dashed the pair. Okay, Hinata, you take one, I'll take the other. Be careful, they're Jonin. We might be skilled, but they have more strength than us, Naruto said. Okay, she replied, and dashed to intercept one of the Jonins with Naruto. Why are you attacking us? It's a crime to attack a fellow shinobi of the leaf, Naruto asked, pretty much knowing the answer. You are no partner to us. Die, demon, the Jonin responded and took the kunai and slashed horizontally. Naruto ducked, and using his foot, he stroked the Jonin's foot, making him tumble forward. Using his momentum, Naruto lifted his knee and managed to strike him in the gut. The Jonin quickly recovered and jumped back. Not bad, demon. Let's take this up a notch, the Jonin said, and quickly made a few hand seals and yelled, Earth style, earth armor, and enveloped his body in a strong earth shell. He's using an earth shell. Good thing my main affinity is lightning, Naruto thought. They dashed forward and exchanged a few blows. Thanks to the Sharingan, Naruto managed to block or dodge every single one of them. However, due to the enemy's armor, his strikes were ineffective, and he couldn't attack any pressure point. Naruto switched to his own ninjutsu style, the Lightning Fist. Naruto charged his hands and feet in a coat of lightning chakra. He dashed forward and went for a low kick. The Jonin jumped up to avoid it. Naruto quickly recovered and sent a massive punch to the Jonin's chest, destroying his armor and sending him against the wall. That hurt, you damn brat, the Jonin yelled. They both engaged again, but Naruto had the upper hand. Deciding to end it and going to help Hinata, Naruto sidestepped the punch and infused his fingers with lightning chakra and pressed hard against the Jonin's head near the ear, discharging the chakra in his vagus nerve, sending the Jonin into cardiac arrest. Naruto left the Jonin shaking on the floor and left him to go help Hinata. He turned around to see Hinata having the upper hand until she made a mistake, and the Jonin took the opportunity and went for a horizontal slash. Hinata! Naruto yelled. He deactivated his gravity seal and dashed at the top of his speed to help her. Knowing that he wouldn't reach her in time, he did the only thing he could and substituted himself with her. Naruto, now in the place of Hinata, was seeing the blade coming closer and closer. His Sharingan could be seen as a curse, for it was showing his death in slow motion. He tried to bring his kunai to block the sword, but it was too late. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Naruto unwittingly channeled a massive amount of chakra to his eyes, until they started spinning and reversing its colors. Suddenly everything became even clearer, and time seemed to slow down even more. Naruto was watching the blade come closer and closer. And just as it was about to make contact with the skin, the strangest thing happened. The blade continued in its path, as if slicing cleanly through him, but Naruto didn't feel any pain. The enemy Jonin didn't know what was happening. His blade seemed to phase right through the demon, as if he wasn't even there. The blade left his body as if nothing ever happened. It was then he looked at his eyes. Instead of the blood-red eyes with black tomo, Naruto's eyes switched to being pure black, and in the middle, a glowing red cracked circle with 3 red orbs on it. The Jonin didn't know what this was, but it was too late. Naruto caught the Jonin's hand as it left him and broke his wrist, making him drop the sword. Naruto looked him in the eyes with his Sharingan spinning and said, "Genjutsu, forced sleep." As he said it, the Jonin fell to the ground, unconscious. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was stunned with what had happened. She didn't even see him approach. "Hinata, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Naruto asked, concerned with her. "I'm not hurt, thanks to you," she said, and hugged him and cried. "I can't believe they would drop so low to attack us in the middle of the night. I guess I was being too optimistic," Naruto thought. They separated until Hinata looked at him and gasped. "Naruto, your eyes," she said. Naruto didn't know what she was talking about and went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror and raised an eyebrow. "What the hell is this?" he thought. "That kid is the next form of the Sharingan. You were very lucky to have awakened it. Those particular eyes only awake in life and death situations, or through intense training," Kibi explained. "So that's why the blade passed right through me. It must be a power of it," he thought. "I guess, but I've never seen that one in particular. I've seen Madara's techniques using those eyes, but I don't know how to use them, so you'll have to figure it out. Deal with the intruders. I'll explain something about those eyes later," Kibi said, and Naruto nodded, and quickly went to the Jonin that survived and tied him up, placing a chakra restriction seal on him. A couple of minutes later, the bodies of the dead Jonin was sealed in a scroll that Naruto would later take to the Hokage. He picked up a glass of water and splashed it on the Jonin's face, awakening him. "Hi there, buddy. Let's talk now," Naruto said in a sweet voice that sent shivers even to Hinata that had her Byakugan active, to see if he would lie. "Damn demon. I'm not saying anything. You might as well kill me now," the Jonin said, trying to hide his fear at being at the mercy of the demon after trying to kill his lover. "Where's the fun in killing you?" Naruto said, and activated his normal Sharingan and said, "Hellfire technique." The Jonin was trapped in the Genjutsu, and it felt like he was being burned alive. Since he was tied up and had a chakra restriction seal, he couldn't break the illusion. This went on for a few minutes until the Jonin decided he couldn't bear it anymore. Okay, I'll talk. Please stop," he begged until Naruto ended the jutsu and looked at him with his Sharingan, along with Hinata checking for lies. "Listen well, I'll only say this once," Naruto said, with the Sharingan glowing, making the Jonin nod quickly. "Why did you decide to attack us?" Naruto asked. He wanted to know why all of a sudden they decided to take such a direct approach against him. "It was a deal. Me and my friend would kill you for a payment," the Jonin explained, looking at the corpse of his friend and thinking it was a mistake to accept it. But it was too late now. "I see. And who requested the mission?" The Jonin hesitated in telling him, who asked for the death of the demon. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and locked eyes with the Jonin. His cold blue eyes that seemed to penetrate his soul made him flinch. "It was Konta Tuno, a merchant of this village, and belongs to the civilian council," the Jonin answered, and Naruto already suspected it would have been one of the civilians with wealth enough to hire 2 Jonins. "Hinata, is he telling the truth?" Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. Naruto turned to the tied-up Jonin and smirked. What are you going to do to me?" the Jonin asked in a fearful voice. He didn't want any more pain. He preferred a quick death. "As much as I would like to kill you now, I won't. I'm delivering you to the Hokage tomorrow with your friend over there. And after that, I'm calling for the execution of said civilian," Naruto said, and went behind him and knocked him out with a quick chop to the neck. "What do we do now?" Hinata asked. They were too pumped up to sleep now. It's 4 a.m. Hokage's office opens at 7. So in the meantime, I'm placing a few security seals around the house to make sure this doesn't happen again, he said. Naruto went to Hinata and kissed her. He hugged her and whispered, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." They were after me, Naruto said. He was sad and mad that the villagers would try to even kill her. It's not your fault, and besides, don't think that this is enough to drive me away from you. Thank you, Naruto said, happy to have found the woman he would spend the rest of his life with. Naruto went to the walls and quickly placed the security and privacy seals, and a chakra detector seal locked at the door. With his shadow clone, it only took him around an hour to fully seal his apartment, making sure that whoever tried to break in would have a nasty surprise. Naruto drifted off to sleep and went to his mindscape to talk with the Kyuubi. So Kyuubi, what did you want to tell me about my new eyes? Naruto asked, excited to have unlocked the eyes that made Madara Uchiha so powerful. Oh, kid, this is going to be a long story, so shut up and listen well, the Kyuubi said, and Naruto nodded. It all began a few thousand years ago. A human race was living peacefully among each other, until one day, a fearsome beast appeared. No one knows where it originated, but it was too powerful for humans to defeat. Many thought it was a punishment from the gods. The beast itself had 10 tails, and was known as the Jubi. Nothing seemed to be able to stop it until a man appeared and faced the beast alone. The man managed to defeat the beast by sealing it inside his own body. He would later be known as Naruto Sennin, the father of all ninjutsu. The man was hailed as a hero for defeating the beast, and was considered by all a god among men. However, he too aged, and sooner or later came to his old age. Knowing that in his death the beast would be set free, he split his chakra in 9, thus creating what you know now was the 9-tailed beasts, going from one tail to me, the 9 tails. You are with me so far? That Kyuubi asked, seeing Naruto nod. He continued. During his life, the Naruto Sennin had 2 sons. The older son received his eyes and founded the Uchiha clan, while the younger one received his body strength and was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. In his deathbed, the Naruto Sennin had to choose which of his sons would carry on his legacy. Due to the younger son's ideals, he chose him. However, this didn't agree with his brother. His older brother thought that since he was the eldest, it should be him to lead the world in his father's place. Angered at his younger brother and father, he tried to fight his brother for the place, but he lost. Having lost, he realized that he needed to gather more forces and end the Senju line before it even began. But he realized that being alone, it would take too long to build a clan. So he did a blood ritual to transform, so to speak, ordinary civilians into Uchihas. Okay, the story ends here. You understood everything? The Kyuubi asked, and Naruto replied, yeah, I think I got it. The Naruto had 2 sons, and the older one did a blood ritual to increase his clan faster, so that he could defeat the Senju brother. That's right. Now, about your eye. You see, the descendants of the older brother are pure-blooded Uchihas, while the others that were born at the ritual were known as half-blooded Uchihas. Nowadays, no one even knows that distinction anymore. The key difference between the two is that the activation of the Mangekyou. If you were part of the half-blooded side, you'd have to kill someone close to you and experience the emotion of that loss in order to awaken it, and even after awakening it, as you were using your eyes, you would constantly lose sight until becoming permanently blind, unless you removed your eyes and placed in its place the eyes of your brother, father, or someone directly related to you. In doing so, you would achieve the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. However, the pure-blooded Uchihas achieved the Mangekyou differently. They activated those eyes in the heat of battle and in life and death situations, and when they achieve it, it was already in its eternal form. The line of pure-blooded Uchihas was Madara Uchiha's line, since he had only Minato and his brother didn't have any son that he knew of. Currently, you are the last of the pure-blooded line, that Kyuubi concluded. Does that mean that one day my sons will be able to have the Mangekyou? Naruto asked. Yes, since the Sharingan gene is dominant, only one of the parents is necessary, and you being pure-blooded, your sons would awaken the Mangekyou in its final form, like you, the Kyuubi answered. It's good. I wouldn't even think about killing someone close to me for power. I have a question though. I read that Madara stole his brother's eyes, Naruto wondered. You can't trust everything you read. He might have stolen them, but he didn't need them, the Kyuubi replied. Now that I think about it, that idiot is constantly bragging about being a Uchiha and he isn't even a pure-blooded, Naruto said, laughing. Thanks, it's all 7 a.m. I'll see you later, Naruto said, and left the mindscape. Naruto got up and picked up the scrolls containing the 2 Jonin. He and Hinata got dressed and made their way to the Hokage Tower to start the day by giving the old man a nice early fresh headache. Hokage Tower. The Hokage was currently leaning in his chair, enjoying a cup of hot tea to jumpstart in his paperwork. It truly was a nightmare of all the Kages. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. "Come in," the old man said. The door opened, and he saw an unhappy Naruto carrying 2 scrolls with Hinata. This can't be good, he thought. "Naruto, how are you doing?" he asked. "We're doing fine. Better than these 2, in fact," Naruto replied, and tossed the scrolls to the Hokage. "Naruto, what is this?" the Hokage asked. "Open them and see for yourself." The Hokage opened both scrolls and saw it was a sealing scroll. He channeled chakra through both of them, and on the floor appeared a dead Jonin, while the other was tied up but awake. "Naruto, what's the meaning of this?" the Hokage asked in a serious tone. Naruto walked to the tied up Jonin and removed the duct tape from his mouth and asked, "Would you do the honors?" To which the Jonin quickly replied, We were hired by Konta Tuno to kill the demon." Naruto didn't allow him to finish the sentence, and it sent him a cold glare with his Sharingan. The man gulped and continued, "Naruto Uzumaki. Jeez, what a mess. The other's dead, I suppose?" the Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. "I had to end him quick, otherwise Hinata wouldn't be here," he said, and placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, pulling her closer. "I should have suspected. Yesterday, that council meeting was about you, and it didn't end well," the Hokage said, sighing. "At least neither of you got hurt. Don't worry, Naruto. The man responsible will be considered a traitor for attacking a shinobi, and will be dealt with," the Hokage said, glaring at the Jonin. It was pitiful to see a shinobi fall so low that they would try and kill a fellow partner. "You know, old man, I actually find it funny," he said, chuckling. Seeing the confused face of the Hokage, he continued, "They tried to kill me because they were afraid I would grow up too powerful and would someday attack the village. However, they ended up giving me more power," he said, activating the Sharingan and shifting into the EMS and showing it to the Hokage. "Naruto, is this what I think it is?" the Hokage said with his eyes widened. "Yep, old man, I present to you my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan," he said, smirking, making his eyes spin. He started explaining everything he knew about the pure-blooded Uchihas and the activation of this eye. The Hokage had his jaw on the floor while he was processing everything he heard. He snapped out of his stupor and said, "So that means that Itachi will end up blind unless he gets the eyes of Sasuke," the Hokage said. "That's right. However, Sasuke must have unlocked this Mangekyo, and knowing him, if he ever finds out about it, he probably wouldn't hesitate to end the life of someone close to him," Naruto replied in a serious tone. "I'll try to keep a watch on him, Naruto. In the meantime, keep those eyes hidden, now even more. Madara Uchiha was one of the strongest shinobi to ever live because of that Sharingan. You still need to learn how to use that, so keep it quiet, okay?" the Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded and left the room. The Hokage flared his chakra, and in front of him appeared an Anbu. "Take the alive one to Ibiki and Anko. Also, get Konta Tuno and send him to Ibiki as well," the Hokage ordered. I'm getting too old for this shit," the Hokage thought. The remaining of the week went by without any trouble at all. However, both Naruto and Hinata were extra weary when walking outside of their house. Naruto placed a few layers of defensive seals in his house, so his house was very secure. Anyone who tried to force their way in would meet a pleasant 100,000 volts through their skulls. During the last week, Naruto and Hinata did a bit of research about the possible Jonins that could be their sensei. Also, Naruto managed to finish his Hiraishin seals. He pressed harder so he could use it to always be present should Hinata need him at any time. However, he still hasn't mastered the technique, so it isn't battle ready. Flashback. Both Naruto and Hinata were at home. Hinata was preparing dinner while Naruto was in the living room working on his seals. "Hey Hinata, come here," Naruto said, and Hinata walked out of the kitchen. Naruto thought she seemed even more beautiful with her hair strapped in a ponytail while wearing a lavender apron. "Do you need anything, Naruto?" she asked. "I have a present for you," he said with his hands behind his back, taunting her to try and take it from his hands. Finally giving up, she pouted and Naruto smirked, giving her a wrapped gift. She unwrapped it and found a small ring and gasped. The ring was pure shining silver and had the form of a fox. The ring started with the head of a fox and ended with its tail. "It's beautiful, thank you," she said, hugging him. "Glad you like it, but this ring is special. Not only it says that I love you, but it also contains the Hiraishi Shiki formula, which means that if you are in trouble, just channel some chakra into the ring and I'll be there in a flash," he explained. And she gave him a passionate kiss, showing him her undying love. End of flashback. Another thing that Naruto tried to work on during that week was his new Sharingan. He has to admit, this new form was fucking awesome. The Kyuubi had explained the powers he knew of the Mangekyo Sharingan since he saw Madara using them. Flashback. Naruto was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, but was finding it hard. Since the murder attempt on both him and Hinata a couple days ago, even though he secured his house, he was always on alert. Deciding to pass the time, he went to his mindscape to talk to the Kyuubi about his new eyes. Actually, Naruto changed his mindscape. It was no longer that old sewer. Now it was a vast forest with nearby mountains and plenty of animals so that the Kyuubi wouldn't be bored. "Hey furball," Naruto said, and the Kyuubi glared at him. "What do you want, brat?" "I was trying to sleep," the Kyuubi said. "I can't sleep, so I just thought you would explain to me the new powers I can use with my new eyes," he said. "Like I told you, I only seen him use them. I can't even be sure if you can use them. For instance, that power you used last time, I never saw Madara using it. So, more than likely, the Mangekyo doesn't always have the same powers," the Kyuubi explained. "Damn, well that sucks," Naruto replied. "It doesn't mean you can't use them. I will explain the powers I saw, so listen well. First, one of the power is an extremely powerful genjutsu called Tsukuyomi. Once you lock eyes with the enemy, you can cast a technique and the user is trapped. Inside the technique, you are basically a god. You can create and manipulate everything, even time itself. You can make the time pass differently from the outside. It can be 3 days in your technique, but in the real world, it's only been a couple of seconds. The difference in this time varies with your skill. Also, this genjutsu is nearly unbreakable. Another power I saw is called Amaterasu. It's the highest level of a fire ninjutsu known. With their eyes, you can summon or put out the so-called Amaterasu flames. These are black flames that burn everything and anything in its path, and don't disappear until the target you want is completely incinerated. It doesn't matter if you even use a Suitin Jutsu, they never die until the target is gone. The last power, and probably the most powerful, is a defensive armor with offensive capabilities. It's called Susanoo. It creates a humanoid-like shaped armor around you. The more chakra you send, the stronger and bigger it gets. I've seen this Susanoo's perfect form, and let me tell you, it's something you don't want to face. This humanoid armor also carries a shield for defensive purposes, like deflecting more powerful focused attacks, but also a sword for offensive. "You got all of it?" the Kyuubi concluded and asked for confirmation. "I'm awesome, believe it," Naruto shouted, excited with such awesome powers. "He still is an idiot," the Kyuubi thought. "Now, no, leave. I'm going to sleep," the Kyuubi said / ordered. End of flashback. With the final week now over, we find Naruto and Hinata at home finishing up their breakfast. Today, they would find their teams and meet their Jonin sensei. "Are you ready, Hinata?" Naruto asked. Getting a nod, he held her arm and vanished in a lightning shun towards the academy. They arrived at the roof, not wanting to arouse many questions. They made their way down to their respective classroom. The room was already filled with their friends. However, Iruka sensei still hadn't arrived. Hinata made her way up the stairs and sat in the back row. Naruto of course followed her, but as he was walking, he was met by the glare of one Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was still pissed by losing to the dope, the dead last of the academy. How could trash like that defeat me and Uchiha? Next time, he'll beg for mercy, Sasuke thought, smirking. Even though Naruto had grown up physically, but also mentally, he still couldn't resist a few taunts, especially from Sasuke, a fellow clan member, so to speak. They stayed like this for a few minutes, glaring at each other, until Sasuke had enough, and turned away, plotting the various ways he could ice his brother. Naruto walked up the stairs to join Hinata when another problem appeared in the form of Kiba Inuzuka. Hey Hinata, how are you? Kiba asked as he moved to sit next to her. I'm fine, Kiba. Stop, that T is for Naruto, she replied. Oh, come on, Hinata, I'm better than him. An alpha, Kiba said, rubbing his finger on the bridge of his nose. Kiba, of course, being from the Inuzuka clan, had a high sense of pride and manliness, due to the fact that he is a male and heir to the clan. I don't care what you are, Kiba, and I told you not like Naruto, she said in a deserting tone. Kiba even took a step back. The shy Hinata he knew was no more. Kiba, stop hitting on my girlfriend, Naruto said as he approached both of them. He passed Kiba, who sneered at him, and sat next to Hinata and kissed her in the cheek to further make his point to Kiba. Stop pestering her, Kiba yelled, gathering the attention of most of the class and waking up the resident genius. Damn it, Kiba, you have to be so loud. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, as he yawned and tried to resume his sleep. Just forget him and go back to your cloud watching, Naruto said. Smartass, Shikamaru replied, and went back to sleep. Kiba, Hinata is with me, so I would appreciate if you stop bothering us, Naruto said, raising his ki, making him sweat and furthering his points. On top of Kiba's head was a small white dog called Akamaru. He was Kiba's partner to their collaboration ninjutsu. Akamaru just barked. However, Kiba didn't listen and tried to punch Naruto. What no one saw coming was that Naruto didn't move an inch. It was Hinata that got up and gave Kiba a Jukin strike to the chest, leaving him on the ground clenching in pain. Don't you think it was too much, Hinata? Naruto whispered to her. I'm tired of him always trying to get me to go out with him, Hinata replied, getting a nod from Naruto. Kiba slowly got up and went to a different seat while glaring daggers at Naruto. A few minutes passed and running was heard in the classroom. Suddenly the door opened and in came running Sakura and Ino. First place, Sakura yelled and trying her best to regain her breath. What are you talking about? My foot was clearly ahead of you, Ino replied. Sakura took her opportunity to run to her seat near Sasuke. However, it was occupied by Kiba. Kiba, get out so I can sit with Sasuke, the pink banshee said. Kiba simply scowled, wondering what Sasuke had that he didn't. Deciding to prove he was the alpha male in the class, he jumped in the table and started glaring at Sasuke. Their eyes a few inches apart. Suddenly, one of the students in the row below got up and pushed Kiba forwards towards Sasuke. To Kiba, everything went in slow motion. He was getting closer to Sasuke. Too close. Thump, thump. His face connected with Sasuke. However, this connection was rather unfortunate, as they connect with their lips. The entire class froze, seeing the most desired male, which was Sasuke, kissing the supposed alpha male. Shikamaru woke up and stared at the event. Joji stopped eating. Even Shino slightly dropped his glasses. Looks like Kiba finally found his girl, Naruto said loud enough for everyone to hear. The whole male class laughed at the event except the fangirls who were plotting Kiba's murder. Kiba and Sasuke immediately separated, and quickly enough, Kiba received his faith at the end of the fangirls, leaving him on the ground in a bloody mess. Everyone quieted down after the event, and suddenly the front door of the class opened, and Iruka entered with a stack of papers beneath his arms. Morning class, Iruka said, and was surprised he didn't need his patented big head jutsu to silence the class. After today, every one of you are now ninja of the leaf, but you are only mere genin, Iruka started. The difficult part is only beginning. You will now be divided into teams of 3 members, and will be taught by a Jonin sensei. We tried to balance the teams, so here they are. Team 1, Naruto at this time dozed off. Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake, Iruka said. Naruto was happy that the third took his suggestion, and didn't put him with the Uchiha. Kiba, of course, wasn't happy he was with Sasuke. He would need to show him who the alpha really was. Team 8, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. Your sensei will be Kurana Yuhi, Iruka said, and of course Naruto and Hinata were extremely happy. They would be together on their team. Shino was a quiet person. He always kept to himself. He was logical, a good strategist, and a long-range fighter, so it was a well-rounded up team. Hinata was more skilled in taijutsu. Naruto was ninjutsu, and they had Shino for long-range support. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Joji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Asuma Saratobi. I'll be leaving now. Your senseis will be here in a moment, Iruka concluded. Hinata, can I trust Kurenai-sensei? You know her, right? Naruto asked. You can. She's a good person and a kind person, but also a strong jonin. She's like a big sister to me. Are you going to tell her about the Sharingan? Hinata replied and asked, quick side note, but this is not part of the story. Remember that Kurenai, who in this story is a strong jonin, tried to attempt genjutsu on Itachi. Now, back to the story. I think I should. I mean, we are going to be a team, right? He asked, and Hinata nodded. The classroom door opened and 2 jonin entered. The first one had the traditional jonin clothes. He wore black anbu pants and a jonin flat jacket. He was a tall man with black spiky hair, brown eyes, and a beard. He also had the 12 Guardian Ninja sash with the kanji for fire. This person was Asuma Sarutobi, and was the son of the 3rd Hokage, Gruesome Sarutobi. The other was a very beautiful woman. She had shoulder-length black hair, red eyes. Her regular outfit consisted of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this is a very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs were also wrapped in bandages. She is Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's Genjutsu mistress. Team 10 meet at Training Ground 12 in 30 minutes, Asuma said and left. Team 8 meet at the Training Ground 8 in 30 minutes, Kurenai said and also left. Naruto got up with Hinata and Shino, and they both walked out. Once outside the classroom, Naruto went to Shino and grabbed him and used lightning shunshuin towards the training field. Kurenai was currently waiting at the training ground. She thought it'd be a while until they arrived. She sensed chakra around her. She got up and saw their team arriving with the shunshuin. She saw it was Naruto that used it. Naruto, you can use the shunshuin? She asked. One normally doesn't see a genin using that. Even though it is a D-rank technique, it uses a bit of chakra. Yes, I can, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata can use it also, he replied. What do we do now, Sensei? Hinata asked. We introduce ourselves, names, likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, stuff like that. I'll go first. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I like learning new genjutsus and working in my garden. I dislike perverts and traitors. My dream is to be the best genjutsu user and a strong kunoichi. You're next, Naruto, she said. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like Hinata, training, and ramen. I dislike traitors and ignorant people. My dream is to be the best Hokage Konoha has ever seen, he said, looking at the Hokage mountain. More specifically, at his father's head. He turned around to Hinata. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like Naruto, cinnamon rolls, training, and flower pressing. I dislike people that hurt Naruto and traitors. My dream is to become a strong and brave kunoichi and get rid of the Hyuga's pride, she said, spitting the name to Hyuga. Even though she hated her father, she would do her best to help her former clan. My name is Shino Aburame. I like bugs. I dislike people who mistreat and don't understand bugs. My dream is to become a good clan head, Shino said. Very well, Kurenai started. Naruto and Hinata have already been training for some time, so they can work well together. I expect the same for you, Shino, she said, getting a nod from him. I don't expect any type of problems between you, so we are officially a team. Now, I'm going to test you to see your abilities. It's now 9 o'clock. Your objective is to capture me until noon. Got it? She asked. Seeing all of them nod, she disappeared into the forest. The group came closer and started discussing their plan. Kurenai was hiding in the forest near a tree using a low-level genjutsu when she saw Naruto approaching at full speed towards her. Figures. The report said he was the dead last, but also brash and loud, she thought. Naruto threw a blind punch to which Kurenai dodged and returned his punch. However, to her surprise, her punch went through him, revealing it to be a bug clone. She shook them off and jumped back. She scanned her surroundings and her eyes widened when she saw a fireball coming to her. She jumped to the left to where Hinata was and got hit a few times before substituting with a nearby log. Her team regrouped to plot another plan. Since the first almost worked, Kurenai was watching even more carefully since she was caught off guard in a hinged bug clone. She had a few closed chakra points, but nothing too major. Kurenai was jumping from tree to tree when against her came a barrage of shuriken. She dodged to the left and engaged with Hinata in taijutsu. Noticing she was being overrun, Kurenai jumped back and something caught her ankle. She looked down and saw Naruto pulling her down, trapping her. Naruto jumped off the ground and Kurenai was replaced by a log. Damn, she always escapes, Naruto said. If I could use real attacks, I could win easily, Naruto thought, disappointed. Kurenai decided to hide herself in a high-ranking genjutsu while she was resting. Their team was no pushover. She felt her chakra almost all gone. She knows bugs must have been draining her while she was distracted. She snapped out of her thoughts when she heard, "Exploding water wave," Hinata said. "Electromagnetic murder," Naruto said. The combination of this was an electrified wave of water, forcing Kurenai to jump up. Naruto was expecting this and gave her a dropkick, sending her crashing to the ground. Kurenai got up but was unable to move. She looked around her and heard, "Fuinjutsu, four-corner trap seal," Naruto said. They finally caught Kurenai trapped in a trap seal. This technique works by placing a seal in 4 places, forming a square. When the target is inside, the user can activate and automatically freeze the enemy in place. Congratulations, you are all very good. Hinata, your taijutsu, along with Naruto, is impeccable, and so is your ninjutsu. Shino, you provided long-range support and you drained a good chunk of my chakra. Your clan skills seem good, but you will need elemental ninjutsu as well. Naruto, I didn't know you knew Fuinjutsu, Kurenai explained. Since we're going to be a team, there are a few things I need to tell you. I believe I can trust you, Kurenai-sensei, along with Shino. Naruto replied, getting nods from both of them. First, Kurenai-sensei already knows this, but not Shino. They say the 4th Hokage killed the Kyuubi. That is a lie. The Kyuubi cannot be killed. It's true that his physical body can be destroyed, but he will reform later on. Since he couldn't be killed by the 4th Hokage, the 4th's only choice was to seal him inside of a newborn baby, me. The Kyuubi is trapped here in my gut, Naruto said, a bit hesitant about his reaction. I understand if you want to change teams, Naruto said, looking at Shino. Nonsense, Naruto. For starters, I already knew about the Kyuubi, since my bugs could detect its chakra. Besides, I can relate if on a small level. My clan uses bugs that are inside of us as well, so the village is a bit uncomfortable when dealing with us, Shino said in a stoic voice. Thank you, Shino. Just one thing. The Kyuubi is a he, not an it. He's a nice guy once you get to meet him, Naruto said, and Shino raised an eyebrow. Naruto, how can you say he's a good guy? He nearly destroyed the whole village, Kurenai asked, outraged. Sensei, I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you that the Kyuubi was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village, Naruto said. Kurenai wanted to argue, but Naruto wouldn't budge. Speaking of the Sharingan, Naruto said and activated his Sharingan. I'm a Sharingan user. Since we are a team, I'm trusting you with this information. I'd like to keep this a secret until I reveal it, Naruto said, and Shino kept his stoic face. However, Kurenai was doing a very good impersonation of a fish out of water. Naruto, you are Uchiha? Kurenai asked. I am on my father's side. I'll say no more until I reveal my heritage, Naruto concluded. And you already have it fully matured? Kurenai said. Yup, I awakened it when I was 5. And when Minato was kidnapped, I killed the kidnapper and got the 3 tomos, Naruto said, and Kurenai's jaw hit the ground. Are you saying that you killed a Jonin when you were 6 years old? Kurenai asked. All I can say is that it was pure luck. He underestimated me and paid the price, Naruto explained. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll keep it a secret. You can trust us, Shino said. Naruto, I have one question. You obviously are very skilled, so why were you the dead last? Kurenai asked. What do you mean? It's true that I was the dead last during the academy to hide my true strength. But in the last exam, I graduated as Rookie of the Year, Naruto said. But I read your report and it said that you were the dead last in everything, Kurenai replied, confused. I get it, the person that filled the report must have been an ignorant dumbass. And since I was the Kyuubi, she filled me as a dead last, probably putting Sasuke as Rookie of the Year. It doesn't matter. Actually, it's even better. Now the enemy will underestimate me, Naruto said, and Kurenai just shrugged it off. Okay, team, meet here tomorrow at 8 AM. We will train in the morning and do missions in the afternoon, Kurenai said. The day ended with Naruto and Hinata going home, happy that both of them were on the same team. Past few days flew by with Kurenai's team. They would train in the morning and do a couple of missions in the afternoon. Obviously Naruto always complained since Naruto wanted to test his skills in the real world, but Hinata was always present to bonk him in the head. Who would have thought that the little shy Hinata? Kurenai was very surprised with the skill level that Naruto and Hinata displayed. If she had to judge, then the Kyuubi nailed it by saying they had Jonin level skills. Their team was in fact comprised by one Jonin sensei, 2 green Jonins, and a poor Genin lost in the middle. Naruto, Hinata, and Kurenai would never leave Shino behind, so they began focusing more on him so he could be brought up to speed. Naruto, with the help of Kurenai, started on Kage level exercises for his chakra control. He had 2 exercises that he needed to do to bring his control to the highest level possible. The first was waterfall climbing. This exercise allowed, when mastered, the user to control vast amounts of chakra with great precision, since climbing a waterfall is extremely hard. The last exercise allowed one to have perfect chakra control, almost rivaling Tsunade, the slug Sannin. This particular exercise was rather practical to perform. The user deposited a chunk of sand with multiple colors in his hand. The point of the exercise was to separate and align the sand by color using only chakra. It was considered mastered when the user managed this in less than 10 seconds. Hinata didn't have any weaknesses per se. She had overall good skills, whether it be taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even kenjutsu. Her chakra control was flawless since it was a basic requirement for her gentle fist, or her own version, the flowing fist. Shino, however, was another different level. His taijutsu was a low Genin level since he was a long-range fighter, their typical weakness. His ninjutsu was the 3 basic academy jutsus coupled with his clans. His genjutsu was non-existent. Overall, he was about mid-Genin in skill. However, they would change that. Naruto placed a few restriction seals on him since it was too abrupt if he started using gravity seals. They decided to start his elemental training since everyone on his team already had theirs mastered. Surprisingly, he had earth and water, both defensive elements. His team was the perfect storm of offense and defense. In fact, his nature served him well above anyone else. As a long-range fighter, normally his weakness would be close combat, which was solved by his training and abilities. Along with all this training, they also did teamwork exercises. One of the things that made Konoha as the strongest in the elemental nations was their notion of teamwork, and loyalty above all else. Their teamwork was excellent. Neither of them had any problems with each other. Currently, we find Team 8, or Team Kurenai, heading towards the Hokage's office after a morning training. I should clarify the last statement. It was training for Naruto, Hinata, and Kurenai. But for Shino, one would call it torture. The poor Genin was driven to the ground in order to gain the physical attributes he needed. Hokage's mission assignment room. The old Hokage was sitting in the middle of the table, smoking on his pipe, while handing missions to the shinobi. To his left side was Aruka, the school teacher of the students of Team 8. The Hokage was deep in thought, remembering his prime, the thrill of the fights and the adrenaline pumping through his system. Not many shinobi have the privilege of growing old. The shinobi's life expectancy was actually around 30 years old, and reaching old age was very rare. However, any shinobi that reached such age began to reminisce all they did in their life. Shinobi since birth are trained to fight, and fight they do. It is all they know throughout their lives. There is no greater death than death at the hand of your enemy in the midst of battle. However, being taken by old age isn't something any warrior would want. Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha, and hailed as the god of shinobi. The man that had seen 2 great ninja wars and lived has been reduced to nothing but a paper pusher. Don't get me wrong, he loved his village, and his place as Hokage, but his time was nearing its end. It was time to pass his hat and have the younger generation assume his place. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Team 8 walking through the door. It always brought a smile to his face seeing Naruto and even Hinata. He was like a grandfather to both of them since Hinata was expelled by her father. He didn't know why, but Naruto's smile always managed to cheer him up, no matter how depressed the man was. Naruto was, for lack of a better word, a bundle of happiness. It surprised him how, despite the glares and hatred he received, Naruto managed to keep a cheerful and loving personality. Team 8 reporting for mission, Lord Hokage, Kurenai said, bowing to the Hokage. Even though the Hokage was clearly old, he still was a very powerful shinobi, and one of the strongest in the Leaf Village. Team 8, welcome. Let's see what we got here. Hokage said, receiving a D-rank mission scroll from Maruka. We have cleaning Inuzuka's colonel, capturing Tora, helping an old lady move to a new house Hokage never managed to finish. Old man, we'll take catching Tora, Naruto said, smirking. Hokage raised an eyebrow. No one liked chasing that damn cat Naruto had already done in the past. Are you serious, Naruto? Hinata asked. Not really in the mood for running after a damn cat. What people don't know is that Tora is actually a ninja cat, trained specifically for helping Genin teams with their teamwork. Just trust me, Naruto replied, picking up the mission scroll. Hey old man, what's the record for catching Tora? Naruto asked with a knowing grin. I think it's around 3 hours, but why do you ask? Do you intend to break it? The Hokage asked. Something like that, Naruto replied. He went back to the middle of the room and took a small scroll from his pocket. He unrolled the scroll to show a small, intricate seal in it. He placed it on the ground. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, and slammed it in the seal, saying, Summoning Jutsu! There was a poof of smoke. When the smoke cleared in the middle of the scroll was Tora. The Hokage's eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and Naruto just laughed at everyone's expression. Mission accomplished, Lord Hokage, and I believe it's a new record. Naruto said, laughing his ass off and delivering the cat to the Hokage. How did you do that, Naruto? Kurenai asked. Even she had to chase that damn cat in her Genin days. I already had to chase her a few times in the past, and somewhere along the way, I got tired and placed a summoning seal on the cat. So I just offered a bit of blood and chakra, and I could summon Tora through the seal on this scroll. Naruto explained, and the Hokage and Kurenai just nodded dumbly. Kurenai-sensei, since I already got Tora and set the record for about 15 seconds, do you want another mission? Naruto asked. Kurenai didn't have time to answer, as suddenly there was a puff of smoke in the Hokage's desk, revealing a small dog. He had brown fur and wore a Konoha headband around his head. A dog? Naruto asking, wondering who it was from. This is Pakun, a messenger and tracking dog from Kakashi, the Hokage explained. Lord Hokage, I have a message from Kakashi, Pakun said, handing the Hokage the scroll. The Hokage opened it and said, Lord Hokage, our client, Tazuna, lied about the mission parameters. It appears that the wave is under Gato's control, and he wants Tazuna dead. We were attacked by the Demon Brothers, Gozu, and Meizu of Kirigekure, and we defeated them. We decided to continue. However, I request backup since most likely we'll be attacked again. This time, probably by Jonin level missing ninja. Kakashi Hatake, Jonin Sensei of Team 7. Team 8, the Hokage started, getting their attention. It appears that the C rank mission I sent Team 7 was to be bumped up into a low A rank. Kakashi requested backup, so I'm sending you. He'll explain everything when you meet him. Dismissed. Yes sir, Team 8 said. Okay team, go home and get your supplies. Meet me at North Gate in an hour. Kurenai said. They all left the room and went to prepare for their first A rank mission. North Gate, 1 hour later. 1 hour later, Team 8 gathered in the North Gate getting ready for their departure. Kurenai inspected everyone's supplies as it was the duty for a Jonin Sensei. Okay team, before we depart, everyone has their supplies? Kunai, shuriken, food, first aid kits, soldier pills? Kurenai asked and got a nod from everyone. Since we will be traveling at high speeds, we'll reach Team 7 in a couple of hours. However, we don't know which route Kakashi took, so we will be taking the main one, Kurenai said. No need, Sensei. Do you still have the message Kakashi sent? Naruto asked. Yes, I do. Why? Kurenai asked, wondering what good it would do. Naruto bit his left thumb, drawing blood and spurting across his right hand palm. He went through a few hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and slammed his hand on the ground and said, Summoning Jutsu! There was a poof of smoke, and when it cleared, in front of him stood a medium-sized brown fox with 5 tails. Flashback. Hey kid, come into the seal. I want to talk to you, the Kyuubi said. Naruto is currently 10 years old at this point. He sat on the ground in the lotus position and started meditating. After a few seconds, Naruto stood in front of the Kyuubi, of which was currently lying on the ground beneath a large tree. You need something, Kurama? Naruto asked. Actually, Kurama was the Kyuubi's real name. It appears that the young Naruto grew on the Kyuubi and he trusted him with his name. I'm giving you your birthday present, Kurama said, smirking. Is it a big flashy jutsu? Naruto asked, excited. During Naruto's birthday, October 10th, Konoha always celebrated the Kyuubi's defeat by the 4th. Some of the villagers would gather up and try to harm Naruto, so his birthdays were always a dark day for Naruto. But the Kyuubi, Hinata, and the Hokage always managed to cheer him up. "It's a great technique, and you'll be the first to use it. I trust you will use it wisely," Kurama said, and in front of him materialized a rather big scroll. "This is the summoning contract for the Fox clan. Open it and write your name in blood in the first spot," Kurama explained. Naruto did as he was told. He opened the scroll and bit his thumb. He wrote his name in the first slot and pressed all 5 fingers down, making a handprint. "Now, to summon a fox to help you bite your thumb and go through these hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and pour chakra into the technique. Give it a try," Kurama explained. Naruto did the technique, and when it was over, in front of him stood a small fox. "Thanks, Kurama, you're the best," Naruto said. "Of course I am. I'm the 9-tailed fox, king of the Biju, strongest being in the world," Kurama boasted about himself. "You still have that stick up your ass?" Naruto said, laughing while dodging the Kyuubi's tails that were trying to smash him. And a flashback. "Naruto, you need help?" the fox asked. "Yes, Kinto. We need to track Kakashi-sensei to provide backup. This paper has a scent," Naruto said, and gave the paper to Kinto so he could track him. "I have him when you are ready," Kinto said, and teammate dashed out of Konoha, heading towards Team 7. "I didn't know you could summon, Naruto," Kurenai said. "I have the fox summoning contract. It was a gift from the Kyuubi," Naruto explained, getting a nod from Kurenai. She didn't want to pry too much. A few hours later, with Team 7. Team 7 had just left the boat that they used to cross into the wave. Everyone was walking at civilian pace as they had Tazuna with them. Tazuna was, as he put, a super amazing bridge builder. They were traveling in a diamond formation, Sasuke in front, Sakura and Kiba to the side, and Kakashi in the back with Tazuna in the middle of them. They were walking calmly, but they had their guard up since Kakashi warned them about a possible Jonin encounter. Suddenly, Kiba sensed someone in the bushes and quickly picked and threw a kunai into it. "Idiot, stop playing with kunai," Sakura yelled. "I'm not playing, I thought someone was there," Kiba replied, and went to check the bush, only to find a small white rabbit. "Kiba, you idiot, you almost killed this poor rabbit," Sakura said, and that sent Kakashi thinking. White fur in spring? That's strange, unless it was used as a substitution. "Get down!" Kakashi yelled, and everybody hit the deck, with Kakashi dragging Tazuna. Just as he yelled, above them, a huge broad metal sword flew by their heads and got stuck in a tree. Moments later, on top of the sword, appeared a person. He was a tall and noticeably muscular man with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom of his face. Under his mask, he had a relatively narrow jawline and jagged teeth. He wore his forehead protector sideways on his head. "What's with this? A bunch of kids playing ninja," the shinobi said. Zabuza Momochi, A-rank missing ninja from Kira Gekir, known as the Demon of the Mist, Kakashi said, preparing to face him in battle. "Oh, look, if it isn't the copy ninja Kakashi," the shinobi now identified as Zabuza said. "Just hand me the old man, and you can go." "You know I can't do that, Zabuza," Kakashi said, and lifted his headband, revealing a fully matured Sharingan in his left eye. "I got the Sharingan right in the beginning. I'm honored," Zabuza said. Removing his sword and making a few hand seals, he said, "Secret mist technique." The air started becoming thicker, and after a few seconds, the whole area was covered in a thick mist. Kakashi barely managed to see his own hand right in front of him. "Team, keep your senses sharp. Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique," Kakashi said, and his entire team shivered. "I demand you show your face, Zabuza, and face me," Sasuke yelled. A Jonin was someone he could try his power on, and once he defeated him, he'd be closer to killing his brother. "Are you serious?" Zabuza asked, rhetorically projecting his voice around the area not to reveal his position. Zabuza started releasing his killer intent, and Sasuke started shivering. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore, and brought his kunai to his neck, preparing to kill himself. "Relax, Sasuke, I won't let my teammates die," Kakashi said, reassuring his team. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared in the middle of Sasuke, Kiba, and Sakura that were guarding Tazuna. He brought his sword and started a horizontal slash, ready to kill them all. However, Kakashi was faster and impaled Zabuza, revealing him to be a water clone. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and cleaved him in half, only for Kakashi to burst into water. Zabuza, seeing this, suddenly felt sharp metal to his throat. He slowly turned and saw Kakashi, with a kunai ready to kill him. However, Kakashi wasn't expecting this Zabuza to be a clone. Seeing the Zabuza in front of him burst in the water, he looked around, only to be met with a fierce kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into a nearby lake. Zabuza shunshin to Kakashi and went through a couple of hand seals and said, "Water prison!" The water around Kakashi started to erupt and circle around him, trapping him. Zabuza stood there with his hand on the water sphere, holding Kakashi in place. "Shit, I got caught," Kakashi thought. "Everyone, take Tazuna and run." "His water clones can't go too far from the original," Kakashi said. His team was in a bad place. He can only hope his backup arrived in time. "Zabuza can't stand up to me. I'm an elite," Sasuke said and dashed forward, heading to the enemy. Zabuza created a few water clones. Sasuke engaged in a taijutsu fight with them, but quickly realized it was a bad strength. Sasuke couldn't keep up with Zabuza's speed and strength. The battle was over quickly when Zabuza gave a strong kick to Sasuke that sent him crashing into the trees hard. Sasuke couldn't even get up, and could barely breathe. "You should have run when you had the chance. You can't even scratch me," Zabuza said. The arrogance of that boy got him killed. Zabuza's clone picked his sword and went to finish the job. Sakura was shaking. She barely managed to stand up, and Tazuna was already on the floor. His legs gave out. Kiba, seeing Sasuke in danger, ran towards Zabuza. Sure, Sasuke was an idiot and an arrogant bastard, but he couldn't let him be killed. Kiba, arriving near Zabuza, went for a punch, but Zabuza simply caught his wrist and, with the other hand lifted Kiba by the neck and started punching him relentlessly. After a few punches, he simply threw him to the ground. Zabuza was making his way to Sakura, who was still frozen in place. Sakura knew she couldn't match Zabuza. She only graduated because of her good chakra control and book smarts. All hope seemed lost until Zabuza heard, "Fire style, dragon fire jutsu." Zabuza didn't have time to dodge as a stream of hot fire came from the woods, completely obliterating the clone. In front of Tazuna and Sakura arrived Naruto, Hinata, Shino, and Kurenai. Naruto looked around and it didn't look good. Kakashi was trapped inside a water prison, and Sasuke and Kiba were on the ground, injured. "Quick, gather Sasuke and Kiba around Tazuna and Sakura," Naruto said, and Kurenai and Hinata quickly picked up both Sasuke and Kiba and regrouped with Tazuna. "Summoning jutsu," Naruto said, slamming his hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke appeared a small fox with light red fur with 4 tails. "You must be our summoner, Lord Naruto. My name is Kagura, a medic fox," the fox said. "Nice to meet you. I need your help. Sasuke and Kiba seem injured. I need you to help them as you can. I'll cover you," Naruto said. "Fox summons. Where did he get the contract? I need to talk to him if we get out of this," Kakashi thought. Kakashi already knew Naruto since he sometimes watched Naruto from afar, trying to make sure he was safe. After all, Kakashi was one of the prize students of the 4th Hokage. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, and 4 clones appeared. They went their separate ways, making a square around Tazuna, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, and Kagura. "Ninja art, 4 flames formation," the clone said at the same time. Suddenly, a purple barrier erupted around them, making sure that Zabuza couldn't get inside. "Don't touch the walls, otherwise you'll get burned. The barrier will stay up for your protection," Naruto explained. "Oh, a genin who knows Fuin Jutsu. Maybe you're better than the rest," Zabuza said, creating a couple more water clones. Inside the barrier, both Sakura and Tazuna sighed, happy that backup had arrived. Kagura was currently healing them. Sasuke had cracked ribs and a ruptured lung, while Kiba had a few bruises and a dislocated shoulder. Outside the barrier, "First we need to release Kakashi from the prison," Kurenai said, and her team nodded. The water clones made their way towards Kurenai's team, and one of them said, "Kirigekure no Jutsu." A thick mist appeared, blocking the view of everyone. Hinata activated her Byakugan, but couldn't see much as the mist was laced with chakra. Naruto activated his Sharingan and extended his senses, trying to find Zabuza. However, he felt the presence of someone watching the fight. That person was around Chunin skill based on chakra levels. "Someone is watching. Since he didn't help Tazuna, I can only assume he's with Zabuza," Naruto thought, and discreetly using hand signs warned his team about another shinobi watching. "Wind style, great breakthrough," Naruto and Hinata said it at the same time. They breathed in air and sent a strong gust of wind that pushed the mist away, completely making Zabuza frown. Each member of Team 8 separated and engaged in the clones. Naruto quickly destroys Zabuza's clone with a fireball, and taking this opportunity, he took a kunai. Charging with lightning chakra, he threw it at the woods with extreme speed. The shinobi who was watching didn't expect that and didn't have time to react, and the kunai embedded deeply in his shoulder. The shinobi, seeing he was caught, jumped into the fight and took his side by Zabuza. "How did you know about Haku?" Zabuza asked, surprised that they found Haku. "She was rather skilled in stealth." Alright, just a quick side note, the creator of this story made Haku a girl. I don't know why, just go with it. Alright, back to the story. "We are a team of trackers. I'm a sensor, so when you used your Kirigeki no Jutsu, I extended my senses and bound him," Naruto explained. "It doesn't matter, let's end it now," Zabuza said, and Haku went through a few hand signs. Slamming her feet into the lake, she said, 1,000 needles of death, and sent the 1,000 water needles towards Team 8. "Hinata," Naruto said, just above a whisper. "Yeah," she replied, and jumped in front of her team and started spinning. She started releasing chakra from all of her chakra points. "Heavenly spin," she said, and a blue dome of chakra appeared around her, deflecting all the needles. "Looks like I'll have to start training my team seriously," Kakashi thought. He was infusing his lungs with chakra, trying to gain as much time as he could. Team 8 quickly dispatched the water clones. Naruto and Hinata went through a few hand signs, and they said, "Fire style, dragon fire jutsu," Naruto said, and Hinata said, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Naruto's fire attack combined with Hinata's wind attack, and the result was a massive stream of fire that went quickly towards Zabuza. Haku didn't have enough time to use a water jutsu because of her injured shoulder. Both of them jumped away, making Zabuza release his hold on the water prison, freeing Kakashi. Kakashi tried to regain his breath as he jumped towards Team 8. "Thanks," Kakashi said and crouched. "Haku, we are leaving," Zabuza said and shunchuined away with Haku. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance. He was up against Kurenai Yuhi, Konoha's Genjutsu mistress, but also the blonde kid and the Hyuga girl seemed good. And besides that, Kakashi was now free. Naruto dropped the barrier and went to check up on his injured teammates. "How is everyone?" Naruto asked Kagura, who was finishing healing Kiba. Sakura was surprised how strong Naruto and Hinata were, and how they worked well together. "I already healed them. Their injuries weren't life-threatening. This one," Kagura said, pointing to Sasuke. "He needs to take it easy for a few days. He had a ruptured lung." "Tazuna, take us to your house. Zabuza will be back, and we need to be prepared," Kakashi said, and they left with Kurenai, carrying Sasuke as he couldn't make any effort and was still unconscious. Tazuna's house. A few miles down the road, and Team 7 and 8 arrived with Tazuna at his house. The house itself was near the ocean and seemed a simple wooden house. Tazuna led the shinobi inside. "Tsunami, I'm home," Tazuna said, happy that he finally got home. "Father," Tsunami said, hugging him. "I'm relieved that you are alright." Tsunami was a very beautiful woman. She had mid-black, dark blue hair and black eyes. She wore a pink shirt with red sleeves and a dark blue skirt. "It's thanks to these shinobi. They saved me," Tazuna said. Tsunami approached his protective detail and bowed, saying, "Thank you for protecting my father, shinobi. You are welcome to our house." "We appreciate it. Is there anywhere we can lay 2 of my students who got injured in a fight?" Kakashi asked. Tsunami nodded and led the leader Jonin to the rooms upstairs. "Sakura," Kakashi said, getting her attention. "Tomorrow we will start training more seriously. We need to be prepared for when Zabuza returns. Since Naruto injured his teammate, it will be a few days until he's ready." "How is a little bit of training going to help us against a Jonin?" Sakura asked, wondering is her sensei trying to kill her? "Sakura, who was it that saved us?" Kakashi asked rhetorically. "If I remember correctly, the Genin of Team 8 actually put up a fight against Zabuza while Kiba and Sasuke were simply hammered away," Kakashi explained, making Kurenai smirk inwardly. "Fine, but I still don't understand how a few days will help us," Sakura kept pressing. "Any training is good for you. If you have to face Zabuza, at least let's raise the odds even if slightly," Kakashi said, to which Sakura finally nodded. Kakashi got up and approached Naruto, who was chatting with his team. "Naruto," Kakashi said, getting Naruto's attention. "How do you know my name?" Naruto asked. "You may not know, but I actually watched over you sometimes when you were around 4 years old," Kakashi said. "Inu?" Naruto asked, remembering Anbu with the dog mask sometimes helping him with the mob's problems before he met his father, and the whole training began. "That I am," he replied, giving his traditional eye smile. "Come," Kakashi said, placing his hand on his shoulder. "We need to talk privately." Naruto nodded, and they both shinchuined to outside of the house into the nearby woods. Naruto and Kakashi in the woods. Kakashi and Naruto arrived in the woods via the traditional leaf shinchuin that Kakashi used. That shinshin is really starting to get old. "Why don't you use an elemental shinshin?" Naruto asked. Pretty much all of Konoha always used the leaf shinshin, and while it got the job done, it was, for lack of a better word, lame. Kakashi raised an eyebrow to what Naruto just asked. "Can you do the shinshin?" he asked, to which Naruto nodded, and used his lightning shinshin to teleport to a few meters away. Kakashi was actually surprised to see a genin use the Shunshin no Jutsu, much less an elemental version. "I see you can," Kakashi started, "and by the looks of it, you already have the lightning element mastered. How?" Naruto studied the man for a moment. Even though he helped him several times when he was young, people tend to change. After a few seconds, he found no deception and decided to answer him. "I've been training myself since I was 5 years old," Naruto replied, and Kakashi was actually surprised to see someone without a clan training at such a young age. However, he quickly remembered his burden, and he needed to be strong to withstand all the hate of his village. "I see, maybe I can teach you a few lightning jutsu since my affinity is the same as you, but we're getting off topic here." Kakashi started. "How can you summon foxes?" Kakashi asked. Naruto froze, wondering if he should tell him the truth about the Kyuubi. There are many people that tried to get close to Naruto to finish him off. However, he decided he should trust him. "It was a gift from the Kyuubi," Naruto said, making Kakashi glare at him. Suddenly the air between the two dropped a few degrees. "Naruto," Kakashi said in a very serious tone. However, Naruto didn't even flinch. He was already used to it from the villagers and simply shrugged it off. "The Kyuubi attacked our village and almost destroyed it. You cannot trust him." Naruto, hearing this, really started cursing his luck. It was always the same. Every time he met someone and told them about the Kyuubi, everyone told him that he couldn't be trusted. "Kakashi, the Kyuubi was being controlled by the Sharingan and was forced to attack the village. It wasn't his fault," Naruto said, and Kakashi's visible eye widened. Only Madara Uchiha managed to control the Kyuubi, and he was long dead. Kakashi studied Naruto for any signs of lies, but found none. However, he decided that he should talk to the Hokage about this new development. Better make sure. "I'll trust you, but keep in mind that foxes are very cunning," Kakashi said. "Kakashi, remember that if it weren't for the medical fox I summoned, Sasuke probably wouldn't have made it." Naruto stressed, and Kakashi nodded, seeing it was probably true. "You remember me of the 4th Hokage, always seeing good in everyone," Kakashi said, reminiscing about his genin days, where he was always a fool until his best friend died to save him. "4th Hokage?" Naruto asked, wondering how Kakashi knew him, until it finally clicked. One of the days Naruto was wandering through the Namikaze compound, he found a picture of his father's genin team. There was a silver-haired boy with a mask covering the bottom half of his face, a pretty girl with brown hair and 2 red marks on each cheek, and lastly a boy with black spiky hair, black eyes, and orange goggles. Naruto turned the picture, and it said Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, Rin Inuzuka, and Obito Uchiha. "Ah!" Naruto yelled, making Kakashi jump. "I remember now. You were on my father's genin team with Rin and Obito, right?" "That's right. Your father," Kakashi said, stuttering. Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. How could he be so blind? For the love of God, he's pretty much a carbon copy of him. How the hell has Konoha been so blind? He should have been there for his sensei's son. He should have done more. "Oh shit," Naruto said, knowing that he let that part slip up. Naruto started panicking on the inside. He wasn't supposed to reveal it yet. "Kakashi, you can't tell anyone until I reveal it," Naruto said. "Don't worry, I know very well why you can't say it right now," Kakashi said, easing the boy's worries. "And I'm sorry. I should have been there for you. If I had known, I would have taken you in," Kakashi said with his head down. "Don't worry about it. It wasn't so bad. If you had taken me in, I wouldn't have met Hinata," Naruto said. Kakashi perked up and asked, "Hinata?" Hinata's father disavowed her from the Hyuga clan when she was 8 years old, because she was weak, and since then she's been living with me. Besides, she's my girlfriend, Naruto explained, and Kakashi actually broke out in a fit of giggles. "If you're thinking what I think you are, I'm going to hurt you," Naruto said, breaking Kakashi of his perverted thoughts. Okay. But she will be a stunning girl in a couple of years. You did well snatching her while young," Kakashi said, and Naruto growled, to which the Jonin simply ruffled his hair. Actually, I was wondering if you could tell me about my parents, Naruto asked shyly. I asked the old man, but he never had really prolonged contact with them. Of course, I knew them very well. For starters, I can tell you that you adopted your mother's obsession for ramen, Kakashi said laughing, and getting a smile from Naruto. And so they talked for a few hours. Kakashi told everything he knew about them, which was the most Naruto had heard about his father since he knew him better than his mother. They talked, and the hours were passing by without either of them realizing it until the sky was already dark. Well, Naruto, I think it's time to get back. It's already getting dark, Kakashi said. Thank you for telling me about them, brother, Naruto said, feeling like he bonded with Kakashi. After all, since Kakashi's father's death, he grew closer to his sensei. The fourth was the closest thing he had to a father. Brother, you say. Okay, let's go, little brother, Kakashi said, ruffling his hair and leaving the forest with them. The next day after the teams arrived, we find everyone quietly enjoying breakfast prepared by Tsunami. They were eating until Kakashi decided to break the ice and explain a few things. Everyone, Kakashi said, getting everyone's attention. After this, we are going to train, as I explained to Sakura yesterday. Zabuza will be back, and probably bring some help, so we need to be ready. We will alternate between protecting Tazuna at the bridge, protecting his family, and training, Kakashi explained, and everyone nodded. They continued eating for a few minutes until everyone was finished. Sasuke was already getting better from his injuries and could walk. However, he still couldn't do anything too physically stressful to the body. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Naruto, and Hinata will come with me to train, while Karna and Shino stayed and protect Tsunami and Inari. After they train, I'll take some of you to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Everybody agree? Kakashi asked, and everyone nodded. A few minutes later, Kakashi's team, accompanied by Sasuke and Kiba, left the house for training. In the woods for training. Okay, now we will train chakra control, Kakashi said. Chakra control? Sakura asked. Yes, we all know how to call upon chakra. However, you don't know how to properly use it and manage it. By doing this exercise, you will be able to last longer in fights and learn new jutsu faster. Kakashi explained, and Naruto wondered what type of exercise it would be. Now, I'll be climbing trees, Kakashi said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Big brother Kakashi, don't tell me you brought your team into an A-rank mission without even teaching them proper chakra control, Naruto asked, and Kakashi actually felt ashamed in not teaching more personal skills. Don't sweat it, dope. We already know how to climb trees, Sasuke said it, and Sakura agreed. Naruto just shook his head, knowing that Sasuke didn't understand the point of the exercise. Actually, I focused more on teamwork exercises. You know how Sasuke and Kiba act. They are both brash and tend to jump into situations without thinking, Kakashi said, and both Sasuke and Kiba scowled. Wait, you called Kakashi big brother? I thought you had no one, Sasuke asked. He's not actually my brother by blood, but we're both orphans and we both look at the same person as our father, Naruto explained, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. She knew who Naruto's father was, which means that Kakashi must have been close to the fourth. Enough chit-chat. What I want you to do is focus chakra to the bottom of your feet and walk up to the trees. When you can walk to the top 2 times in a row, we'll move on, Kakashi explained. What do you mean walk up the trees? Sakura asked in all her infinite wisdom. Like this, Naruto said, and started walking towards a tree. When he arrived near one, he simply placed a foot on its trunk and started walking up. Everyone in Team 7, minus Kakashi, was shocked seeing Naruto was walking vertically. Oh, Naruto, you already know this chakra exercise very well. Kakashi and Sasuke seethed. Dope, how do you know that? I demand you teach me, Sasuke asked. Naruto just ignored him. He already knew Sasuke all too well from the academy. Sasuke believed everyone should be grateful that he allowed them to breathe. Didn't you hear your sensei? Naruto asked rhetorically. You need to channel your chakra to your feet and run up the tree. Exactly. Take these kunai to mark your progress. Hinata, I assume you already know how to do this, Kakashi asked, and Hinata nodded. Hey, Hinata, watch me. I'll get this down in an hour, Kiba said, bragging to her. Kiba, I already told you that I'm with Naruto. If you open your eyes, you'd see that there are other girls that may like you, Hinata said, and Kiba frowned. Maybe she was right. Team, get started. Naruto, Hinata, you are coming with me to the bridge, Kakashi said it, and they nodded and started walking to the bridge to protect Tazuna. You never know if Zabuza would try a sneak attack at the bridge. Everyone on the bridge was peacefully working. It was a bright sunny day and the air itself was rather warm due to the ocean's breeze. Kakashi was reading his traditional orange book and giggling like a crazy person. Naruto's sweat just dropped when he saw him pull that book out. Hinata was simply leaning on the bridge, watching the ocean, and Naruto appeared to be working on something. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and decided to know what he was doing. "Hey, Naruto, what are you doing?" Kakashi asked, getting Naruto's attention. The blonde had both of his hands palms slightly apart from each other, and he appeared to be channeling Raiton chakra between them. "I'm working on a jutsu I'm creating. If it works, it will pack quite a bang," Naruto said, grinning, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Naruto reminded himself of when he was young. After all, he graduated as a Jonin when he was 13 years old, and had already created his own jutsu. "That's not easy, you know," Kakashi said. "I'll never know until I try it," Naruto replied. Naruto decided to take a break and help on the bridge. "Hey Tazuna," Naruto yelled, getting the old man's attention. "I'm tired of doing nothing. Can I help?" Naruto asked. "The more the merrier," Tazuna replied. But before he could continue, Naruto placed his finger in a cross sign and said, "Shadow Clone Jutsu," and out came around 100 clones. Kakashi's eyes widened, seeing the number of clones the blonde could do. Naruto just shrugged it off as a normal scenario when they were training. "Okay, Tazuna, tell them what to do," Naruto said, and Tazuna just nodded dumbly. "Naruto, how can you make so many?" Kakashi asked, still in shock. "One side effect of being a Jinchuriki is that you develop massive chakra reserves," Naruto said, and Kakashi glared at him, pointing to Minato that was nearby. "Don't worry, she already knows everything about me, including my legacy," Naruto explained, and Kakashi sighed. The work on the bridge went extremely well with the help of Naruto's shadow clones. If he continued helping the bridge, it should be done in 2 weeks. Later that day, Tazuna's house. The group sat down to eat dinner as a young boy came in and shot a disgusted look at the group of ninja before declaring how they were all stupid to face Gato, and were just going to die, which Naruto angrily fused was the case. "What would you know about pain? I bet you all lived in sheltered lives in that ninja village of yours. You don't know what suffering is," the young boy yelled after Naruto denied what they were doing was futile. "So what? Things are bad, but you know what? I've had it much worse. You still have a mother who loves you and a grandfather, a house to keep you warm, and food every night. You don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that's out of your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of shops and forced to go through the garbage for food. You think your life is bad? Fine. But don't just sit around and moan about it. Do something about it. Fight back. Don't be a coward. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going out to clear my head." And with that, Naruto stormed out the front door. Hinata got up and quickly followed him. "Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He's been lying to get attention," Sakura asked. "No, Sakura. Everything he said was true. Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage at age 4, and lived on the street for months before I found him and took him to the Hokage. The Hokage gave Naruto an apartment, but he had to learn everything for himself, and was constantly being beaten and kicked out of stores. And that is the watered-down version," Kakashi said, shocking the group in the room. Even Hinata, she was expelled from her own clan when she was just 8 years old, because her father deemed her too weak and unworthy of being the heiress of the clan. But luckily, they found each other, Kakashi said, and everyone started looking at them in a new light. They were brave kids that didn't back down. Tazuna's house roof. Naruto stormed out of the house and made his way to the roof to gaze upon the dark sky. He needed to forget his previous argument with the spoiled kid. A few moments later, Naruto saw Hinata approaching but said nothing. Hinata made his way towards Naruto and sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Neither of them said anything, and continued to look at the stars in a comfortable silence, until Hinata decided to break the ice. "You shouldn't really blame him. He's just naive," she said, trying to ease Naruto. "It's just, we all suffered. Me being a Jinchuriki, you getting expelled from your family, and even Sasuke getting his whole clan killed by his own brother. Compared to us, he has a good life," Naruto replied. "It's true, we suffered, but not everyone has the strength to move on and forget the pain. If it weren't for you, I probably would still be the same shy, weak girl I was. You were the one that gave me strength. Look at Sasuke. His pain drove him to becoming obsessed by revenge," Hinata said. "You are unique, Naruto," Hinata continued. "People that get to know you pull strength from you. You are my beacon of hope. You just need to be it for this kid too," she said. "I'll do my best, Hinata," he replied with a small smile, pulling her close. "Now that I think about our lives, you never took me out on a date," she said. Naruto was caught by surprise by this, but she had a point. In a relationship, it's usual for couples to go on dates. "I never really thought about it, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. We could use the time we have here away from hateful glares of Konoha. How about tomorrow? I'd take you to dinner," Naruto replied with a smirk. "I'd love to," she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek and dragging him inside as Naruto had calmed down. The next day, 7 p.m. The next day after they set up their date went by normally. Everyone trained with Kakashi and Kurenai. However, both Naruto and Hinata trained away from them since they were more advanced. Today, the charge of watching Tazuna on the bridge fell on Kurenai with Team 7. and to say they were bored was an understatement. Sasuke actually seemed ready to go on a killing spree just to pass the time. He wanted to train, but he got stuck with watching Tazuna, a few workers, and crap a ton of Naruto clones working on the bridge. Sasuke seethed his teeth when he arrived at the bridge and saw all the clones Naruto did. That power shouldn't belong to him, since he needed that to avenge his clan. It doesn't matter, only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha, Sasuke thought. Only if he knew. Currently we find Naruto and Hinata getting ready to go on their first date. They asked for permission to Kakashi and Kurenai since they were on a mission. Neither of them had proper clothes other than their shinobi attire. The only difference was that they left their headbands at home, signifying that they were off service, if one could call it that. They walked through the town, deciding on where to eat. When they arrived at the center of the town, both of them were shocked. This town was poor. There was people asking for jobs, kids living on the outside, and even the resources that the markets had to sell were scarce and of very poor quality. Gato had pretty much destroyed this small town. At least if their mission was successful, Tazuna managed to finish the bridge, be able to recover from this. Not how they decided to spend their first date, but they already loved each other, so this date wasn't much. They were walking, watching the various shops and restaurants, trying to pick a good place when they heard someone yelling in the middle of the streets. "Quick, old man, we already told you that you need to pay up," one of Gato's men said. There were two guys trying to collect payment from a shop owner who was on the ground, looking terrified. But I already paid this month," the shop owner replied. "Boss said that you sent more merchandise for shipping, so you need to pay more taxes this month," he said. "If you can't pay up, we'll take your wife as payment," he concluded and started physically assaulting on the man. Naruto and Hinata, seeing this, jumped into action. In a swift motion of punches and a few kicks, Gato's men were running away, bruised and bleeding, wondering how kids managed to do this. "Summoning jutsu," Naruto said, and in a puff of smoke appeared a small one-tailed black fox. His name was Kyofu, and he was a spy fox that was extremely skilled in stealth and information gathering. "What do you need, Naruto?" Kyofu asked. "I need you to follow those two men and find where Gato's base is and any other information you can," Naruto explained, and the fox dashed out of sight. Naruto turned to Hinata. "Shall we continue?" he asked, extending his right arm, which Hinata took, and pulled him closer. Finally deciding where to eat, they entered and found the place was welcoming and warm. It wasn't a fancy restaurant, but they didn't care for that. During their lunch, they tried to talk. However, they already knew everything about each other. It was a rather strange date, as most of it went by in silence, so they simply ate in a comfortable silence. When they left, it was still early, so Naruto decided to drag Hinata to a local cinema and watch something. A couple hours later, they arrived at Tazuna's house. Their date didn't go that well, but they didn't care. After all, the point of the date was to spend some time together. Since the mission started, it was either training or guarding Tazuna. 1 week later. 1 week had passed and the teams were preparing for the showdown at the bridge. It was a terrifying sight for any civilian to see a shinobi getting ready for a fight. The ground was filled with weaponry, kunai, shuriken, senbon, flash tags, explosive tags, ninja wire, giant shuriken, and even Naruto's sword was out of his storage seal. He decided to carry it on his back since he could need it at any time. "Everyone ready?" Kakashi asked, and everyone nodded. The fox Naruto had sent to gather information spying Gato paid off. The fox found out that Zabuza would attack today, since Haku was already healed from her shoulder wound, as was Zabuza from chakra exhaustion. Since Gato plans to betray Zabuza, when the fight is over, he may well send someone here. If he does send it, they probably won't be shinobi, Kakashi said it and brought his hand to his chin, and started pondering who to stay back, keeping in mind that he would face Zabuza and Haku. "How about we leave Sakura, Hinata, and Kiba here, since they have good taijutsu, and they can easily take out any thugs Gato sends. The rest will go to the bridge. I can engage on Haku with Sasuke if necessary. Kakashi-sensei and Kurenai-sensei can take Zabuza while Shino provides overall support and protects the client," Naruto suggested. Kakashi pondered. "Shino will be in a tight spot if either Zabuza or Haku split past us and rush the target," Kakashi pointed out. Naruto considered the scenario. "I can put the same barrier as last time. Besides, Shino controls bugs from inside the barrier, right?" Naruto asked, and Shino nodded. "It's good. Well then everyone, stick to the plan. Tazuna, are you ready?" Kakashi asked, and Tazuna weakly nodded. After all, Tazuna would be bait to draw them out. Everyone started moving out, and before they left, Naruto gave Hinata a brief kiss while whispering, "Good luck. If you need me, here, use the ring," and Hinata nodded. On the bridge. Tazuna was approaching the bridge, guarded by Kakashi, Kurenai, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino. They entered the bridge, and there was already a mist in the air. Naruto discreetly activated a Sharingan while placing the usual genjutsu on it. They made their way to the bridge, moving as silently as possible. while everyone minus Tazuna, who was wearing bullets and breathing hard, just feared from itself. Naruto, using his Sharingan, could see glimpses of 2 chakra sources. "They are already here, both Zabuza and Haku, just about 100 meters away," Naruto said, and everyone stood in their guard. "How do you know that?" Kakashi asked. After all, Kakashi's sensing abilities weren't that good, and he was considering summoning one of his dogs. "I'll tell you later. Can't tell Sasuke here," Naruto whispered to his ear, and Kakashi nodded. Now wasn't the time for chit-chat. They continued walking until they stood a few meters away from each other. "Kakashi, we meet again. I'll enjoy the bound in your head," Zabuza said in a dreary voice. "So many places to choose from. I can slit your throat, stab into your heart, destroy your lungs, burst your kidneys, or break your spine," Zabuza continued saying while unleashing a lot of killer intent. Kakashi, Kurna, and Naruto seemed immune to it while Shino and Sasuke were sweating, and Tazuna was already in the ground as his legs gave out. Naruto saw Zabuza move from his spot, but he didn't have time to warn his team. He picked up his sword and jumped in front of Kurna, blocking the executioner's blade. "You're very good, kid, to manage to find me," Zabuza said. "Not many people manage to keep their head cool enough to think in these situations. Sometimes even Jonin would get caught. If it weren't for Naruto, Kurna would already be dead." "Say goodbye to your mist, Zabuza," Naruto said, going through a few hand signs and unleashing a gust of wind that blew the mist, getting a frown from Zabuza. "I really hate wind users," Zabuza said, shouldering his sword and getting ready for the attack. "As we planned, everyone take their positions," Kakashi ordered. "Why should the dope fight while me and Elite will just stand here and watch?" Sasuke said in his typical arrogant tone. "Now is not the time, Genin," Kakashi said in a very serious tone, making Sasuke gulp. "You will stay with Tazuna outside the barrier and only jump in if Naruto needs." "Are we understood?" Kakashi asked, and Sasuke nodded. "Get ready," Kakashi said. Tazuna retreated with Shino. Naruto made 4 shadow clones that formed a square around them and said, "Ninja art, 4 flames formation," and erupted a purple barrier with Tazuna and Shino inside, and Sasuke on the outside. Kakashi and Kurna got closer, preparing to fight Zabuza, and Naruto with a sword on hand prepared to face Haku. Zabuza sent a few water clones to surround Kakashi, Kurna, and Naruto. Naruto turned to Kakashi and he gave him a nod. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed. And 1 second later, every single clone burst into water. "Looks like you found your rival in speed. When you say, Haku?" Zabuza asked. "It looks like that," Haku replied and dashed towards Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, gripped his sword tighter and started running towards Haku. They met roughly at halfway and started exchanging a few blows, neither of them gaining advantage. Naruto would easily block every single attack, however he didn't manage to land any either. They found themselves in a standstill. Naruto was blocking Haku's kunai with the sword. Haku, seeing he had one hand occupied, started going through single-handed heals, and once finished said, "Flying water needles of death," and immediately 1,000 water needles formed from the clone's water and started raining on Naruto. Naruto, seeing this, knew he didn't have many options to avoid it, and decided to test his new eyes and the power he learned to use. He shifted his eyes in the Mangekyo and said, "Kamui." Naruto made his body intangible, and everyone watched in awe as well as fear as every single needle passed through Naruto's body, exiting on the opposite side. It's not possible," Haku said. "You aren't a clone. I can feel your chakra and your sword is pressing against my kunai," she explained. "Well, that's one of my most powerful jutsus," Naruto said, smirking. He used this moment of distraction and gave a powerful kick to Haku's chest that sent her flying and crashing on the ground near Zabuza. Zabuza was still wondering how this kid managed to do that and also beat Haku in speed. "You're really good for a Genin," Zabuza said. Kakashi laughed and said, smirking, "Zabuza, what if I told you that Naruto here is actually the dead last?" Zabuza's eyes widened. That brat couldn't possibly be the dead last. That our Konohas had been seriously training their Genin. "Zabuza, before we begin our real fight, I have a proposition for you," Naruto said, and Zabuza raised an eyebrow. "What do you want?" Zabuza said, wondering what the kid meant. "I heard that Gato plans to betray you once you get the job done. He plans to kill you and Haku once you kill Tazuna so he doesn't have to pay you. So how about we join forces and kill Gato, and in return, you can come back with us to the Leaf," Naruto explained, and everyone raised an eyebrow. "Naruto, you can't just offer asylum to a missing ninja like that," Kakashi said. "Kid, you're crazy. What makes you think I would join the Leaf?" Zabuza asked. "I bet you are tired of all the running and having to keep looking for missions just to live. And I know the old man well enough. Both of you would be great assets to the village." Zabuza is one of the 7 swordsmen. Haku has the ice release, Naruto said, and silently, Zabuza agreed. Both of them were tired of the constant running, and they wanted a place to settle down. How do you know about my bloodline? Haku asked. She didn't reveal it last time they faced each other. Did you really think that we would just train well apart? Information is half the battle, so I sent a fox to spy in Gato's warehouse, and he found you training. Naruto explained, and they both scowled. A Jonin getting spied on without realizing it. Be that as it may, but I still have a reputation, and in my place it's all I have. We will fight, and if Gato appears to finish me off, then we join forces. And then I'll decide if we'll go to the Leaf, Zabuza said, and Naruto nodded. If Naruto was lying, which Zabuza wouldn't know, Zabuza would be destroying his reputation by betraying his client. Immediately, Haku started going through hand seals and said, "Demonic ice mirrors." All around Naruto, ice mirrors started forming, trapping him in an ice dome. Haku walked to one of the mirrors and simply entered the mirror itself, as if she became nothing more than a reflection. Inside the ice dome. Inside the dome, Naruto could see that Kakashi and Kurenai were already engaging Zabuza. Even for both of them, Zabuza was no pushover. Naruto needed to end his fight so he could go help them. Also, Sasuke was around, and he knew that if they needed help, he would jump in. Uchiha pride and all. Funny, Naruto is an Uchiha, but even though he had pride in his blood, he was never arrogant about his power. Naruto focused on his battle and noticed that every mirror around him had Haku's reflection in it. He noticed that each Haku was holding 3 sunbone in each hand, getting ready to attack. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized that Haku was much faster now. If he didn't have the Sharingan to track her movement, he would need to resort to higher level of attacks. Haku looked at Naruto surprised. "You were the first person to ever dodge my attack when they are trapped in this jutsu." Naruto simply smirked. Haku continued her relentless assault, switching from mirror to mirror while launching countless senbon at Naruto. This went on for a few minutes. Naruto would simply dodge all senbon without even needing his Kamui. "How are you dodging my attacks?" Haku yelled, finally losing her cool. "You can't win. This jutsu spent a lot of chakra, and you're already getting low," Naruto simply said. "Shut up!" Haku yelled, and charged at Naruto as fast as she could, but Naruto's Sharingan could still follow her perfectly, and saw her every single muscle movement in slow motion as she charged. Naruto took the opportunity and grabbed her by the hands, throwing her into one of the mirrors. Suddenly, near where Haku landed, a kunai with an explosive tag. The tag exploded and Haku braced herself for the impact, not getting too much damage. Naruto looked to see who threw the kunai and found Sasuke inside the dome. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "I figured a dope like you would need help," Sasuke said with his trademark arrogant smirk. Haku took this opportunity and threw a few senbon to Sasuke. Naruto noticed a senbon incoming towards Sasuke. Naruto didn't have enough time to reach him, so Sasuke got hit by the senbon and fell limp on the ground. Naruto's eyes widened, and he ran towards him. Naruto looked at him and noticed that the senbon hit his neck in a non-vital area, and using his Sharingan, he noticed that his chakra network was still active, so Sasuke was probably in a death-like state. Naruto decided to finish this battle and said, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu," and launched a fireball into one of the mirrors, seeing if it would be enough. To his surprise, the fireball impacted the mirror, but remained there as if nothing had happened. "You can't defeat my technique with such low-level attacks," Haku said. "Then, let's take this up a notch," Naruto said, and made a single shadow clone, and both went through a few hand seals. "Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu," Naruto said. "Wind style, great breakthrough," Naruto's clone said. The combination of a B-rank fire ninjutsu powered up by the wind jutsu, and the result was a big fire dragon rocketing towards the mirrors. Haku tried pumping more chakra to the technique, but it wasn't enough. The pressure of the dragon coupled with the tremendous heat made the ice dome explode, sending Haku crashing hard into the ground in pain with burns and her mask cracked. "Forgive me, Lord Zabuza, I cannot defeat this boy," Haku thought, coughing a bit of blood. Naruto approached Haku, still weary as she could still attack. Naruto made a few hand seals and said, "Chakra seal." Placing his hand on Haku, he blocked her chakra and tied her up with ninja wire. He went to see how the other battle was going on, outside of the ice dome a few minutes earlier. Kakashi and Kurenai were about to face Zabuza. Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "Sharingan again," Zabuza mocked. "Be proud, Zabuza, you were the first enemy to ever see it twice," Kakashi said and started going through hand seals. "Fire style, great fireball jutsu," Kakashi said and sent a fireball towards Zabuza. Zabuza didn't even budge. He went through hand signs of his own and said, water style, water wall, and created a water wall that blocked the fireball, creating a cloud of steam all around. Kakashi ran forward and engaged Zabuza in taijutsu. Wrong move, as Zabuza was stronger due to him using the executioner's blade. Kakashi sent a low kick, making Zabuza jump up. Kakashi tried to capitalize on this with a punch, but Zabuza blocked it. Zabuza jumped back just in time to block a barrage of shuriken sent by Kurenai. Water style, water dragon jutsu, Zabuza said, and sent a big water dragon towards Kurenai. She got caught in the jutsu and was sent crashing into the wall hard, disabling her momentarily. Kurenai, Kakashi yelled, and made his way towards her to check on her condition. When he arrived near her, she was regaining consciousness. They made up a battle plan that would end Zabuza when they heard an explosion coming from the ice dome. Naruto, they both thought. But what both them and Zabuza saw was a big stream of fire coming from the dome with Haku flying towards the ground, and Naruto simply walking out of the ice dome, now practically all destroyed. Brat managed to defeat Haku is no ordinary genin. He must be at least jonin to defeat Haku without getting hurt, Zabuza said, watching Naruto tie Haku up and making his way towards his battle. Need help? Naruto asked, not even slightly winded. His massive chakra reserves weren't even slightly spent. He was practically full. Sure, Kurenai got hit. Let her rest for a bit while she prepares, Kakashi said, and Naruto started sinking into the ground. How many jutsus does he know? He's a fresh genin, and so far already saw big fire jutsu and wind jutsu, and now low level earth? Kakashi thought. Something was out of place. Zabuza had his guard up. One thing he knew for sure was not to underestimate the blonde kid. He managed to easily defeat Haku. Suddenly he felt a presence behind him and turned, but he was too slow. Naruto emerged from the ground just behind Zabuza. In his hand was a blue ball of chakra. Rasengan, Naruto said, slamming the blue condensed ball of chakra into Zabuza until he burst into water. Shit, water clone, Naruto thought, and turned to see Zabuza with his sword ready to chop him in half. This is the end, kid, Zabuza said, and brought his sword for a horizontal slash to chop Naruto in half. Naruto, Kakashi yelled. Naruto activated his Kamui once again. He's got to admit, it's a kick-ass power that most likely confuses enemies to no end. Zabuza was watching as the sword was phasing through Naruto and leaving his body without a scratch. When the sword left him, Naruto gave Zabuza an uppercut and jumped back near Kakashi. Zabuza regained his balance. What the hell is that attack? Zabuza asked, getting pissed off. He never saw anything like that. That's for me to know, and for you to find out, Naruto said, smugly making Zabuza even more pissed off. Suddenly a tree started growing behind Zabuza, trapping him with its branches. Tree binding death, Kurenai said, making the tree grow and snaring Zabuza in place without chance to escape. You are too dangerous to be left alive. What I'm about to show you is my own personal jutsu, Kakashi said, and started gathering a great amount of chakra in his right hand. The chakra changed into electricity until it started producing a loud sound. Kakashi dashed forward, intending to end Zabuza's life for good. Chidori, 1,000 birds. He was about to slam it against Zabuza when he heard it. Look at that, the demon defeated by a punk, some man said on the far side of the bridge. Kakashi stopped his assault, disabling his Chidori, and said, Gato, with distaste. What are you doing here, Gato? Zabuza asked, getting the impression the blonde kid was telling the truth. I'm here to kill you. You are simply too expensive when I can buy a few thugs that can get the job done, Gato said, smirking and thinking he was untouchable. Surrounded by 50 thugs, all equipped with weapons. Release me. We are no longer enemies. You are right, kid, Zabuza said, and Kurenai lifted her illusion. Zabuza picked up his sword when he was about to rush into Gato when Naruto placed a hand in front of him, making Zabuza confused. I want to try out the jutsu I've been developing, Naruto said. Hey old man, how are your supplies to finish the bridge? Naruto asked. I've got plenty, what do you ask? Tazuna said, getting confused. Kakashi-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, Zabuza. You are about to watch my very first creation. Watch closely, Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he was going to do. Even Sasuke, who just got up a few minutes ago. You really think you can defeat us all? One of the thugs said. Naruto simply smiled. Naruto brought his hands closer and slammed them against each other and started concentrating. He slightly separated his hands and started concentrating lightning chakra between them. A few seconds later, the lightning chakra started shrinking into a small, perfect light blue sphere. Naruto sent the sphere into the sky. and it expanded into a flash of light, immediately gathering clouds in the sky. Thunders could be heard as the sky started to get darker and heavy rain started to fall. As the thunder intensified, everyone watched in wonder how the kid managed to make it rain without much difficulty. "Is this how you're going to kill us? Rain?" Gato said. Everyone thought what he was doing failed, but Naruto simply smirked. Naruto concentrated a lightning chakra in his right hand and sent a small beam to the sky, and everyone watched was a massive lightning dragon gathered in the sky as if waiting for command of its master. "Watch closely," Naruto said and brought his hand down, commanding the dragon to attack. "Lightning style. Kirin," Naruto said. The dragon left the sky and rocketed toward Gato and thugs with such speed that everyone only saw a glimpse of light. Before the bridge where Gato was exploded with a tremendous source that everyone had to gather chakra to their feet just to not get blown away. Everyone watched in awe at the power of such a jutsu. When the dust cleared, there was nothing left where the thunder landed, and the place where Gato and the thugs were was now a big hole. Even the bridge itself was blown to bits. "So much power," Kakashi said as he watched everything with his Sharingan. "That technique was easily an S rank. Maybe I should go to the Leaf. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that," Zabuza thought. "That power should be mine. With that, I could easily defeat my brother. Yes, that power will be mine," Sasuke thought as he watched in awe the massive lightning strike. "What the hell are these shinobi? They can't be human," Tazuna thought in awe and a bit of fear. "Awesome, my jutsu worked," Naruto exclaimed happily, and everyone turned to him with their eyes fixed on him. "Congrats, kid," Kurama said. "It's over. Gato is more than dead," Kakashi said, looking at Naruto and laughed. "So, Zabuza, have you thought about Naruto's proposal?" Kakashi asked, and Zabuza started pondering. He was tired of his life, and if he went to the Leaf, perhaps he could witness that attack once again. That lightning dragon was beautiful. "I'll go with you. I'm tired of this. Besides, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that," Zabuza said as he pointed at a massive missing piece of a bridge, and Naruto smirked. "By the way, Naruto, congrats. That is one powerful jutsu, easily S-ranked," Kakashi said, happy that he inherited his father's talents. "And the best thing is that its chakra consumption is practically non-existent, since the dragon is powered by the natural electricity of the sky," Naruto replied, and Kakashi nodded. "Maybe you can teach it to me," Kakashi said. "You need a very high lightning affinity, as you need to manipulate the very essence of electricity, and also manage to gather it up in the sky. But if you want to, I would happily teach it to you, brother," Naruto said. "Brother?" Zabuza asked. "We aren't really brothers, but we're close enough," Naruto said. "Dope, I demand you teach me that jutsu," Sasuke said, walking up to Naruto. "No," Naruto simply said. "What do you mean, no? That power should belong to me, an Uchiha elite," Sasuke said. "The reason I won't teach it to you is because you have the wrong goals. Revenge and lust for power," Naruto said, and walked off, leaving Sasuke angry. "That council will hear about this," Sasuke thought. "Okay, everyone, let's head home. Tazuna, you can work peacefully now that Gato's dead." "It will probably be a few more days since Naruto decided to blow up the bridge," Kakashi said, glaring at him. Naruto simply scratched the back of his head. A few days later, everyone was at Tazuna's place packing to leave. The bridge was complete, and the wave was starting to recover from Gato's tyranny. Haku became good friends with Naruto and Hinata since they shared a common background. They were both hated and chased away from what they contained, either it be a demon or bloodline. Haku recovered very well since Naruto summoned a healing fox to help her treatment. Zabuza gave Naruto a few pointers and tips on his sword style. Zabuza was surprised when he found out that Naruto was an Uzumaki, masters in the art of the sword. Kakashi was almost floored when he found out about Naruto. Flashback. Everyone had arrived at Tazuna's house coming from their battle. They found it was a good idea to leave some backup in the house as two thugs attacked and tried to kidnap Tsunami and Inari. Kakashi called Naruto over and they both went outside of the house into the woods. "So, care to explain how you could see Zabuza and Haku in the mist?" Kakashi said. "I know, I can trust Kakashi-sensei. My father never told you this. Actually, I believe he never told anyone other than my mother," Naruto said and activated his Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened when he saw 3 Tomo Sharingan fire up in Naruto's eyes. How can you have the Sharingan? Neither your mother or father were Uchihas," Kakashi said. Actually, my father was an Uchiha, he just never told anyone. Did you ever wonder how he could be so fast? It's true, he used the Hiraishin, but a normal person without any bloodline wouldn't be able to react in time at those speeds. Naruto explained, and Kakashi asked why he never pondered that situation. So, how many people know that you are an Uchiha? Kakashi asked. So far, the old man, Hinata, Shino, Kurenai-sensei, and you. And I'm happy I never told anyone since I awakened it when I was 5. Otherwise, I would have probably joined the Uchiha clan in the grave, Naruto said, sending shivers to Kakashi. Oh, another thing, Naruto started. I kind of copied your Chidori since my lightning is my main affinity. Do you mind if I use it? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I have no problem with that. Besides, the Chidori was created to be used in conjunction with the Sharingan. So, it served you well, Kakashi said. I wonder why Sensei never told me, Kakashi wondered out loud. It's probably because of who his father was, Naruto said, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow. My grandfather was Madara Uchiha, Naruto said, and Kakashi froze, hearing that name. How is it possible? Kakashi asked. Madara didn't die in his battle with Hashirama, and a few years later, my father was born. Naruto said, Geez, with blood like that, who knows how strong Naruto will be? Kakashi thought, You know the council will be on your ass when they find out, right? Kakashi asked. Don't worry, I already studied politics and laws. I knew someday I would need them, Naruto said, laughing. This is the reason I asked the old man not to be on your team. I knew Sasuke would be with you, so you could train his Sharingan when he awakened it, and I would someday have to use it, and I didn't want to always be covering it up with a genjutsu, Naruto explained, and Kakashi nodded. I'm just picturing the council's faces when they find out, Kakashi said, laughing. Let's go home and rest. You need to work on the bridge tomorrow since you blew it up, Kakashi said, and Naruto sighed. And a flashback. Everyone from town was gathered up on the bridge, saying their goodbyes to the heroes. The brave shinobi that killed Gato and freed the wave. Don't cry, Nari. I'll come visit, Naruto said, and Nari simply nodded. Take care, old man, Naruto said to Tazuna. Goodbye, and don't forget to visit, Tazuna said, and everyone nodded and left towards the leaf. What should we name the bridge? One of the townspeople asked. How about the Super Great Tazuna Bridge, Tazuna said, and Tsunami bonked him in the head. How about the Great Naruto Bridge, since he was the one that killed Gato, and convinced Inari to fight for what he wants, Tsunami replied, and everyone agreed. The Great Naruto Bridge it is, Tazuna said, watching everyone leave. Hokage's office, 1 day later. Everyone was in the Hokage's office, giving their report of the mission. Since their group was only shinobi, they managed to get back to the leaf much faster, even having to stop a few times so Sakura could rest, because Sakura's basically fucking useless. Naruto has the same talent as his father, Hokage thought, reading about his lightning attack, and turned to the missing ninja in the room and started massing his temples. You give me nothing more than paperwork, Naruto, the old man said. How about this? Let Zabuza and Haku join the leaf, and I tell you how to defeat paperwork, Naruto said, and in a flash, the Hokage threw 2 headbands to Haku and Zabuza, and started shaking Naruto's shoulder, begging him to tell. Everyone watching this, sweat dropped. 2 words, Naruto said, and the Hokage focused on him. Shadow clones, he said. The Hokage walked calmly to his chair. He opened one drawer and took a piece of paper that said, Smash here. He put the paper on the table and started slamming his head, saying, Stupid, stupid. I'll allow it. Zabuza, you are a missing ninja. You will have a 6-month probation period, Hokage said, and he nodded. Haku, since you don't have any affiliation, you can join the Genin team next graduation. How about it? He asked. Actually, Lord Hokage, I would like to become a combat medic. I have good knowledge of poison and medical plants, she said, and the Hokage pondered. Very well, you can start in the hospital. I'll have someone teach you the basics, but you still need to be on a Genin team, and advance to at least Chunin until you can dedicate full time, the Hokage explained, and she nodded. Everyone dismissed, the Hokage said, and created 3 shadow clones to do paperwork. Naruto, how about I take you to ramen, the Hokage said, and Naruto started jumping in the air, shouting, Ramen? Ramen? This village is crazy, Zabuza said, and Haku nodded in agreement. The next week, after everyone returned from their wave mission, went without much trouble. The Hokage gave them the week off so they could train and rest and do the occasional D-rank mission. During this week, Naruto and Hinata trained with Zabuza in their Kenjutsu, and Hinata and Sutan ninjutsu. Apart from training with Zabza, they also did their normal training with Kurenai sensei, but there wasn't much he could teach them. Also, Haku started in the hospital learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. She was really skilled in it. Naruto also trained Hinata since she started showing a lightning infinity. With this training, she started developing a new Chaijutsu style that was rather deadly. One small touch and everything was over. This new style could be considered an improvement over her flowing fist. Currently, it was around 4 PM and both Naruto and Hinata were resting on the couch locked in a makeout session. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Naruto pouted that it ruined their alone time. "I swear I'm about to kill whoever knocked," Naruto muttered as he got up and went to the door. "Come on, Naruto, be nice," Hinata said. "We can always continue after it," she said, winking at him. Naruto turned back to look at her with a devious smile that gave her chills. Naruto opened the door and saw an Anbu masked shinobi standing there. "Yes?" Naruto asked. "The Hokage demands your presence in the council room," the Anbu said, and grabbed his arm, getting ready to take him away. Naruto removed his arm from his grip. "We'll be there momentarily," Naruto said in a cold tone, glaring at him with his cold blue eyes. The Anbu nodded. Naruto closed the door and turned back to Hinata, who was waiting for him. "Sorry, Hinata, but the council wants me. Wanna come? It's fun," he said, smirking. "Sure, let me grab a coat," she replied. She got up and grabbed a coat and both walked out of the house. When they were both outside, they shun-shuined to the Hokage Tower, council room. Naruto and Hinata arrived at the Hokage Tower and made their way towards the council room. When they arrived, there was an Anbu stationed outside of the room guarding it. The Anbu opened the door, and they both walked in. The civilian council immediately started glaring at him, and he simply discarded it. Hiyashi was glaring daggers at Hinata, wondering what she was doing here. "What are you doing here, Hinata?" Hiyashi replied. "Can't I be here for my boyfriend?" she replied, kissing him on the cheek and getting a distasteful look from Hiyashi and the civilians. "Disgusting, how can you associate with the Hiyashi didn't finish as a kunai launched from Naruto lodged itself in the wall near his head, cutting a few hairs and making the man freeze. "Careful, Lord Hiyashi, I wouldn't want you to break the Hokage's law," Naruto said, smirking. The Hyugas were known for always remaining cool no matter how stressful the situation. Everyone's eyes widened. If he wanted, he could have killed him right then and there. No one saw him even pulling out a kunai. "You dare attack me? I can kill your precious girlfriend here," only lifting 2 fingers, Hiyashi said in a calm tone. "You could try, but you would hit the floor dead before your fingers were even in the tiger seal," Naruto calmly said. "Is that a threat?" Hiyashi asked, narrowing his eyes. "No, just a warning. If you do anything to harm her, well, in this case you would call it the Hyuga massacre, except I would only kill the main house since they're all arrogant." Naruto said and everyone gasped, and Hiyashi simply scowled. He would have his revenge, but not now, trying to defuse the situation before he even embarrassed himself even more. "How can you have weapons in here? The Anbu outside should have made sure no weapons were allowed in here," Hiyashi said. The Hokage only watched the interaction with the fascination. Here it was, a 14-year-old boy pissing off the council. It was amusing as hell, so he just watched. "See these little things?" Naruto said and showed his wristbands. "In these wristbands, I have a few storage seals for kunai, shurikens, and senbons. It's a lot easier than wearing a pouch. Besides, it's not my fault that the Anbu didn't check them," Naruto explained. "Besides, I don't understand why you prevent weapons in here, but you let in a shinobi without restricting their chakra. Chakra is the shinobi's ultimate weapon. Without it, we are nothing more than civilians," Naruto said, and everyone pondered. "He has a point, you know," Shikaku asked rhetorically, and a few nodded. "That's not what we called you here for," one of the civilians said. "Before we start, may I ask what Sasuke is doing here?" Naruto asked, and everyone stared at him, pondering how he managed to sense his chakra. Sasuke stepped out of the shadows, smirking. "How'd you know I was there, dope?" Sasuke asked. "Everyone seems to forget that I'm a censor," Naruto said, sighing. "Hey old man, so Naruto didn't get to finish. Show the Hokage respect, you brat," Hiyashi said. "Fine, Lord Hokage, I was wondering the reason you called me," Naruto said. "That I would like to know as well," the Hokage replied, looking at the civilian council, who was a bit nervous. "We're here so that Naruto can teach the Uchiha the lightning jutsu used in your last mission," one of the civilians said, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Sorry, not teaching it. It's an S-rank jutsu of my own creation, so it belongs to me, and I alone can choose who I teach it to," Naruto said, and the civilian side erupted in protest. Naruto simply waited for them to calm down. "You should be proud of teaching Lord Uchiha," the pink banshee yelled. Her name was Sakiri, and she was Sakura's mother. I don't understand you. A couple weeks ago you bitched about me becoming a shinobi, and one of you hired 2 Jonis to assassinate me, and now you want me to teach him? Naruto said, and the shinobi side froze when they heard they tried to assassinate him. Could you clarify your assassination attempt, Naruto? Shibi said. Shibi Aburame was Shino's father and the current head of the Aburame clan. The night after the Genin graduation, one member of the civilian side named Konta Tuno hired 2 Jonin to kill us. They managed to break into my house during the night and try to stab us. However, I sensed them and we killed one of them while restraining the other and delivered him to the Hokage, Naruto explained. We? Shibi asked us. Hinata's living with me, Naruto explained, and Hiyashi thought that her daughter couldn't seek any lower. After that, the one who hired them was executed for an attempt on a leaf shinobi, Naruto explained. Oh, and just to warn you, if you try again, I already protect my house with a few security seals, so if anyone tries to break into it, they'll have a nasty surprise, Naruto said, smirking evilly and giving the civilians shivers. We're getting off topic. We demand you teach the jutsu to Lord Uchiha, Sekiro said, getting to the point of the meeting. I already said that I won't. It's my creation, for example, Naruto said and turned towards Hiyashi. A kaiten technique doesn't require any type of bloodline, so anyone can learn it. Why not teach it to the greatest shinobi? Naruto asked. That technique is the secret of the Hyuga clan, but I wonder how you know about it, Hiyashi said, narrowing his eyes. Hinata, Naruto said, and Hinata went in the middle of the room and started spinning with a low-powered kaiten, so she didn't destroy anything. How dare you use a technique of the main branch of the Hyugas, Hiyashi yelled, getting up and finally losing his temper, and raising his 2 fingers to activate Hinata's curse seal. Naruto seeing this dashed forward with a blinding speed, and slammed both his hands in Hiyashi's chest, saying, Chakra seal, applying a chakra restriction seal with his left hand, and saying, Paralysis seal, applying a seal that stops all motion from Hiyashi, freezing him in place with his right hand. Suddenly Anbu appeared in the room with swords drawn and pointed to Naruto's neck. Everyone's eyes were bulging out at the events that transpired just a few seconds ago. The Hokage was simply enjoying his life. Naruto's speed was phenomenal, as his work with seals. Only a skilled seal master could apply seals with his hands. Naruto activated his Kamui with his Sharingan hidden and instantly walked through the Anbu and their swords towards Hinata. Anbu just watched him literally walk through them like he was a ghost. I told you council meetings are fun, Naruto said, and Hinata giggled while everyone was staring at the pair. Naruto, remove the seals from Hiyashi, the Hokage said, and Naruto complied and removed his seals from him. And Hiyashi, refrain from disturbing actions, the Hokage concluded. Hiyashi continued glaring at the pair, releasing a little bit of ki that didn't even affect them. Now, I won't teach it to Sasuke for 3 reasons, Naruto started. First, he doesn't deserve it. He's an arrogant kid who thinks everyone should kneel before him. Second, you need a very high lightning affinity to be able to use it. Your affinity must be on the same level as the second water affinity, but in this case for lightning. Third, I'm a shinobi, so you have no authority over me, Naruto concluded. Sasuke, seeing this, seethed his teeth as Naruto was explaining. You don't deserve that power, and you and everyone should kneel before the Uchiha, Sasuke said, and rushed Naruto with a kunai. Naruto sidestepped him and placed him in a chokehold. After a few seconds, he dropped him onto the floor, unconscious. You killed him! Anbu, kill the demon! Sakura yelled, and Naruto simply sighed. He's just unconscious. As much as I hate him, I wouldn't kill him just because of his temper, Naruto explained. And your worship for the Uchiha will be your downfall one day. Care to explain how you managed to pull a kunai from his pouch, Naruto asked. Nobody answered. The Shinobi Council didn't like the Uchiha that much. He was an arrogant fool, but the civilians pampered him for every demand. Naruto, we agree that jutsu is yours, and only you should choose who you teach it to, Shibi said. Thank you, Aburame. Naruto said, glad that this was over. However, he hoped he could still have a bit of fun with anyone else. However, could you explain the requirements and disadvantages of the jutsu for classification, Shibi said. That jutsu could very well be a kinjutsu. Not a problem. For starters, to use this attack, you need a high lightning affinity, because you need to be able to draw the energy from the Earth's electromagnetic field. Once you manage to gather enough of it in the same place, clouds will form and create thunderstorms. Once this is done, I can manipulate the thunder and redirect it to the enemy. Due to using nature's energy instead of chakra, the attack is extremely more powerful. The only drawback is that after you use it, you can only use it in the same place after a few minutes so that the energy from the field can stabilize. Naruto explained, and everyone thought about the possibilities of that jutsu. They could easily topple a building or destroy a small army. You are skilled, Naruto. My son was right about you, Shibi said, and Naruto nodded. Can we leave now? Naruto asked, and seeing that the Hokage nodded, started walking out of the room until they heard one of the civilians whispering, "Demon," but everyone heard it. "For God's sake, how the hell can I prove that I'm not Kyuubi?" Naruto asked, but everyone remained silent. Naruto decided to scare the crap out of them and said, "Oh, I know a way," and everyone perked up. "Hey Kyuubi, wake up," Naruto said to Kurama, but out loud, so everyone could hear him. Everyone wondered what he was doing, but the civilians were all sweating bullets. "What do you want, kid?" Kurama asked. "How about we play with them for a little bit, just don't kill anyone," Naruto thought, and Kurama smirked. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto said, and made a single clone. In the clone, Kurama took control. His eyes became blood red with vertical slits. His whisker marks became more pronounced, and his teeth became fangs. "Well, hello," the Kyuubi said in a very dark voice, scaring the crap out of everyone in the civilian side. The Hokage already knew about him helping Naruto, but the shinobi side was also a bit weary. "Kyuubi?" Sakura asked. "Lord Kyuubi, you pathetic mortal," the Kyuubi said, and Sakura shrunk into her chair, just staring at a new transformed Naruto. "You hungry?" Naruto asked. "I can eat," Kyuubi replied. "You can start with the pink banshee," Naruto said, and Sakura started shaking and fainted. Naruto seeing this, sweat dropped. She fainted. "Pick another," he said. "Oh, just forget it. I'll eat them all," the Kyuubi said, and using a discreet henge, transformed into a medium-sized fox with 9 tails and orange fur. He calmly walked towards the civilian side. The rest simply watched as one by one, everyone in the civilian side fainted and remained there on the ground drooling. "That was fun," the Kyuubi said, making Naruto and Hinata laugh while everyone just sweat dropped. "We're leaving. See you tomorrow, old man," Naruto said and walked out of the room. "I like his style," Tsume said. She was the head of the Inuzuka clan and Kyuubi's mother. "What's that smell?" she asked. "I think I know. Who the hell is carrying them home?" the Hokage asked, and in a flash the whole shinobi side vanished. Did Minato tell them their ration? The Hokage wondered and thought. "With our favorite couple." "I told you council meetings are fun," Naruto said, chuckling. "How are you feeling? You didn't see your father since he expelled you," Naruto said. "I'm fine. He no longer thinks of me anything to him. He was never really a father. I think I never got to love him," she sadly said. "Besides, I have you now, and that's all I need," she said, kissing him on the cheek, and wrapping herself around his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. "Shall we continue what we were doing?" Naruto asked, remembering what they were doing before they left. "Are you sure?" Hinata whispered in a teasing voice. Naruto picked her up bridle-styled and shoo-chooed home. A few days later, Team 8 was on a route to the Hokage Tower to get a new mission. Their week off was over, and now they were ready for real missions. No more of these dreary D-rank missions. During the remainder of the week, Naruto learned a few lightning jutsus from Kakashi. Flashback. Naruto was walking towards Team 7's training ground since he set a training session with Kakashi. Naruto waited for a few minutes, but then he remembered Kakashi's nasty habit of arriving a bit late to any appointment. Naruto extended his senses and found Kakashi a few hundred meters away. He walked towards him and found him staring at the memorial stone. Naruto approached him, but Kakashi didn't even notice him since he was deep in thought. "So," Naruto said, startling Kakashi, "this is where you spend your time." Naruto continued in a low tone, seeing the names of his parents in the stone. The memorial stone is a monument in Konoha, where all written are the names of the shinobi killed in action, a reminder of their sacrifice to protect their home. Neither of them said anything during a few minutes until Naruto spoke. "You shouldn't dwell on the past. I know, but I can't forget my past actions. If I wasn't so arrogant back then, you'd still be alive," Kakashi said. "I'm the last of my gaining team. My best friend Obito died to save me. Rin sacrificed herself, forced me to kill her, and Sensei died, defeating the Kyuubi. In his dying moments, I promised Obito I would take care of Rin, and I failed," Kakashi said, almost breaking. "You can't protect everyone, even I know that. The only thing we can do is to try our hardest. Like you, I would do anything to protect those who I care about, but we can't be there for everyone," Naruto said. "I just feel it's my fault," Kakashi said. "You tried your best. No one could ask for more. It's time to let go," Naruto said, placing his hand on his shoulder and slowly turning away to leave. It would be best to leave him after their talk. Maybe he's right. I've dwelled on the past long enough, Kakashi thought, looking one final time at the stone. "I promise, Sensei." I'll do my best to protect and guide your son, he thought, smiling, and turned away from it, going towards Naruto. Wait, Naruto, I believed we had a training session, Kakashi yelled, making Naruto stop and turn towards him. Maybe my talk did some good, Naruto thought. Let's get this started. I'll be teaching you a few lightning jutsus. Kakashi thought, lifting his headband and showing his Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, I wonder, why can't you disable your Sharingan? It's because I'm not an Uchiha, and I can't cancel the chakra flowing into the eye, Kakashi replied. Maybe your eye is forcibly consuming chakra to remain activated, Naruto pondered for a few seconds and said, maybe I can apply a seal in your eye that allows you to cut the chakra feed completely, allowing you to see normally, but still to be able to reactivate the Sharingan. Really? Kakashi asked, indiscreetly. If he could, it would be good. He hasn't seen anything with his left eye in years outside of battles. Besides, it would remove his blind spot when not using the Sharingan. I'm pretty good with seals, so I'll see what I can do. Let's get started, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan. First, I'll show this. Lightning style, lightning chain, Kakashi said, making a shadow clone. Kakashi slammed his right hand with the clone's left hand, and when they were separating, it created a thin line of lightning chakra. Both Kakashi and his clone ran towards the tree, slicing it cleanly. Wow, that's an A-rank jutsu, Naruto said, giddy, and Kakashi smiled. His sensei was always up to learn new jutsu. The next is the final version of my Chidori. It's called Raikiri. Instead of gathering lightning chakra in the palm of your hand, you envelop your hand in it. By doing so, you increase the piercing power of your hand, making it possible to pierce or slice anything. This is why it's called Raikiri, because I used it to cut through lightning. This technique requires more chakra control over your element, and it's an S-rank technique, Kakashi explained. And a flashback, mission assignment room. They arrived at the mission room and saw the traditional setup, the Hokage in the center of the table with the Ruka to his left. Also in the room, near the edge of the table, was a girl. She was about Naruto's age. She wore a clip in her green hair and a color that matched her orange eyes. Her ninja outfit consisted of a short sleeveless white shirt, with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and a fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. Her forehead protector was worn on her right arm. Naruto stared at her, getting a weird vibe from her. The Hokage simply watched Naruto analyzing the young girl. Naruto, it's rude to stare, Kunai scowled at the blonde. Shino remained stoic, like always. Kid, I'm getting a reading on demon chakra from her. She's the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi, Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. Nice to meet you. 7. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said, and everyone wondered what he meant by calling her 7. It's nice to meet you too. 9. I'm Fu, she replied, and both teammate and Haruka stared at the young girl when she called Naruto 9. Saying that Naruto called her 7, that could only mean she was also a Jinchuriki. Who would figure? So old man, I guess the mission involves Fu? Naruto asked, and the Hokage chuckled. The mission I have for you is a B rank because of its importance rather than danger. The Hokage started. This mission is to go to the hidden village in the waterfall and negotiate trading agreements. Fu here will accompany you to the village since it's hard to find, the Hokage concluded. The Hokage picked up the scroll and threw it at Kunai and said, "And there are the mission details." Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked, "You set this up, didn't you?" "I thought you would like to meet another Jinchuriki like you," the old man replied. "I appreciate it," Naruto said and turned to Fu. "So, let's head out. I want to see your village," Naruto said. "Before we part ways, prepare for a 1-week mission. Gather at the West Gate in 1 hour," Kunai said, and everyone left the room. West Gate, 1 hour later. About 1 hour later, everyone stood ready at the gate. After they signed their release forms, they left the village, traveling at shinobi pace towards Fu's village. Their travel was uneventful. They were attacked by a few level thugs, nothing they couldn't handle. "So, Fu, what's your village like?" Naruto asked, and Fu got a bit hesitant. "The only thing I can say is that it's beautiful," Fu replied. "The thing I love most is that it has beautiful sunsets," she explained, and Naruto nodded. "Another thing is that my village's atmosphere tends to be a bit moist from the waterfalls, so it's perfect for finding new bugs," she concluded. "Bugs?" Shino asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, that's right, you're from the Aburame clan that specializes in bugs, right?" she asked, and Shino nodded. "One side effect of me being the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi is that I can communicate with bugs and use them as a weapon," she explained. "By the way, how is the Nanabi?" Naruto asked. "If you want, we can open a channel," Fu asked, and Naruto nodded. Kurama opened the channel, and they were dragged to what appeared to be a very dark room, and in the center, there was light. A few seconds later, 2 figures appeared in the room. The first one appeared to be a giant bug with horns and wings, and on top of his head was Fu. The other was a big fox, the Nine Tails, and orange fur, and on top of his head was Naruto. "Chome, long time no see," Kurama said. "It's been a while, Kurama," Chome replied. "You know, I never thought of seeing you friendly with your container," Chome said, smirking. "Laugh if you want, but it gets boring being sealed for 100 years, and I need something to entertain myself. Besides, the kid is not half bad," Kurama replied. "You damn right I'm not bad," Naruto replied, and the Kyuubi used his tail and knocked him down from his head and sent him crashing to the ground. "You're still a brat," Kurama said, and Fu laughed. Naruto simply stuck his tongue out at Kurama. "Damn furball," he muttered. "It was good seeing you. Until next time," Kurama said, and both of them exited their mindscapes. "What happened, Naruto? Both of you spaced out," Kurenai asked. "We were just talking amongst ourselves with the Kyuubi and the Nanami. They haven't seen each other in a few years," Naruto said, and seeing the confused look of Kurenai, Fu decided to elaborate. "Jinchurikis can create a mental link with other Jinchurikis and talk through our mind," Fu explained, and everyone nodded. A few hours later, near the waterfall village, Team 8 and Fu were arriving at the village entrance when Naruto's instinct kicked in, making him slightly jump out of surprise. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Hinata asked, concerned. There wasn't much talk after what Naruto said. "Naruto, is she your girlfriend?" Fu teased, wanting the juicy details. "She is, but I sensed 3 chakra signatures coming towards at high speeds, all Jonin level," Naruto said, and everyone got in position. "Fu, what's your rank?" Naruto asked. "I'm getting level alone, but if I use Nanabi's chakra, I'm around Chunin level, but I can't control it past 2 tails," she explained, and Naruto nodded. "They may not be enemies, however, let's take precaution," Naruto said, and Kurenai took charge. "Since there are 3 Jonin, we'll need to split up. Naruto, can you take one by yourself?" Kurenai asked, and Naruto nodded. "I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and if need be, I can use the Kyuubi chakra," Naruto replied. "Then Naruto, you take one, Hinata and Shino the other, and me and Fu will take the last," Kurenai ordered. Moments later, 3 figures rushed out of the woods and jumped in front of teammate Fu. The middle figure, that seemed to be the leader, wore a full-body sleeveless suit that was mostly black with the sides being light purple. He had green hair and purple eyes. The other 2 wore the same outfit that consisted of a full-body black suit and on top a light purple mid-sleeve shirt with a black belt in their waist. Their faces were completely covered by a black mask, revealing only their eyes. However, what all 3 of them had in common was the headband that had the design of a musical note. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Kurenai asked, keeping her guard up. "My name is Aoi Rokusho, and we are here to take her," he said, pointing to Fu. As he said that, everyone took a defensive formation around her. "Aoi Rokusho, you are a missing ninja from the Leaf Village," Kurenai said. What do you want from me, and I don't recognize your headband symbol?" Fu asked. "We are from the Hidden Sound Village, and we want you because you are the guardian of the Hero Water," Aoi said, getting ready to take by force if he need be. "Hero Water?" Naruto asked. Fu was a bit reluctant, but decided to tell them since they would most likely help her. "Hero Water is a special water that only exists in our village, and it's considered a forbidden drink. The water gives the user, when consumed, an enormous boost in chakra. The water multiplies by 10-fold the user's chakra output. However, it shortens their lifespan. Our ancestor used it to defend our village when needed, and the reason they want me is because I'm the guardian of the fountain," Fu explained, and Team 8's eyes widened. Multiplying chakra output by 10-fold is some power, but no power comes without cost. "Well, you aren't getting Fu," Naruto said, and took a step forward. "A brave little genin, are you?" smirked Aoi, and withdrew his sword. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the sword. "That's the sword of the Thunder God," Naruto said, and Kurenai wondered how could the second sword end up in his possession. "Enough of this. If you don't surrender the girl, you'll take her by force," Aoi said. "We're not letting her go, so that means we fight. Kurenai-sensei, I'll take Aoi because of the sword. My affinity should do well against him," Naruto said. He channeled chakra to his sword seal, and a poof of smoke stood in his right hand, his Chikoto. He channeled lightning chakra through it, and it began to sparkle, with a light blue aura around it. Naruto vs. Aoi. The group split apart until it remained only Aoi and Naruto. They both eyed each other before anyone made any move. You have a lot of nerve to face me in battle. With this sword, I'm invincible, Aoi said, smirking. Naruto shook his head and said, "You're too overconfident. No shinobi is invincible. There will always be some weakness or mistake we will make." Aoi dashed forward, intending to kill the annoying blonde. He brought his sword down with a vertical slash, trying to kill him in one swift motion. However, Naruto blocked the Raijin with his one sword, and both fought for dominance, leading to a standstill. "How can that be? How can you block this sword like that?" Aoi said, getting annoyed. His sword was supposed to be the most powerful sword in existence. Like I said, no one is undefeatable, and that sword isn't all powerful. My sword is made of chakra metal, and I have a very high affinity towards lightning, making my sword almost on par with yours, Naruto explained, smirking and pissing Aoi off. "Senbon shower," Aoi said, and picking his umbrella and threw it in the air. The umbrella started spinning and launched massive amounts of senbon towards Naruto. Naruto saw no way to dodge them all, and went through a few hand seals. "Earth style, earth wall," Naruto said, and an earth rose from the ground, blocking the senbon. "You're not bad for a genin," Aoi said. "Genin is only a name," Naruto said, smiling and going through more hand seals. "Fire style, great fireball jutsu," Naruto said, and sent a fireball towards Aoi. He simply brought his sword up in a downward slash. He cut through the fireball, making it disappear. Aoi dashed towards Naruto, but this time he channeled chakra to the sword and tried to shock Naruto. The sword sent a shockwave towards Naruto, who stood his ground, not moving an inch. Aoi laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but quickly quieted down when he saw Naruto getting shocked, but standing there as if nothing was happening. "How can you stand there?" Aoi asked. "I have a very high lightning affinity. By coating my external body with chakra, any lightning attack I receive is ineffective. Basically, any shorter than an S-rank jutsu or other extremely well concentrated, I'm immune to lightning attacks. That's the reason why I decided to fight you," Naruto explained, and Aoi seethed his teeth. "It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you anyway," Aoi said, and once again tried to slash Naruto, but he blocked again and jumped back. "Let's see what you can do without your precious sword," Naruto said, and activated his EMS. "It would be the first time using the long range of this." "Kamui," Naruto said, and focused on the sword. Moments later appeared to what be a small rift, sucking the sword into it and closing. Aoi only watched as the sword was literally sucked out of his hands. "Bastard, where did you send the sword to?" Aoi asked, getting seriously pissed by him. "I took the sword and intend to take it back to Konoha, where it belongs," Naruto explained. "It's time to end this. I need to go see how the rest of my team is doing." Naruto dashed forward, and as he expected, Aoi couldn't do much without his sword. Aoi followed the path that most Kekkei Genkai users do. They focus merely on that and think that they are invincible. Naruto brought his sword to a vertical slash, making Aoi block with a kunai and jump to the right. "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, and sent 5 shurikens that multiplied to 100. Aoi brought his umbrella up and blocked them all. Aoi ran towards Naruto, and before Naruto could realize, he was being stabbed in the back with a kunai. Aoi smirked until Naruto dispelled into a blue light, sending a rush of lightning chakra through Aoi, shocking him. Aoi was left lightly twitching as he looked for Naruto. Aoi barely dodged Naruto's hand as it rose from the ground and tried to catch him. "Water style, water bullet," Aoi said, and sent a few water bullets towards Naruto, who got hit with 3 of them, 2 in the chest and 1 in the leg, leaving him on the ground, clutching in pain. Aoi approached Naruto, getting ready to finish him with the kunai. He brought it down and slashed his neck. Aoi smirked until Naruto puffed away in a puff of smoke, and suddenly he froze, unable to move. He only saw Naruto appearing behind his back and slamming his hand in his back. "How?" Aoi barely managed to ask. "You let your guard down. When you hit me with the water bullets, you thought you had me. However, when you sent them, I switched with the clone. It hid underground. When you approached to kill my clone, I popped up and placed a paralysis seal on you," Naruto said, and Aoi just cursed his luck by being defeated by a mere 14-year-old. "Now that you can't move, you'll answer a few questions before I take you back to the leaf," Naruto said, and walked in towards Aoi before standing a few inches before him. "What do you want the water for?" Naruto asked in an emotionless tone, gazing Aoi with his cold, blue eyes that seemed to reflect Aoi's soul upon them. "Like I would tell you anything," Aoi sneered, and Naruto simply smirked. "Let's have some fun then," Naruto said in a typical Anko fashion, giving him shivers. "Damn kid, when did you learn that?" Kurama asked, surprised by the sudden change in attitude. "When you have the Shadow Clone Jutsu coupled with a Sharingan that grants you photographic memory, you are bound to learn quite a few things. And have you forgotten? I read almost the entire library in Konoha," Naruto explained, and cut the feed, deciding to focus on Aoi first. Naruto activated his Sharingan, but only it gave him shivers. Aoi wouldn't budge. "Let's try this. Hellfire technique," Naruto said, trapping Aoi in an illusion that gave the idea of him being burned alive. This went on for a few minutes, and Aoi wouldn't crack. "That alone isn't going to cut it," Aoi said weakly. Even though he didn't succumb to the illusion, he was weakened by it. "I wonder why you won't talk. I mean, you're going to Konoha anyway, so why not make it easier for yourself?" Naruto said, trying to rationalize with them. It isn't Konoha I'm afraid of," Aoi replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Hey Kurama, I can't use Tsukuyomi yet. Can you lend me a hand?" Naruto asked. "Of course, I'm always up for some fun," Kurama said, smirking. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and channeled the Kibi chakra to his eyes, turning them into a blood red with black vertical slits. Naruto gazed into Aoi, and suddenly he was dragged into Naruto's mind. Aoi wondered where he was until he was faced with steel cage doors that seemed to be meant to keep something locked up. However, that thought sent shivers as the doors were fully unlocked. Aoi gazed inside, only to see two blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. The eyes were increasing in size as a figure could be seen approaching. A few seconds later, a figure revealed itself to Aoi, making him freeze in place. In front of him was an orange fox with 9 tails swirling. In front of him was the Kyuubi, the most powerful Biju of all. "Oh, a snack. You're too good to me, kid," Kurama said, walking slowly towards Aoi, who remained in place but simply lost control of his bladder. "I told you I wasn't a bad guy," Naruto replied, simply watching Aoi wet himself, literally. Kurama approached Aoi, licking his teeth, getting ready to devour him. "Okay, I'll tell you everything I know," Aoi stuttered, not really managing to control his body at that moment. "Now that wasn't so hard, now was it?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "Why do you want the water?" Naruto asked. It was a mission. Our leader makes acquiring the water a priority mission. "But I don't know what he wants it for," Aoi quickly answered. "I see. And who is your village leader?" Naruto asked. "Orochimaru, the snake Sanin," Aoi replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Orochimaru founded his own village? Interesting. I'll tell the old man when I get back," Naruto thought. "Anything else I should know now?" Naruto asked, and Aoi quickly shook his head, saying no. Naruto released the illusion and went behind, giving him a chop to the neck, knocking him out. Naruto released the paralysis and instead applied a chakra seal. He tied him up with ninja wire and sealed him in a status scroll to keep him alive. "Thanks, Kurama," Naruto said. With the others, Naruto made their way to the others' battle just in time to see them end. "Naruto, are you good?" Kunai asked. "Yes, I have his sword, and he's sealed in the stasis scroll. I'll take him back to questioning, but I did manage to find out that his village is run by Orochimaru," Naruto explained. "Orochimaru?" Kunai asked. "Yes, we'll inform the old man when we arrive at the village," Naruto said. "How is everyone?" he asked. "We're good. Shino and Fu are a little out of breath, a few bruises and scratches, but nothing too major," Hinata replied. "Let's go to the village to rest and report the details," Kunai said. Village gates. Team 8, led by Fu, were approaching the gates of the waterfall village. They arrived near the gate and were stopped by 2 guards. The guards turned to the approaching people and spotted the Konoha team with Fu. "So, you're back already?" one of the guards asked, Fu clearly despising her. She frowned but nodded. Team 8 caught this and weren't happy, primarily Naruto. "My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I'm here with my team. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki for negotiations," Kurenai said, handing them a scroll with the Hokage stamp. "Welcome to the waterfall village," the same guard said, and allowed them passage. They were walking towards the village's center where the village leader lived. Team 8 seemed to notice that Fu was getting the same hateful glares and the casual insults as Naruto did in Konoha. It seems that you aren't too liked here, Naruto said sadly. It's the fate of all Jinchuriki. We are all treated badly, but even then, there are some people that see us for us, and not the beast, Fu explained. I don't understand why people can't see the difference between a scroll and a kunai. You're just humans, just like the rest of us, Hinata said. Naruto chuckled, but this laugh was filled with irony, and got confused looks from everyone. Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice. Naruto started getting the attention of everyone. I've thought a lot about this. The more I think, the more I realize that we aren't humans, Naruto said, getting a gasp from everyone. Even the Kyuubi and the Nanabi were listening. Naruto got into a thinking pose before continuing. The moment the Biju are sealed into a human being, either it is a newborn or adult, we are bound with them until the end of our lives, since if you remove the Biju from the host, he dies, Naruto said, and got gasps from everyone. It is a strange thing, the Biju and their host. We do not need them, and yet we cannot live without them. The moment they are trapped in us, they become part of us, Naruto said, and everyone stopped walking and just stood there listening to the blonde. If we combine forces, we are unstoppable, and yet a piece of paper with ink can cripple us, making us strong yet fragile. Once we are bonded, each of the hosts gains special abilities that neither someone with Kekkei can achieve. Our chakra starts changing to adapt the Biju demon chakra, making it stronger than other humans. So you see, I'm not the beast, but I'm not the same human I was born, Naruto concluded, and no one said anything. Everyone just started walking and thinking about what the blonde had said. Is it true? Fu thought. The kid is right, you know. The moment we bond, you become something else. Because you aren't me, but you become different from the others, but even I don't know what, Chome said. Kid and I thought you were a brat, Kurama said, chuckling. To think you could come up with something like this, Kurama said, but Naruto only nodded and didn't say anything. Everyone just continued their path, thinking about what the blonde had said. Waterfall Tower. They arrived at the center of the village and stopped in front of what was supposed to be the waterfall tower. They could see stairs going around the tree, and the tree itself was the building. They made their way up the tower and stopped facing two red doors that, according to Fu, led to Shibuki's office, the village leader. They knocked and heard someone say, "Enter." Team 8 and Fu quickly complied and opened the doors, and found themselves in a small, modest-looking office. There was a shelf with books, a small couch, a few pictures, and in the back was a desk with Shibuki behind working. Shibuki has black eyes and has long, dark brown hair. He also wears a forehead protector, symbolizing his shinobi status. He had gray pants, a green shirt, and ninja sandals. "Oh, Fu, welcome back," Shibuki said, smiling. Apparently, he was one of the people Fu said that treated her well. "Yes, mission accomplished, Lord Shibuki," Fu replied, and stepped out of the way so Team 8 could present themselves. "Thank you for having us, Lord Shibuki," Kurenai started, bowing. "My name is Kurenai Yuhi, and this is my team. Shino, Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki," she concluded, and everyone bowed in respect. "Not at all. I trust the travel went well," Shibuki asked, and caught the slightly hesitation in Konoha's team. "What happened?" he asked. "We were attacked by Konoha missing ninja, Aoi, with two other Jonins. Apparently they were from a new hidden village that was founded recently in the Rice Country. They were after me, and their objective was stealing the hero water. Fortunately, we managed to win. Aoi was captured. The two other Jonin were killed," Fu explained, and Shibuki brought his hand to his chin and stood there processing the information. "Did you find out why they wanted it?" Shibuki asked. "I interrogated their leader, Aoi, and apparently their village is called the Hidden Sound Village, and their leader is Konoha's missing ninja, Orochimaru, the snake Sanin." Naruto stepped forward and explained. "This is troubling news," Shibuki started. "The water is very dangerous, even more in the hands of Orochimaru. I'll increase security in the borders and in the fountain to make sure," he finished. "We will take Aoi for interrogation back in Konoha, and we will send you the information we find," Kurenai said. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Shibuki replied. "Now, Kurenai, shall we discuss the trading agreements?" he asked, and Kurenai nodded. "Fu, accompany them to the hotel until we finish our talks," Shibuki said. Everyone bowed and left the room. Around the village, You were right, this village is amazing, Naruto said as they were walking towards the hotel. The village had a very naturalistic tone to it. There are trees, grass, and other plants everywhere. Even the terrain was earth itself. Yes, and it seems to have many different bug species around, Shino said, observing the village, trying to find out the different bugs around. Is that all you think about, bugs? Naruto asked, getting a bit creeped out. You do realize that bugs are my weapons, Shino said in his usual stoic voice. You know, Naruto, Fu began, since you never use bugs, you don't realize how helpful they are. They are excellent for spying. They can steal chakra from the enemies, poison them, or remove poison in you, and many other things, Fu explained. I guess it's true. However, for information gathering, I have my shadow clones, and for poison, the QB takes care of that, Naruto said, and noticed that Shino was talking to Fu about bugs. I guess those two won't shut up about bugs too soon. It's getting late, and it's nice weather. How about we go see the sunsets? Naruto asked. Who would have thought you were so romantic? Hinata asked, rhetorically kissing him and dragging him along. And that they did. They managed to find a tall tree. They climbed it and sat on the very top, overlooking the darkening sky and the light of the village. She's right. It's beautiful, Hinata said as she looked at the sky. The sun was going down and just dimly sending light to the earth. The few clouds that existed seemed that they were on fire. Hinata was snuggled into Naruto's chest, leaning her head onto his shoulder. His arms were wrapped around her in a protective manner. You know, these are the moments I treasure the most, Naruto said, embracing Hinata tighter into him. As if he let go, she would slip away. When you're with me, he said, caressing her hair. I wouldn't trade for anything. I've never been happier than I am right now, with you, she said. Having you with me makes me forget everything else. I don't even care that my father left me. They couldn't be called family. If it meant being with you, I would have left well before, she said, turning around, facing him, and staring at his deep blue eyes and his hair that seemed to dimly glow. I don't care about the rest of the world. You were the first person that ever showed me real love, Naruto said, and I'll treasure you and protect you forever, he said, making her smile. Her dark blue hair flowed in the wind and seemed to shine as the moon made its way up to the sky. I love you, Naruto, she said. I love you too, Hinata, Naruto replied, and leaned forward, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer. They both kissed. It wasn't long, but it didn't matter. It was sufficient for either of them to understand the deep love they had for each other. They slowly separated and continued to watch the nightly sky until they both fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day had come and apparently negotiations had gone well, and Teammate was getting prepared to leave. They regrouped with Fu at the gate and said their goodbyes. Even though their stay was rather short, a simple night, it was sufficient for them to slightly bond. After all, Naruto being a Jinchuriki quickly became on friendly terms with Fu as Shino. Don't become strangers, try to visit, Fu said. Of course, we will do our best, Hinata said. Hey Fu, I have a gift for you, Naruto started, and everyone rose an eyebrow. Here, Naruto said, and handed her a tri-pronged kunai. This is a very special kunai. If you need help or just want to talk, throw it at the ground and I'll be there in a flash, Naruto explained, smiling. Fu gladly accepted the gift, as there weren't many people that were good to her. Thank you, Fu said, and watched them leave and fade away with the distance. With Teammate. A few hours had gone by and Kunai couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. Naruto, I have a question, Kunai said. Shoot, Naruto answered. He already suspected where this was going. That kunai you gave Fu, that wasn't a normal kunai, Kunai said, practically asking for an explanation. That kunai contains the Shiki formula for the Flying Thunder God, Naruto explained, not revealing too much information just to see the reaction of his sensei. The Flying Thunder God? But that was the fourth technique, Kunai stuttered, stopping and staring at Naruto. Looks like you figure it out, Naruto said. I can use it because it's my legacy. Minato Namikaze was my father, Naruto explained, and even Shino was surprised, finally forgetting his stoic face with one of shock. How is that possible? Kunai asked. What do you mean? Naruto started. Didn't your mother give you the talk? Naruto asked, making Hinata and Kunai blush. Idiot, Kunai replied, smacking his head. The old man named me Uzumaki after my mother because my father had many Iwas, primarily Iwa. I think I'm strong enough to protect myself and everyone I care about, so maybe I'll ask the old man to announce it when I become a Chunin, Naruto explained. To think I never realized it. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Only the fourth had that particular combination, she replied. Don't worry, even Kakashi-sensei didn't realize, and he was a student, Naruto asked. You told Kakashi? Kurenai wondered. Yeah, I've been training with him sometimes in the past weeks, Naruto answered. I should have known when he used the Rasengan on Zabuza, she said to herself. The Thunder God was his most powerful technique, she said. My father was truly a genius in every sense of the word. Naruto said, resembling his brief talk when he met his father. But I can't use it on his level yet. I can't seem to handle extreme speed yet. Every time I try multiple jumps, I end up crashing into something, Naruto said, and Hinata started laughing, as she remembered Naruto crashing into the walls and trees when he tried it. Still, you can use it, Kurenai said. She was starting to piece everything together, and was starting to realize that Naruto and Hinata were prodigies. The skill they possessed at such a young age to master high-level jutsu and even create their own. My team is going to rock the Chunin exams, she thought. And I'm betting on them, she thought, laughing to herself. Hokage's office. And that's what happened, Kurenai said. Geez, what's up with the missions? First a C rank goes A rank, and now a simple B rank goes S rank, the Hokage said, smoking on his pipe. Old man, here, Naruto said, and threw him 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls has Aoi in a stasis for more deep interrogation, and the other has the sword he stole. The Thunder God, Naruto said, and Hiruzen's eyes widened. The Thunder God was stolen many years ago by Aoi. He didn't think he would still have it. Hiruzen unsealed the sword scroll. He channeled chakra through it, and the sword flared to life with yellow sparks. The Hokage stopped the chakra and thought for a moment before throwing it to Naruto again. Naruto caught the sword but looked at the Hokage in confusion. The old man sighed and placed a sound barrier. This would be a long talk. What I'm about to tell you is a secret that only I know, the old man said. I trust you'll keep quiet, the Hokage asked. Primarily Kurenai and Shinobu nodded. The Hokage pondered where to start. The sword belongs to you, Naruto, the Hokage said. What do you mean it belongs to me? Naruto asked, still in confusion. You have Uchiha blood. However, you are the heir to the Senju clan. The Hokage said, and everyone froze. You could hear a pin drop on the floor. Everyone and teammate was looking at Naruto, who was still processing what the old man had told him. What? Naruto asked in a low tone. You know your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and she came from the Whirlpool country, right? Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. I'll start in the beginning. Hashirama Senju and his wife, Mito Uzumaki, had 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. The girl was named Tsunade Senju, the well-known slug Sanin. Tsunade later in life had a child named Kushina Senju. However, due to the war with the Senju clan, it was decimated, leaving only Tsunade and Kushina to reform the clan. Due to them being women and not wanting to be a breeding stock, they faked Kushina's death, resulting in the birth of Kushina Uzumaki, Hokage said. You know the rest, Hokage concluded. Kushina married Minato and I was born, Naruto said, and Hokage nodded. Naruto didn't say anything during a few minutes as he thought about everything he learned. Wait, but then what about everything I found about the Uzumaki clan in my father's compound? Naruto asked. I chose the Uzumaki name because they were cousins of the Senju clan. During the wars, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, but your mother and father went to the Whirlpool village and salvaged what they could. That is one of the reasons your father was so good at Queen Jutsu, Hokage said, and Naruto nodded until he remembered Tsunade. Tsunade's still alive. Did she leave me? Naruto asked, not wanting to know the answer. Hinata went to him and grabbed his hand. No, Hokage started. Tsunade lost everything she had. Her lover and brother died in the war. Then the Kibi attacked, and her daughter also died. She was in the village at the time, but she heard the news and ran. I tried to find her, but I couldn't. She probably doesn't even know Kushina had a child, Hokage explained. Naruto frowned for minutes thinking about it. And I'll find her and bring her back to the village, Naruto said with his traditional smile. It took the news better than I expected, Hokage said. Well, if Tsunade had raised me, I would have probably never found Hinata. Even though I had a hard life, I wouldn't trade her for anything, Naruto said, making the Hokage smile, seeing Naruto has good values. That means Uzumaki isn't even my real name. I kinda grew attached to it, Naruto said. Well, when you choose to reveal your heritage, I'll be able to pick the name you want for your clan. Senju, Namikaze, or even Uzumaki. However, Uchiha you can't since Sasuke is the heir, the Hokage explained. Like I don't want to live with that idiot, Naruto said laughing, and the Hokage chuckled. So, the sword is mine, Naruto started, but what about Granny Tsunade, isn't she the heir? Naruto asked. The Hokage smiled, seeing Naruto call her Granny. She hasn't been on active duty in more than 10 years. Since you already completed missions, you are currently the heir, the Hokage explained, and Naruto nodded. Naruto channeled chakra to the sword, but the strangest thing happened. Instead of the usual yellow sparks, the sword flared, but with the bright blue color. The sword was sparkling with a lot more power than the 2 times he saw it. What the hell? Naruto said out loud. Why is it blue? Naruto asked. The Hokage went into professor mode and quickly came up with a theory. Didn't you say that you had high affinity towards lightning? The Hokage asked, and Naruto nodded. Because of your high affinity, the sword would probably reacted stronger to your chakra, probably making it more powerful, Hokage explained. Guessing I'm shredding up my metal sword, Naruto said chuckling, and deactivated it. Suddenly, Naruto stiffened, and he remembered something. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, silently asking what happened. I'm just thinking of what the council will say when they find out I belong to the 2 most powerful clans in the world, Naruto said smirking. It's gonna be so much fun, he said, and everyone's sweat dropped. The Hokage simply laughed. The old man hated the council meetings, but apparently, young Naruto seemed to enjoy them. It was another simple day in Konoha. The sun was rising to a new warm day in the Leaf Village. The villagers were starting their own businesses, and the other shinobi were preparing in Training Ground 8, sparring with Haku and Zabuza. Since Naruto got his sword, the Thunder God sword, he asked Zabuza for tips so he could rely on Kenjutsu in a real battle. Hinata was fighting Haku in an all-out contest. Haku could only keep up using her ice mirrors, which would lead to a quick defeat due to massive chakra usage. Zabuza versus Naruto. Kenjutsu only, Zabuza said as he was facing Naruto. They were a few meters apart, each one grasping each sword. Executioner's Blade versus Thunder God. Agreed, Naruto said, flared his sword to life. Blue light emanating from the sword. It was sparkling in all its power. Still not powerful as my preferred weapon. Maybe one day I'll use it, but it sticks out too much, Naruto thought. Let's see what you can do, Zabuza said as he dashed forward towards Naruto. He went for a horizontal slash, but Naruto blocked. He soon found out it was a bad idea because Zabuza had more brute force than him. Naruto was forced to jump back. Rule number 1, don't block strikes from enemies stronger than you, Zabuza said. Naruto ran towards Zabuza. He jumped in the air and tried a vertical slash. Zabuza sidestepped and tried to kick him in the chest. Naruto blocked and caught his leg and threw him up in the air. Zabuza quickly regained balance and landed gracefully on the ground. Not bad, brat, but if you want to beat me in Kenjutsu, you need more strength, Zabuza said. I can always beat you in speed, Naruto said smirking, and deactivated in gravity seals. Zabuza saw his body lightly glowing and braced himself. Naruto disappeared in a show of speed. Zabuza out of instinct brought his sword up just in time to deflect an attack that would behead him. Naruto disappeared again, and this time Zabuza jumped out of the way just as Naruto came from the sky with a vertical slash. I give it to you, you're fast, but that alone isn't enough. I have years of experience, Zabuza said, and readied his sword once again. He dashed forward with impressive speed, and exchanged a few blows with Naruto. However, Zabuza just couldn't keep up in speed, and waving around that big sword certainly didn't help. You can't keep up in speed with me, Naruto said, and continued to parry his strikes, quickly shifting his position, putting Zabuza on his toes. Zabuza had enough of this. He slowly relaxed, focusing his senses. He realized an attack was coming from the right. He brought his sword up, but instead of simply blocking, he pushed strength into his sword, making Naruto lose his balance. Zabuza took opportunity of this and quickly repositioned his sword at his neck. I win. Speed alone is enough, Zabuza said, removing the blade from his neck. One of these days, I'll defeat you in Kenjutsu, Naruto said, deactivating his sword. Hinata versus Haku. Ready, Haku? Hinata asked, shifting into position and activating her Byakugan. Always, Haku replied, picking up Senbon and placing 3 in each hand. Hinata quickly ran towards Haku. She shifted to the left to quickly avoid the Senbon thrown. With her Byakugan, she could easily track the incoming Senbon. Hinata arrived near Haku and went for a juking strike to the chest. Haku quickly ducked and went for a low kick. Hinata jumped up and tried a dropkick, making Haku roll to the left. They both dashed toward each other and exchanged blows. Haku quickly realized that she was no match to Hinata in taijutsu. Hinata was simply avoiding all of her attacks as if she was dancing. Haku tried once again, a punch straight to the face. However, Hinata sidestepped and quickly, with an infused strike, managed to close a few tenketsus in her wrist. Haku gave up on taijutsu and jumped back, nursing her left hand. Haku started going through one-handed seals and said, "1,000 flying water needles of death," and sent countless senbon towards Hinata. Hinata said, "Kaiten," and started spinning in a blue dome of chakra, completely blocking all of the senbon. Haku took that time and forced chakra towards her tenketsus to painfully open them. Hinata was primarily a water user since it was her first affinity she trained. Since there wasn't a nearby lake, she decided to change the terrain to her advantage. She quickly went through a few hand seals and shouted, "Water style, exploding water wave," and pumped her chest full of water, expelling it through her mouth. In a few seconds, the training ground was filled with water. "That might have been a bad move, Hinata. With this much water, it's much easier for me to use my ice release," Haku said. But Hinata continued to stare at her, getting ready for her next move. "Ice release, flying ice shards," Haku said, and like Hinata, she started spinning. However, she wasn't blocking anything. Haku was spinning and water was rising up around her. Suddenly, the water around her started freezing, and from it came thousands upon thousands of ice shards. "I can't hold up my kaiten long enough to block all those," Hinata thought, and started going through hand seals. She stopped and said, "Water style, water wall." Water rose from the ground and wrapped around her, blocking all the ice shards. However, Haku continued to send, and Hinata had to do something. "I got it," Hinata thought. "I hope this works. I haven't completely mastered it." Hinata kept inside the water dome as the shards continued coming. She concentrated and suddenly released a vast amount of lightning chakra that radiated from her body and spread through the water, effectively shocking Haku. "That was surprising. I didn't know you could use the lightning element," Haku said, slightly twitching. "Just discovered it a few weeks ago," Hinata said as she released her protective dome and said, "Water style, water dragon jutsu," and a big dragon rose from the ground and rushed towards Haku. Haku barely managed to create an ice dome around her to shield her from the attack. Haku released her jutsu and looked around, trying to find Hinata. Suddenly, behind Haku, Hinata rose from the water, kunai at hand, trying to kill her. Haku sensed her and was faster than her, and, creating an ice blade around her arm, quickly slashed Hinata, making her dispel in a slash of water. "Water clone," Haku said in surprise, and suddenly felt a cold steel at her throat. She realized that the water clone was only a distraction. "Looks like I win," Hinata said with a smile. "I look forward to next time," Haku said, sitting on the ground, slightly out of breath. "You okay?" Hinata asked, concerned with her. "Yeah, I'm low on chakra. What about you?" Haku asked, surprised that Hinata wasn't even winded as she used a couple of high chakra demanding jutsu, and that defensive dome is a killer in anyone's reserves. When you train for years with a stamina freak and a chakra monster, you tend to increase your reserves if you want to keep up, Hinata said, chuckling, and Haku simply looked smiling. Haku was happy since she came to the Leaf. She had a simple and peaceful life. No more crappy beds and constantly having to watch out for hunters. Training Ground 8. Kurenai and Shino were approaching their team's training ground when they saw all the commotion. Kurenai and Shino had their jaw on the ground when they saw Naruto hold his own against Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and even Hinata using high-rank water jutsu. "I might have to increase my training if I want to have something to teach them," Kurenai said, and Shino only nodded. They really grew into fine young shinobi. "Naruto, Hinata," Kurenai said, getting their attention. "Zabuza-sensei, see you tomorrow, and thank you," Naruto said, and Zabuza simply nodded. "Hey Haku, want to stick around?" Hinata asked. "Sorry, my shift in the hospital starts in a few minutes, and later I have my own team meeting," Haku said, and Hinata nodded, and both Zabuza and Haku left the training ground. "So, Kurenai-sensei, what are we doing today?" Naruto asked. Kurenai placed her hands in her pockets and took 3 pieces of paper and gave one to each. "These are the inscription papers for the Chunin exams. I nominated you 3, so if you want to participate, be at the academy in a week," Kurenai explained. Flashback. The Hokage was in his office, and in front of him were all of Konoha's joining senseis and a few other shinobi. "I called you all here for a reason," the Hokage said. Since the majority were joining senseis, many of them already suspected the meaning of this. "Is it time already?" Kakashi asked, and the Hokage nodded. "Yes, tomorrow I will formally announce that this year we are hosting the Chunin exams," the Hokage explained. "Now, Either of you want to nominate teams for the exams? The Hokage asked, and Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and Guy stepped forward. I, Kakashi Hatake, Jonin Sensei Team 7, nominate Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno for the exams, Kakashi said. I, Kurenai Yuhi, Jonin Sensei of Team 8, nominate Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame for the exams, Kurenai said. I, Guy Mito, Jonin Sensei of Team 9, nominate Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten Higurashi for the exams, Guy said in a serious tone that surprised everyone, that expected him to start shouting. I, Asuma Sarutobi, Jonin Sensei of Team 10, nominate Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akamichi for the exams. Asuma finished, and everyone started whispering about all the rookies being nominated. Wait a minute, I understand Naruto and Hinata, but the rest aren't ready for the exams, Iruka shouted. Wait, you say that they are unprepared except the Dead Last and the Shy Princess? Asuma said, laughing. Hey Asuma, how about a small bet? Kurenai asked, inwardly smirking. What kind of bet? Asuma replied. The team that has more members promoted wins, Kurenai said. What about the odds? Asuma said. How about this? If I win, you can't smoke for a month, Kurenai said, and Asuma chuckled. Fine, but if I win, I get to take you on a date, Asuma said, and Kurenai slightly blushed. And a flashback. Now, how about a few spars with me to see what you learned? I already saw you against Zabuza and Haku, but more training is never bad, Kurenai said. And only after she said that, she began wondering if it really was a good idea. Okay, Kurenai-sensei, you're against me, Naruto said, and Kurenai gulped. Naruto is a chakra monster, and his taijutsu is pretty good. She would have to rely on her genjutsu and hope it was enough. How wrong she was. Can I go all out? Naruto asked, and Kurenai was wondering if she was leaving this alive. Sure, as long as I live, she said, and Naruto chuckled. Get ready, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto said, and dashed forward at blinding speed and crashed into Kurenai, who didn't expect him to be that fast. They tumbled across the ground until they stopped. Damn, sorry, Kurenai-sensei, I forgot I disabled my gravity seals, Naruto said, chuckling, and helped Kurenai up, who was still dazed from the impact. You should consider that a taijutsu move, Kurenai said, nursing her head. She felt she was hit with concrete. Here I go, Naruto said. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, instant fireball towards Kurenai. She jumped out of the way and flashed through hand seals and started vanishing in the air. Naruto saw this and activated his Sharingan. Behind Naruto, a tree sprouted and wrapped around him. Kurenai quickly appeared in the tree with the kunai getting ready to stab Naruto. However, Naruto performed the genjutsu counter using his Sharingan, and the illusion was switched, making Naruto in the tree getting ready to kill Kurenai. Kurenai saw this and bit her lip to quickly break the illusion. The illusion broke, and she ducked just in time to avoid a horizontal slash with the Thunder God sword. Naruto saw her ducking. He quickly adjusted and planted a powerful kick in her chest. She was able to block it, but the force was enough to send her tumbling through the ground. Kurenai recovered and threw a couple of shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto had his Sharingan activated and saw that a few of them had no chakra and realized it was an illusion, and quickly dispelled it. Kurenai-sensei, genjutsu is useless against me. Even the most powerful one is meaningless, Naruto said. Naruto, just because you have the Sharingan, it doesn't mean you're immune to them, Kurenai scowled. It's not because of the Sharingan, since I'm good in terms with the Kyuubi. He can disrupt my chakra from the inside, dispelling any illusion, Naruto explained, and Kurenai cursed her luck. There was no way she could win now. She would have to catch him by surprise. They both eyed each other, waiting for the other to make their first move. Neither of them wanted to make the first wrong move. Suddenly, Naruto picked a few shuriken and threw them at her, saying, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, and 5 shuriken multiplied to 100. Naruto went through more hand seals and said, Wind Style. Great breakthrough. The shuriken gained incredible speed and rushed towards Kurenai. She didn't have many options to dodge them, so she used Korimi with a nearby log. She recovered and searched her surroundings just in time to jump out of the way of a hand that sprouted out of the ground and tried to snatch her. As she jumped back, a presence appeared behind her and said, Katsu. The Naruto clone exploded and sent Kurenai crashing into a tree, leaving her drifting in and out of consciousness. Naruto appeared behind her with a kunai to her neck. Congrats, Naruto. You are more than ready for the Chunin exams, Kurenai said weakly. She was almost depleted of chakra, and her clothes were singed from the explosion. You aren't in good shape, Sensei, Naruto said and bit his thumb and slammed his hand in the ground, saying, Summoning Jutsu, and out came Kagura. Kagura, can you heal Kurenai-sensei? I was a bit rough in the spar. Naruto said, smiling sleeplessly, rubbing the back of his head. A bit rough? You literally blew her up, Kurama said, chuckling. It was only an explosive clone, it wasn't fully charged, Naruto replied. Your luck otherwise. You might have killed her. She never stood a chance against someone like you. You better taijutsu. Your ninjutsu is ridiculous. And genjutsu, even though you can't perform that many, you're immune to them, Kurama explained, and Naruto simply nodded. Naruto and Kurenai walked back to the middle of the training ground to see Hinata crouching on the ground, healing a passed out Shino. What happened? Kurenai said, still nursing her lips that were a bit sore. I used a water jutsu and Shino didn't have enough time to dodge and crashed into him, knocking him out cold, Hinata explained. Naruto and Kurenai's sweat dropped at the way she casually said it. Okay, you can leave. I'll take Shino home, Kurenai said, and everyone left the training grounds. Middle of Konoha. Naruto and Hinata were walking peacefully through Konoha. They noticed that the glares they received were somewhat different. The glares showed more fear than anything. Hey, Hime, is it me, or are the glares more discreet? Naruto asked. Yeah, they don't seem to openly glare at you now, they seem scared. I wonder why though, Hinata replied. Maybe it was because of my stunt during the council meeting, Naruto said, chuckling. Hinata giggled. What do you want to do? Naruto asked. I'm kind of hungry, I had 2 matches, how about we go for some cinnamon rolls, Hinata said with a watery mouth. You really have a nasty sweet tooth, Naruto said, chuckling. Let's go. They were walking peacefully until they noticed a box following them. Does he really think we don't notice him? Naruto whispered to Hinata. Apparently, she replied. You can come on out, Konohamaru, Naruto said. Suddenly the box exploded, a massive cloud of multicolored smoke. From the smoke appeared 3 kids around the age of 8. The kid in the middle was Konohamaru. He was the grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third, Hokage. They became rather good friends a few months ago when they met. Flashback. It was the day after the Genin graduation, and both Naruto and Hinata were standing in front of the Hokage, working on their ninja license. Naruto's photograph was rather expressive, and the Hokage wanted him to retake the photo. Suddenly, the room's door busted open. Naruto didn't even think as he channeled chakra to his sword seals and his wristband, and pulled out a few shurikens. Hey, the kid didn't even manage to say 2 words, and he was already frozen. The kid was pinned in the wall with 10 shurikens through his clothing. Naruto, what did you do? Hokage asked with his eyes widened. Naruto was really fast to react. Naruto took a moment to realize that the person who busted through the door was about 8 years old, and in his hand were wooden shurikens. What do you expect, old man? This is what happens when you surprise a shinobi, Naruto said, trying to apologize even though he didn't do anything wrong. The Hokage just shook his head at the actions of his grandson. Naruto, take him from the wall, Hokage said. Naruto went towards the kid and removed the shuriken. My bad, kid, though you shouldn't surprise a shinobi, Naruto said, and the kid continued looking at him. What's your name, boss? Can you teach me that? The kid asked. I'm Naruto, kid, but you should be starting the academy this year, so they'll teach you that there, Naruto explained. I'm not a kid. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, future Hokage of Konoha, the kid now identified as Konohamaru said. Naruto smirked the kid. He reminded a little of him. Suddenly, through the busted door came running a shinobi. Honorable grandson, there you are, Ebisu started until he looked at the room and noticed Naruto. Oh, it's the closet pervert. How are you doing? Naruto asked. I'm not a pervert, you brat, Ebisu said, glaring daggers at him. Whatever you say, Naruto said, and performed one of his most powerful techniques. An SSS ranked forbidden jutsu, the technique that shall not be named. The one and only sexy jutsu. In a puff of smoke appeared a beautiful blonde girl, suddenly naked except with smoke covering all the important parts. Both the Hokage and Ebisu flew into the air and crashed on the ground, passed out by blood loss. Wow, boss, teach me that jutsu. You managed to defeat the old Hokage and Ebisu-sensei at the same time, Konohamaru said. Naruto was about to reply when, Naruto, you aren't teaching him that, now are you? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice that made them both back up a few steps. Of course not, Naruto said, nervously scratching the back of his head. Come on, Hime, Konohamaru, let's leave them on the ground, Naruto said, trying to defuse the situation, and all 3 of them left the room. End of flashback. What do you want, Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Do you want to play ninja? Konohamaru asked. Suddenly the 3 of them heard laughter. They turned around to see the pink banshee Sakura. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Sakura smugly asked. It's pretty fun, actually. Besides, you get to train stealth, trap, strategy, and tracking, Hinata explained, and Sakura just got deadpanned. Go away, flat-chested, Konohamaru said, and an immense silence followed. Konoha, you should run now, Naruto said as he saw a murderous purple aura around Sakura that would put Orochimaru to shame. Konoha gulped and started running with Sakura in hot pursuit. Naruto and Hinata just laughed as they watched Sakura chase Konoha. Obviously, Sakura, being a fangirl, had a diet going on to keep her figure, so she barely could keep up with an 8-year-old. Konoha was still running. He made a sharp turn and crashed into another shinobi that was around the corner. "Damn it, Brat, that hurt," the shinobi said, and picked Konoha up by the collar, getting ready to apply some punishment. Naruto and Hinata heard the crash and went to investigate. They arrived and saw 2 strange shinobi with sand headband. The one holding Konoha wore a black, baggy full bodysuit with a red and yellow circle in front. He also wore a black hood which covered his head completely, and he had cat-like ears and his forehead protector and his headband. He also had a bundle on his back with white bandages surrounding it completely. The other shinobi's outfit consisted of a single light purple-colored, off-the-shoulder garment that extended to halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her wrist, in addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her shoulders and legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. She also wore a black forehead protector around her neck. "Leave the kid alone," Kankuro, the Kenoshi in the back, said. "I've got to teach him some respect, Tamari," Kankuro replied to the female shinobi. Fine, but if you get in trouble, I'm not helping," Tamari replied, and Kankuro nodded, getting ready to smash his fist into Konoha. Sakura just watched, scared, both of them, until Naruto and Hinata arrived at the scene. "Hey, clown, put Konoha down," Naruto said. "Who are you calling clown?" Kankuro asked. You're wearing a full-body catsuit with makeup," Naruto replied. "It's not makeup, it's paint," Kankuro said, getting pissed off. "Whatever you say, just put the brat down," Naruto said, getting ready to spring into action if he needs be. "I'm teaching him some manners," Konoha said as he made a fist and prepared to punch Konoha. Both Naruto and Hinata vanished in an instant. To any unrestrained eyes, they were blurs. 1 second later, Hinata had Tamari with a kunai at her throat, just as Naruto had Kankuro. Naruto's kunais were now all tree-pronged with the Hiraishin seal, however, none of them recognized it. "Now, how about you put him down gently," Naruto said in his sweetest voice, and a small blood drop fell from Kankuro's neck. Kankuro and Tamari were sweating. They didn't see them move, they were just blurs. "Besides, your teammate doesn't seem very happy," Naruto said, pointing towards a nearby tree. Suddenly from behind them appeared another sand shinobi. He was a little shorter than the average males of his age. He had fair skin and was short, spiky auburn hair, which was sometimes depicted as red. He had green eyes and no distinctive pupils or eyebrows either. He had 2 very noticeable traits in his appearance. Firstly, he was tanuki-like black eye rings, having them since birth. Secondly, he carved the kanji of love on the left side of his forehead. "Gaara," Kankuro said in a dry voice, clearly fearing the shinobi now identified as Gaara. He made a sand shinchuin towards his team just as Naruto and Hinata retracted their kunai and regrouped with Sakura and the now released Konoha. They managed to get behind Tamari and Kankuro. "They're good," Gaara thought. "Stop this, or I'll kill you," Gaara said, and Kankuro took a step back. I was just teaching them a lesson," Kankuro shakily said. "Shut up. You are a disgrace to our village," Gaara said in his usual cold tone. "You know," Naruto said, getting attention from the redhead, "it's nice to meet you, Ichi," Naruto said, and the sand team froze. They knew very well what he meant. "How do you know?" Gaara asked. Naruto simply turned around to show them the kanji for 9 written on his back. "The furball says that the Tanuki is one crazy bastard," Naruto said. "Mother says you are strong. I'll prove my existence by killing you," Gaara said, unleashing killer intent as the sand was starting to leave his ground and danced around him. Poor Sakura was on the ground, barely managing to breathe from the amount of killer intent. Naruto simply applied his own that overwhelmed Gaara's ki to the point that his team took a step back. Tamari and Kankuro were just shitting their pants. Here it was, a Jinchuriki like their brother, but he had the strongest of the demons, the Kyuubi. Suddenly another team arrived where they were, but his team was from the Cloud Village, and they were being accompanied by what seemed to be their Jonin sensei. He had dark skin, a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo with the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he had a tattoo of a bull's horn. His top lip also was a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He wore overall-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also had his village's standard one strapped over one shoulder flak jacket, and a long red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. He also carried 7 swords on his back. The rest of his team, they were 2 girls and a boy. One of the girls had long, straight blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse with black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds on them. Purple fingerless gloves and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. She also wore the standard Kumo forehead protector, sandals, and kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh. She also wore bandages around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. The other girl is a dark-skinned kunoichi with long red hair and amber eyes. She wore a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges complete with the kumagakure flak jacket, 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles and a forehead protector, which she wore like a bandana. She also carried a long sword on her back. The final member was male. He was a dark-skinned Kumo ninja with short spiky white hair and dark eyes, accentuated with lines curving upwards from the corners. He wore a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood with red bandages, handguards, kumagakure shin guards, and a black forehead protector. He also carried a long sword on his back like his other teammate. As usual, the Kyuubi instantly warned Naruto of the others. "Is this a reunion?" Naruto asked and turned to the Kumo team. "Nice to meet you, too. 8. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. Sakura and Konoha were oblivious to what was happening, but the rest could feel the tension arise between the teams. Kumo tried to kidnap Hinata when she was 6, so both of them were a bit weary of them, and Gaara seemed that he was about to jump in and attack all of them. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. 9. I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Hachibichi, the mighty killer bee," B shouted, pumping his fist in the air. "Shut up, B," the blonde girl yelled and bonked him in the head. "I'm Yu-Gi-Oh! To me," she said. "Amoy," Amoy said. Karui said. Suddenly another team joined the fray as her team sensed the tension anywhere in the village. "Do you mind if I join the party?" a girl with green hair asked. Everyone turned to see the newcomers, and both Naruto and Hinata said "Foo," surprised to see her. "I guess everyone here is going to the tuning exams," Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. "Should be fun. It seems to be plenty of competition around," Naruto said, and a few smirked. The sand around Gaara just seemed to dance around him even more when he noticed the arrival of the Kumo team. Kankuro and Temari were sweating bullets as they noticed the smile on Gaara's face. Kakashi, Kiba, and Sasuke soon arrived when they sensed the killer intent being radiated by Gaara and Naruto when they met. "Hey, Kakashi," Naruto said. "What's going on here?" Kakashi said as he noticed what seemed to be some sort of face-off. There was a team from Kumo, Sand, and Taki. He also sensed some tension in the air between all of them. "Kakashi-sensei, you better train your team if you want them to survive. I can guarantee you right now that everyone here will reach the finals," Naruto said, and everyone smirked except Team 7 and Kakashi, who were still oblivious to what was happening. "What makes you think that?" Kakashi asked, and Naruto chuckled. "What's so funny, dope?" Sasuke asked. "Nothing," Naruto replied. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, getting his attention. 1, Naruto said, pointing to Gaara. 2, Naruto said, pointing to Yugito. 7, Naruto said, pointing to Fu. 8, Naruto said, pointing to Killer B. 9, Naruto said, pointing to himself. When Naruto finished, Kakashi's eyes widened. In front of him were 5 of the 9 Jinchurikis. It was extremely rare for them to meet by chance, but it appeared that fate played a hand in this. "Don't try to look cool like Sasuke," Sakura yelled. "Shut it, Sakura. I'm allowing you to go into the tuning exams, but if you see any of these teams, you surrender immediately. Do I make myself clear?" Kakashi asked in a serious tone, and she nodded. "Like they can win against me, in Uchiha," Sasuke said with his traditional arrogant smirk. "I'll enjoy spilling your noble blood, Uchiha," Gaara said, and everyone got shivers. "The furball is right. You are a crazy tanuki," Naruto said, and Yugito, Fu, and B snickered. "It's been fun. See you at the exams," Naruto said, and left with Hinata. The rest soon dispersed and went about their business. With Team 7, I was serious when I said that. If you run into any of those teams, you run. Do I make myself clear? Kakashi asked, and both Kiba and Sakura quickly nodded. was the Uchiha's response. Let's go train. You need to be more prepared for this, Kakashi said and dragged his team to the training grounds. Naruto and Hinata. Who knew that there would be so many of us competing, Naruto said. The exams will prove to be interesting, he said. Don't tell me you want to fight them, Hinata asked. Of course, all of the Jinchurikis tend to be strong. It's no fun fighting weak opponents, Naruto said, and Hinata just shook her head. Let's go. I'm teaching you a few tricks against Jinchuriki, since you might need them against 3 of them, Naruto said. Sand team. Gaara, I think we should avoid that blonde kid, Kankura said. He was fearful from both of them. Shut up. I'll enjoy spilling his blood as the Uchihas. Yes, I shall prove my existence with their blood, Gaara said. Kumo team. That blonde kid seems strong, Yogita started. Do you think he can work with the Kyuubi, she asked. Hachibi says the Kyuubi never gets along with the Toast, but we better hope he can't. Even the Chibi can't go against him, Kyuubi said. What if we end up facing them in the Chunin exams, and then he unleashes the Kyuubi, leading to the destruction of the Leaf Village, and Moise getting a smack from Karui? But the way he cares of all of us, he seems that he at least talks with them. Just be careful, be said for the first time without rhymes. Taki team. How do you know that blonde kid? One of Fu's teammates asked. I escorted his team to our village in one mission, Fu explained. But be careful, he faced and defeated a Konoha noonkin named Aoi, who was a Jonin. She said, and her teammate's eyes bulged out. Did he use the Kyuubi's power? The other teammates asked. No, I didn't sense anything at all. It was all him. So let's be careful around him. Also, the girl is his girlfriend, but she also took down a Jonin. So, we must be on our toes with this team, Fu explained, and they dumbly nodded. 1 week later, Naruto and Hinata were at home getting ready for going to the academy to start their exam. Both of them had new wristbands with storage seals for shuriken, senbon, kunai, and swords. Each one also carried another scroll a bit larger with food, supplies, first aid kits, a few poisons, and general antidotes. Anything you might need, you never know what would happen or what kind of test they would face. You ready? Hinata asked. Yeah, let's go kick some ass, Naruto replied and left the house, heading towards the academy. They arrived at the academy using a Shinchuin and noticed that Shino was already there waiting for them. Sorry we were late, it took a while to gather supplies, Naruto said. Not a problem, let's go, Shino said. The 3 of them entered the academy. Team 8 came inside the academy to find their sensei waiting for them. Kurna sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to say good luck. I'm glad all of you decided to participate, Kurna asked. Thanks, sensei. We're gonna go kick some ass, Naruto said, and Kurna smiled. Team 8 continued through the academy, heading towards the designated room, which was room 1 in the 3rd floor. They arrived and noticed a small gathering of Genin teams trying to enter the exam room. Genjutsu, Hinata whispered to her team, and both nodded their heads. It's your cousin's team. They must be trying to downplay their skill, Naruto said. Just as they were about to leave to the next floor, since this room was the wrong one and was being masked by a small genjutsu, Team 7 arrived with their noses held high. Drop this genjutsu now, Sasuke commanded. That idiot, Naruto thought as Hinata and Shino thought along the same lines. My failure of a cousin, what are you doing here? Neji asked in his confident tone. Neji was Hinata's cousin, and was hailed as a Hyuga prodigy, little did he know. Neji had long, black hair that reached the middle of his back and was tied back a few inches above the end in a loose ponytail, while 2 straps attached to a smaller headband underneath his ninja forehead protector framed the sides of his face. He wore a black forehead protector that he wore snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt, under which he wore a dark blue shirt with a mesh armor underneath it, dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Participating in the tuning exams, of course, she explained. She seems different. At least her stuttering is gone, Neji thought. It's worthless. You are fated to be a loser and a worthless Kunoichi, Negli smugly replied. I don't believe in fate, and I shall rise above it as you should. No one controls our destiny. We alone make our decisions. Hinata explained, trying to reach her knucklehead of a cousin. Not possible. You cannot change fate, and I shall prove it in these exams, Neji said and walked off. Hinata just shook her head. I guess we'll have to beat him up to prove it that fate doesn't mean anything, Naruto said, and Hinata simply nodded. Neji wasn't a bad person, he was just blinded by his hate towards the main branch of the Hyuga family. Another member of Neji's team approached forward, heading towards Team 7 and Team 8. He possessed very thick eyebrows and large rounded black eyes with prominent lower eyelashes. His hair is cut in style like a bowl cut like guy, and he also began wearing the same attire consisting of a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as a belt. Holy shit, it's a clone of Guy, Naruto all but shouted. I see you know my youthful sensei, Guy Mito. I am Rock Lee. It's a pleasure to meet such a youthful person, Lee yelled, making a few bring their hands to their ears, thinking it was a futon jutsu. Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you. I'm Naruto's Maki, Naruto said, and extended his hand that Lee gladly took. Are you Sasuke Uchiha? Lee asked the duck-shaped haired shinobi that was standing nearby. In fact, anyone would know who he was since he had the Uchiha crest in his shirt and was the last Uchiha in Konoha. Said boy turned to face him and merely nodded. I wish to fight you, Lee said with his trademark nice guy pose. You know who I am, and yet you want to fight. You're a fool, but it might be a good warm-up, Sasuke said. Come, I want to watch this, Naruto said, and Team 7 and Team 8 left with Lee to watch the match. Dope, watch carefully, you might learn something, Sasuke smugly said to Naruto, who was standing on the balcony. I intend to, Naruto replied, chuckling, and activated his Sharingan, hiding under its usual genjutsu. Both Sasuke and Lee were facing each other, with the rest of Team 7 nearby, with Team 8. Strange, Naruto thought as he analyzed Lee with his Sharingan. Hime, can you check Lee's chakra levels? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. She activated her Byakugan and gasped. I think he can't use chakra. His pathways are too small. You probably can't mold chakra, Hinata explained. Lee was basically a civilian. I thought so. If he can't use genjutsu or ninjutsu, he can only resort to taijutsu, so he must be good, Naruto said as he watched the beginning of the fight. Sasuke versus Lee. Sasuke ran forward and tried to punch Lee. However, he disappeared just as Sasuke's fist was about to connect. Sasuke regained his footing just in time to see Lee in the air about to spin. Leaf whirlwind, Lee said, and spin, trying to kick Sasuke. Sasuke ducked to avoid it. Lee, watching Sasuke duck, placed his hand on the ground and went for another spinning kick. Sasuke watched him and knew he wouldn't be able to dodge, but tried to block. Lee, however, was faster, and his kick connected with Sasuke's face and sent him tumbling to the ground hard. A good opponent. It gives me the opportunity to try this, Sasuke said, and looked arrogantly to Lee, with Team 8. Oh, Sasuke managed to activate his precious Sharingan, Naruto said. Two tomo in each eye. Not bad. Lee versus Sasuke. With these eyes, I'm undefeatable, Sasuke smirked. So, that's the Sharingan, Lee said, and got ready to continue his duel. Sasuke ran forward, confident of his superiority. Lee dashed forward too, but managed to bypass his defenses. Lee stood next to Sasuke. He bent down and gave him a kick in the chin that sent him into the air and crashing into the ground again. Sasuke got up, wondering what was going on, and ran again towards Lee. They faced each other, but Lee won every single skirmish, often sending him tumbling to the ground. Sasuke's Sharingan was rendered useless, with Team 8. Figures, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance, Naruto said. But shouldn't the Sharingan be able to track him? Naruto asked. The Sharingan can track Lee. However, Sasuke isn't fast enough to position himself to block the attacks. Even though Sasuke can clearly see Lee's attacks, he can't defend himself against them. There is a reason why I train my body and use gravity seals. The Sharingan alone doesn't make you all powerful, Naruto explained. So there is a weakness in those eyes, Shino stated. The weakness per se doesn't stem from the eyes, but from the fact that Sasuke's body isn't trained to handle those speeds, so he can't match them. Let's leave. This fight is over, Naruto said, and Team 8 left towards the exam room since it was about to start. Exam room. Team 8 arrived to the door. They stopped near the exam room and opened the doors. They stepped in and were immediately blasted with killer intent. However, to someone that felt the Kyuubi's killer intent, something like this didn't even bother them. Naruto entered the room and scanned it with his Sharingan hidden, taking as many faces as possible, and watching weapons and other details that he could find. He also noticed the team from Kumo, Taki, and Sand. Moments later, Team 7 also arrived with Sasuke in bad shape. He had his right cheek bruised, and neither of them knew any type of medical jutsu, so it remained there. Looks like the gang is all here, Kiba said as they entered the room and saw Team 7 and Team 10. Sasuke, do you want me to heal your face? Hinata asked. After everything she suffered, she remained a kind person. This scratch is meaningless, Sasuke said. My Sasuke is so strong, Sakura thought if she wanted in her thoughts about healing her Uchiha. Sasuke, yelled as she ran and hugged the poor Uchiha from behind, much to the displeasure of Sakura. I thought you wouldn't be coming, Whiskers, a girl said. Everyone turned around and saw Yugito making her way towards Naruto with her team. Whiskers, now that's a good name, Hinata said, laughing. Don't you dare, Naruto said, pointing to her. What are you going to do? Hinata asked in a teasing voice. Naruto simply shrugged it off and walked to her and planted a full kiss on her lips, and that left her dazed. Wow, do I get one of those every time I call you Whiskers? Hinata wondered, with the finger in her chin, making her very cute. Get a room, you two, Ino said, making both of them blush. Just my luck, Yugito pouted. Keep it down, some guy said. Everyone turned to face him. He wore a pair of circular glasses. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which he kept in a ponytail that extended to his upper back, with his bangs firming either side of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, a white cloth waistband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. You're putting everyone on their toes. Everyone is nervous as it is, the man said as he pointed to the Amenin present in the room. Who are you? Sakura asked. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, but you are rookies, so it figures that you don't know this, Kabuto explained. Have you already tried the exam? Sakura asked. Actually, this is my 7th try, Kabuto explained sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Man, you must be weak, Kiba said. These exams aren't easy. Maybe I can share some information with you. Kabuto started and took a deck of cards from his pockets. These are chakra cards. They react to my chakra signature and reveal the location. As you can see, these are teams from all the countries except Iwa and Kiri. As expected, Iwa hates Konoha and Kiri's in a civil war. I can also give you some information on anyone here, Kabuto concluded, and Naruto got suspicious. How could Kabuto have information on shinobi from other villages? However, he decided to test his theories. Then, I want to know about Yugito Ni of Kumo and Gaara from Suna, asked Naruto, and Yugito crossed her arms. You could always ask, Yugito asked. Yes, but you can lie, Naruto replied, and she huffed. Let's start with Gaara, son of the Kasekage. His team is composed of his brother, Kankuro, and his sister, Tamari, and their Jonin sensei, Baki. His skills are all unknown. He completed 10 D ranks, 15 C ranks, and 1 B rank. There is a note that says he returned from all missions without a scratch. Looks like there are some strong people this year, Kabuto said, and a few shivered. Now, Yugito Ni from Kumo. She is in a team with Amoy and Karui, and their Jonin sensei is Killer B. The card shows that he had a very good taijutsu, ninjutsu, and no talent in genjutsu. She completed 10 D ranks, 5 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. What's up with these Genin and missions, Kabuto said, and Naruto chuckled. Now, I want some info about Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha, Yugito said, and Kabuto picked his card. Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha. He is on a team with Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame under Kurenai Yuki, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. He is the academy dead last with low taijutsu, medium ninjutsu, and no talent in genjutsu. But there is a note that says he created an S-rank Raiton Jutsu. Kabuto started and everyone's eyes widened, and Yugito narrowed his eyes on him. Now, 65 D ranks, 14 C ranks, 1 B rank, 1 A rank, and what the hell is this? 2 S-rank missions? Kabuto explained, and everyone was moping the floor with their jaws. Genin with A and S-rank missions are unheard of. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kabuto. One of those S-rank missions were supposed to be a secret. That kid is a mystery. Dead last and yet some high missions, Yugito thought. S-ranks, how are you still alive? Kiba yelled. Keep it down. Can't tell. S-rank secret punishable by death, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. But I can't explain the other mission if anyone wants a Kenjutsu spar, Naruto said smirkly. Did you really create an S-rank Raiton Jutsu? Yugito asked. Lightning Jutsu is her village specialty, and S-rank moves are rare independents of this type. Naruto simply nodded, and everyone was having their doubts. It's true, I saw it, Kiba said, and everyone turned to him. It was awesome. He sent some white bolt to the sky, and then thunders formed. Then he somehow commanded the thunder, and he attacked the bridge and blew everything around, killing about 100 thugs and destroying the bridge, Kiba explained. And everyone stared at the blonde, who was getting uncomfortable, and even more suspicious at Kabuto. If he's the dead last, I don't even want to know about the Rookie of the Year. Kabuto and Sasuke smirked, getting a confidence boost. You know, Kit, he smells of snakes. Something isn't right here, Kurama said, and Naruto made a mental note to send to a spy fox later. Silence, now sit down and let's begin the exam, Ibiki yelled, and everyone quieted down and turned to face Ibiki, who was standing in the entrance of the room with a few chunin around. Show your ID and pick your number to be seated, then we'll begin the written exam, Ibiki explained. Written exam? That sucks, Naruto thought. A few minutes later, everyone was seated with their test in front of them but face down. All around the classroom were chunins with few boards. Surprisingly enough, Hinata managed to sit right next to Naruto. This test has a few rules. Number 1, each one starts with 10 points. Each wrong question deduces 1 point. Number 2, the total score is based on your whole team, Ibi explained, and a few gasped. Kiba, you better pass, otherwise I'll kill you, Sasuke thought. Poor Kiba, seeing the glares from his teammates starting to sweat. Number 3, each time you are caught cheating, you lose 2 points. Get caught 5 times and your team's automatically failed. The last question is answered last. You have 45 minutes to answer the 10 questions. Start, Ibiki said. Naruto picked up his pencil and turned his sheet only to be faced with extremely hard questions. What the hell is this? These questions aren't for Genin, Naruto thought and looked around the classroom. Everyone seemed to be lost except for a few that were writing. I know some, but I bet 90% of the people here can answer a single one. Something isn't right here, Naruto thought and began pondering what Ibiki said. Naruto knew that Ibiki was the leader of the torture and interrogation division, and he focused on mental torture. If you get caught cheating, you lose points. Now I get it. We're meant to cheat, but without getting caught. Must be some information gathering exercise, Naruto thought and looked around the classroom. He noticed that Hinata had her Byakugan activated and was already starting to write. Shino was using his bugs to scout for anyone with answers. Kiba was using Akamaru that was on his head high enough to spot someone else's sheet. Tenten was using mirrors on the ceiling so she could see the reflection of another Genin. Sakura was writing since she was a bookworm, she could easily answer the exam. Sasuke had a Sharingan activated and was copying someone's hand movements. Naruto waited a few minutes until he spotted someone lowering their exam sheet, signaling that he was finished. They must have placed a few tunings around to answer the exams, Naruto thought. Now, how to cheat? I don't want to copy hand movements, it's lame, I know. Naruto thought and activated his EMS and very quickly used his Kamui and sent his own sheet to his personal pocket dimension. Naruto focused on the tuning sheet and used Kamui to swap the papers. Naruto took the sheet from his personal dimension and placed it on the table. He simply erased the tuning's name and wrote his own. Naruto lowered his head and decided to sleep until the first part of the exam was over. Now that the week are sorted out, let's begin the last question. However, this one has its own rules. Ibiki started and everyone focused on him. Number 1, you can choose if you want or not to answer the question, Ibiki said. What happens if we choose not to answer it? Tamari asked. If you choose not to answer, you automatically fail, Ibiki explained. And of course we'll answer it, someone replied. However, if you choose to answer it and you get it wrong, you'll fail and forever be unable to retake the Chunin exams, meaning you'll be a Genin for life, Ibiki explained. What? Someone yelled. You can't do that, there are people in here who are retaking the exam, Kiba said. I guess you guys have bad luck. My test, my rules. If you don't want to risk it, then give it up, Ibiki said, and everyone started pondering and a few started leaving. A few minutes later, Ibiki noticed that Naruto was almost half asleep and tossed a kunai that landed in front of him. Naruto didn't even flinch. Wake up, Naruto, Ibiki yelled. Just get it over with, Naruto started, and Ibiki raised an eyebrow. I don't give up and I never surrender, even if I stay at Genin for life. Then I'll be the first Genin Hokage, Naruto said, smirking. Ibiki looked around the room and noticed that the rest of the Genins got somewhat inspired by his little speech. If no one wants to leave, then there's one last thing to say. You all pass, Ibiki said. What? Why? Kiba asked. You seem to have figured it out, Ibiki said, pointing at Naruto. He sighed and started. The first part of the exam was information gathering. If you recall, Ibiki said, if we get caught cheating, we lose points. That could only mean that we were meant to cheat without getting caught. Information is half the battle. The last part was to know if you had the guts to be Chunin. You can't abandon the mission just because it might be hard. A Chunin is expected to lead, and as so, he must inspire confidence and courage in his team, Naruto explained, and most of the rookies stared at him as if he grew a second head. Precisely, Ibiki said, until someone came crashing through the window. Everyone watched as someone entered flying through the windows. As it reached the middle of the classroom, it opened to show a woman. She sent 2 kunai to the ceiling to secure what appeared to be a sign. Proctor of the second round, Anko started yelling but was cut off by Naruto. Hey, Anko, Naruto said, waving his arm. Damn it, Naruto, you ruined my entrance, Anko yelled at him. Come on, don't be mad, Anko, Naruto said. I'll kill you later, brat. Now, everyone to the training ground. 44. Be there in 20 minutes, or you fail. Go, Anko said, and everyone left the room in a hurry. Naruto and Hinata just shouldn't there. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It's Konoha's deadliest training ground reserved only for Chunins and Anbu. The forest itself contains various monsters and other deadly animals, from big spiders to gigantic bears and tigers. The Forest of Death is the traditional place for the second round of every Chunin exam done in the Leaf. The Chunin exams are hosted in various countries and rotated. Every 3 years the Chunins happen in the Leaf. To everyone in Konoha, the Forest of Death, as the name says, it's hell, and one place to not come anywhere near. Obviously this doesn't apply to the crazy snake lady, also known as Anko. To her, this place is her home away from home, and the reason she is always in charge of the second round. Of the original 200 applicants to the Chunin exams, more than half were failed in the first task. Now we are currently at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Alright maggots, welcome to my home, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Anko said, and got the desired reaction from a few of the genin, which was fear, as they should be. Even Chunin can't wander through a forest without getting hurt. Anko spotted Naruto and noticed he wasn't getting infected, and decided to play a little game. Anko threw a kunai that was going to slightly cut his cheek. However, the kunai simply phased through Naruto and hit the ground. Naruto got a worried look and very quickly, in a panic, began checking himself with his hands to see if he was in one piece. Oh good, I'm not a ghost, Naruto said and smirked when he saw everyone's looks of disbelief. Anko vanished in a blur and appeared behind Naruto with a kunai at his neck. You seem confident. It's kids like you who get killed first, Anko said, pressing her body against his back and licking his cheek. Hinata's eyebrows twitched and was about to juke Anko away from Naruto when she saw him smirking. Naruto dissolved into a bunch of black crows that flew away and started circling Anko. The crows flew towards her and quickly turned into a shuriken heading towards Anko. Genjutsu, huh? Anko thought and flared her chakra, making the shuriken disappear. She looked around and found Naruto not far away, smiling at her. Genjutsu, not bad, brat, she said. And you don't seem scared of the forest, Anko said. Meh, those things are nothing compared to the furball, Naruto said, and Anko snickered. He had to have balls to call it QB furball. I told you, I'm not a furball, Kurama yelled inside his mind. Actually, you kind of are. You have fur and it's so soft and cuddly, Naruto squealed in a fangirlish way. Kurama simply sweat dropped and cursed to God why he had to end up in this vessel. Alright brats, let me explain how this works. See these? Anko said and showed everyone 2 scrolls she had in her hands. These are the Earth and Heaven scrolls. Each team gets one. In order to pass this exam, you must get the other and reach the tower which is located in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days, Anko explained. What about food? Choji asked, panicking over the fact that they would spend 5 days in a forest surrounded by monsters. You can hunt if you didn't bring any supplies, Anko said. Also, you need to sign these documents so that Konoha can't be blamed for your deaths, she concluded, a few shivers at the thought. Oh yes, there will be deaths. Just thinking about blood, it makes me jump for joy, Anko said in a far too happy tone. Anko proceeded to distribute the forms, and once everyone had signed and got their scroll, each team made its way to their respective gate. Gate 10, 5 minutes before start. How shall we do this? Shino asked. They decided to define their plan before the exam began. How about we head straight to the tower? If we find any team, we take them out. Otherwise, we can set traps for them at the tower, Naruto said, and Shino and Hinata nodded. Shino, do you think you can keep up and run for 10 miles? Naruto asked. It should be fine, Shino replied. Okay, get set. 3, 2, 1, go! Anko said over the speaker, and Team 8 jumped into action, running through the gate and heading towards the tower. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, and 15 clones appeared. Divide into 5 teams and scout ahead while one stays behind to make sure we have a backup plan in case we fall into a trap, Naruto ordered, and 4 groups of clones ran in the front and to the sides while one group would follow behind them. Hinata, use your Byakugan just to make sure no one bypasses my clones, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. Naruto also extended his senses and Shino used his bugs. Team 8 were, among other things, tracking experts, so nothing came close to them without them knowing. They ran through the woods until Naruto got a feedback from one of his clones. Ame team, 100 meters ahead, Naruto said, and everyone approached with caution. Team 8 stealthily approached the unsuspecting Ame team. Naruto and Hinata took a few senbon, and with the precision of a surgeon, they placed the 3 members into a death-like state by hitting them in the neck with the senbon. They reached the fallen Ame and went through their bag until they found the Earth Scroll. Nice, just the one we needed. Let's go to the tower full speed. If you can't, I'll carry you, Shino, Naruto said, and Shino shook his head. They were heading to the tower full speed when Team 8 sensed a massive chakra spike. That's no Genin, and no Jin Cherokee, Naruto said, and the team came to a stop, looking to where it came from. I'm gonna check it out. You guys go to the tower. You have my Hiraishin marker if you need help. Once I'm done, I'll teleport to your location, Naruto said. Why? Hinata asked. It might be one of ours. That's in trouble, Naruto replied, and prepared to jump away. Be careful, Hinata said, and kiss his cheek. For luck, she said. Don't worry, Naruto replied, and jumped into the woods. Seconds later, he was gone. Hinata sighed, and the rest of Team 8 was heading to the tower. Naruto was running towards the location of the chakra spike when he sensed 2 presences near him. He checked their chakra levels and found that one was a Jonin while the other had Kage level reserves. He recognized the Jonin chakra. It was Anko. However, the other was unknown. He never felt that chakra anywhere in the leaf, and there wasn't anyone in the village with that amount of chakra, except himself and the Hokage. Naruto approached them with extreme caution. He could hear them talk, and Anko seemed angry and scared. Anko scared was not a good thing. Ah, Anko, how have you been? The other voice asked in a mocking tone. What are you doing here? Orochimaru, Anko asked, spitting his name. Orochimaru? Shit, Naruto thought as he continued to observe and jump in if necessary. I was just dropping off a gift to a promising Genin, Orochimaru cryptically said. You didn't, Anko rhetorically asked. Why so mad, Anko? Didn't you like my gift? Orochimaru asked. Anko had enough of this. She drew kunai and rushed him. Orochimaru placed his hand in the tiger seal and activated his curse mark, making her fall onto the ground, screaming in pain. You forget your place, Orochimaru told her. Hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, and extended his arm towards Anko, sending a couple of snakes to bite her. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Naruto said, and sent multiple small fireballs towards the snakes and destroyed them. Naruto jumped in between Orochimaru and Anko. He approached her and noticed she was clutching her neck. Naruto saw that in her neck was a strange mark that seemed to glow. Curse mark, Naruto thought. My, a little Genin came to her rescue. How cute, Orochimaru said in a mocking tone. Any ideas, Fox? Naruto asked. That snake must be here for some reason. Any real fight here would attract too much attention. Flare my chakra and try to hold him off, Kramen suggested, and Naruto flared the Kyuubi's chakra high enough to draw attention to any Anbu patrol in the area. Kyuubi brat, Orochimaru thought. My, if it isn't the Kyuubi brat, I guess I can play for a while, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, trying to buy some time. Snakes tend to be slippery. So you know me, I'm honored, Orochimaru said, chuckling. I'm here to leave a small gift to the Uchiha, he said. Gift? You call a damn curse seal a gift? Naruto asked, getting mad. Stay focused, kid. He isn't someone who you can play around with, Kurama said. Of course it's a gift. When he destroys the sound team I sent to kill him, he'll realize the power that comes from it. Orochimaru said, Sasuke. You bastard, you already did this to Anko, and now Sasuke? Naruto said and rushed towards Orochimaru and engaged in taijutsu. A little hot-headed, aren't you? Orochimaru asked. Naruto smirked and said Katsu, and his clone exploded, sending Orochimaru crashing to a tree. Now that was surprising, Orochimaru said as he watched Naruto leave the bush he was hiding. What do you want Sasuke for? Naruto asked. I simply want his eyes, Orochimaru said. The Sharingan. Then it would be wise to hide mine. I don't want a pedophile after me, Naruto thought, and once again rushed him for a taijutsu battle. Orochimaru simply dodged every single attack Naruto did by bending his body to unnatural angles. Is this it? Orochimaru asked in a taunting tone. It's time for the big guns, Naruto thought, and took a whole different stance. He activated his EMS and hit it. His face was completely emotionless, with his cold blue eyes staring into Orochimaru. Fire style, fire dragon bullet jutsu, Naruto said, and sent fire bullets to Orochimaru, who simply dodged them all. Naruto decided to use a wide range attack. He made a shadow clone, and both said, fire style, dragon fire jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough. The result was a big wide area of effect stream of fire that rushed Orochimaru and torched the surrounding area. Anko just watched in wonder. There were some Jonin that couldn't even do these without passing out from chakra exhaustion. The fire died down, and Naruto watched Orochimaru as he simply crumbled away until he poofed in smoke, revealing it to be a Kawarimi. Naruto searched around and sensed Orochimaru just in time to jump away from a hand that shot out of the ground trying to catch him. Orochimaru resurfaced and Naruto appeared behind him as well. Raikiri, Naruto yelled as he rose from the ground and went to stab Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru didn't expect such a dangerous technique from beginning and quickly got out of the way. However, he wasn't fast enough and the Raikiri managed to chop his right arm off. This brat is dangerous. If I hadn't dodged, he could have killed me, Orochimaru thought as he observed Naruto, who wasn't even showing any signs of stopping. My, you really are something. It's a shame you can't be my next vessel, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth to inhuman proportions and spit out another Orochimaru, leaving the skin of Mule behind. What the fuck are you? Naruto asked, getting a little disgusted as Orochimaru just spit himself out from the inside. It's been fun, but I must go now. See you round, Orochimaru said and sank into the ground. He decided to leave as he sensed two groups of Anbu coming. Naruto turned to Anko with an amazed look on her. You okay, Anko? He asked. Holy shit, brat, that was amazing, Anko yelled, but quickly recoiled in pain. Just as the Anbu dropped by, accompanied by the third Hokage. Naruto, what happened? Hokage asked. He was wearing his full battle gear that primarily consisted of a full tight black bodysuit with metal shield in his arms and legs. Orochimaru is here, and I think he activated Anko's curse mark, Naruto said, and the Hokage's eyes widened. What is he doing here? The Hokage asked himself, but loud enough for Naruto to hear. He's after the Sharingan of Sasuke. I believe he gave him the curse mark as well, Naruto explained, and the old man sighed. His prodigy of a student turned out to be his greatest mistake. Take Anko to the hospital, the Hokage said, and the Anbu vanished. Naruto, do you have the scrolls? He asked, and Naruto nodded. But I'll go after Sasuke. Orochimaru sent a sound team to kill him, Naruto said. Alright, be careful. I already risked a good lot by interfering in the exams, the Hokage said, and left the forest. Naruto made shadow clones and spread them through the forest as wide as he could so he could find Sasuke as quickly as possible. Naruto ran through the forest as quickly as he could, covering the area he could. 1 hour later, he finally sent Sakura's chakra signature. He could sense Sasuke's, but he felt it was slightly different and weaker. He arrived where Sakura was and noticed it was mayhem going on. Sakura was on the ground with her hair cut in half and multiple kunai wounds. Lee was also there, but he was bleeding from his ears and had a few bruises. Team 10 seemed to be trying to hold off the sound team, but to no avail. And finally, Kiba, who was on the ground, apparently knocked out cold. Pathetic. All of you, Dosu said, smirking as he picked up a kunai and made his way towards Sasuke to kill him. And no one could stop him. Naruto shinchuined in front of him and quickly delivered a good kick to him that sent him into the ground. Everyone was happy to see that someone had arrived to help, even if it was Naruto. Another one. These guys just keep coming, Saku said, getting pissed off. Every time they tried to kill the Uchiha, someone got in the way. Why don't you just leave? You're no match for me, Naruto said, smirking. I'll get that smile out of your face, Dosu snickered and flexed his arm, showing his gauntlet. Melody arm, Dosu said as he channeled chakra to his arm. Naruto, with his Sharingan activated, could see the sound waves filled with chakra. That can't be good. Kamui, Naruto thought. Dosu sensed as the waves traveled through the air and hit Naruto, only to do nothing. Naruto waited a few seconds and noticed everyone was stopped and looking between him and Dosu. Was that supposed to do something? Naruto asked, inwardly smirking. The rest of the rookies that were awake stared at the blonde. Lee was taken down with the taijutsu, and yet Naruto remained there as if nothing happened. That gauntlet must be defective. I'll deal with this, Saku said, and stepped forward, intending to end this battle in one attack. Sankuwa, decapitating airwaves, Saku said, and channeling chakra through his arms, he sent a gust of wind towards Naruto. Naruto stood in place and activated his Kamui to let the attack pass through him. Zaku watched the dust cloud start to disappear, only to find Naruto in the same place. What a nice breeze, Naruto said, smirking. Sako got mad and channeled as much chakra as he could through the pipes that ran beneath the skin. Extreme decapitating airwaves, Saku said, and sent a powerful gust of wind towards the enemy. Naruto watched the gust come and noticed he had to take Sasuke and Kiba out of the way. He rushed towards them and activated his Kamui to protect them as well. Once the attack was over and the dust had settled down, Saku smirked as he scanned the area he attacked, only to find nothing. I blew them to little bits, Saku said, smirking with confidence. Raikiri. Saku just turned in time to see a hand covered in lightning pierce through his chest and heart. Saku gave a silent scream that didn't leave his mouth as he fell to the ground, dead. Dosunkin's eyes widened at seeing his teammate fall to the ground dead. The blonde kid was playing with them the whole time. The blonde kid had killed Saku with one attack and they didn't even see him move. If you give us the scroll, you can leave peacefully, Naruto said in an emotionless tone. The rookies just watched as Naruto effortlessly killed the shinobi they were having trouble with. Sakura was trembling with fear from both the Sound Team and the arrival of Naruto. He had just killed someone in cold blood. He pierced through someone's chest with his own hand. Dosu was trembling as he picked the scroll and left it in the ground and quickly left running along with his last teammate, Kin. How nice of you to join us, Neji, Naruto said as he sensed the teammates of Lee arrive at the scene. What happened here? What did you do to Lee? Neji asked, activating his Byakugan and getting ready to attack until it got answers. Suddenly a blast of chakra was felt by everyone in the area. They all turned to see Sasuke slowly rising up with some sort of purple chakra swirling around him. His body was covered in some sort of black tattoo. Yes, with this power, I'll kill him, Sasuke said to no one. He could feel the power coursing through his body, a gift from Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around for someone to test his new power on, and quickly locked eyes with Naruto, who was standing near a dead body. Naruto, fight me. I want to test my new powers, Sasuke commanded, and quickly rushed Naruto and engaged in a taijutsu battle. Sasuke, stop this, Sakura said, crying on the ground. This was all too much for her. She had to defend Sasuke and Kiba and got crushed. She watched as someone bit Sasuke in the neck and gave him some strange marking, and she was watching Sasuke apparently out of control. I don't have time for this. I can't allow him to use this curse mark any longer, Naruto thought. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered Sasuke and got behind him, trapping him with his arms. Neji, do you mind? Naruto rhetorically asked. Neji smirked and got down from the tree. He arrived near the Uchiha, activated his Byakugan, and quickly knocked him out by closing a few key tenketsus. Naruto sighed. Now that everything is more calm, let's leave this place. Everyone has their scrolls? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Okay, touch a part of me and let's leave, Naruto said, and they just stared at him. You wanted them to touch him? What do you mean by touch you? Neji asked, narrowing his eyes. Just place a hand on my shoulder or something like that. Neji, pick up Lee, Sakura, pick up Sasuke and Kiba, Naruto said, and everyone got ready around Naruto. They all vanished in what seemed to be an instant. They all dropped down near the tower where Hinata and Shino were sighted waiting for Naruto. Geez, teleporting so many with me really takes a good chunk of chakra, Naruto thought as he regained his breath. Naruto, Hinata said as he rushed to check him. What happened? She asked. Team 7 got ambushed by Orochimaru, he replied, and she gasped. Naruto, how did you bring us to the tower so fast? Tenten asked curiously. Naruto started sweating. He didn't think about it much, and it would be a mess if they found out already. It's a space-time technique like the summoning jutsu. I can teleport to Hinata, Naruto explained, hoping they would believe him and not ask too many questions. She nodded and everyone entered the tower, only to find an empty room. I think we should open the scrolls, Hinata said, and Naruto opened the scrolls. He opened them and saw it was a summoning scroll. Quick, toss them on the ground, Naruto yelled as the scroll started to leak out smoke. Both scrolls disappeared in the middle of the smoke. When it cleared, there was a person standing in the middle of the room. Congratulations on passing the second round, she said. Teammate looked up to see Kurenai standing in front of them. Sensei? Everyone said at the same time. Come on, let's get inside. You and the rest of Leaf's teams were the second to arrive. Only the Sand team is already here. You have 4 days to rest and get your strength back up, Kurenai said, and led her team into their respective rooms, where they would be staying. Teammate was walking towards their assigned rooms. Since they completed the second task of the Chunin exams in 1 day, they could relax and recover during the 4 days available. Naruto, Hinata said, getting Naruto's attention. If I had to fight Gaara, do you think I could win? She asked. They continued walking, and Naruto was thinking. After a few minutes, he decided to reply. I don't really know what he can do, but when we met him, he had sand around him, and apparently he is the son of the 4th Kazekage, so he can probably control sand with his chakra. Since you're a water type, you can drench his sand in water to make it slower, more chakra demanding to use, forcing him to waste more chakra. But if he decides to use his Biju, then I think you would lose. Unless you do that trick I taught you, he said, grinning. I guess you're right, she replied. Shino just heard the conversation with interest. This year there were a lot of tough competition. His bugs wouldn't do much against the Biju, since primarily he uses them to drain the enemy's chakra, and draining a Biju might take a while. They arrived to the room and found it a standard room. It had 3 single beds, a small bathroom, a small desk with chairs and a window. Do you think you'll be able to sleep without me? Naruto said, grinning. Oh, I'm not sleeping without you, she said, walking towards him. If you hold me close enough, I think we'll just be fine, she replied and kissed him. I like the idea, he said, smiling and held her. Wanna go eat something? He asked, and she nodded. Hey Shino, wanna come? He asked, and the bug boy simply nodded. They finished unpacking and left their stuff in the room. Team 8 got out of the room and walked throughout the hall, heading towards the other floors. The tower in the middle of the Death Forest was relatively small. It had 5 floors. The first was reception in the arena. The second was the kitchen. The third and fourth floors were the rooms and bathrooms, and the last floor was the administrative and surveillance room. They made their way down the floors and quickly found the kitchen. There was plenty of food already prepared due to the Chunin exams. They entered the kitchen and noticed that they weren't alone. Inside the kitchen, there was a sand team. Hey Gaara, Naruto said, waving as he entered the kitchen. Both Kankuro and Temari instantly stiffened as they knew that Gaara could flip out at any time. Hinata and Shino were just a bit weary of them. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara said, eyeing Naruto carefully. You interest me, he said. Sorry, but I don't swing that way. Besides, I already have a girlfriend, Naruto said, chuckling and kissing Hinata's cheek. Gaara's eyes twitched at his statement. Temari and Kankuro were wondering if all Leaf Shinobi had a death wish. Mother will have your blood, and then everyone will know and acknowledge my existence, Gaara said with a sick smile. Mother, you do realize Shukaku is male, right? Naruto asked. And you don't have to kill to have people noticing you, he finished. It does not matter. Once I kill you, I shall forever prove my existence, Gaara said. You want people to acknowledge you, then find people to protect instead of killing them. Fight to protect them, and those few precious people will acknowledge you forever, Naruto explained. You fight to protect people, Gaara asked. Yes, that is right. Your true strength emerges when you fight to protect those you care about. Fool, we are nothing but murderers. We live to kill. We are weapons, Gaara said. Kankuro and Temari were listening to the conversation, wondering if they should leave because this conversation seemed to be heating up. I never considered myself a weapon, Naruto said. You are a fool, and I shall prove it to you. Once I kill you, everyone will notice my existence, Gaara said. Fine then, when we meet in the arena, I shall prove to you that acknowledgement comes from people that care about you, Naruto said, and he and his team left the room, leaving a thirsty Gaara behind. Hey, Hime, I'm going to talk with Anko. I'll meet you later, Naruto said. Alright, see you later, she replied and gave him a quick kiss. Floor 5, surveillance room. Naruto separated from his team and headed towards the 5th floor. He walked towards said room and knocked on the door. He opened it, and in the room, there was the Hokage, Anko, Ibiki, and a few Chunins. Something you need, Naruto? The Hokage asked as he watched the blonde enter the room. Can I talk to you in private with Anko? Naruto asked, and Anko raised an eyebrow, wondering what the kid wanted. Of course, the Hokage replied, and made a gesture for everyone to leave the room except Anko. Naruto flashed her a few hand seals and said, Sound barrier seal. There was a small flash of light and suddenly vanished. Anko was surprised by seeing a genin using these types of seals, but she knew what kind of life Naruto had lived, and if he wanted to survive, he would have to pick up his pace. Now then, I would like to check out that curse seal if you don't mind, Naruto said, and Anko involuntarily brought her neck to Naruto. Why do you want to see it? She asked. She didn't like talking about her past. I want to know if I'm capable of removing it, Naruto said, and Anko started laughing. Kid, I'll give you that. You're strong, but the seal can't be removed, Anko regretfully said. Any seal can be broken, Naruto said. Have faith. Besides, it doesn't hurt to try. Come now, Anko, you don't know, but Naruto is a seal master, Hokage said. Anko raised an eyebrow and watched him carefully. You're telling me this kid is a seal master? The only one in the leaf is Jiraiya of the Sani, and he already tried, Anko said. Yes, he is telling you the truth. He already provided our village with a few seals of his own. Improvised exploding tags, remotely detonating tags, and his own creation, flash tags, Hokage explained. Anko still had her doubts. I'll make a bet with you. If I can't remove it, I'll pay you and all you can eat at the Dango shop. However, if I can't remove it, you do the same for me and the ramen stand, he said, grinning. Fine, Anko said, sighing and removing her coat, so Naruto could more easily have access to her curse mark. Naruto activated his Sharingan to perfectly memorize the seal. He placed his fingers on the curse mark and channeled a bit of chakra. He noticed the mark slightly glow and made Anko slightly wince. It must be tuned to Orochimaru's chakra signature, Naruto thought. Anko, I need you to activate the curse seal, please, Naruto said, and stayed, watching her chakra network carefully with the Sharingan to notice the changes. Fine, she replied. Anko channeled chakra to her curse seal, and it began spreading across her whole body. Black markings were originating from the seal and spreading across her skin, reaching the whole body. Naruto watched carefully with his Sharingan, analyzing every small change. Interesting, Naruto said and closed his eyes. What do you think, Kurama? Can we force your chakra into the seal to break it? Naruto asked. Forcing my chakra would destroy the curse seal, but would most likely badly poison her. She wouldn't survive without a very good medical round, Kurama replied. Naruto opened his eyes and saw both of them staring at him. I was talking to the furball about it, Naruto said. You can talk to it? Anko asked. Yes, but it's not an it, it's a him, Naruto replied seriously. Anyway, I could force the Kyuubi's chakra to it and destroy it, but it would poison you. It would require Granny herself to be able to stabilize you long enough to remove it, Naruto explained. Granny? Anko asked. My grandmother's Tsunade, Naruto replied. Holy shit, you're her grandson? Anko half yelled. Tsunade was a legend among all of Kunoichi. She was what every Kunoichi wanted to be, strong and beautiful, and with that right assets. Yeah, but keep it to yourself. Now I notice that the seal, besides leaking chakra, it also sends a few chemicals to the bloodstream, most likely to create addition and increase in the body's stamina and strength. Either way, I would need Granny to remove it, either using the Kyuubi or not, Naruto said, and he could see the frown on her face. Tsunade had left the village years ago. There's one thing I can do. Be right back, Naruto said, and vanished in a yellow flash. Hokage's and Anko's eyes widened. They hadn't seen that flash in over 14 years. What was that? Anko stuttered. Hokage managed to regain sense and asked, Now do you believe me? Anko only managed to dumbly nod. A few minutes later, Naruto reappeared in the room with a large scroll in his hands. Naruto placed the scroll on the ground and opened it to show a very big and complex sealing array. Anko, stand in the middle of the scroll, please, Naruto said, and got a look of confusion. He sighed and continued. I may not be able to remove the seal alone, but I can place a restriction and block the seal that will permanently lock away the seal. Basically, you would have to force chakra to the seal to activate it, and you will no longer have the constant pain, Naruto explained, and Anko quickly sat the scroll. Alright, let's do it, Anko said, getting ready for the constant pain to leave her. It may hurt a little bit when the seal is applied, Naruto said. I'm used to pain, Anko said. Okay, Naruto walked up to Anko and placed his hand on her curse mark. A few seconds later, kanji erupted from his hand and spread across Anko and the scroll. Ready? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Evil sealing method, Naruto said. In an instant, all the kanji began rushing towards his hand that was placed in her curse seal. Anko bit her lip in pain, but she could handle it. After a few minutes, all the kanji reached the curse seal and formed a ring around the curse seal as if blocking it. Naruto removed his hand, and Anko relaxed. We're done. How do you feel? Naruto asked. A second later, Anko was all over him, kissing and pressing her body against him, much to the jealousy of the old Hokage, who had a trickle of blood flowing in his nose. Anko, I have a girlfriend, you know, Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't worry, kid. Besides, it was my way to say thank you. Even though it's still here, it no longer hurts. I can barely feel it on my neck, Anko said, happy. Don't mention it. Naruto started. Hey, old man, do you think you'd bring Sasuke here for me to do the same to him? Naruto asked. Hokage nodded and said, bore. Immediately in front of him appeared an Anbu, kneeling before him. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Anbu said. Bring me Sasuke Uchiha, Hokage ordered, and the Anbu left. Naruto turned to the Hokage. Do you think he'll accept to have it blocked? Naruto asked. Why wouldn't he? Hokage said, raising an eyebrow. You do realize he intends to kill his brother, right? Naruto asked, and the Hokage nodded. And do you think he'll gladly forget this power? Naruto asked. I see your point, but I have faith he'll do the right choice, the old Hokage said. He's naive. All Uchihas must burn, Kurama said, chuckling evilly. What the hell, Kurama? I have Uchiha blood, Naruto said, screaming. You and your father are different. You are not power-hungry fools, and you are not arrogant. Well, except then, you're only in the middle of battles, Kurama said. I only say that stuff to piss the enemy off. If he gets angry, he'll make mistakes I'll capitalize on, Naruto replied. They waited for a few minutes until Anbu appeared in the room, followed by a pissed-off Sasuke, who, by the looks of it, just woke up from his Neji-induced sleep. What do you want? Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto. We need you to sit in the middle of the scroll to seal your curse mark, Naruto answered. Why would I want to do that? I need this power, Sasuke said. Idiot, you'd be willing to be used as a puppet so that you could kill your brother? Naruto asked. Shut up, you don't know anything, and I would gladly give my life if it meant to kill him, Sasuke said, and Naruto just shook his head. Fine, sit in the scroll anyway, since for now it's impossible to remove the curse seal safely without killing the host. I'm applying a suppression seal that allows for the host to have better control over the seal, Naruto explained, and Sasuke smirked. You shouldn't use it. I can see that the host tends to develop an addiction to its power, Naruto explained, and Sasuke simply shrugged it off. It was a gift, and I intend to use it, Sasuke said, and Naruto just shook his head. This might hurt a little, Naruto said, but didn't mind much. He did the same steps as Franco and placed his hand on his curse seal. Evil sealing method, Naruto said. Sasuke screamed for a few minutes, and when it was completed, he fell to the floor unconscious. Bore, take him to his room. He must be exhausted from the force of death, Hokage said, and the Anbu took off. See you guys in 4 days, Naruto said, and left the room, followed by a very happy Anko. You'd be so proud of your son, Minato, Kushina, Hokage thought, as he also left the room. He had preparations to do for the finals. 4 days later. The next 4 days went by without any trouble, and they were boring as hell. They weren't allowed to leave the tower until the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams. During these 4 days, a few more teams arrived at the tower. As he expected, the team from Taki and Kumo also arrived. Every competitor was summoned to the arena and filled it facing the Hokage. The arena room was pretty much empty. The room had a giant statue with a shinobi doing the ram hand seal. There were 2 balconies, one on each side of the room for the spectators. Behind the statue was a big electric board. First, I must congratulate you all for passing the second round of the Chunin exams, the Hokage said, and a few smirked, thinking they were the best. Now, the Hokage started, but was interrupted by another shinobi. Do you mind if I continue? Lord Hokage, said Shinobi asked, and the Hokage just shook his head. My name is Hayate Gecko, and I'm the proctor of this part of the Chunin exams, Hayate said. He had short brown hair and dark markings under his eyes. Even though he was a young man, he had pronounced lines under his eyes as well as an unexplained chronic cough that plagued him. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, complete with the forehead protector that he wore as a bandana, a flak jacket, and regular shinobi sandals. He also carried a katana with a regular handguard strapped over his back. Before we can proceed, we'll need to have preliminary matches, Hayate said, and the Genins erupted in protest. What do you mean by preliminary matches? Kiba asked. We didn't expect this many people to pass the exam, so we have to thin out the contestants. During the third phase of the exam, many nobles will assist the matches, and their time is precious to not be unnecessarily wasted, Hayate explained, and a few were against it. Why should we? We risked our lives for this, someone yelled. I think you misunderstand the meaning of the Chunin exams, Hokage said, and everyone turned to face him. The Chunin exams are used to promote promising Genins to Chunin. However, there is a somewhat of an underlying objective. The Chunin exams are a substitute for war, and to prove that the country that is competing is strong. The strength of a village is the strength of their shinobi, and the strength of their shinobi only flourishes in life and death battles, Hokage explained. By having shinobi compete in the Chunin exams, a country can provide their strength, which will award them a higher number of missions, bringing more wealth to the village, Hokage concluded. Before we begin, is there anyone who wishes to forfeit? Hayate asked, and no one stepped forward. Very well, we shall now begin. The match ends by either knockouts, death, or impairment. If I declare the winner, the match ends immediately. Understood? Hayate said, eyeing them seriously, and everyone nodded. The names will appear on that electric board randomly, Hayate explained as the board started shuffling through names. Since we have an odd number of contestants, one of you will advance immediately to the third round of the Chunin exams, Hayate explained as the board went to random names. Kankuro will have a free pass, Hayate said. Lucky, I can go to the finals without showing my skills, Kankuro thought. The board started going through the names until it stopped. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Azumi Ren step forward? The rest of you please go to the balconies, Hayate explained, and everyone left the arena except Sasuke and Azumi, who were staring at each other. On the balcony, "Go Sasuke!" Sakura yelled, cheering for Uchiha. "Might as well see if I can learn anything," Naruto said, activating the Sharingan and proceeded to analyze the matches. Sasuke Uchiha versus Azumi Ren. "Fighters ready?" Hayate asked and both nodded. "Start," Hayate said, and jumped back. As soon as Hayate started the match, Sasuke rushed towards the enemy and went for a low kick. As Sasuke expected, Azumi jumped up and Sasuke took this opportunity to quickly continue his rotation, and placing a kick in Azumi's stomach, making him fly to the ground. "Give up, you're no match for the Uchiha," Sasuke smugly said. Azumi slowly got up and cleaned his lip that got busted when he crashed on the ground. Azumi, angered by being bested in this little skirmish, quickly made hand seals and said, "Earth style, earth spike," slamming his hands on the ground. The ground in front of Azumi rose slightly and threw a few rock spikes at Sasuke with moderate speed. Sasuke quickly dodged all of them and yelled, "Fire style!" Phoenix fired jutsu and sent multiple small fireballs towards the enemy. Azumi didn't have the skill to dodge them all and took one to his left leg and another to his shoulder, leaving him on the ground slightly burned and in pain. "Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Medics," Hayate said, and Sasuke smugly smirked and made his way up to the balcony near his team while the medics went to heal Azumi. Didn't even need the Sharingan, Sasuke thought. "Congratulations, Sasuke," Sakura said with stars in her eyes as she watched her beloved Sasuke make his way up the stairs. "At least the only fangirls that are here are Ino and Sakura," Naruto said, and got glares from both Ino and Sakura. "You know, Naruto, I'm a fangirl," she said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. "You are?" Kurenai asked. "Of course, I'm Naruto's fangirl," Hinata said and cleared her voice. "Oh, Naruto is so cool, will you go out with me?" she asked with stars in her eyes and her best puppy dog face. "I can't just say no to you," Naruto said, laughing, and kissed her. Kurenai just sweat dropped and Kakashi chuckled at their antics. "Aw, I seriously need a boyfriend," Ino said with stars in her eyes, watching both of them. "Congratulations, Sasuke," Kakashi said. Sasuke grunted, making Sakura squeal in delight. They watched the board go to another set of random names. "Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, please step into the arena to begin your match," Hayate said. "Due to both contestants being unconscious, I declare this match a tie," Hayate said. "Fangirls," Yukito started, "the disgrace of the Kunoichi. If they spent more time training instead of drooling over the Uchiha over there, they wouldn't be slapping each other. It's just sad," Yukito said, and everyone nodded, agreeing with her. "At least you learn how to properly slap someone," Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped. "Gaara and Fuji, please step in the arena to begin your match," Hayate said, and Gaara used his traditional Sans Shinchuin into the arena while his opponent jumped off. "Gaara versus Fuji. Ready," Hayate said. Fuji nodded, and in Gaara's case, Sand left his gourd and started dancing around him. "Start," the proctor said, and jumped away. He could sense the rise in Gaara's bloodlust. "Sand Shuriken," Gaara immediately said, and sent 10 shurikens he made with his sand towards the enemy. Fuji didn't expect such a sudden attack and made a very risky evasion maneuver by ducking to the ground. Fuji was rising when he noticed his feet were caught in something. He looked down and saw sand wrapped around his feet and quickly rising. Fuji tried to struggle to get free, but it seemed the more he struggled, the quicker it wrapped around him. Not even 5 seconds later, Fuji was completely covered in sand. "Sand coffin," Gaara said as he brought his open hand up. He suddenly closed his hand and said, "Sand funeral." Gaara closed his hand into a complete fist, and immediately the sand around Fuji compressed, completely crushing him. Fuji exploded in a shower of blood that covered almost all of the arena. "Winner, Gaara," Hayate said, a little disgusted as someone could kill this easily even in a mere tournament. He killed him," Sakura said as she wakened up just in time to see the bloody end. "Fuji," Fu murmured to himself. Even though in her village only Shibiki liked her, she still wouldn't want to kill anyone or wish their death for that fact. "That Tanuki always wanted destruction. He's still insane," Kurama said to Naruto. I guess I need to defeat him if we face off to prove my point, Naruto replied. Uzumaki, you will be mine, Gaara almost yelled, pointing out to her favorite blonde standing in the balcony. I already told you I don't swing that way, Naruto said, and that phrase pissed Gaara off as she shot a wave of sand towards him. Naruto watched the sand come to him, and before anyone could react, the sand wrapped around him and immediately crushed him. Naruto, Kakashi yelled, and he just watched as his little brother got crushed to death. Gaara smiled as he finally got his precious blood offering to his mother. He quickly removed his hand to show an untouched Naruto Uzumaki. Did you do something? Naruto asked. The reactions were very different. Kakashi sighed in relief. Temari and Kagero had their jaws on the floor as they saw the blonde unhurt. Yugito stared at the blonde suspiciously. To her, he truly was an enigma. Naruto made a quick, sealless Shinchuin and landed right in front of Gaara. He proceeded to plant a very firm kick in his stomach and sent him flying to the wall. The sand wasn't quick enough to protect, and everyone could see the small cracks appear in his skin. He hit Gaara, Kagero said, flabbergasted. He never saw his brother get hit for that effect, and yet this kid just appeared in front of him and kicked him like it was nothing. So you do have another defensive sand layer, Naruto said as he watched Gaara just get up and the cracks disappear. Enough! The voice of the Hokage roared through the room instantly, putting everyone on attention. Naruto, stand down. And you, the Hokage said, pointing to Baki, the sand team jonin. Control your students, or we will discipline them for you. Apologies, Lord Hokage, Baki said, bowing to the Hokage. That Gaara almost ruined everything. 10-10 versus Temari, canon style. Neji Hyuga and Choji Akimichi, please step into the arena to begin your match. Hayate said, and Choji got kinda scared, but nonetheless they both made their way down. Start, Hayate said. As soon as the proctor started the match, Neji activated his Byakugan and charged at Choji. Choji panicked and started a sloppy human bullet tank. Choji started spinning and going with good speed against Neji. Neji watched him approach and quickly made a plan, and Neji dodged to the side and placed his foot in front of Choji's path. This action made Choji bump into his foot and rise into the air, quickly losing his stance and ending the technique and allowing Neji to give him a few good juking strikes that left him unconscious on the ground. Winner, Neji Hyuga, Hayate said. It was his fate to lose to me, Neji smugly said. Neji walked up the stairs and was congratulated by Tenten. He didn't know it, but she had a crush on him. But even with his superior eyesight, he was too blind to see it. Hinata Hyuga versus Karui of Kumo. Please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate said. Hinata was leaving when Naruto pulled her back and gave her a small kiss on the cheek. For luck, he said, and she smiled. I know you don't like Kumo, but don't go overboard, Naruto whispered to her ear, and she nodded. Hinata Hyuga versus Karui of Kumo. Ready, Hayate said, and seeing both nod, he said, start. My lucky day, I get to face a Hyuga, Karui said, and got a confused look from Hinata. What I mean is that the Hyuga specialize too much in taijutsu. If I keep my distance, you can't do anything. I wonder why our former Hokage wanted your bloodline so much, Karui said. Hinata frowned. You know, I was the one that was kidnapped that day, she said, and Karui raised an eyebrow. So that means that you are the heiress. My lucky day. I get to kick your ass and prove that the Hyugas are worthless, Karui said, smirking. Hinata chuckled sadly. I'm no longer the heiress or a Hyuga for that matter, Hinata replied. I don't understand, Karui said. What I meant is that I no longer belong to the Hyuga clan. So he branded me with a cage bird seal and disavowed me from the clan, Hinata explained, and a few on the stands gasped. Balcony. That's cruel, to leave your daughter because she's weak, Ino said. She wondered what would happen if that happened to her. Kurenai seethed her teeth. When she found out, she wanted nothing more than to strangle that Hiyashi. To do that to his own family. No wonder he sent his own brother to his death. Hinata Hyuga versus Karui of Kumo. Karui didn't say anything. She never knew that the Hyugas would be so cold and uncaring. She had heard about that they were arrogant and stoic, but this was a new low. In the end, I should be grateful to you, Hinata started, and seeing Karui's confused look, she continued. If you didn't kidnap me, Naruto wouldn't have saved me, and maybe my father would have never expelled me. The last few years I spent with Naruto were my happiest time. My father never showed love or compassion of any sort, so I guess in the end, everything worked out for the best, Hinata concluded, showing a small yet true smile. Naruto, you mean that blonde kid? Karui asked, pointing to our favorite blonde watching on the balcony. Why are you calling me kid? We're the same age, Naruto stated from the balcony. Yes, he was the one that found me when I was being kidnapped and managed to hold off and eventually defeat my kidnapper, Hinata said, and Karui's eyes widened. But you were 6 years old. How could a 6-year-old child kill a Jonin? Karui asked in shock. Everyone who heard took a while to assimilate and turned to face the blonde. Naruto sighed and answered, that's what happened when people underestimate me. Even though I was 6 years old, I was already gaining level and I am very sneaky. He underestimated me and paid the price, Naruto explained, and the audience slowly nodded. Hinata smiled, remembering all the fun they had since she started living with him. Teaching him proper manner at the table, smacking him with a pillow so he could wake up, hiding his ramen, helping him with his pranks, training with him, watching the night skies and sunsets with him, living with him, sleeping next to him and kissing him. You did mention that if you kept your distance from the Hyugas, it would be fine, but with me, that doesn't apply. I can assure you that I am a master at the Juken, but I didn't stick with only that, as I will show you now, Hinata said, and dropped the basic Juken stance. Ready? Hinata asked, and Karui nodded and picked up her sword from her back. Hinata channeled her chakra to her wrist seal and her puff of smoke. There was in her hand a 20-inch long single-edged straight sword. The blade's hilt was lavender with white lines around the edges. So, you know Kenjutsu, Karui said and dashed towards her. Karui jumped and did a vertical slash, only to have Hinata block with her own sword. Hinata jumped back and did a few hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water bullet." Hinata sent a few compressed water bullets at high speeds towards Karui. Karui skillfully evaded all of them and watched as they collided with the wall and removed a good chunk of it. Karui gulped. If that had hit her, it would have broken a few bones. Karui once again rushed forward and said, "Cloud style, deception slice," and made a slash motion with her sword. Hinata easily blocked, but Karui turned to smoke, revealing a wooden log. Hinata activated her Byakugan just in time to block a lateral swing from Karui's sword, and jumped back, gaining a bit of distance from Karui. Hinata knew that she didn't stand a chance with Kenjutsu. She preferred daggers to swords. Daggers were easier to integrate with her taijutsu style, and allowed for more swift motions without leaving so many openings. Hinata channeled wind chakra to her sword and quickly closed the distance. Karui brought her sword to block. Wrong move as Hinata made a few quick slashes and destroyed Karui's sword, leaving it in pieces on the ground and Karui holding the hilt. "What did you do?" Karui asked, getting pissed off. That was her favorite sword. "After a few skirmishes, I can tell that you are better at Kenjutsu than me, so I had to take care of that. I channeled wind chakra to my sword and destroyed yours," Hinata explained, and once again ran through a few hand seals and said, "Water style, exploding water wave." Hinata expelled great amounts of water to the arena, completely flooding the grounds. Balcony. Not possible as an A-rank water jutsu. How can she have enough chakra for that? Kakashi asked out loud and turned to Kurenai. "What have you been teaching them?" he asked. Kurenai simply smirked. "I didn't teach them anything. All credits go for Naruto," Kurenai said, and Kakashi turned to Naruto. "I told you, I've been training since I was 5 years old. Hinata joined me when she was 7. The dead last and the shy girl was all a cover. Deception is a ninja's greatest tool," Naruto said, and everyone turned their attention to the arena. Hinata Hyuga versus Karui of Kumo. "Lightning style, emotion wave," Karui said, and channeled lightning chakra through her hand and released it through the water to shock Hinata. Hinata saw this and jumped up to break her connection with the water. She went through hand seals and said, "Wind style, great breakthrough," and sent a gust of wind that disrupted the lightning attack and made Karui lose her balance. Hinata took this opportunity and quickly went through a few hand seals and shouted her favorite water technique. "Water style, water dragon jutsu." A water dragon rose from the water on the ground and quickly crashed into Karui, who didn't have time to dodge. Karui was sent crashing into the wall and hit with the pressure of the water dragon. Karui was a little dazed from the impact and slowly got up, but Hinata quickly appeared next to her and said, "Water style, water prison." A chunk of water rose and quickly formed a sphere that trapped Karui inside and rendered her unable to move. Hayate was shocked. The amount of skill the girl displayed with water jutsu was shonen level. He managed to break free from his stutter and said, "Hinata Hyuga, winner." Balcony. She won, Naruto chanted as he watched everyone on the balcony except his team stare in shock as Hinata made her way up the stairs. Even though Kage was shocked at the skill she showed, Kakashi broke free from his own shock. He blinked and blinked again. Kakashi approached Neji. Can you check her chakra levels? He asked, stuttering. Neji activated his Byakugan and froze to what he saw. That's impossible. She has elite Jonin chakra levels. How is that even possible? She is a Genin and nothing but a failure, Neji said. If she's a failure, I wonder what a genius could do, Kakashi mused. Naruto quickly hugged Hinata and spinned her around. Congratulations, Naruto said, making her giggle. You are nothing but a failure. To rely on ninjutsu only proves you weren't meant for the Byakugan, Neji coldly stated. And then if we face in the finals, I'll show you my Jukin, Hinata said. Amoy from Kumo versus Fu from Taki. Please step into the arena to begin your match, Hayate called out. Amoy from Kumo versus Fu from Taki. Ready, Hayate asked, and both nodded. Start, Hayate called out and immediately jumped back. Fu quickly went through a few hand seals and said, Water style, water whip. Fu took advantage of the existing water and quickly made 4 water whips that grabbed Amoy's arms and legs and pinned him in the spot. Fu approached him from behind and placed a kunai at his neck. Yield, Fu said. Amoy tried to struggle to find a way to free himself from the binds, but they wouldn't budge. I surrender, Amoy said. Winner, Fu of Taki, Hayate said, balcony. That was anticlimactic, Asuma said, as he watched Amoy return to the balcony with his head low. To be caught off guard and defeated with a single jutsu, it was a shame. Man, those things are really tight. They wouldn't budge, Amoy said while sucking on his lollipop and shaking his head in disappointment. What affinity do you have? Naruto asked. Like most people in Kumo, I have lightning. Why? Amoy asked. You could have channeled lightning chakra through the whips, and since they are water, they would have most likely weakened enough for you to perform a substitution. Naruto explained, and Amoy face-palmed. How come I didn't think of that? Amoy asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yugito Ni versus Shino Aburame. Please come to the arena to begin the match, Hayate called out. Good luck, Shino, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. Thank you, but it is unlikely I will win, Shino stoically said, heading down to the arena. While he's excited, Asuma said, Shino Aburame versus Yugito Ni. Ready, Hayate said, and both nodded. Start, Hayate said, and jumped back. Immediately as Hayate said start, Yugito jumped into action and quickly closed the distance between her and Shino. Yugito jumped in the air and performed a dropkick. Shino brought both of his arms up in an X formation and blocked the kick. Shino quickly grabbed her leg and spinning threw her at the wall. Yugito twisted midair and landed gracefully in the wall like a cat would. Balcony. Looks like Shino's taijutsu skills increased, Kakashi said, surprised. Since Naruto and Hinata were more advanced, it gave more time to focus on Shino. Also, it's his main weakness, as most long-range users is taijutsu, so we tried to get him a defensive type taijutsu style. Kurenai explained, and Kakashi nodded. Go Shino, kick her ass! Naruto yelled. Kurenai just shook her head. Naruto could defeat her in a spar, and yet he still had a childish behavior. Shino Aburame versus Yugito Ni. Yugito dropped from the wall and onto the ground and crouched on all four like a cat, getting ready to pounce on the victim. Shino eyed her very carefully and started releasing his bugs. Yugito saw the bugs heading towards her and shouted, Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Multiple fireballs crashed into Shino's bugs and engulfed them in flames. Yugito smirked, but quickly dropped her smile when she noticed that the bugs were still coming as if nothing had happened to them. How did you do that? Yugito asked. My main weakness is fire, since it can easily destroy my bugs, so I coated them with the water chakra to protect them, Shino stoically explained. I guess I have to turn up the heat, Yugito said, smirking. Let's go, Nibi, Yugito said to her partner. Right, kitten, Nibi replied. Fire style, blue fireball jutsu, Yugito yelled and unleashed a big blue fireball towards Shino. This fireball engulfed the bugs and immediately turned them to dust. The fireball continued its pathway towards Shino. Earth style, earth wall, Shino said, and a small earth wall rose in front of him to protect him. The fireball collided to the earth wall and slowly but surely began to apply pressure. The wall didn't stand a chance with the Biju-powered fireball and began to crack until it collapsed. Shino saw the wall starting to crack and immediately jumped away. Yugito expected such, so she was there to greet him with a fierce punch to his face. Yugito punched him, but he transformed into bugs. Bug clone, Yugito thought as the clone she punched began to surround her. Yugito channeled Nibi's chakra, and one by one, each of the bugs began to fall on the ground, killed by the Biju's extremely poisonous chakra. I surrender. She destroyed one of my hives, and I'm low on chakra. It would be illogical to proceed, Shino breathing heavily said. Winner by forfeit. Yukito ni, Hayate said. Balcony. You did good, Shino, Kurenai said, and he nodded. Yeah, it'd be very hard to win against someone like her, Naruto replied. What's so special about her? Sasuke asked, but it felt more like a demand. Let's just say she's the number 2, Naruto said smirking, and Sasuke was about to jump him when Kakashi caught his shoulder. Hokage heard that and already suspected as much. That means that with her, there are 5 Jinchurikis here, Hokage thought. Shikamaru Nara versus Kiba Inuzuka. Please come to the arena, Hayate called. Yeah, the lazy ass. We have this one in the bag, Kiba cheered, and he picked up Akamaru and ran to the arena. Shikamaru Nara versus Kiba Inuzuka. Ready? Hayate asked. That's right, we are, Kiba yelled. Troublesome. I guess I am, Shikamaru replied. Start, Hayate said and jumped back. This is so troublesome. I'm no match for Kiba's speed or strength. Shikamaru thought as he analyzed Kiba and came up with a plan to defeat him. Kiba immediately said, Ninja art. 4 legs technique. You could see as Kiba crouched to the ground on all 4s. His nails became more elongated, his fangs and his eyes took a more feral grin with vertical slits. Kiba ran forward with impressive speed, and Shikamaru, the lazy ass he is, decided to run and avoid every single strike Kiba tried. This continued for a few minutes until Kiba got tired and jumped back, gaining some distance. Fight back, lazy ass, Kiba yelled, getting pissed off that he didn't hit him one single time. I'm fighting back, troublesome, Shikamaru said and sighed. Shikamaru went through his pockets and took a smoke bomb. He threw it at Kiba, and the entire arena where Kiba was became covered in smoke. Inside the smoke cloud, Kiba was quickly turning and checking every position to find out what exactly Shikamaru was trying to do. He checked left, right, up, and his left. Kiba was getting tired of this and was about to jump away when he froze, unable to move. As the smoke cleared, Kiba could see Shikamaru crouching with his hands on the rat seal. What did you do? Kiba asked as he struggled to move. Kiba could see from the corner of his eye that Akamaru was also frozen in the same place. Shadow imitation jutsu. Success, Shikamaru said. In the beginning of the match, when you engaged me in taijutsu, I placed a few small bells on you. When I threw the smoke bomb, I blocked your vision of me so you couldn't see what I was doing. Since you had the bells, I could easily find you in the middle of the smoke and connect my shadow to you, preventing you from moving, Shikamaru explained. Forfeit, Shikamaru said. Fine, I surrender, Kiba said angry how it turned out. Winner by forfeit, Shikamaru Nara, Hayate said, balcony. Who thought the lazy ass could come up with that? Sakura smugly said. Asuma laughed. You know, I gave him an IQ test and he scored 220. That kid's a genius and never got good scores in the academy because he was always too bored to do more, Asuma said, chuckling to the shock of many. Just slightly above you, Hinata whispered to Naruto. Asuma overheard what Hinata said. What do you mean, slightly above him? Asuma asked. Exactly that. Naruto did an IQ test like everyone, however, in the academy. He scored less than 50, which would mean severe lack of cognitive functions. However, we tested each other at home, and he scored 210, Hinata explained, and everyone's jaw hit the floor. How can that dead last have such a high IQ? Asuma asked. The same way Shikamaru, who was almost the dead last, was as well, Naruto said, chuckling. But I'm not the only one. Hinata here also scored 200 points, Naruto said, and laughed at their faces. The dead last and the shy girl were genius. This never gets old, Naruto thought. I wonder, what more did you hide? Asuma asked, and he shrugged his shoulders. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Please step into the arena for the match, Hayate called out. Looks like we're up, Lee. I want to test my Dragon Fist against your Strong Fist. So how about I only use Taijutsu, no bloodline, even? Naruto asked. That's the most useful thing someone has ever said to me. I agree. Let's show them the power of youth, Lee yelled, making everyone wince at the tone. Such a youthful opponent. You should make him your eternal rival, Guy yelled. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee said. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Both master and student were hugging each other on the beach as the water came crashing between them and crashing into the rocks. Tears could be seen shining as the sun was going down. No, Naruto yelled. Kurama, help, he pleaded to his partner. It doesn't work. What sort of genjutsu is this? Kurama said as he ran to the back of his seal and closed his eyes with his tails. Wait, Sakura yelled, making Naruto turn back as he was already going down to the arena. You have a bloodline? Sakura asked. Yes, I do, Naruto said, and discarded any more questions as he turned to leave again. How can a clanless and orphan loser like you have a bloodline? Sasuke smugly asked. Naruto clenched his fist, shaking in anger. He almost channeled the Kyuubi chakra, but Kurama managed to hold it. Naruto managed to calm down. You know, Sasuke, one day you will eat all those words. You're not as special as you think. Besides, people say that my bloodline is the strongest in the world. Please, dope. The Sharingan is the most powerful bloodline in the world, Sasuke said, smirking. If you say so, Naruto said, laughing as he made his way down the stairs. People who knew he had the Sharingan chuckled at his wordplay. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Ready, Hayate asked, and both nodded. Final match of the preliminaries, Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Start, Hayate said and jumped back. We are both genius at hard work, Lee. Let's show them the power of taijutsu, Naruto said, and got into a stance. Left leg in front of the right with both knees bent. Left arm stretched with the hand palm facing the enemy, while the right arm was coiled near the waist with a fist. Lee had a more simple stance. He was standing straight with his left arm behind his back, and his right arm pointing to the enemy with the straight palm. Balcony. Strange, Guy mused. I've never seen that particular stance before, Guy thought out loud, nursing his chin while he thought. That stance belongs to the taijutsu style of his father with a few modifications that Naruto integrated in there, Hinata said. I thought Naruto was an orphan, Sakura asked. He is, but his father let him scroll jutsus, Hinata explained. Who was his father? Sakura asked. It isn't my place to tell, Hinata replied, and Sakura frowned. Must be some unknown chunin who got drunk and died on some mission, Sasuke said, and Kakashi was about to snap his neck for disrespecting his sensei. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. As Hayate said start, Rock Lee immediately started running to Naruto. He closed the distance in no time. Lee jumped and said, Lethal Whirlwind, and tried to kick him. Naruto brought his right arm and blocked the kick. Lee jumped back and Naruto immediately regretted blocking that his left arm felt a little numb. As Lee touched the ground, he went again at high speeds towards Naruto, and both engaged in a fierce display of taijutsu. Due to the fact that Naruto could use chakra to empower his muscles, he had a slight advantage in speed and short bursts that were perfect for his quick counters. The battle went on until Lee quickly got in past his defenses. Lee crouched beneath Naruto and said, Leaf Rising Wind. Lee tried an uppercut with his feet at Naruto, but he managed to roll and dodge it. As Naruto was rolling, he tried to sweep Lee's legs, only to make him jump back and evade it as well. As soon as Lee touched the ground, he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto looked around until he felt Lee above. He looked up just in time to block a powerful dropkick with both arms. Naruto quickly grabbed his leg and threw Lee at the ground. Lee spinned and landed without trouble at the ground. Your taijutsu is very good, Naruto, as expected from my eternal rival, Lee said with tears in his eyes. Naruto shuddered and replied, Sure, Lee, eternal rivals. Naruto knew he might have signed his death sentence right there, but this match was extremely good. Hinata was a very good sparring partner at taijutsu, but she always used her gentle fist style. Naruto never faced a user of Goken. Even though Naruto had the advantage in speed, he sometimes managed to get in a punch or kick, but Lee seemed to brush them off as if nothing more than a little scratch. But this difference in speed was almost removed by Lee's experience in taijutsu, putting them equal in skill. This time Naruto took a charge and ran towards Lee. Naruto threw a sloppy punch that Lee easily sidestepped, but that was what Naruto wanted. As soon as Lee sidestepped his punch, Naruto threw his hands to the ground to support himself and used his legs to snare Lee's head between his feet. Naruto, with a swift motion of his ankles, threw Lee at the wall, who didn't see that coming and was unable to block. Balcony. Impressive, a guy shocked with that particular movement that managed to firmly give Lee some damage. Naruto's taijutsu style incorporates a lot of acrobatic movements. He could have snapped Lee's neck with that one, Hinata explained, and Guy's eyes widened. Thank God his student was alive. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. I didn't expect such a technique from you, Naruto, Lee said as he got up and brushed off the dust. Lee, take them off, Guy yelled from the balcony. Lee heard what his sensei said and was surprised. But I thought you could only remove them if it was to protect someone important to you, Lee said. It is, but this time I'm giving you permission to remove them, Guy said. Lee heard this and smiled. He sat down on the ground and removed the weights he was wearing beneath his orange leg warmers. So, he used his weights. I knew this wasn't his full power, Naruto thought, and he considered removing his seals, but he would wait and see if it was necessary. Balcony. Just removing a bit of weight won't do anything, Sakura said. She watched Lee remove his weights and dropped it in the ground, and caused a crash that shocked the entire arena. Sakura's eyes widened at the weight he had. "Wasn't that a little bit too much, Guy?" Kakashi asked, and Guy scoffed. "How can you even stand with so much weight?" Yukito yelled. What was with these Leaf Ninjas? Were they all crazy? Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. "Yeah, now I can move freely," Lee said, and Naruto lost track of Lee. Naruto didn't even manage to blink as Lee appeared right in front of him and delivered a powerful punch straight to his face that sent Naruto tumbling to the ground. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him and kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing to the wall. Naruto slowly got up as Lee appeared next to him. Lee crouched and kicked him into the air. Before Naruto could process the situation, he was already in the air. He blinked just in time to see Lee give a dropkick and send him to the ground, crashing into the cement floor hard. The floor cracked from the pressure and released a cloud of dust. Balcony. "That is some speed," Kakashi said. "Unbelievable. I didn't even see anything," Sakura said. "Why can't my Sharingan track that speed? He's nothing more than a blur," Sasuke thought as he seethed his teeth. "Looks like Naruto is done," Asuma said as he smoked a cigar. "I wouldn't be so sure," Kurenai replied with a knowing grin and got confused faces from Kakashi and Asuma. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Naruto slowly got up and removed a few rocks that were nearby from the crater he caused. He dusted himself off and saw his ruined jacket. "You know, I like this jacket," Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped as he remained so calm when he just got plummeted to the earth. Naruto released his hand and made a half-tiger seal and said, "Gravity seals, release." His whole body slowly glowed and dimmed down. "You aren't the only one who trains with weights, Lee, although I prefer resistance seals," Naruto said. He flexed his muscles to get used to his new speed. Naruto ran with blinding speed towards Lee. Lee didn't even have time to do anything as Naruto took a page from Lee's book and punched him straight in the face and sent him to the ground. Balcony. "Fast," Kakashi said. "Looks like you're right, Kurenai." "He also had weights on," Kakashi said, and Kurenai nodded. "But I didn't see him removing weights," Kakashi-sensei, Ino asked. Naruto wasn't using physical weights. He was using what is called gravity seals. These seals were invented by the 4th Hokage, and basically they're restraining the body's movement, making you put more strength to move, Kakashi explained, and Ino nodded. "I want those seals," Sasuke demanded. "Sorry, but I can't give you them. They can only be applied by someone very well versed in seals, and they are very dangerous to anyone who doesn't know seals. If you don't know how to properly use them, you may not be able to deactivate them during a battle, giving the opponent a big advantage," Kakashi explained with a serious tone. "And how can that dope use them?" Sasuke asked as he saw Naruto get leaps ahead of him. "That power should be his." "Apparently, he's very good with seals and a seal master," Kakashi said, much to the surprise of everyone. "But I thought you needed to be very smart to learn that," Sakura asked. "I guess that Hinata was saying the truth about his IQ," Kakashi said, chuckling. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. They both engaged in a vicious taijutsu battle. To anyone below Jonin, they were nothing but blurs at such speed. The power and speed that was behind those attacks were enough to completely shatter anyone to bone and hit the opponent. Every single punch or kick they gave, the opponent blocked it and sent a shockwave towards the whole arena. Lee disappeared in a burst of speed and quickly appeared behind Naruto and threw a punch. Naruto caught the punch with both hands and brought Lee in front of him and placed a kick in his stomach. Lee simply shrugged it off. "As I expected, I'm faster but you have more strength," Naruto said. "So it is," Lee said as he regained his balance and untangled his ligatures in both arms. Lee disappeared and quickly appeared next to Naruto and kneed him in the stomach. Naruto doubled over and Lee kicked him into the air. Naruto was in midair when Lee appeared next to him and tapped his back. Lee's ligatures quickly left his arms and wrapped around Naruto. Lee picked Naruto and both started spinning very fast and going in fast to the ground. "Primary Lotus!" "This is going to hurt," Naruto thought as he was spinning and heading head first to the ground with high speeds. Boom! A massive shockwave was heard through the whole room as Lee sent Naruto to the ground, making a big crater, much bigger than the one that was previously there. Lee was on the side as he watched the dust cloud settle and saw Naruto lying on the ground. Naruto barely said as he got up from the crater and got shocked faces from everyone. "That hurt like hell. I'm already regretting not using my bloodline," he said as he got up and flexed his neck and dusted off his clothes. "How can you stand up after that?" Lee asked as he was starting to get tired. That move was forbidden by Sensei due to the toll it takes on his muscles. I channeled chakra to my body to strengthen them and lessen the impact, but even so it hurt like hell, Naruto said as he got ready to continue the onslaught. It's about time to show you the true power of my taijutsu style, Naruto said. Lee didn't want to give him time to recover and quickly ran towards him and said, "Leaf Whirlwind." Naruto already knew this move and took the opportunity. He saw the kick approaching and elbowed Lee's leg. Lee toppled over in pain and nursed his leg. "I'm sorry, Lee, but my true taijutsu style is meant to target and weaken pressure points along the human body. I didn't put enough pressure to break the bones. Please surrender. I do not want to hurt you," Naruto said. "I cannot give up. Kai-sensei, forgive me, but I must do this," Lee said and rose up. He brought his arms in front of his chest in an X form. Naruto watched as his veins started to show beneath his skin, and his skin started to become redder. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what Lee was about to do. "Lee, you can't open them. This is getting out of hand," Naruto said. "I cannot give up, for this is my Nindo way," Lee said. "Gate of opening. Open," Lee said as his veins started getting more defined under his skin. "Gate of healing. Open," Lee said, and it started turning red. "Gate of life. Open," Lee said, and a green aura could be seen forming around his body. "Gate of pain. Open," Lee said. "Gate of closing. Open," Lee said, and the air around him began to swirl around him due to the massive amount of chakra he was releasing. Balcony. "You taught him how to open the gate?" Kakashi said. "Are you insane?" he asked. "I didn't want to hear this from you. He can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Taijutsu is the only thing he has," Guy replied. "I can see the chakra around his body. This is amazing," Sakura said as he watched in wonder at the power that was radiating from Lee. "I want you to teach me this, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke said. "Never. The gates are extremely dangerous. There are 8 gates in the human body. If you open them all, you temporarily gain a boost of strength that can surpass a Kage. But then, you die," Kakashi explained. "Lee is using them, and that means he is going to die?" Sasuke asked. "You die if you open the 8th and last gate. However, if your body isn't strong enough to handle the strain of lower gates, you can easily die as well. This is why it is a very dangerous technique," Kakashi explained, and Sasuke huffed. "Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. You truly are amazing, Lee, but I can't lose here as well, and I promised only taijutsu, which only leaves me with my last trump card. Gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of closing. Open," Naruto said, and exploded with chakra. Balcony. "What?" Kakashi yelled as he watched Naruto so easily open 5 gates. "How can he open the gate as well? He's crazy," Kakashi said. "Kurenai," Kakashi stated. "Did you teach him this?" Kakashi asked in a dangerous voice. "No, I didn't even know he could do this," Kurenai said, just as surprised. "Relax," Hinata started, and got the attention of everyone. "He knows what he's doing. Anyone can open the gates as long as they know what they're situated in the human body. I can open them as well. I can go up to 4, Hinata said, and everyone stared at her in shock. Kakashi gulped and revealed his Sharingan to see the battle that was about to ensue. "How many gates can he open?" Kakashi asked. Hinata smirked and shouted, "Naruto, go full power. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee." Naruto laughed at the enthusiasm Hinata was showing and decided to show them. "Kurama, get ready. I'm going full strength," Naruto said, smirking. "Honestly, you have no restraint," Kurama replied. "Gate of joy. Open. Gate of shock. Open," Naruto said, and he was surrounded by a blue aura. Balcony. 7 gate, Kakashi said, barely standing. Sakura, Ino, and most of the weaker Genins were on the ground. The amount of power Naruto was unleashing was pushing the air from everyone. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. "Gate of death. Open," Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened. Yo, okay, so I'm just recording and reading this at the same time. Holy shit. The author of this story, yo, you're making Naruto too overpowered. What the fuck? 8 gates, bro. Nah, that's just not fair. Alright, back to the story. Naruto's muscles bulged out completely, ripping off his mesh armor and shirt he had, leaving his torso naked. Naruto started walking towards Lee. Every step he took, the ground beneath him cracked. His eyes were completely blue, and his skin was red. He was sweating heavily, and that gave him a blue aura around. His hair was flowing in the air and lightly glowing. Balcony. "He opened the last gate," Kakashi said as he fell to his knees. "Don't worry," Hinata said calmly, and everyone stared at her. There are 5 people in the whole world who can open all gates and live. Naruto is one of them, Hinata concluded. You mean he can open the last gate and live? Guy asked, and she nodded. Guy gulped and turned his attention to the arena. This was a moment of a lifetime, to be able to witness all 8 gates opened. Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Ready, Lee? Naruto asked. His voice took a deeper tone due to all the open gates. Lee gulped and slowly nodded, not really wanting to see just what was going to happen to him. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed that not even the Hokage could follow. Not even Kakashi's Sharingan managed to follow him. Lee looked around when suddenly he felt crippling pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw Naruto with his fist embedded in his chest. Lee was sent flying. Before he could hit anything, Naruto appeared beneath him and kneed him in the back and sent him into the air. Naruto disappeared once again and appeared above Lee in the air. Naruto punched Lee with such strength that sent a shockwave throughout the whole arena. Anyone watching had to secure themselves with chakra to stand. Lee was about to go crashing into the ground when Naruto pulled him back by his arm ligatures and gave him a drop kick to the chest and sent crashing into the ground. When Lee smashed, the whole building shook and the arena was blown to bits. Hokage and Jonin they were watching had to leave, otherwise they would receive the full power of the blast wave. Naruto dropped to the ground and kneeled. Even though he could survive opening all the gates, it took a very large toll on his body. Hayate approached Lee to see if he was even in one piece. He approached him and touched his neck and felt a weak pulse from him. Winner by knockout, Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate said, stuttering. He snapped from his shock and yelled, Medics! Balcony. No one said anything to the amount of power they just displayed. They wondered how he even managed to survive such brutal strikes. They saw Naruto slowly walking up to him. They noticed he was breathing heavily. So that's the power of the 8th gate, Guy said as he ran toward his fallen student. Are you okay, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto sunk to the ground and leaned against the wall. Yeah, I just need a little bit of sleep and I'll be back up in no time, he replied. You aren't human, Yukito said as he approached Naruto. Funny, because if it weren't for the furball, I would have died, Naruto said, chuckling to the shock of many and confusion of the others. You probably wouldn't survive. Anyone below the 5th wouldn't survive opening the last gate. I don't like opening gates because I would have better options, but I promise Lee a taijutsu only battle. I won't be able to move properly today, Naruto said. Do you know any of them? Sasuke smugly asked, trying to get as much information as he could. Well, of the 5 people that can survive, there are 3 in here. There's me, Killer Bee, Naruto said, pointing towards the Kumo's team Jonin, and there's Fu, Naruto concluded, pointing to Fu, the member of the Taki team. Why are they so special? Sasuke asked, and everyone tensed. Not my place to tell, Sasuke, Naruto replied, and got up to his feet. Sasuke scowled at the blonde. Contestants, gather up, Hayate said, and everyone who passed was now standing in front of Hayate. Is Lee alright? Naruto asked. Well, according to the medics, his muscles are shredded. He has a few broken bones, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion, Hayate replied, and everyone stared at Naruto, who was starting to feel bad for what he did. Don't worry, he'll need to be in bed for 3 weeks before he can walk again, but he'll be just fine, Hayate said, and Naruto sighed in relief. The finals for this year's Chunin exams will be held in the main arena in 1 month's time. Here it is, the tournament grid. Take a good look, Hayate said, and showed them the paper. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Fu versus Yugito Ni. Tamari versus Shikamaru Nara. Gaara versus Kankuro. Looks like I'll be able to show you the true power of the Sharingan. Sasuke smirked towards Naruto. Naruto laughed and Sasuke got pissed. What's so funny? Sasuke asked. I'll give it to you, the Sharingan is an amazing tool, but that alone isn't enough, Naruto explained. You'll never know the true power of the Sharingan, and I'll show it to you in the final, Sasuke said, smirking. I guess we will test whose bloodline is more developed, Naruto said, smirking. Everyone who was in the room just watched and began considering that Sasuke had a death wish. Bloodline or not, the power of Naruto and Leech here was enough to give even Kakashi or a guy a run for their money. I guess we also will face each other, cousin. I will show you what a failure you are, Neji said to Hinata with a traditional arrogant grin. Maybe, but I will not give up, Hinata said, smiling. Okay, contestants, you may leave the room. See you all in 1 month. Naruto, stay behind. I want to talk to you, the Hokage said, and he nodded. With the Hokage. Congratulations, Naruto. Although you pulled a dangerous move, Hokage said in a serious tone. I know I would never use the gate since I had better options, but I wanted to give Lee a taijutsu battle, Naruto explained, and the Hokage nodded. What do you plan to do during this free month? Hokage asked. Train, of course. Why do you ask? Naruto asked. Well, since both you and Hinata passed, and Kurenai can only train one person effectively, I thought I would mention that your godfather arrived yesterday to the village, Hokage said, and watched Naruto's reaction. My godfather? Who is he? Naruto asked, wondering who did his father choose. My student Jiraiya, and one of the teammates of your grandmother, Hokage replied, and watched Naruto's jaw hit the floor. You mean Jiraiya the Sannin? Naruto asked, getting ready to chase the man for training. The one and only, Hokage replied, laughing. He should be in the hot springs. Naruto didn't think much of it and quickly left to the hot springs to meet his godfather. His godfather was Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. He should really be able to teach him all sorts of powerful techniques and be very strong and a serious person, right? Naruto left the main arena and found his team waiting for him. Everything alright? Hinata asked. Yeah, the old man just told me my godfather was in town. I didn't even know I had one, Naruto replied, chuckling. Godfather? Who is he? Kurenai asked. Jiraiya the Sannin, Naruto said and laughed at their faces. I know, I had the same reaction when the old man told me. How are we doing this, sensei? Naruto asked. Well, I can't train you at the same time, otherwise it would be unfair, as you will probably face each other in the finals, Kurenai said. You can give your full time to Hinata. I'll pester my godfather for some training, Naruto said. Okay, Kurenai replied. See you later, Hinata, Naruto said. He kissed her cheek and left. Konoha's hot springs. Naruto walked through Konoha, heading towards an objective, meet his godfather at the hot springs. Konoha's hot springs were relatively small when compared to other exotic destinations, but it was enough for a village like Konoha. Naruto calmly walked through the village. He was still tired from opening all the gates and got berated by Kurama, who had to heal him. No pain, no gain, right? Naruto quickly arrived at his destination and found it surprisingly calm on the outside. Normally, on a warm day like this, one should find the hot springs with more guests. In the end, it was better this way. Naruto entered the hot springs and made his way towards the reception desk. Sitting on the chair behind the desk was a woman around 40 years old. She had neck-length black hair and brown eyes. Good afternoon. I would like to know if there's someone called Jiraiya using the hot springs, Naruto asked. Not that I'm aware of, dear, she replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at her kind tone. There's a couple of kunoichis, but the male section is completely empty, she finished and explained. Naruto sighed and walked out. When he came outside, he noticed that Ebisu was there. Peeping on women again, eh, closet pervert? Naruto asked, making Ebisu jump. Such a rude comment. I'm a gentleman, Ebisu explained. Sure. That's why you're blushing and have a small trickle of blood in your nose, Naruto said, pointing at him. Nonsense, Ebisu said, waving him off. Shouldn't you be training? I heard you'll be facing Sasuke Uchiha. He's a prodigy, you know, Ebisu said. Yeah, Sasuke's great, I know. Once I drive his ass to the ground in front of everyone, no one will say that again, Naruto said, smirking. You really think you can defeat an Uchiha? Nonetheless, the rookie of the year. Even a genin can kill a Kage, Naruto replied, much to the surprise of Ebisu. Besides, instead of peeking, shouldn't you be training Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Ebisu thought for a moment and came with a perfect excuse for being there. I was testing the hot water to see if it was good so that Konohamaru could train chakra control, Ebisu stated, smugly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Does he think he fools anyone? Naruto thought. Naruto was about to reply when they heard giggling from the hot springs roof. They both scanned the area and found a man with a small telescope peeping on the women that were taking a bath. I will not tolerate such behavior in my presence, Ebisu yelled and dashed to the man. Damn, ruining my research, the man thought as he erupted in a puff of smoke and revealed the toad. The toad quickly sent his tongue and wrapped it around Ebisu, slamming him on the ground and knocking him out cold. Toads? Naruto thought as he watched the man. He was a tall man with waist-length spiky white hair tied back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs that framed from both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. He wore a green short shirt, kimono, and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red Haori with 2 simple yellow circles on each side, and a scroll on his back. He also had a tattoo in his left palm which resembles one that Gamma has on his as well. "Are you Jiraiya?" Naruto asked as he faced the man. Jiraiya looked at the young blonde, asking who he was. He suddenly started dancing and saying, "I may look like another Sannin, but there is no place that you can hide from me. From the north, east, west, and south, the women kneel before me. I am the gallant Jiraiya." Jiraiya said as he stopped dancing to see Naruto staring at him. "Why is everyone in this village an idiot? The old man is a pervert, Kakashi is always late, my grandmother is a gambler, and now my godfather is an idiot and a pervert?" Naruto thought inside and wondered why his father picked him all of these people. "Now that I think about it, I wonder who my godmother is." Naruto mused in the thought. "Are you really my godfather?" Naruto asked, not really wanting to know the truth. "Godfather? Naruto?" Jiraiya asked the blonde kid. Now that he looked at him, he really looked like Minato. He had grown well since the last time he saw him, which was around 4 years old. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "You've grown," Jiraiya said as he approached him and kneeled to his level. "Man, you must be a lady killer. I think I just found my next source of inspiration," Jiraiya stated, laughing and patting his back. "I wonder why my father chose you," Naruto replied as his eyes twitched. You know who your father is?" Jiraiya asked with his eyes widened. "Yeah, I've known since I was 5. "Since you don't know, I guess you haven't been in the village since then," Naruto said, and the toad Sage nodded. "If you are here now, how about you help me train for the Chunin exams?" Naruto asked, and Jiraiya thought for a moment before he started to giggle. "I will train you under one condition," Jiraiya said. Naruto knew he would most likely regret this, but asked, "What condition?" "I want you to get me some mature root," Jiraiya said, giggling perversely while making gestures with his arms to form the figure of an elegant woman. Naruto facepalmed before a grin came to his lips. "I have something better for you," Naruto said, smirking, to which Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He activated his Sharingan, displaying his full power to Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could even say anything, Naruto locked eyes with him and said, "Magen, hair viewing technique," and Jiraiya was dragged into some hot springs that kinda looked like Konoha's, but they weren't. "Jiraiya," a blonde girl said as she was approaching Jiraiya, who was already submersed in the water. The girl had light blonde hair and brown eyes with a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. She had a slender frame, but what stood out was her body. "Tsunade, I knew you loved me. Come here," Jiraiya said as he nearly passed out from the blood loss. Did he say Tsunade? Oh hell no, Naruto thought before he abruptly ended the technique. Jiraiya got mad. "You stay away from Granny, you pervert," Naruto yelled, pointing at him. "Granny and Sharingan. You have a lot to explain," Jiraiya said in a serious tone. "Fine, but you can't tell anyone." "What do you want to know first?" Naruto asked. "How do you have the Sharingan?" Jiraiya asked. "My father never told you that my grandfather was Madara Uchiha," Naruto said and smirked at his face. Jiraiya had his jaw wide open. "Madara? It can't be," Jiraiya said, stuttering and allowing his brain to process the information. "From what my father told me, Madara didn't die in his fight with Hashirama. Years later, my father was born, and when Madara's wife died, he left my father in the village," Naruto explained, and Jiraiya nodded dumbly. "What do you mean from what your father told you?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "I don't really know how he did it, but when I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, he appeared in my mindscape and explained everything," Naruto explained. "It certainly is possible that Brat was always a genius," Jiraiya thought as he processed the information. "I wonder how you never found out," Naruto said and snapped Jiraiya from his thoughts, getting a confused face from him. "What I mean is that, for example, the Rasengan he created was derived from the tailed beast bomb. He saw it with his Sharingan. He couldn't copy it, but he could see how it worked, and after a bit of effort, he created this," Naruto said, and extended his hand, showing his perfect Rasengan. "You can do the Rasengan? Who taught it to you?" Jiraiya asked. "It wasn't every day you saw a 14-year-old pull out our A-ring jutsu." "No one. I read my father's scroll and trained, but I prefer the Raikiri or the Chidori for battles. I only use the Rasengan when I need to destroy something," Naruto said, grinning. "Raikiri?" Jiraiya asked, and his face paled when he saw Naruto's hand sparkle on electricity. "What kind of monster are you?" Jiraiya asked. "A fox," Naruto replied, laughing his ass off when he saw Jiraiya's jaw drop. "I think you can't surprise me anymore." Now tell me what that was about Tsunade being your grandmother, Jiraiya said. Exactly that. She was my mother's mother. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, right? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. My mother's real name was Kushina Senju, and she was the daughter of Tsunade Senju, Naruto explained. I knew Tsunade had a daughter, but I heard she died. I never realized she was Kushina, Jiraiya thought out loud. That makes you a member of the Senju clan and also the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya said. Pretty much, Naruto said. Do you know where Tsunade is? I promised the old man that I would bring her back after all. She still has me for family, Naruto concluded. Good luck with that. She lost everything and left the village for good. I've tried to talk to her, but it's no good. I guess maybe you can. After the Chunin exams, we'll go look for her, Jiraiya said. Any more surprises you have? He asked. Nope, I don't think I have any more, Naruto replied. So will you train me, Pervy Sage? Naruto asked. Jiraiya twitched at his nickname. Don't call me that, idiot. Fine, I'll teach you a couple of things. Let's go to another spot, he replied, with Naruto and Jiraiya. Okay, I'll teach you this killer technique. Jiraiya then slammed his palm on the ground and erupted in smoke, revealing a toad with a large scroll on his tongue. Summoning contract. I already have one, Naruto said, and Jiraiya's eyes twitched. Which one do you have? Jiraiya asked. Foxes, Naruto replied, and got a confused face from Jiraiya. There is no fox contract, Jiraiya stated with his arms crossed. Naruto bit his thumb and flashed through hand seals and slammed his hand on the ground. When the smoke cleared, Kinto appeared. This is Kinto, a tracking fox. Naruto's fox and Kinto gave Jiraiya his fox grin. Where did you get it? Jiraiya asked. Kiba gave it to me, Naruto said, and Jiraiya just couldn't believe it. You already talked to him? Jiraiya asked, and Naruto nodded. Just be careful. Foxes are known to be cunning, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. If he knew Kurama's cage was open, he would freak, Naruto thought, chuckling. So, anything else you can teach me? Naruto asked. Fine, let's start with this, Jiraiya said. The next couple of jutsus are my own creation. Use your Sharingan. It's easier for you to memorize the seals, Jiraiya said, and Naruto activated his eyes. Ninja art, Needle Guardian, Jiraiya said, and immediately his hair grew out and formed a shell around his body, protecting him. Your turn, he said. That's cool. I wonder what mine will look like since I'm a blonde. Naruto said and performed the same as Jiraiya. After the third try, Naruto could perform this jutsu effortlessly, and could rely on it for combat. Good. Remember, this jutsu only protects you from B ranks and below, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded. Also, if you intend to rely on this jutsu for defense, you should let your hair grow out a bit like mine, so it would be quicker to use, Jiraiya explained. Now, I want to check if your Sengan is up to the standards. Clash it with mine, Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I want to see if the compression, rotation, and general power is good enough, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, and both jumped back a few meters, facing each other. Both dashed forward with their palms facing one another and yelled Rasengan at the same time. Both spheres clashed against one another, both fighting for supremacy. The confrontation continued for a few seconds until both spheres exploded and sent both Jiraiya and Naruto flying in opposite directions. They quickly regained their sense and landed on the ground without much trouble. Your Rasengan is good, Jiraiya said. Oh, by the way, who are you facing in the finals? He asked. I'm facing the last Uchiha, Naruto said, chuckling. He'll be in one hell of a ride when he finds out he isn't the last Uchiha, Jiraiya said, laughing. Pervy Sage, Naruto called out, and his sensei's eyes twitched. You trained my father, right? He asked, and Jiraiya nodded before he continued. Do you know how he trained the Raishin? He asked. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked until a realization hit him. Don't tell me you can use it as well, he asked. Yes. I finished my version of the Shiki formula a couple months ago, but it's hard for me to do multiple jumps in quick succession. I tend to crash into something, Naruto explained. You said you finished your version of the Shiki formula, Jiraiya stated with his hands on his chin. How good are you with seals? Seal Master, level 10, Naruto stated, and Jiraiya crossed his arms and pouted, muttering something in the genius blondes. I knew your father used to train by placing Hiraishin seals in multiple places, making it kinda like a circuit. I believe he also trained his own agility and flexibility as well. He had the same problem as you when he first began, Jiraiya explained. Thanks, I'll do that, Naruto said. Pervy Sage, I've been wondering, do you know who my godmother is? He asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Godmother? I believe your mother chose Hana Hyuga. After all, Hana and Hiyashi were your parents' best friends, Jiraiya explained, while reminiscing about a few fun memories. Hinata's mother? Who would have known? Naruto said. What makes it so surprising? Jiraiya asked. Hinata's my girlfriend, Naruto stated, and that sent Jiraiya into a fit of perverted giggles, making Naruto's eyes twitch and wonder if it was wise to tell him that. I knew you were a heartthrob. You're going to make me richer, just like your parents, Jiraiya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused, but when it came to his godfather, he already expected anything. I'm the author of these amazing books, Jiraiya said, and took an already too familiar orange book from his clothes. One of these books is based on your parents, Jiraiya said, giggling like a fangirl with a trickle of blood in his nose. You spied on my parents? Naruto asked, but it was more of a statement. Jiraiya nodded, quite proud of his accomplishments. If you do that to me and Hinata, I'll shove a Raikiri up your ass, Naruto said, and Jiraiya shivered at the thought. Calm down, it was only a joke. Or not, Jiraiya said, laughing his ass off at his expression. Are you really a Sannin? Naruto asked, getting more and more dubious of his supposed toad stage of a godfather. Just forget it, let's continue the training, Jiraiya said, and thought for a moment. Have you tried to use the Kyuubi's power? He asked. I can already use the Kyuubi's full power, Naruto said, much to the shock of Jiraiya. What do you mean, full power? Jiraiya asked. When I met my father at 5 years old, he opened the Kyuubi's cage so I can access all of his chakra, Naruto explained. You can't control him? Jiraiya said, astonished. There were only a few people in history that could control the power of a Biju. They were Yagura and Killer Bee. That's the point. You don't control them. You work with them, Naruto explained. Are you telling me that you're friends? He asked. Pretty much, and I'm looking for a way to set him free. He doesn't deserve to be locked up and used as a weapon, Naruto said. You don't seem crazy if you were trying to set him free. And Mito opened the cage. I assume it wasn't his fault that the Kyuubi attacked 14 years ago, Jiraiya said. Exactly, when I was being born, someone attacked my mother and removed the Kyuubi from her. Then he used the Sharingan to control him and attacked the village, Naruto explained. But only Madara managed to control him, Jiraiya said. I know that from the history books, however my father knew it wasn't Madara. After all, my father would recognize his father's chakra signature, Naruto said. That makes more sense. Your father was a seal master, and there was no way the seal would break with him present, Jiraiya stated. Should I tell him about the Akatsuki? He seems much more mature than children of his age, and he's already strong, Jiraiya thought. I wasn't planning on telling you this, but I see that you are very mature to understand, Jiraiya said in a very serious tone. What is it now? Naruto asked. There is a group of S-rank criminals called the Akatsuki, and they are after the Biju, Jiraiya said. Why can't my life be simple? Naruto said as he sat on the ground. My life since birth has been an S-rank mission. I'm hated by almost everyone, and now I'll be chased by Kage-level ninjas, he said, sighing. You have it rough, but you have people that care about you. You have me, the Hokage, your girlfriend, and I bet you have more friends, Jiraiya said, and Naruto slowly nodded. Cling to those that you care about, and ignore the rest, he concluded. I guess, Naruto said. What's your dream? Jiraiya asked. To be Hokage, Naruto said with a small smile. The same dream as both his parents. I'll do my best to guide you there, Jiraiya thought. Then don't give up. Fight for what you want, Jiraiya said. I never give up and I never surrender, for that's my ninja way, Naruto said with renewed vigor as he jumped to his feet. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto reminded him so much of Minato, and Kushino is scary. He had Minato's intellect with Kushino's personality. Let's go, I'll treat you to some dinner, Jiraiya said. Yeah, ramen, here we go, Jiraiya said, and Jiraiya froze. Oh god, not ramen, Jiraiya thought while he cried anime tears in his mind.
1 week had passed since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exams, and everyone was busy training or gathering information on the adversaries. Naruto was training with his godfather Jiraiya. The man was a pervert, but Naruto had to admit the man was strong and keen. Naruto didn't have much to prepare against his opponent Sasuke. He went to the academy with them, and like most Uchiha, Sasuke favored fire jutsus and relied on his Sharingan. Hinata was training with Kurenai. Naruto didn't know much of what she was doing, and for good reason. After all, she will most likely end up facing him in the finals, so she should have a few surprises in store for her blonde.
If you look carefully, you would notice that both Naruto and Hinata were facing clan members, so to speak. Naruto was facing Sasuke, and both were Sharingan wielders, and Hinata was facing her cousin Neji, and both were Byakugan users. Naruto remembered from the preliminaries all the details of the fights. A perk of the Sharingan is that it grants the user a photographic memory. That's the reason why the Sharingan is able to copy jutsus. Neji and Hinata were mainly taijutsu users, with Hinata being a very good water user. Fu was a bug and a water user, but also the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Yukito was a fire user and very flexible at taijutsu, and also the Nibi Jinchuriki. Tamari was a long-range wind user, so her taijutsu would be low. Shikamaru, the shadow user, and like Tamari, was long range, so his taijutsu should be his weak point. Kankuro was unknown since he didn't fight. And finally, there is Gaara, the sand user, and the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata. Naruto and Hinata were lying on the couch, with Hinata wrapped in Naruto's arms with her back to his chest. They were relaxing after a long day of training. How did training go? Naruto asked. He asked as he caressed her hair gently. Good. I asked Asuma-sensei for some training on daggers and trench knives, taijutsu, Hinata replied. Daggers, huh? They suit you, beautiful and deadly, Naruto said. Flattery will get you nowhere, she said, and he chuckled. Oh, come you now, it's true, you are beautiful, he said, and she lightly blushed. By the way, I need some pointers on lightning manipulation, she said. Did you do the leaf exercise by making it crumble? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Now you need to be able to channel big amounts of lightning chakra. You can do the same with a couple of rocks, since it's harder to channel chakra through them. You need to increase the output amount until the rock breaks, he explained, and she nodded. And how did your training with the pervert go? Hinata asked, and he laughed. Naruto told her about his godfather, and how he was the writer of the Ichi Ichi Paradise series that Kakashi liked so much. About as well as it can go when you have an idiot of a godfather who is constantly distracted with his research, Naruto said, sighing. He taught me a few fire jutsus, and the only nature we share, Naruto explained. Hinata snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. She was always amazed at the warmth he provided, and she always felt safe in his presence. They rested for a few minutes until Naruto remembered something he talked about with Jiraiya. Hey, Hinata? Naruto asked, and she hummed in response. Did you know that your mother was my godmother? He asked. Really? Hinata asked as she raised her head and locked eyes with him. According to Pervy Sage, your parents were my parents' best friends. Go figure, he said, chuckling. I wonder what my father ever saw in Hiyashi, Naruto mused. You know, I think my father was never that bad, Hinata said, softly making Naruto raise an eyebrow. I was 3 years old, but I seem to remember him being kind to me. After my mother died, he turned cold and the others didn't help. Then I was kidnapped, and the result of my abduction forced Neji's father to be killed and delivered to Kumo as payment. I think he blames me for that. If I had been stronger, I wouldn't have been kidnapped, she explained. It was my fault if I had been stronger, Hinata said, tearing up. Naruto lifted her up and cleaned her tears with his hands. He hugged her, and she snuggled into his chest. It wasn't your fault. You were 6 years old. No one could have expected you to defend yourself against a Jonin, Naruto explained, easing her worries. But you managed to kill him, she replied in a weak voice, threatening to break. That was luck, pure and simple. I had my Sharingan and Kurama. Without both of those, I would have been killed instantly. I think he didn't kill me because he wanted my bloodline too, Naruto whispered to her, and she slowly nodded. He continued hugging her for a few minutes, and he felt her tension slowly ease up. Hinata meant the world to him. People like Naruto, Jinchurikis, no matter where they live, they grow in a world of pain, of suffering and hate. Living in an environment like this is never good, much less when you are a child growing up. To people like Naruto that are rarely showed any kindness or love, it makes them very protective of that person since they gave them something they never had. This is the case of Naruto. Hinata was the first person to truly love him deeply and unconditionally, so he is very protective of her and would do anything to keep her happy and safe. Feeling better? Naruto asked while he cleaned her dry tears. She nodded and snuggled closer to him. She always found comfort and safety in him. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke in the middle of the room where they were. After the smoke cleared, it revealed to be a fox. Hey there, Kyofu, Naruto said. Flashback. Forest of Death. Team 8 just entered the gates of the Forest of Death, getting ready to ace the exam. Guys, wait up. I want to do something, Naruto said, and flashed her hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said, and Kyofu appeared. What do you need? Kyofu asked. I need you to spy on Kabuto. Something about him isn't right. His chakra levels are close to Jonin, and yet he flung 6 times. Here, Naruto said, and showed him a chakra card he secretly stole from Kabuto's deck. Smell it, and you'll be able to find him, Naruto said. I have it, I'll be going, Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. End of flashback. So, what did you find out? Naruto asked. That Kabuto guy is working with Orochimaru. I found them talking in the Forest of Death, Kyofu said. I told you he smelled the snakes, Kurama yelled, and Naruto mentally yelled. Figures, Kurama said. He smelled like snakes, Naruto said, sighing. He would inform the Hokage later. Anything else? He asked. Yes, I also heard Kabuto talking with the Sand Jonin about some invasion during the finals, Kyofu said, and Naruto nodded. A few seconds later, Naruto shot out of the couch and yelled, What? Keep it down, Kyofu said while nursing his sensitive ears. Are you sure you heard right? Naruto asked very seriously. Yeah, I'm sure, Kyofu said. What time is it? Naruto asked in worry. It's 7 p.m. Why? Hinata asked, confused. The old man should still be in his office. We have to warn him, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. They both picked up their jackets and Kyofu jumped in Naruto's shoulder as they left the apartment, and headed towards the Hokage's tower. The Hokage was in his office doing what he does best, paperwork. After Naruto told him about the shadow clone trick, the old man's life improved very much. Now he could take pleasure in what he liked to do, which was drinking tea, smoking his pipe, and reading his Ichi Paradise, and walking through the village. Suddenly the door busted open so fast that even the hidden Anbu jumped in front of the Hokage to protect him from the threat. Oh, for God's sake, stand down, it's only Naruto, the Hokage said, and the Anbu retreated with shame. They jumped into action without assessing the threat. Naruto, is there a reason to why you entered my office like that? The Hokage asked. Actually, there is. The Sand is going to invade during the finals, Naruto quickly said. What? The Hokage asked, thinking he misheard Naruto. I said that the Sand Village will invade ours during the Chunin exams finals, Naruto said in a calmer tone. What makes you think that? The Hokage asked with his full attention towards Naruto. This is Kyofu, Naruto said, pointing towards the fox in his shoulders. He, a spy fox. During the second round, I summoned him to spy on Kabuto Yakushi, because he had Jonin level chakra reserves and yet claimed to have failed the exam 6 times. Kyofu found him talking to Orochimaru and yesterday found him talking to the Sand Jonin regarding the invasion that they are planning, Naruto explained, and Kyofu nodded. Are you sure, Kyofu? The Hokage asked in a serious tone. Yes, Lord Hokage, the fox replied. Inu, the Hokage said, and in front of him appeared an Anbu with a dog mask. Summon Shikaku and Jiraiya, the Hokage said. Yes sir, the Anbu said and vanished. Now that you know, I'll be going, old man, Naruto said and waved him off. No, Naruto, you and Hinata stay. We may need to know anything else that Kyofu knows, and you deserve to hear this since you discovered it, the Hokage said, and they both nodded. Not even 15 minutes later, everyone was assembled in the Hokage's office. Jiraiya, Shikaku, Naruto, and also Hinata. Welcome, and sorry for calling you this quickly, but the situation may be dire, the Hokage started. Naruto claims that the Sand Village will be invading during the exam's finals, the Hokage said, and everyone stared wide-eyed at Naruto, who was feeling a bit insecure. That's a bold claim, Naruto, even more since the Sand Village is our ally. What is your proof? Shikaku asked, and Naruto explained his doubt of Kabuto, and his talk with Orochimaru and Baki, the Sand Jonin. Actually is plausible, Jiraiya started. According to my spy network, the Wind Daimyo has been giving more missions to our country, which will without doubt cripple the Sand Village, and if they are desperate enough, they might try an invasion, Jiraiya concluded. What's the background on Kabuto? Jiraiya asked. He's the adopted son of our chief medic. He was found in an empty battleground a few years ago and the chief medic adopted him, Hokage said. Should I capture him for interrogation? Jiraiya asked. No, if he's found missing, they might invade straight away without giving us time to prepare, the Hokage explained. And noticed that Naruto wanted to say something, but he found himself a little insecure. After all, this was almost a war meeting. Anything you want to say, Naruto? Hokage asked, and he nodded before beginning. Remember when I brought Aoi Rokusho? Naruto asked, and Hokage nodded. Well, before I trapped him in the scroll, I interrogated him, and he said he belonged to the Sound Village and his Kage was Orochimaru. So, isn't it possible that the Sand and Sound Village formed an alliance to attack us? Naruto asked, dropping the idea out loud. It's true. I've heard of a new village forming a few months ago, and besides, you had Sound getting competing, Jiraiya explained. Also, it's very strange to bring the Ichibi Jinchuriki to participate in the Chunin exams when he's clearly mentally unstable. Unless you are intending to release Shikaku in the middle of the village, Naruto said. Naruto's right, I've heard rumors of the Sand Brat. He's as unstable as it gets. It wouldn't need much for him to crack, Jiraiya said. So, everyone agrees they will most likely invade, Hokage asked, and everyone nodded. Well then, let's plan for it. I'll recall immediately most of our shinobi that are on missions, Hokage said. What about our evacuation routes and shelters, Hokage asked. They're always prepared, but we will stock some supplies just to make sure. Also, we can't evacuate earlier, otherwise they might suspect. Our best choice is a surprise counterattack once they start the invasion, Shikaku explained. They will focus on the most important objectives like the academy, hospital, IT department, and the Anbu station, Shikaku continued, but was interrupted by Naruto. I have a suggestion, Naruto started. I found a couple of barrier seals in my house that might serve our purpose. They can create a barrier dome around a building, protecting it from damage. Also, people inside can leave freely. However, for someone to enter, someone inside must open the barrier, Naruto explained. Barrier seals? Jiraiya asked. Yes, they belong to the Uzumaki clan. I've studied them, and a Chunin can power the shield for a day. Their strength is directly related to the chakra that is powering them, so a Chunin can create a barrier that will hold anything below S-rank techniques, Naruto explained, and everyone had their jaw on the ground. The Whirlpool Village was the home of the Uzumaki clan, the most renowned Fuinjutsu users in the world. It took the combined effort of 3 villages to bring a single clan down. Looks like there's more than meets the eye with Naruto here, troublesome blondes, Shikaku said. Very well, Jiraiya, I want you and Naruto to prepare the seals around our major buildings during these weeks. Be discreet, Hokage explained, and both nodded. Now that the evacuation plans are set, what about the Shikaku? Hokage explained. I can take care of him, Naruto said, and everyone turned to stare at him. Come again? Hokage asked. During the finals, we will face in combat. I'll defeat Sasuke, no doubt about it. Gaara will definitely win against his brother. During the second round, we will face each other, and I can seal Shikaku tight enough so he won't be a problem, Naruto explained. That's a very serious claim you are making, Naruto. Are you sure you can do it? Hokage asked. He had no doubt that Naruto was strong and skilled, but to take on a Biju, it was a different matter. Absolutely, Naruto said, and stared at everyone in the room with his EMS glowing in its full power, and gave shivers to everyone in the room. They could feel the power behind those eyes, the true power of the Sharingan, the power of Madara Uchiha. Troublesome blondes, Shikaku muttered. He would have asked, but it would be too troublesome to know. Since when do you have him on Gekyo? Jiraiya asked, completely shocked with his godchild. He knew very well the powers behind eyes like those. I've had it since I became a Genin, but I'll tell you later, Naruto said. That is a very high risk you are taking, Hokage said, and thought for a moment. I'll trust you, but I will have Jiraiya on standby if necessary, Hokage explained, and Naruto nodded. Don't worry, old man, have I ever let you down? Naruto asked. No, but don't forget, this is the Biju, Hokage said. So, mine is 8 more tails, Naruto said, smirking. Very well, the early arrangements are prepared. Summon the rest of the clan heads to inform them, and be discreet, always, Hokage said, and Naruto and Hinata left the room. It was an interesting night. The village hidden in the clouds. Raikage's office. The Raikage was in his office trying his best against the #1 Kage enemy, paperwork. He is a tall, dark-skinned man with a large muscular build, with his white hair combed back, and a small mustache and beard. His face is very distinguished, with pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines, and his top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. The Raikage was called A, and he was the son of the 3rd Raikage. who was demoted after the Hyuga affair. Curse you, father, for leaving this paperwork nightmare for me. A cursed thought as he signed another mission report when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Enter, the Raikage said. The door opened and a young woman entered his office. Mabui was a dark-skinned young woman with green eyes. She wore a very formal attire consisting of a long-sleeve, high-collared dress shirt and skirt, along with a pair of long earrings and sandals. She wore her light gray hair pulled back into a bun with two bangs that fall on either side of her face. Mabui was the Raikage's assistant in dealing with paperwork. Lord Raikage, it appears that Yugito has made the finals during Konoha's Chunin exams, Mabui explained. Excellent. Please send a letter informing the Hokage that I will attend the finals, the Raikage said. Yes, Lord Raikage, Mabui replied. Darui, see, the Raikage called out. In front of him dropped two shinobi. See is a young man with short blonde hair and dark eyes. He wears a sleeveless black shirt with a one strap over one shoulder white flak jacket, forehead protector, characteristic black elbow-length arm guards, and the red and white Kumigakure shin guards, along with a pair of sandals. Darui is a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a lightly bulbous nose, a lazy look in his eyes, and shaggy white hair which covers his left eye. He wears a high-collared, sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrists, and the one strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a Kumigakure shinobi. Darui also has stylized characters for water and lightning tattooed on his right and left shoulders respectively, denoting his chakras' nature's affinities, water release and lightning release, as well as the fact that he is a Kage Genkai, the storm release. The tattoo on his left arm also signifies that he has inherited the third Raikage's black lightning. These two shinobi were the Raikage's main bodyguards. We will leave for the Leaf Village at once, the Raikage said, and jumped through the window, breaking the glass during the process. Another window, Mabui sighed and walked out. Let's go, Darui, C said as he prepared to jump through the broken window. This is so dull, I'll take the door and catch up to you, Darui said, and walked out. Konoha, next day. Jiraiya was walking into the village, heading towards his intending destination. If someone watched him, they would see Jiraiya walking calmly, however, inside his head. Jiraiya was taking every precaution to make sure he wasn't followed. Why was he taking a precaution, you might ask? The answer is rather simple. The destination was none other than the Namikaze compound. He agreed to meet Naruto there and prepare the barrier seal to place around some buildings. After all, no one has used the Namikaze compound since the fourth that died 14 years ago, defeating the Kyuubi. And seeing even Jiraiya at the entrance of the compound would raise far too many questions. Jiraiya arrived at the gate of the compound and rang the bell. Naruto showed a few minutes later and unlocked the gate and added his chakra signature to the seals, protecting the compound. Jiraiya entered, and when he spotted Naruto, he looked at him and shivered. What's wrong? Naruto asked, clearly confused to why Jiraiya would shiver like that when he saw him. Nothing really. Can you do me a favor and activate your Sharingan? Jiraiya said as he stared intently at Naruto. Naruto was confused by his statement but shrugged off. He activated his Sharingan and noticed as Jiraiya shivered once more. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. You remind me too much of Madara. With your hair like that, and when you activated your Sharingan, it became even worse. I remembered when I saw him for the first time. I was only 5 years old, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. Naruto's hair had drastically changed. His hair was still spiky, but now was to waist-length with shoulder-length bangs framing from the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. Basically, his hair was like Madara's. He only needed hair black and wearing senju armor, and he would be like Madara himself, minus the whiskers. I found a jutsu that lengthened my hair. You said I should grow it out to use those jutsus you taught me. Besides, Hinata likes it better this way, and I kinda like it also, Naruto said, grinning, and activated his EMS, making poor Jiraiya feel a shiver running through his spine once again. Come inside, and let's get the seals ready, Naruto said, and both walked inside. Jiraiya felt nostalgic as he remembered being inside with Minato. He was walking with Naruto when he suddenly remembered one particular scene. Flashback. It's an amazing book, Minato said as he finished reading the first book his sensei Jiraiya released. A tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. That's why I want to name our son Naruto. I want him to become a great and brave shinobi like your main character, Minato said. Are you serious? That name came to me while I was eating ramen, Jiraiya replied. Naruto, it's a beautiful name, Kushina said as she came from the kitchen to join them in the living room. And a flashback. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked as he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Nothing, just remembering a few memories from this place, Jiraiya said as he sighed. Naruto nodded and proceeded to guide Jiraiya towards his library. The library at the Namikaze house was located in the basement, and was protected by multi-layered seals to prevent any unauthorized person access. Naruto placed his hand on the seal. The seal seemed to recognize his chakra signature in blood and automatically slightly glowed before the door opened. These are the seals. Naruto picked them up and showed them to Jiraiya. He placed them on the table and started analyzing them. These are some high-quality seals, as expected from the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya said after a few minutes. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, and appeared 100 clones. I want each one of you to replicate that barrier seal, Naruto ordered, and every single clone picked a small piece of paper and started writing the seal. Not even 5 minutes had passed and Naruto already possessed 100 copies of the barrier seal. That is some manufacturing speed, Jiraiya said, and Naruto chuckled. After all, Naruto learned sealing. He never once again needed to buy explosive tags or sealing scrolls since he could easily do them. Let's go, Pervy Sage, Naruto said. Jiraiya's eyes twitched. Stop calling me that, Jiraiya yelled. Naruto and Jiraiya shinchuined towards the academy and arrived at their front gates. Naruto immediately picked 4 seals and placed one on each wall. They remained until Naruto channeled the bitter chakra and they disappeared into the wall. They proceeded to apply these seals in all major locations around Konoha: the academy, hospital, IT department, prison, Anbu department, and decided to place them around the shelters as well. It's done, Naruto said, after placing the last of the seals around the shelters, which the civilians will be led to once the invasion begins. I'll talk to the sensei about the arrangements to activate the barriers, Jiraiya said, and left to the Hokage's office. Naruto looked at the sky and saw the sun to check the time. It was around 3 p.m, so still early. I might as well go visit him, Naruto thought as he activated the Shinchuin. Konoha's hospital. Naruto arrived at the hospital entrance. He never really liked hospitals. The feeling of death he got from it made him shiver. He entered through the main doors and calmly made his way towards the woman that was standing behind the desk. Good afternoon. Which room is Rock Lee in? Naruto politely asked. The woman raised her head to look at the person that was standing in front of her. The moment her eyes locked with them, Naruto could see the disgusted look in her face. You aren't allowed to visit him. Now leave, the woman sneered at Naruto. Naruto was getting tired of this. The treatment he received, the glares and names, he simply discarded them by not allowing to do something that he had every right to do wasn't going to roll with him anymore. Naruto flared a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra, enough to change his eyes and affect his voice. Care to say that again? Naruto asked as his voice took a deeper tone. He watched the woman wince at the tone and watched her look at him and quickly shift her eyes away. Sorry about that, sir. Rock Lee is in room 201, she quickly said, trying to get him to leave, as it was getting hard to breathe and stand for that fact. Room 201. Naruto quickly made his way towards room 201 to visit Lee. Even though it was a fight during a tournament, he still felt a little upset for causing him that much damage and pain. He walked to the room and saw him in the bed. Sitting in a chair beside him was Tenten. Hey Lee, Naruto said as he walked to the door. Both Tenten and Lee turned to face him and smiled. Yes, my eternal rival came to pay me a visit. I promise next time I won't lose, Lee yelled, making Tenten bonk in the head at his yelling. I see you're feeling better. That's good, Naruto replied. He's feeling better alright. Before I came here, I found him on the ground doing push-ups with his working arm, Tenten said, sighing. Naruto laughed at his enthusiasm. You need to rest, Lee, otherwise you're gonna miss me kicking butt at the finals, Naruto said, grinning, and Tenten simply facepalmed. To someone so strong, he could still act like a kid. I will do my best to recover in time. If I can't, I shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha, Lee yelled again, and Tenten just decided to shrug it off. Why can't I have a normal person on my team, she said, sighing. By the way, I like your new hairstyle. It suits you, Tenten said. Thanks, I like it too, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. It's good you are recovering, Lee. I'll see you in the finals, Naruto said, and left the room and went to train. He still had about 3 weeks before the finals started. Konoha, also known as the village hidden in the leaves, was a shinobi village among many others spread throughout the elemental nations. Normally one wouldn't find enemy shinobi walking around the village without a care in the world. But today was a very special day. Today was the Chunin exams finals. Today the competitors from various countries would face against each other in mortal combat to prove their worth and try to gain a promotion to Chunin. The sun was slowly rising on the horizon, and a warm breeze was felt flowing throughout the village. It was still early, but the village was already booming with movement. Stores were already open, and many were walking through the streets. After all, the Chunin exams were a very important event anywhere. The early stages weren't anything special, but the finals is another matter completely different. During the finals, many nobles and the daimyo himself would watch the games. They served as an alternative to war and to prove the worth of the shinobi belonging to certain villages. What no one expected, at least from the civilian side, was that war was much closer than they thought. Slowly making its way up the sky, a beam of light managed to get through the window and wake up our favorite blonde by hitting straight in the eyes. The sun millions of kilometers away, and yet deadly accuracy to blind Naruto. Fuck. Naruto grunted as he tried to shift his eyes away from the sun. He looked down and saw that his angel was still deep asleep. "Wake up, Hinata," Naruto said in a sleepy voice, slowly shaking her awake. "Morning," she said, and gave him a quick kiss. Naruto made a shadow clone to go prepare breakfast. "Come on, we have to get up," Naruto said, and she pouted, mumbling, 5 more minutes. What do I do?" Naruto thought, and suddenly a light bulb flashed in his head, nearly blinding Kurama. "Get up, Hinata, you have your cousin's ass to kick," he tried to say with a straight face. Hearing that, Hinata perked up and immediately got up. "Let's go then," she replied, and he chuckled. Then they took a quick bath separately to freshen up, and to truly wake up since Naruto tumbled his way towards the bathroom, bumping into a few things. They had a heavy caloric breakfast since they knew that there would be plenty of action today. After all, shinobi can pretty much eat what they want and still look good due to all the training and work they do. After breakfast, they began preparing their weapons since they both knew that there was going to be an invasion sometime during the finals. They walked to the middle of the room until Naruto bit his thumb and sprayed blood across the wall. The reaction was instantaneous as the wall glowed for a moment until it seemed to disappear and show another room. In fact, Naruto drew a blood seal on the wall that created a space rift between his normal house and the Namikaze compound, since he couldn't live there full-time for now. The seal was based on the Horizon and opened a portal, so to speak, that allowed anyone to cross and literally walk up to the compound. Of course, the wall was protected by the blood seal, and only Naruto and Hinata could activate it since Naruto added her chakra signature to the seal. Naruto changed his outfit slightly. Since he knew that the sand was going to invade, he decided to use proper clothes. He kept his traditional orange pants, but he was wearing a sleeveless black shirt with a mesh armor under it. He also had a great chest-plated armor similar to those worn by the Anbu, and arm guards with sword seals along the wrists. In his wristband, there was a special Horizon kunai, standard shuriken, boomer shuriken, and his personal favorite were crippling strikes, senbon. What many people don't realize is that senbon are deadlier than shuriken. It's extremely difficult to kill someone with shuriken unless it hits a critical area like the neck or the head. Otherwise, it won't pierce enough to kill the target. However, with the senbon, one can hit one of many pressure points with them that can stun the enemy, put him to sleep, and even kill them. Of course, every weapon has its disadvantages, and senbon are extremely difficult to learn how to use, and even more to actually hit the enemy where it was intended. "Hinata, where are the poisons?" Naruto asked, and Hinata replied, saying that they were on the bottom cabinet in the second scroll. Hinata was very proficient in making poisons. She wasn't a very good medical shinobi, and let's be honest, she sucked at antidotes because she never had any training outside of reading, but for poisons, let's just say she was a natural, and poor Naruto was our guinea pig. Since he couldn't die due to any poison that he might get injected because of Kurama, Hinata usually tested them on him. She would occasionally throw senbon towards an unsuspecting Naruto and watch the results. Naruto knew that his shy Hinata must have a sadistic side to her. Naruto opened the cabinet and sealed the contents of the scroll to show 3 small vials with different colors and labels. The first vial was white and was a paralyzing poison. This particular poison will shut down the user's nervous system from the neck down, effectively paralyzing him. The second vial was yellow and was a sleeping poison, and like the name says, it renders the user unconscious. The last and final vial was black and was killing poison. Once infected, it would spread extremely quickly and kill the user in a matter of seconds or minutes, depending on where the senbon hit the target. Naruto dipped his senbon in these multiple poisons and sealed them in different seals so he could separate them. It wouldn't be much good if Naruto killed the person he was trying to capture. Speaking of weapons, Naruto offered his sword, a thunder god, to Hinata so she could use it in conjunction with her water attacks, similar to how the second Hokage did, but she refused. Hinata preferred using her daggers she learned how to use during this month. Her daggers offered more fluidity in her taijutsu style, and she could channel wind or lightning chakra through them. In the end, it looked like the Thunder God was going to become what it was before it was stolen, a family heirloom until anyone decided to pick up the sword. Concerning Hinata's daggers, they were somewhat special. Even though they had a few missions, both of them didn't have that much money to buy worthy daggers, so Naruto took it upon himself and forced them to her. He bought chakra metal, which is cheaper than buying already made weapons. He really outdid himself with them. The daggers were made of the best chakra metal and allowed Hinata to channel her elemental chakra through them to increase the piercing power. Their design was amazing. They truly were beautiful and deadly, just like Naruto described Hinata. Naruto also printed a couple of seals on them to increase their resistance and durability. He also included a summoning seal that allowed Hinata to summon her daggers if she ever lost or threw them back to her hands. Hinata was preparing her weapons and seals when she heard a clang. She rushed to Naruto to see what happened and saw him picking up a weapon he apparently dropped on the floor. She looked at the weapon and her eyes widened. "You're taking that?" she asked, not believing her eyes as she looked at the weapon Naruto was picking up and preparing to seal in a store seal on his body. Kurama had told him the story of that weapon and a few like those. Apparently they were created by the Sage of Six Paths himself, and were many more times powerful than any other weapon. To anyone not related to the Sage himself, these weapons had massive chakra usage, and so only a pure Uchiha or a Senju would be able to use those weapons properly. "I'm up against a Biju, give me a break, I'm pulling all the stops against him," Naruto pointed out. "So am I," Hinata folded her arms and replied. Naruto asked, not understanding what she meant. "You don't expect me to lose against Neji, right?" she asked. "Of course not," Naruto replied. "During the second round, I'll be facing either Fu or Yugito," she stated. "Yes, but they aren't crazy," Naruto said, waving his hand trying to prove his point. "Let's hurry this up or we might be late," Naruto concluded and sealed his favorite weapon inside a seal. He wondered why his father never used it. Maybe it wasn't his style. They quickly finished packing everything they needed. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and both of them flashed at the Chunin exams. This month after Naruto had uncovered the invasion, he tried his best to spread his Horation seals through the whole village. Now he could be virtually everywhere in the village. Konoha Stadium. They arrived just outside of the Konoha Stadium and quickly made their way inside. The stadium was packed full. Among all of the audience, there were daimyos, important businessmen, and shinobi from other villages who just came to watch. After all, the Chunin exams is where the best gettings are. The Kage box was located above the audience, and they had a particular vantage point to watch the matches. They were the judges, and so they needed to evaluate the contestants properly. There were 2 Kage currently sitting in the Kage box. The Hokage was the first and had 2 bodyguards. The first was Raido Namiyashi. His most distinct feature is probably the well-like scar on his face, running across the bridge of his nose and down across the left side of his face. He had brown spiky hair, dark eyes, and wears the standard attire of the Konoha shinobi, complete with the forehead protector and the standard flak jacket. The other bodyguard was a self-inducted super pervert, the gallant Jiraiya. In the third chair was A, the 4th Raikage, and his bodyguards, Darui and C. "Seems like Sasuke Uchiha is missing," A commented. Yugito was the strongest genin they had in Kumo, and he was expecting she could put all of these to shame, primarily the Uchiha. "I heard he was training with the sensei Kakashi Hatake, so maybe he picked up his bad habit," the third said, chuckling, and A snorted. The Hokage and Raikage were talking when they noticed the Kazekage arriving. The Kazekage was known for using his gold dust, similar to how Gaara manages to use his sand. "Greetings, Lord Kazekage. I'm glad you made it. I hope you aren't tired," the third said. "Not at all, Lord Hokage. It was good the Chunin exams were in the leaf this year. You aren't the young man you once were for long travels," the Kazekage said. Don't treat me like an old man. I intend to remain the Hokage for another 5 years, the Hokage said, making A narrow his eyes. Seems like you're missing the last Uchiha, the Kazekage said. Like I told Lord Raikage, his sensei is Kakashi Hatake, and he's notorious for being late, the Hokage said, and the Kazekage nodded, and took a seat. He sat in the second chair in the middle of the Hokage and Raikage. Now, shall we begin? The Hokage asked, and they both nodded. The Hokage got up and went to the edge of the balcony. He used a voice amplification jutsu and said, "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this year's Chunin exam finals. This year we have many talented Genins from Konoha, Kumo, Suna, and Taki. Now, without further delay, let's begin the matches," the Hokage concluded, and the crowd cheered. With crowd, "I can't start the matches without Sasuke," Sakura yelled. "Chill out, Sakura, he still has time before his match begins," Kiba replied, and she glared at him. "Did Gaara kill the Uchiha? I told him to lay low," Baki thought, looking at Gaara, who looked surprisingly calm. "Quiet down, it's about to begin," Ino said, and they looked at the arena, and noticed Hayate was about to speak. In the arena, Hayate was explaining the rules to the participants, and they were pretty much the same as during the preliminaries. "Let's begin," Hayate said, but got interrupted by Hinata. "Are we starting without Sasuke?" she asked. "He will have until his match to show up, otherwise he will be disqualified," Hayate explained. "Any more questions?" Hayate asked, and nobody said anything. "Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga, stay. The rest of you go to the waiting area," Hayate said, and everyone started to leave. They all left, but Naruto didn't leave without saying goodbye and kissing her cheek, much to her embarrassment. With crowd, the rest of the Genins all made their way to the middle of the crowd and joined with their respective senseis and teammates. "Hey Haku," his Zabuza, Naruto said, waving at them. "It's a shame you didn't enter in the Chunin exams, Haku," Naruto said. "Yes, my team wasn't ready. Maybe next time," Haku replied. She was about to say something else when Zabuza spoke before her. "Hey brat," Zabuza started, "you better win this. I've got money riding on you," he said. "Are you serious?" Naruto asked. "Of course, after everything I saw you do. If you lose, I'll have Haku breeze your balls," Zabuza said, and Naruto chuckled weakly while involuntarily bringing his hands to his manhood. "I like the new hairstyle, Naruto," Haku said. She had to admit he looked good. He wasn't wearing any sleeves so he could see his muscles. They weren't large or bulky, but they were of someone who trained hard, and his hairstyle was quite unique, and they looked good on him, like Madara. "Thanks," he replied, and gave her a thumbs up. "Look closely, Hanabi. There is no one who received the Hyuga blood like Neji," Hiyashi said. "Is he really that strong?" Hanabi asked. She was the second daughter of Hiyashi and the current heir to the Hyuga clan. "He's very talented, nothing like your weakling of a sister," Hiyashi said. "You're in for a very rude wake-up call, Hiyashi. You're about to see the real Hinata," Naruto thought as he overheard Hiyashi speaking with Hanabi. Arena. "You should give up, cousin. Fate already declared me the winner," Neji stated in his smug smile. Hinata turned to Hayate and said, "Your name is Fate? I thought it was Hayate," she said, and everyone started laughing. Neji even glared at Hayate. "What?" Hayate asked. "It was funny," he said. "You were a weakling, cousin. Everyone knows that," Neji said, and Hinata just shook her head in disappointment. She figured since she got kicked out, Neji would at least sympathize a little bit with her. "Fighters, ready," Hayate called out, and they both nodded. "Start," he said, and they jumped back. "You can't evade fate, cousin. During the preliminaries, you resorted to using ninjutsu. That only proved you aren't meant to be a Hyuga," he said. "Then I shall defeat you using our taijutsu style," Hinata said, as she took the standard Jukin stance, knees bent, with left leg slightly forward. Her right arm extended with the palm facing Neji, and her right arm coiled near her waist. Neji smiled and didn't even activate the Byakugan or take any stance. He simply ran forward and closed the distance in no time. He went for the traditional Jukin strike to the chest. Hinata waited for her to get close, and faster than lightning, she deflected the strike. She crouched down and swept his legs. Flowing with the momentum, she completed her twist, and gave him a strike to his chest that sent him tumbling to the ground. "You should take this serious, Neji," Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan without seals. Neji spat a bit of blood coming from his lips and removed the dirt and dust of his clothes as he got up. He decided to show her how it was done and activated his Byakugan and got into his stance with crowd. "Looks like they're getting serious," Naruto said. "Yes, that was nothing but a little skirmish," Asuma said. Asuma, Karna said, getting his attention. You remember our bet, right? She asked. Yeah, I know, but I'm confident Shikamaru will be promoted, Asuma said, trying to convince himself. Arena. Neji quickly dashed towards Hinata and threw a few strikes. Hinata dodged them all as if she was dancing. She didn't even need to block his attacks, she simply shifted her weight and went with the flow. Damn it, why can't I hit her? Neji asked himself, getting frustrated. And he was using his best moves, and she dodged them all as if they were nothing. Now it was time to Hinata to make her move. She tried a quick juking strike to his shoulder, but Neji blocked it. Neji quickly found himself on the defensive as Hinata was pushing him back and back. Each strike he blocked was a close call, and if it hit him, it was game over. She seemed to only be targeting his most important chakra points. Neji decided to gain some space and backflip, but just didn't expect Hinata to dash after him so fast. She went for a juking strike to his left shoulder. I can't let her hit me or she'll disable my left arm, Neji thought. Hinata watched him smirk, and wondered what was so funny until she noticed he was starting to spin. She quickly realized what he was going to do and jumped back to avoid his attack. Kaiten, Neji yelled as he spinned a blue dome of chakra with crowd. That's Hiyashi sputtered as he watched the prodigy of the branch family pull the best defensive move of the main house. Kaiten was the Hyuga's pride and joy. It was their absolute defense, or so they thought. Unbelievable, a Hyuga elder thought as he watched Neji pull the Kaiten. Dad, isn't that? Hanabi asked, but never got to finish. Kaiten, the main house absolute defense. To think he progressed so far without anyone to train him. He really is a prodigy, Hiyashi stated. Arena. Neji finished his Kaiten and smirked at Hinata. Looks like it's you who's trying to avoid his fate. Kaiten is a main house technique, Hinata said. A failure like you would never understand, Neji said and dashed forward, and quickly closed the distance between him and Hinata. You're in my field of vision, Neji said, and got into his stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Neji called out and was about to start his best offensive attack when he saw Hinata start to spin. His eyes widened at what was about to happen, but it was too late. Kaiten, Hinata yelled, and spinning, creating her own blue dome of chakra, and Neji was thrown out very fast and impacted with the wall. With crowd. That's my girl, Naruto said as he cheered for Hinata. The rest of the Genin and most of the Jonin were watching as the disemboweled heiress kicked the Hyuga prodigy's ass. Hiyashi seized his teeth as he watched Hinata flawlessly perform the Kaiten. He already knows she could use it, but to that perfection he never figured. Dad, big sister just used the Kaiten too, Hanabi said as she watched the usual stoic Hiyashi show his face of anger. Hiyashi, the elder said, care to explain how your daughter can use the Kaiten? He asked. How should I know? He asked, and the elder went back to his brooding like a certain Uchiha we know. Arena. Still believe I'm a failure? She asked, watching her cousin rise from the ground, removing a few pieces of rocks from him. She noticed that his breathing was starting to get labored. After all, the Kaiten did send him to the wall quite hard. I admit, you're better than I expected. In the end, it won't matter. I didn't think you could pull the Kaiten as well, Neji replied as he watched her. During this whole match, he was yet to land a single strike to her, and yet she already delivered 2 strong strikes to him. He needed to end this fast, otherwise he would lose, and that he could not allow. Neji ran as fast as he could towards Hinata. Neji approached her and threw dust he had in his hands towards her eyes. Hinata didn't expect such a low trick, and could only close her eyes. Neji smirked, and took this chance to end it. 8 trigrams palms, 64 palms, Neji said as he got into his stance. 2 palms, Neji said, and closed 2 chakra points on Hinata's network. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, Neji said, finishing his strikes as Hinata was pushed back, but stood on her feet. In the stand, Hiyashi smirked in satisfaction as he watched her failure of a daughter put in her place. In the end, you are nothing more than a failure, Neji said, taking heavy breaths. He was about to talk to the proctor to give him the match when Hinata exploded in a puff of smoke. Neji's eyes widened when he saw Hinata disappearing in smoke. Shadow clone? Neji asked in thought. He noticed Hinata quickly running behind him and turned just in time to receive her full attack. 8 trigrams palm, 364 palms. Hinata called out and began her onslaught. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, 256 palms. 361 palms, Hinata finished. In less than 5 seconds, she had closed all 361 chakra points in Neji's bodies. Neji hit the ground with a thump, completely knocked out, and he was going to stay like that for a few hours. Winner by knockout. Hinata Hyuga, Ayate called out, with crowd. Naruto whistled as he watched Hinata perform her new attack. She looked like she was dancing. It was beautiful. In less than 5 seconds, she completely shut down Neji's entire chakra network. Hiyashi's eyes were bulging out of his sockets as he watched his failure of a daughter defeat their Hyuga prodigy. Neji was supposed to be the one of the best Juken users to ever grace the clan, and Hinata defeated him without even breaking a sweat. The battle was completely one-sided, and Neji didn't even hit her once. Hiyashi was broken out of his thoughts when the elder spoke to him. Hiyashi, we must have that technique. Many tried to close the whole chakra system, but they couldn't do it in a viable way. It's instrumental we get that technique, the elder spoke. And how do you expect me, to her, to give it to us? Hiyashi asked the wise elders. We don't care. Offer her the chance to rejoin the clan. Give her anything. She may look different, but she'll jump at the first chance she gets rejoining our clan, the elder spoke, smirking. Congratulations, Hinata, Naruto said as he hugged her and spun her around as she giggled. Thank you, Whiskers, she replied and laughed like crazy at his face. Here they come, Naruto said, and Hinata got a confused face. Your father and the elders, he explained, and she turned around to see them approaching her. Anything you need, father, Hinata said in a very sweet voice that gave shivers to the poor man, and made Naruto chuckle. Yes, Hinata, we would like to offer you a chance to rejoin the clan, Hiyashi spoke in his stoic voice. Why would I do that? She asked. I'm happy with Naruto and there's nothing you can offer me, she replied. We can offer you a painless lifestyle befitting of a Hyuga. Surely you can't like your life with that thing, Hiyashi said, and Hinata narrowed her eyes. And the painless part. Call him a thing again, and I'll kill you, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan. Never mind, so do you accept? Hiyashi asked. How about no? She replied and laughed. Hiyashi was starting to get pissed off, and that is saying much to someone who most of the time is calm and emotionless. There's nothing you can offer me. I'm happy with the life I have. Why would I join a clan of a bunch of stuck-up pricks, she said, and everyone laughed. Besides, you just want me because I defeated your prodigy, and most likely you want my new technique, Hinata said. Enough of this, an elder yelled and raised his fingers to form half of the tiger seal. Activate, the elder said, and smirked. A few seconds passed, and Hiyashi was looking at the elder and wondering if his old age was acting up. Something wrong? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. She removed the lavender sash from her forehead and revealed it to be sealless. The caged bird seal was nowhere to be found. I'm a free bird, Dad, Hinata said. The elders, Hiyashi, and even the Hokage were shocked. They never knew that the caged bird seal was possible of being removed without killing the victim. How is that possible? Hiyashi asked. Let's just say that Naruto has a way with seals, Hinata said, and once again laughed at their shocked faces. Not even Jiraiya, who was a seal master himself, knew how to remove the caged bird seal without at least permanently crippling the user. This is an outrage, we can't allow this, Hiyashi, an elder yelled. Too bad, you can't do anything, Naruto started, and gathered their attention. The moment you disavowed Hinata, she became an asset in the village. You no longer have any power over her. And since she is a shinobi and technically an adult, you can't even reclaim her as your daughter now, Naruto said, chuckling at the anger face of Hiyashi and the elders who seemed to be about to kill them both. Hiyashi took a step forward, but immediately regretted it as he fell to the ground, barely managing to breathe with that heavy killer intent Naruto was releasing. Be careful, Lord Hiyashi. Attacking a Leaf Shinobi is a crime, primarily with so many witnesses, Naruto said in a deeper voice, and pointed out to many people around him. Pretty much everyone was shocked Naruto managed to remove the seal from Hinata. Demon, Hiyashi pointed out as he regained his breath and got up. Naruto was prepared to end his life as he broke the third law, but thankfully the Hokage arrived just in time to prevent anything from happening. Hiyashi, are you mental? The Hokage asked. Naruto was right. The moment you rejected your daughter, you lost any authority over her. She belongs to the village now, and it will stay like that until she chooses otherwise, the Hokage said, and Hiyashi scoffed. We shall have words later, Hiyashi said in his regained stoic face as he turned around with the elders to their seats. That went well, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. Hokage just sighed. That Naruto only gave him headaches, as if the civilian council wasn't enough. Now he had the Hyugas on his ass too. I'm getting too old for this shit, Hokage thought as he made his way back to the Kage box. The old Hokage made his way towards the Kage box, and thought, that Naruto, to think he was able to remove the cage bird seal without killing the host. You would be so proud, Minato. He's already surpassed you in seals. Everything alright, Lord Hokage? Arakage asked. Yes, that Naruto always gives me headaches, Hokage said, sighing. Now that Hinata revealed that Naruto is able to remove the cage bird seal, the Hyugas will have a field day, especially the main house, since they treat the branch house like slaves. If the branch house managed to get rid of the seal, they would surely rebel against the main house, and since they outnumber them almost 5-1, it wouldn't be pretty for the main house. In the end, Hinata got off well, and only got thrown out of the clan, instead of being sent to the branch side of the family. Indeed, to be that skilled with seals at such a young age, he really honors the Uzumaki clan, Arakage said. He will be a major threat in the future if he continues like this. What to do, Arakage mused and thought. Kage seethed his teeth and cursed the damn blonde in his thought. That brat is getting to be dangerous. To think he managed to hold me long enough for the Anbu to arrive. Even more, his work with seals. He might be able to remove the curse seal, and I can't allow that. I'll make sure he dies today, Orochimaru thought. You didn't even see the tip of the iceberg, Raikage, Hokage said, making the Raikage narrow his eyes. Yes, I know he's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Raikage said, much to the shock of the old Hokage. How did you know? Hokage asked, narrowing his eyes at the Raikage and studying him. You forgot, I have the Nibi Jinchuriki competing, and my brother, the Chibi Jinchuriki, is their Jonin sensei. They all met before the beginning of the exams, the Hokage said, chuckling. But I wonder, how much control does he have over the beast, the Hokage said, eyeing the Hokage. Who knows, I never sensed him training with this chakra, so I wouldn't know, Hokage replied. He's your Jinchuriki, and you don't know? The Hokage asked in disbelief. Like I told you, Naruto is very secretive and special. I know he's been training himself since he was 5 years old, Hokage said, slightly chuckling. Did you know that when your father arranged the Hyuga kidnapping, Naruto was the one that killed the kidnapper and rescued the heiress? Hokage said, and chuckled even more when everyone stared at the Hokage, thinking he was crazy. You surely must be joking. How can a 6-year-old kill a Jonin? True, he wasn't an elite Jonin, but still, a 6-year-old that wasn't even in the academy. The only thing I can't think of was the Kyuubi helped, the Raikage said. I assure you, I'm not joking, Lord Raikage. When I arrived at the scene, Naruto was holding Hinata, and the kidnapper had the kunai in his chest. The Hokage explained, and the Raikage seethed his teeth. Then the Kyuubi is the only explanation, the Raikage said, crossing his arms. I doubt it, Hokage said, and everyone focused on him. When I arrived at the scene, there wasn't any trace of the Kyuubi's chakra being used. I didn't see the battle, but from what he told me, Naruto tricked him with a clone, and finished him off when he got the opportunity, Hokage explained. Looks like you've been hiding a diamond, Kasakage said. If he was that skilled at such a young age, why is he still a genin? The Kasakage asked. You all know how Jinchurikis are treated, right? Hokage asked, and everyone nodded. Everyone seemed to be interested in the young blonde. He chose to hide his strength. He decided to take the full academy course, so he could have time to train himself and be able to protect himself and anyone he cares about. Hokage finished explaining. Deception, the true shinobi way, Kasakage said. You know something, Raikage? Hokage asked, chuckling. What? Raikage asked. Our village tends to create some of our best couples. You kidnapped Kushina Uzumaki and she was rescued by Minato Namikaze, and they later became a couple. A few years ago, you kidnapped Hinata and Naruto rescued her. Now they are boyfriend and girlfriend are living together, Hokage said, laughing. Are you sure you have another yellow flash and red death in the making? Hokage asked. The fourth Hokage was something of a rival in terms of speed to the Raikage. The fourth was the only man to ever dodge a frontal attack from the Raikage while using his famous lightning armor. The fourth's wife and Naruto's mother was Kushina Uzumaki. In truth, she was Kushina Senju, but no one knew. Also known in the Bingo book as the Red Death due to her vibrant blood red hair. She was a very powerful kunoichi and extremely talented in water ninjutsu and kenjutsu. I have faith in them. Every generation is supposed to surpass the previous, the Hokage wisely said. I've been wondering something. Lord Hokage, wasn't Hinata Hyuga supposed to be the heiress? Why did she have the caged bird steal, and why is she living with the blonde brat if she was a Hyuga, the Raikage asked. Simple enough, Hinata's father thought she was weak, and disavowed her from the clan and placed a seal on her. Then she went to live with Naruto, and things went on from there, the Hokage explained. Weak? She just defeated the so-called Hyuga prodigy, the Hokage said. What can I say? Naruto has a way to encourage people. And I bet he's been training with her since she was expelled, Hokage explained. I look forward to see his match against the last Uchiha, the Hokage said. It will be an interesting match, the Hokage said. I wonder if Naruto will reveal his Sharingan, the Hokage thought. Now, let's continue watching the matches. It looks like the second match is about to start, the Hokage said, and everyone turned to the arena with the crowd. Fu from Taki and Yugito Ni from Kumo, please come to the arena to begin your match, Hayate called out from the arena. Good luck, Fu, Yugito, Naruto said to both of them as they made their way towards the arena. Who do you think will win? Hinata asked. Naruto brought his right hand to his chin in a thinking pose. I don't really know what they can do, so it's hard for me to say, Naruto started. If they used their partners, then Fu would win if she had enough control. Otherwise, I can't really say because I don't know their individual skills, Naruto explained. Hey, Kurenai-sensei, you fought with Fu against those Oto Jonin when you went to Taki, right? Hinata asked. Yes, why do you ask? Kurenai asked. She wasn't paying particular attention to their conversations since she was watching both Jinchurikis make their way towards the middle of the arena. We're trying to find out who wins and she'll fight me next. What can you tell me about Fu? Hinata asked. Kurenai thought before beginning. Well, for starters, she didn't need to use her Biju's chakra. Her taijutsu was nothing special. I put her around low Chunin level. However, her ninjutsu was far better. She was primarily a water user, but she had a few secrets and bug techniques, Kurenai explained. Hey, Naruto said and got their attention. I remember what Kabuto said about Yugito during the first stage of the Chunin exams. He said she was good at both taijutsu and ninjutsu, so I'd assume she was around mid-Chunin level on both, Naruto said. Nothing you can't handle, Naruto said, and she nodded and looked to the arena. You sure have a lot of faith in her, Asuma said, and he joined the conversation since his curiosity was piqued when they began to talk. Of course, I have faith in my girlfriend, Naruto said, grinning, and Asuma mumbled something about a lucky blonde brat. Did you see what she did to Neji? He asked, almost rhetorically. Everyone saw Neji getting his ass kicked by the supposed shy former heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yeah, I saw. Good job. It'll be good to that arrogant ass, Asuma said, chuckling. Though I never expected her to win, he said honestly. Don't you have faith in my teachings? Kurenai asked in a dangerous voice. Of course, Kurenai, Asuma quickly replied, waving his hands trying to dismiss the situation before she casted a genjutsu on him. Naruto discreetly said, and Asuma narrowed his eyes at the blonde. What was that, Naruto? Hinata asked in a very sweet voice. Nothing, Hinata, Naruto quickly said, and Asuma slightly laughed. Troublesome women, Shikamaru said. Arena. Both contestants ready? Hayate asked. Yes, both replied. Then begin, Hayate said and jumped out of their way. He knew they were both Jinchurikis and he didn't want to get caught in the middle of them. Shall we keep them out of the fight? Fu asked. Yugito thought for a while. Most of Yugito's techniques rely on her using her Biju's chakra. Not that she was weak without her cat, but the fact was she primarily trained in using her Biju. If removed, it would cripple her ninjutsu. How about we keep it to 2 tails max? Yugito asked. Sounds good, Fu replied and took a kunai and got in her stance, as Yugito pulled her sword from her back. Yugito quickly ran forward and tried a horizontal slash. Fu quickly dodged and rolled to the side. She quickly got up and tried to kick Yugito in the chest. Yugito, however, managed to completely bend the top of her body backwards almost to a 90-degree angle, avoiding the kick as it passed safely above her. With crowd, Naruto whistled when he saw Yugito bend like that. That kind of flexibility isn't possible for humans. Even if she is a shinobi, bending at such an angle should have broken her spine. That's the Nibi's effect. Her hosts have an extremely high flexibility due to the fact of a Nibi being a cat, Kurama explained to Naruto. How come I have nothing useful from you? Naruto asked. Ungrateful brat. You have high regeneration and negative emotion sensing abilities, Kurama explained. That's good and all, but that isn't particularly effective in combat, Naruto replied. What do you mean isn't useful? Your sensing ability coupled with your Sharingan makes it impossible for anyone to hide from you, Kurama explained. For anyone who is so smart, he sometimes could still be a knucklehead. Maybe all that pretending during the academy days affected him. I never thought of that, Naruto said, and Kurama's sweat dropped. Arena. Fu and Yugito exchanged punches, kicks, and strikes for a few minutes. Even though the fight came tied, it seemed that Yugito clearly had the advantage in taijutsu. Her flexibility made it very difficult for Fu to hit her, even more since Yugito was using a sword. Cloud style flame slice, Yugito said, and slashed horizontally towards Fu. Yugito's sword was imbued with fire, and as such it created a fire ring around Fu, preventing her from leaving the area. Water style, wild water wave, Fu said, and gathered water in her mouth. She quickly gushed the water out from her mouth and quickly put out the flames. She's a water user. She'll have an advantage in ninjutsu, but I seem to have an edge on taijutsu, Yugito thought as she watched Fu perform a low-level water jutsu to put out the fire. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, Yugito said and unleashed a hot fireball towards Fu. Fu, noticing it was a fireball and not a fire stream, quickly jumped to the right, dodging the fireball. Yugito quickly appeared next to her and said, Cloud style, front slice. Yugito made a very fast horizontal slice, and Fu's head separated cleanly from her shoulders. Yugito didn't think she would have been defeated this easily, and her suspicions were true when Fu turned into a piece of rock, showing that Fu performed a substitution. Water style, water bullet, Fu said, and shot a couple of compressed water bullets from her mouth. Yugito turned just in time to see Fu perform the jutsu, and to show speed, Yugito used her sword and sliced through every single bullet, taking no damage from it. Kage box. Looks like this year's Genin are very talented, Hokage commented. Very true, using elemental ninjutsu to only trained after becoming a Chunin, Kazekage said. What do you expect from Jinchuriki? The Hokage asked rhetorically before continuing. Even without using their Bijutsu chakra, they develop high chakra reserves, so they tend to go for ninjutsu very early, the Hokage commented. True, the Hokage said. By the way, after seeing the Hyuga's match, I firmly recommend Hinata Hyuga for Chunin. She remained calm, even though her opponent was taunting her, and she displayed a high level of taijutsu, the Hokage explained. Agreed, between both the Kazekage and the Hokage, with the crowd. As expected, Yugito had the advantage in taijutsu, but they seemed to tie in ninjutsu. If this continues, Yugito will win, Naruto said. I have better taijutsu than Yugito, and I mainly use water ninjutsu, so if Yugito wins, I have the advantage, Naruto thought. Looks like they are about to take this up a notch, Naruto said, and they turned to face the arena. Shall we bring our partners into the battle? Fu asked, and Yugito eagerly nodded. She was anxious to show everyone her true power. Bring it on, Yugito replied. Let's go, Nibi, Yugito said. Right, kitten, Nibi replied. Let's show them, Chome, Fu said. Alright, Chome replied, pumping something into the air. Not really sure if it was a wing or an arm. Everyone in the crowd was watching in amazement as red chakra seemed to envelop both contestants. The red chakra radiated from both their stomachs and swirled around them before stopping. When it stopped, both of them were fully enclosed in a semi-transparent red chakra cloak with two tails swirling on their back. With the crowd. What's happening? Sakura asked. She'd never seen someone being enveloped in chakra. In fact, she had never even heard of a red chakra for that matter, so what she was seeing was completely new. This is what is called the Jinchuriki cloak, Naruto explained. What? Sakura asked, not really understanding. Do you know what a biju is? Asuma asked. You mean like the kyubi? Sakura asked. Yes, there are 9 biju starting from the ichibi and ending on the kyubi. People that have biju sealed inside of them are called jinchurikis, and when they use their biju's power, that's what happens, Asuma explained, pointing towards the arena. Wow, Sakura said, astonished. But Sakura started and everyone turned to her. I thought that the 4th killed the kyubi, but you can't kill a biju, which means that someone in our village has the kyubi inside of him, Sakura said. You're smarter than you look, Naruto said, chuckling. Shut up, Naruto, you idiot, Sakura screeched. Asuma-sensei, who is a Jinchuriki? Sakura asked, and Naruto looked at Asuma to see if he was going to reveal it to her. Everything about the kyubi is a secret. Only Chunins and above know about him, Asuma explained, and Naruto sighed in relief. He didn't want to have to explain everything to the crazy pig Banshee. Knowing her, she would probably want Naruto to release the kyubi and give it to Sasuke or something. Some secret, Naruto thought, not realizing he said it out loud. What do you mean, Naruto? Do you know him? Sakura asked, but it was more of a demand. Keep it down, Sakura, and yes, I do know who he is, Naruto replied. How can an idiot like you know? Sakura smugly asked. Shove a tailed beast bomb up her ass, right here, Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled in his mind. Can't do a biju bomb in here, but I can't do a Rasengan, Naruto replied. What do you want me to tell you? Naruto asked. I want to know who he is so we can give it to Sasuke, Sakura said, and everyone stared at her. Is she crazy? Asuma asked and thought. I need to talk to Kakashi to see if he sends her to a few sessions with Inoichi, Kurenai thought. That level of session is going to be her downfall sometime. Damn, that is some dedicated fangirl, Kurama said. How do you know about fangirls? Naruto asked curiously. Let's just say I was very popular when I was a kid, Kurama said, slightly embarrassed. Don't tell me you were chased by female foxes, Naruto asked incredulously. Yeah, Kurama replied, remembering his dark days. Looks like every race has fangirls, Naruto said, laughing. It's not an it, it's a him, Naruto explained. How would you know, idiot? Sakura screeched once again. Hinata approached her and gave her a juking strike to her throat, disabling her voice. You're too loud, Sakura, Hinata said, and Sakura tried to curse, but no sound came from her mouth. Even though no one said anything, they were all happy that Sakura was silent for once. That Naruto seems to know a lot about bijus. He said that there were only 5 people that could open the gates, and Hinata said that 3 of them were in the tower's arena. If Fu is a Jinchuriki and can open the gates, it stands to reason that Naruto is the Kyubi Jinchuriki. That would explain his treatment. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru thought as he overheard the entire conversation. If you stop screaming, I'll open your Tenketsu, Hinata said, and Sakura nodded, sadly. Naruto, Sakura said calmly while looking at Hinata. She nodded, and Sakura continued. How do you know that the Kyubi is a he? She asked. I've read a lot about them. And even though they aren't humans, they aren't things. For instance, Yugito has the Nibi sealed inside of her. She's a cat. The Biju have their own personality like every other animal out there, Naruto explained, and Sakura nodded. So, Sakura began, will you tell me who the Jinchuriki is? She asked in a very sweet voice, trying to know who he is. Why do you want to know so badly? Naruto asked. Oh, come on, Naruto, I want to know too, Ino said. Everyone stared at the blonde, wondering if he was going to tell them who he was. The rookies were all oblivious about the Jinchuriki's identity, but among all of them, there were a few that knew. The Jonins, of course, Hinata and Shino, and the Sand Team. Are you sure you want to tell them? Hinata asked. Yeah, I do. We'll find out eventually, might as well tell them now and get this over with, Naruto said, and everyone turned to him. Fine, I'll tell you who he is, Naruto said, and everyone almost had stars in their eyes. First, I'll say that he is our classmate from the academy, Naruto said, and everyone was almost shocked. Naruto chuckled and continued. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, he said, and immediate silence followed his proclamation. Yeah, right, the dead last has the most powerful Biju sealed inside of him, Kyubi said, and everyone snapped from their stupor and laughed. You want me to show you my version 1 cloak? Naruto asked, and they all stopped laughing. Are you serious? Kiba asked. Naruto summoned the Kibi's chakra and immediately went to his version cloak with 2 tails as well. His eyes were blood red with black vertical slits. His whiskers were more pronounced and his fangs grew bigger. Around his body, the same semi-transparent blood red chakra cloak with 2 tails swirling behind him. Deadly, Naruto replied, but his voice was deeper than as usual due to the Kibi's chakra. Believe me now? He asked, and they all nodded, slightly scared of his new voice and appearance. Now that you know, what are you going to do? He asked. Nothing, Kiba said. You don't think I'm a monster? Naruto asked. Naruto didn't really care what they thought as long as he had the people that cared for him, he was happy. Of course not. I know the difference between kunai and a scroll, Kiba said. Thanks, but you should tell that to the villagers, Naruto said, sighing as he focused on the fight that was going on in the arena. The arena was almost totally destroyed from the battle between 2 Jinchurikis. The arena was filled with water, and yet the earth was scorched from Yugito's flames. Both of them were showing symptoms of fatigue. Even though they had plenty of chakra, they didn't have the stamina to keep up. Fire style, great blue fireball jutsu, Yugito called out and sent a huge blue fireball towards Fu. The fireball was empowered by the Nibi's chakra, giving a blue color and almost triple the power. Water style, water ball vortex, Fu called out, and water from the ground rose in front of her and formed a vortex of sorts. The water immediately blasted from the vortex and clashed with the fireball. The clash produced a big steam cloud that covered most of the arena. Yugito took this opportunity and channeled the Nibi's chakra to her nails, increasing the length and resistance of them. As the steam cloud dispersed, she quickly dashed towards Fu. Fu didn't expect Yugito to come at her so soon and wasn't prepared for a slash with her fingernails. Fu received the full brunt force of the slash from both hands to her chest and right leg. She jumped back and clutched her chest. Her mesh armor managed to absorb most of the damage, but it still managed to cut her pretty deeply. Fu focused Chome's chakra in her chest area, and the wound immediately started to heal. A few seconds later, there wasn't any evidence that anything had even happened. Fu used Chome's chakra and focused it on her back. From her back emerged 2 wings, and Fu started to lift off from the ground, and flew in the air a few meters above the ground. Fu continued to dodge multiple fireballs from Yugito as she prepared her bugs to attack. Yugito quickly ran up the wall in the arena in all fours, much like a cat. Yugito propelled herself from the wall and tackled Fu while in the air. Yugito pinned Fu's legs and arms so she couldn't escape, and stood above her as they plummeted toward the earth. Yugito focused chakra to her legs, and just as they were about to crash, Yugito jumped up, sending Fu to the ground even harder. Boom! The arena ground shook from the impact, and a cloud of dust emerged. Yugito's cloak vanished, and she was breathing a bit heavily. Nothing that a bit of rest wouldn't solve. The dust started to clear to show Fu completely knocked out. Hayate approached Fu and noticed she was unconscious and called the medics. Winner by knockout, Yugito ni, Hayate said, and the crowd erupted in cheers. After all, the civilians can only watch Genin's fight, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep up with the battle, and a battle like this is rare. Kage box. That's my girl, the Raikage said, proud that Yugito had won. Yugito was an orphan since her parents died when the Hachibi was accidentally unleashed, so the Raikage took her in and raised her like his own daughter. They both fought very well, and both seemed to have good control over their power. I'd recommend both for shooting, the Kazekage said. Indeed, the Hokage agreed with both Kages. With the crowd. Congrats, Yugito, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up. Thank you, it was a hard fight, Yugito replied. I sensed the Kibi's chakra from down there. What were you doing? She asked. Just showing my friends my cloak, Naruto said like it was nothing. It'll take a while for them to get used to me being a Jinchuriki, but I don't think they'll warm up to me, he said as he looked at the smiling faces of his friends, and surprisingly enough, Sakura too. You told them you're a Jinchuriki? She asked, not believing her ears. Of course, I told them during your match as I explained to them your 2-tailed cloak, Naruto explained. Why do you ask? He asked. Because you know very well how we're treated, and for you to publicly flaunt that you're Jinchuriki is rather strange, Yugito said. B does the same, but I have people that care about me knowing what I am. Their opinion is the only thing that matters to me. The others, I just shrug them off, and if they try anything, they end up in the hospital with broken bones, Naruto said, and Yugito dumbly nodded. Shikamaru, Nara, and Tamari, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out, cannon style. That lazy ass, Ino said, facepalming. What'd you expect from Shikamaru? Naruto said. I guess, Ino replied. Because it would be too troublesome to explain, Naruto said, grinning, and a few snickered. If Sasuke doesn't arrive, he's going to be disqualified, Naruto said. I thought I took care of Kakashi's bad habits, Naruto said out loud, Kage box. That was anticlimactic, Hokage said, and he watched Shikamaru give up. Yes, but he displayed a very good tactical mind, as expected from Madara, the Raikage thought. The Kazekage remained silent. Do you agree that he should be a Chunin? Hokage asked, and they both nodded. The Chunin are leaders, and he displayed very good planning and remained calm, though he probably knew he wouldn't win, the Raikage said. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, please make your way towards the arena, Hayate called out. Looks like the Uchiha is a no-show. What a shame, the Raikage said. Yes, looks like he'll be disqualified, the Hokage said, and getting ready to get up and disqualify him, when the Kazekage interrupted him. Please wait, Lord Hokage. I wish to see that Uchiha fight that Naruto Uzumaki. Let's continue with the rest of the matches until he arrives, the Kazekage said. You do realize that if he isn't capable of respecting appointments, then he isn't Chunin material, the Hokage said. If I understand correctly, Kakashi Hatake has the knack for arriving hours late to any appointment, and he's an elite Jonin, the Kazekage smugly said. The Hokage knew that the Kazekage had a point, and there was nothing he could do to argue. As you wish, but if he isn't here by the time his match starts, then he will be disqualified, the Hokage said. Of course, the Kazekage said. The Hokage turned to his bodyguard and he went to Hayate and explained the situation. As Sasuke Uchiha is yet to show up, we will proceed with the next match, Hayate said. Gaara and Kankuro, please proceed to the arena, Hayate called out. Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro yelled from the balconies. Okay, winner by forfeit. Gaara, Hayate said. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, make your way to the arena, Hayate called out. That was some time the Uchiha gained, Hokage said, chuckling. Then in the arena, the wind started gathering and leaves started spinning. Everyone watched the scene unfold. A few seconds later, Sasuke Uchiha appeared with Kakashi Hatake via Leaf Shinchuin. I hope we aren't late, Kakashi said while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. You arrived just in time, Hayate said. Name? He asked. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke replied in his almighty tone. Naruto was leaving the balcony towards the arena when Sakura called out. Naruto, she called, getting his attention. Please don't hurt him too much, she said. Naruto never in a million years expected her to say something like that to him. Don't worry, I won't use the Kyuubi if that's what you're saying. I prefer using my own power, he replied. But the worried face she had didn't change. I won't kill him, relax, he said, and she let out a breath of relief. She didn't even know she was holding Arena. I was getting the impression you wouldn't come, Sasuke, Naruto said while approaching the three in the arena. Why wouldn't I come? I'm only fighting you, Sasuke said. I see your attitude hasn't changed, Naruto replied, and turned towards Kakashi. I hope you didn't tell him about my bloodline, Naruto said, and Sasuke scowled. Don't worry, the only thing I told him is that he knows your bloodline as well as he knows his own, Kakashi said. Ah, the wordplay, Naruto said chuckling, got a confused face from Sasuke. You'll know soon enough, he said, and Kakashi left the arena. Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. Ready, Hayate called out, and both nodded. Then begin. Kage box. Looks like the Uchiha arrived just in time, the Raikage commented. Indeed, Hokage agreed. Let's see how much you grew, Sasuke, the Kazekage or Orochimaru thought. Let's see what your prodigy can do, the Raikage said. In fact, he was hoping that the Uchiha was humiliated. He read reports from his Genin team that the Uchiha thought he was almighty. Prodigy, Hokage started, getting the attention of both Kages. Nowadays, people throw that name around without knowing its true meaning. The true prodigies are Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, and I have high hopes for both of them, Hokage said with a small smile. He never thought that his surrogate grandson would grow so much after a rough early life like he had. "You sure are attached to that particular kid," the Hokage commented, narrowing his eyes at the blonde in the arena. "That kid reminds me of someone," the Hokage thought. "Something on your mind?" Hokage asked the Hokage. "The blonde brat, Naruto Uzumaki, he seems to remind me of someone. I can't just pinpoint it," the Hokage said. "Who were his parents?" he asked, and the Hokage and Jiraiya both stiffened. "Should I tell him?" Hokage thought. "Better not. I'll let Naruto choose when to reveal his true heritage," Hokage concluded. "I'm afraid even I don't know. He's an orphan from the Kyuubi attack," Hokage replied. The Raikage looked carefully at the Hokage to spot any sign of lie, but found none. "It's a shame," the Raikage said, and both the Hokage and Jiraiya let out a breath of relief. "Though the kid has style to emulate the hairstyle of one of your founders, Madara Uchiha," the Raikage commented, and the Hokage and Jiraiya were once again sweating bullets. How could the Raikage almost figure out his grandfather's identity? The Raikage wasn't as blunt as people said he was. "That hairstyle is just to make it easier for him to use a couple of jutsus I taught him," Jiraiya said, trying to shift the Raikage's attention. "Oh, found another Minato Namikaze, have you? He looks a lot like him, actually," the Raikage said with his hand on his chin. "Damn it, Jiraiya, you never know when to keep your mouth shut," Hokage thought, glaring at his student, making him gulp. During this whole interaction, the Kazekage, aka Orochimaru, was silent, hearing them talk and thinking about it. "The brat actually looks a lot like him," the Kazekage thought. Orochimaru kept thinking about it when something clicked on his mind. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki. How could I have been so blind? There was only one Uzumaki in this village, Kushina Uzumaki, and everyone knew she was involved with Minato. That also explains why Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside of the brat. He used his own son. Raikage isn't all muscle as I thought, Orochimaru thought, chuckling in his mind. "Are you planning on taking another apprentice?" the Raikage asked, breaking thought of Orochimaru. "Maybe, but I don't stay in the village much time. It's a shame I won't be able to pass my toad contract to him," Jiraiya said, wondering if the toad contract would die with him. "Oh, which contract does he have?" the Raikage asked curiously. "Should I tell them? It would only strengthen Konoha if the enemies knew of another contract," Jiraiya thought before replying. "He has the Fox contract," Jiraiya said. "What? There is no Fox contract," the Hokage stated. "I didn't know it existed, but there is one. He's the first Fox summoner ever. Apparently the Kyuubi took a liking to him," Jiraiya explained. "A major threat indeed," Orochimaru thought as he planned on a way to get rid of the brat. "Looks like they're staring," Hokage said before the Raikage could reply, and all shifted their attention towards the arena with the crowd. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura called out. "Yo," he replied. "Cutting it a little close, weren't you?" Asuma said. "Trained to the last minute and arriving late. You never change," Asuma said. "We were going to arrive on time, but a black cat crossed our paths, and we had to walk the long way around," Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing. "Jeez," Sakura said. "I bet Sasuke is way stronger now," she said. "I trained him to the best of my extent during this month, but I don't think he stands a chance against Naruto," Kakashi said, much to the shock of a few beginning. "But Naruto was the dead last during the whole academy time. He just got lucky in the final exam. I don't understand," Ino said. Kakashi looked at her as if she had grown a second head. "Didn't you see what he did in the preliminaries?" he asked rhetorically. "It's true," Sakura said. Kakashi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates when he heard Sasuke's #1 fangirl agreeing that Sasuke doesn't stand a chance. Sasuke fought Lee before the first stage, and even with his Sharingan he was defeated, yet Naruto won, and he didn't even use the Kyuubi's power, Sakura said. "How do you know about that?" Kakashi asked, slightly surprised. "He told us when Yugito was fighting against Fu," Sakura explained. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto would publicly announce that he's a Jinchuriki, but he must have figured it would be public knowledge any day now. "Never thought I would see another one, much less see 5 here," Sabuza said. "What do you mean 5? Sakura asked. "You don't know? Well, there's Naruto, of course, Yugito, Fu, Kumo-sensei, and finally that sand brat, Gaara, Zabuza explained. Gaara is one also? Sakura asked, not believing her ears. Yes, I believe he has the Ichibi, also known as Shukaku, Kakashi explained. That's why he's so strong, Sakura said, and wow. She went from not knowing what Jinchuriki were to knowing 5 of them. You're wrong, Sakura, Kakashi said, getting her attention. Gaara is strong on his own. He doesn't need his demon to be strong. In fact, he might be better without it, Kakashi said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Each Biju has their own personality and personal preferences. Shukaku tends to drive their host crazy, so they might set him free. That's why Gaara is so unstable, Kakashi said, and all of the Genin shivered minus Hinata, who already knew all of that. Don't worry, if that ever happens, we would take matters into our own hands, Kakashi said. It's best they know about this so they can get out of the way when it begins, Kakashi thought. Sakura and the rest of the Genin sighed in relief. However, the Jonins and even Zabuza himself knew what would happen, and they were all ready in case Naruto couldn't handle Gaara. Arena. Start! Hayate called out and jumped out of the two. Ready, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he got into his Dragon Fist stance. Naruto looked at Sasuke and noticed he didn't move since the match started. He didn't even have any stance. Don't tell me you don't consider me worthy of fighting, Naruto asked. That's right, Sasuke said, pointing at him. I don't even want to waste any time fighting some clanless shinobi and trash like you, Sasuke said, and Naruto immediately dropped the stance. You won't be saying that when I grind your ass to the ground, Naruto said, grinning like an idiot. Just because you're wearing Anbu chestplate armor and you grew your hair doesn't mean anything against me, Sasuke said. You're nothing but a loser. I bet you're a whore of a Sasuke didn't get a chance to finish as Naruto blurred from his position and slammed his fist right into Sasuke's face and sent him tumbling to the ground. You can call me what you want, but I won't allow you to insult my parents, Naruto said, getting ready to smash his pompous face into the ground. Sasuke got up and cleaned a bit of blood off his lip. He activated his Sharingan and got into a stance, the Interceptor Fist. Touchy are we, Sasuke smugly said. Looks like the brat wants psychological warfare, Kurama said. Don't worry, I've had a few things to give him back. I know some stuff about his massacre and his brother if need be, Naruto replied in thought. Looks like you're taking me serious, Naruto said. I don't need to worry about you, dope. Only Uchiha can defeat Uchiha, Sasuke simply said. Is that right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Sasuke smirked and went through a few hand seals and shouted, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke sent a medium-sized fireball towards Naruto, who remained in place and took the full force of it. Sasuke smirked as he watched his attack hit him head-on and burn him in a pile of flames. With the Sharingan activated, he knew Naruto didn't dodge. The smoke cleared and Sasuke immediately dropped a smile, seeing Naruto completely wrapped in his spiky golden hair. Ninja art, Needle Guardian, Naruto said, as his hair started to shrink back to his original size. Naruto immediately flashed through his hand seals of his own and said, Ninja art, Hair Needle Senbon. Naruto's hair extended once again and enlarged. Naruto bent slightly forward and sent a barrage of Senbon made of his hair towards Sasuke. Sasuke said, Fire style, great fireball jutsu, but this time instead of a focused fireball, he transformed it into a constant stream of fire, much like a fire thrower. Sasuke's fire clashed with Naruto's Senbon, vaporizing them, but Sasuke quickly ran out of the air in his lungs and was forced to stop his fire. The Senbon kept on coming and Sasuke was forced to start evasive maneuvers. I can't keep dodging with this speed, or I'll tire out quickly. I have to retaliate, Sasuke thought. Sasuke took a few shuriken from his pouch and threw them at Naruto while going through hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Sasuke said as his shurikens multiplied into dozens upon dozens. Naruto seeing this dropped his hair attack and decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Wind style. Wind wave, Naruto said and clapped his hands together. He channeled chakra to the wind around him and suddenly a powerful gust of wind emerged from his palms and crashed into the shurikens. The shuriken stopped midair and changed in direction before gaining speed and heading towards Sasuke. Sasuke saw the attack incoming and took a kunai to start deflecting, when he knew he was getting overrun by the amount, which ironically enough, it was him that created that many. He jumped to the right to dodge the rest. Why couldn't I copy that jutsu? Sasuke asked in thought, getting pissed off. Naruto saw the scowl on his face and decided to push him a little further. Sad that you couldn't copy these jutsus, Naruto asked. Why the hell can't I copy you? Sasuke asked, losing his temper. You still don't know how to use your eyes, Naruto said, making Sasuke narrow his eyes at him, no pun intended. Your two Tomo Sharingan can't keep up with my hand steel speed, and because of that you aren't able to copy my jutsu. Simple as that, Naruto explained. A shame, really, Naruto said sarcastically. How do you know so much about the Sharingan? Sasuke asked, yelling at him. Sasuke, I thought you were smarter than this, Naruto said, grinning. Naruto was picturing Sasuke's smug face when he showed another pair of Sharingan eyes. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. First, I know a lot about the Sharingan. 2, I said people consider my bloodline the strongest in the world. 3rd, Kakashi said you knew my bloodline as well. You know yours. What do you get from this? Naruto asked, watching Sasuke's face suddenly light up in realization. You don't mean? Sasuke asked, stuttering for the first time. Yes, I do, Naruto said, and closing his eyes, he slowly opened them to show a glowing pair of fully matured Sharingan eyes. You can't be, Sasuke said, watching a 3-Tomo Sharingan glowing in the dope's eyes. Ah! Sasuke yelled and flared his chakra, but nothing happened. Ah! Sasuke repeated, but his Sharingan remained. I can't dispel it because it isn't an illusion. I have the Sharingan. Oh, almighty last Uchiha, Naruto smugly said. How dare you have those eyes? You don't deserve them, Sasuke yelled and ran to Naruto at full speed, with a sloppy stance, losing his better judgment due to his anger. Sasuke was getting closer and closer to Naruto, and faster than lightning, Naruto kicked Sasuke hard in the chest, and sent him flying to the wall. Sasuke slowly got up, coughing a bit. Now, Sasuke, don't get mad just because my eyes are fully matured and yours aren't, Naruto said, making Sasuke's eyes twitch in annoyance. You know, Sasuke, Naruto started getting his attention. I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, and at 6 I already had them fully matured, Naruto explained, and Sasuke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but Sasuke managed to hold them in place. Otherwise, he would lose his precious Sharingan. Sasuke boiled. If looks could kill Naruto, would be dust by now. I told you, you weren't as special as you thought. You only activated your precious eyes a couple of weeks ago while I had already fully matured Sharingan for almost 8 years, Naruto said, grinning, and mentally congratulating himself. It felt so good to rub his fully matured eyes on Sasuke's arrogant ass. And if Naruto showed him his EMS, then Sasuke would more than likely faint, but he would keep EMS as his ace. His EMS might not have any powerful direct attack, but for now, it was his ultimate defense. Unless I send my enemy to my pocket dimension and I let him starve to death, Naruto thought, chuckling, considering what types of attacks he could use with his Kamui, but quickly refocus on the battle at hand. Now, Sasuke, Naruto started with his Sharingan spinning. Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan Kage Box. Another Uchiha, the Hokage said, stupefied. Now I understand when you said he was special. To think you had another Uchiha hidden, the Hokage said, chuckling. Another pair of Sharingan eyes. Delicious. A shame I can't risk using his body due to the Kyuubi, Orochimaru said, sighing as he watched Naruto's eyes glow in all their power. He would be a much more appropriate vessel than Sasuke. Oh well, Orochimaru sighed, knowing he can't have everything you want, but in the end, Sasuke's Sharingan would suffice. The Hokage laughed. Yes, he's very special and powerful in his own way, the Hokage said. Make me proud, Jiraiya thought, as he watched his godson present his Sharingan to the last supposed Uchiha. With the crowd, Kakashi watched with pride as Naruto unveiled his bloodline, the Sharingan. It's said to be the most powerful bloodline of all, capable of seeing chakra, copying any taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and giving the user the ability to cast genjutsu with their eyes. But that doesn't even scrape the bottom of the Sharingan's true power, Kakashi thought as he remembered what Naruto told him about his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi frowned when he noticed how Sasuke didn't keep his head cool. But then again, when it's something related to his clan, Kakashi knew Sasuke would snap. Sharingan? Sakura said. And like Kakashi-sensei, they have 3 black things, she said in awe. The black things are called Tomo, and their eyes are fully matured when they have 3, Kakashi explained. Every single genin was shocked, minus Hinata and Shino, of course. The elders of Konoha had their jaw on the ground, as did most of the civilians. Brat, now I understand how he could keep up with me, Sabza commented as he remembered a few spars he had with him. Yes, and I also understand how he could see my moves when I use my ice mirrors on him, Haku said, remembering their battle in the wave and how Naruto was able to dodge every single senbon she threw at him. Sharingan, one of the Hyuga elders gasped. This changes everything, Hiyashi said. He already had a plan regarding the Uzumaki brat, but now that he knew about the Sharingan, things would have to be arranged differently. Yes, the flames of youth shine brightly on Naruto, Lee yelled. Yes, Lee, and to keep our own flames, we shall do 1,000 laps around Konoha, Guy said. Guy-sensei, Lee, Guy-sensei, Lee. Oh, for God's sake, stop that, Tenten said as she rained kunai and shuriken on them. Kyubijin Shiriki and Sharingan user. I knew blondes were troublesome, but still, Shikamaru said, sighing, and went back to his cloud watching. How can someone awaken them so early? I thought you needed a life and death situation to awaken them, Sakura asked. All of Sasuke's fangirls were well versed in his clan history and powers. After all, they needed to know everything about their love. It's because he's a Jinchuriki, Hinata said, gathering their attention. The civilians and a few ignorant shinobi see Naruto as the Kyuubi himself. And when he was young, they would gather up and finish the fourth job, Hinata says, gaining ground and understanding. Even they knew the difference between a kunai and a scroll. It was basic academy stuff. When he was 5 years old, he was getting chased by the mob. From what he told me, one of the pursuers was a Chunin, and he threw kunai towards him. If he didn't awaken his Sharingan, he would have been killed, Hinata explained. I still wonder how he didn't turn out like Gaara, Asuma commented. That's because of Hinata, Kurenai softly said, as she looked towards her younger sister of sorts. Me? Hinata asked, confused. Yes, you gave him the thing he needed most. Love, Kurenai softly said, proud of Hinata. But Naruto has lots of people like that to him, Hinata said, as not quite understanding what Kurenai meant. True, he has the Hokage, Iruka, Teiuchi, and Ayame, his pervert of a godfather, and Kakashi to some degree, Kurenai said, and Kakashi's sweat dropped. However, he provided him with real, unconditional love, and you were his first friend, his best friend, and then his girlfriend. You were there when he was called a monster and thrown out of stores. You were there when he walked alone through the streets, and you were there when he was feeling lonely and lost, Kurenai said. And a few fangirls fawned over the dedication, making Hinata slightly blush. When Kakashi heard that, he started giggling like a perverted fanboy until he heard Megan, damnation of the pervert, and instantly Kakashi's world vanished and was replaced with the fiery pit where Kurenai was slowly burning. Each of Kakashi's Ichi Paradise books, one at a time. No, my precious, Kakashi yelled, crying, anime tears. What's wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she watched Kakashi drool on the floor, yelling random phrases. Just introducing Kakashi to a personal genjutsu, Kurenai said in a very sweet voice that even Sakura, who would most likely be safe from her wrath, felt a small shiver. Kurenai broke the genjutsu and Kakashi slowly rose, glaring at Kurenai while hugging his dear books, as if they would slip right through his fingers. He rapidly regained his sense. Do you see now why I said Sasuke would lose? Kakashi asked, and Sakura sadly nodded. After finding out Naruto was a Jinchuriki and knowing the life he lived, she was feeling bad for treating him badly. Go Sasuke! Sakura yelled from the balcony, cheering her favorite emo. I guess some habits die hard, Kakashi thought in amusement as he watched the battle unfold on the arena. Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a brutal display of taijutsu. There was finesse in their style. Each punch, each kick they threw was meant to break bones, or at least give the adversary a fair amount of damage and pain. They jumped back from each other. Naruto was pretty much untouched, except for a bit of dust. Sasuke, on the other hand, was sporting scrapes, bruises, and a cracked rib. He's as fast as Lee with his weights, Naruto thought. Damn that loser, he dares to stand against me and Uchiha, Sasuke thought. I've had enough of this. It's time to show the difference between the original and a copy, Sasuke snarled at the blonde who raised an eyebrow. I guess he really doesn't know about the pure-blood Uchihas. Ironic that he called me a copy, Naruto thought, chuckling. Come, Sasuke, let me show you how to use the Sharingan. Naruto and Sasuke both dashed forward towards each other. Let's see how he deals with this, Naruto said in thought, and his Sharingan started glowing. Both arrived next to each other, and Naruto threw a right hook, and it landed perfectly in Sasuke's jaw. Naruto dodged a retaliatory punch before Naruto sent another punch to the cracked rib, making him wince in pain. Taking advantage of his moment of pain, Naruto threw a set of quick punches to his face and stomach and upper thighs. Naruto, seeing Sasuke slightly dazed from the punches, went for a leg sweep, making Sasuke jump over it. Naruto kept his momentum and continued his spin. As Naruto was finishing his spin, he quickly rose up and gave Sasuke a brutal uppercut, and Sasuke was sent to the ground in pain. Sasuke didn't want to be manhandled by someone like Naruto and refused to give up or stay down. He charged again at Naruto and suffered the same fate. Sasuke threw a punch. Naruto sidestepped at the last second and gave him an elbow to his back that made Sasuke fall to the ground, and he lost his balance. "How are you doing this?" Sasuke yelled out. He couldn't understand what was happening until moments ago their taijutsu battle was about even, with Sasuke managing to evade almost all of his attacks. He would never admit that Naruto was better than him. Sasuke didn't understand how suddenly Naruto was able to dodge every single hit, and yet every single strike Naruto sent would hit Sasuke dead on. "Why should I tell you anything?" Naruto replied, which infuriated Sasuke even more if it was possible. Sasuke once again ran towards Naruto, hoping to put the blonde in its proper place with the crowd. "What's happening?" Naruto suddenly started dominating the battle. Ino, not believing her precious Sasuke would get transformed into a punching bag. Kakashi was also intrigued at what was happening, and he would bet that everyone watching the fight was wondering the same. How could a taijutsu battle become so one-sided so suddenly? Kakashi kept muzzling his head, trying to figure it out when he saw Hinata smiling. "You know what's happening, don't you?" Kakashi asked, Hinata giving his traditional eye smile. "Of course I know. He used the same strategy against me a couple of times," Hinata explained. "Then he wouldn't mind explaining what exactly Naruto is doing?" Kakashi asked. "Use your Sharingan and watch the battle carefully," Hinata said, and Kakashi shrugged his shoulders and did what she said. Kakashi lifted his headband to show his own fully matured Sharingan. It took him a couple of minutes until he noticed it, but he was capable of figuring it out. "That's ingenious," Kakashi said, wondering how anyone never thought of that. "Looks like you figured it out," Hinata said. "What? Tell us what's happening," Sakura said. Kakashi turned to her and noticed that everyone was staring at him and waiting for an answer. His sweat dropped before beginning. "The concept is rather simple to understand, however to actually use it in combat would be more tricky. One of the Sharingan's powers, the ability to cast Genjutsu when the enemy crosses eyes with the Sharingan user." Kakashi started as everyone nodded, focusing on his explanation. What Naruto is doing is placing a very small Genjutsu every time they exchange blows. Naruto is making Sasuke see false attacks or even hide his attacks, making Sasuke blind to Naruto's real movements. For instance, Naruto made Sasuke see a right hook, when in fact there was a left hook, making Sasuke completely exposed. Another example is making Sasuke see that Naruto is on the defensive when in fact he is preparing to throw a kick. Kakashi explained as best as he could. Everyone stared at Kakashi's explanation and stayed in awe at Naruto's skill. Even Kurenai herself, a Genjutsu master, didn't think of that, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use it in combat, because the only way to induce a Genjutsu without hand seals is with a Dojutsu, which Kurenai wasn't gifted with. "You are right, that's ingenious. The kid is a genius. I wonder why he never told me about that," Kurenai pointed out, and Kakashi chuckled. "There is a reason why we say to never gaze into the eyes of a Uchiha," Kakashi said, chuckling. Maybe I should try it too," Kakashi thought. Of course he would ask for Naruto's permission to use it. I wonder what name I would call this variant. Maybe Illusion Fist? Yeah, that's a good name, Kakashi thought. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura called out, drawing him out of his thoughts. "I thought the Sharingan was able to see through Genjutsu," Sakura stated, confused. "It can, since I found out what's happening, but if I look at Sasuke," Kakashi said, pointing to the field, "you'll notice that he's attacking me blindly. His judgment is clouded by so much anger and frustration that he doesn't even realize what is happening," Kakashi said, and Sakura frowned over at Sasuke. Arena. "Had enough yet?" Naruto asked as he watched Sasuke retreat and make distance between himself and Naruto. "I don't know what he's doing, but I can't engage in taijutsu with him anymore. Guess I'll resort to ninjutsu. My chakra reserves are still full," Sasuke thought as he landed from a quick succession of jumps, nursing his cracked ribs. "I don't know what you're doing, and I don't care. I'll show you the Uchiha's fire power," Sasuke said, smirking. Ninjutsu it is, Naruto yelled before both flashed through the same hand seals and yelled out, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Both expelled a fire stream from their mouths that collided in the middle and battled for dominance. Seconds passed and the clash was at a standstill. While the battle for power was going on, Naruto poured more chakra into his flames, transforming them into a white hot that completely overrun Sasuke's. It made him jump out of the way, otherwise he would get burned to a crisp. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Naruto called out and started sending multiple fireballs, making Sasuke run to dodge almost all of them, since he used a kunai and slashed through a few. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu, Naruto said, and instead of multiple fireballs, he sent a large stream of fire that covered a good portion of the arena. Sasuke saw the incoming fire, and the only thing he could do was jump up, and that was what he did. Naruto expected him to jump up, since it was the logical way to safely dodge his attack. He quickly threw a few shuriken and called out, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the few shuriken multiplied into about 50. Sasuke took out a kunai and started deflecting as many as he could, but he was forced to replace himself with a log, otherwise he'd be turned into a pincushion for shurikens. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto called out, and a single clone poofed into existence. They both were standing to each other before calling out their techniques. Wind style, Divine, Vortex, Naruto Shadow Clone called out and created a vortex of wind in front of him that blasted towards Sasuke. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu, Naruto called out and released a fire stream that combined with the wind vortex. Fire Wind Collaboration Jutsu, Divine Blazing Vortex, they both said at the same time. An enormous vortex of hot flames burned his way to Sasuke fast. Sasuke dodged to the side but still got scorched on his right arm. The vortex continued its path and drilled a good hole in the arena wall before stopping. How can he have so much chakra to throw around jutsus like nothing? Sasuke thought as he analyzed that blazing inferno that Naruto just unleashed. Kakebox. Such control over the fire element, the Kazekage said. As expected from the members of the Uchiha clan, the Raikage agreed. Yes, they do have rather good control over it, however, it isn't Naruto's primary affinity, Hokage explained. Oh, the Raikage asked, surprised. All members of the Uchiha had a rather high affinity toward fire, and what would be his primary one, he asked. Lightning, and he's rather good with it, Hokage commented. The Raikage raised an eyebrow. After all, lightning attacks were his village's strength. Let's see what he has then, the Raikage said as he turned his attention towards the arena. So he's skilled in lightning. Let's see, Darui thought. Darui is the only person in his village to wield the legendary black lightning that was taught to him by the third Raikage, and the fourth Raikage's father, Arena. I'm tired of playing games with you, Sasuke said and activated his curse mark. Immediately as he activated it, he felt a burst of chakra, strength, and speed inside himself. As the black marks started spreading through his skin, covering almost all of his body, he felt like he could take on the world. With this power, I'll grind you to dust, Sasuke said, laughing like a crazy bastard that he was. It's no use, Kurama said, shaking his head. He's bananas, Kurama said, and Naruto chuckled. I told you not to use that power. It consumes you and blinds you, and you turn into nothing more than an anger-driven lunatic, Naruto said, and as he expected, Sasuke rejected him, saying that he was jealous of such power. Sasuke ran forward at the top of his speed, but Naruto was able to predict where it would hit him, so he just tilted his head to the side. Sasuke was about to kick him when Naruto started glowing. Shit, Sasuke thought as he didn't have enough time for a Karoimi. Sasuke jumped back as far as he could and coiled himself in his arms in front of his face, bracing himself. Boom! Naruto's clone exploded and sent Sasuke flying. Sasuke didn't receive much damage, except for a bit of scorched skin. His curse mark and quick reflexes allowed him to block the attack with little to no damage at all. I should have known he knew that variant of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Sasuke thought, smacking himself, not realizing it. Sasuke was watching Naruto very carefully for any types of move when Naruto suddenly poofed into smoke, revealing it to be a Shadow Clone. Right, left, up, Sasuke thought as he searched for said blonde and jumped back just in time to avoid Naruto's hand popping from the ground. You really think I would fall for that? Kakashi-sensei used that during our Genin test, Sasuke explained, but Naruto didn't say anything. Both just stared at each other, plotting their next move. Lightning style. Flash pillar, Naruto said, as he flashed through hand seals. Just as he finished, a very bright light emerged from his hand, blinding Sasuke, who didn't move an inch from his spot, still eyeing Naruto. Sasuke quickly flared his chakra, breaking the Genjutsu in an instant. Genjutsu doesn't work against me, Sasuke boasted about his Sharingan. this curse mark, kid, Kurama said, snapping Naruto from his thoughts. The curse mark put his chakra in constant fluctuation. Only a very powerful genjutsu would be able to affect him while the mark is active, Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded. Let's try this, Naruto said, and eyed Sasuke's eyes. Bringer of darkness, Naruto said, and Sasuke's world went black. Sasuke found himself in a dark place. Sasuke couldn't even see his own hand in front of him. It was pure blindness, the biggest fear of dojutsu users. Release, Sasuke said, but the technique didn't even waver. Sasuke tried once more, but it failed. Sasuke got pissed and flared as much chakra as he could, and his curse mark glowed. On the third try, Sasuke unleashed a pulse of chakra that cracked the floor and broke his illusion. Sasuke was left panting after releasing the amount of chakra. You're right, Kurama. He even broke an A-rank genjutsu, Naruto said to Kurama. After all, the snake's gifts were useful to something. I told you, genjutsu is useless against me, Sasuke said, smirking as he popped a soldier pill to regain some chakra. What to do? Naruto mused and thought. He couldn't pull his big weapon, otherwise he might accidentally kill Sasuke. Something unpredictable, Naruto thought, as he showed what he was going to do against him. The Hyugas will have a field day after this. I pity the old man, Naruto thought, chuckling. Naruto raised his right arm, facing Sasuke, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto smiled and said, Air Palm. Naruto channeled chakra to his arm and sent an air palm towards Sasuke, who would never expect a Hyuga attack from him, and got hit right in the chest. Naruto's unpredictable attack finally broke Sasuke's cracked rib. It made him cough a bit of blood, but he wouldn't surrender just because of that. He channeled more chakra to that curse mark, trying to get as much as he could. Sasuke disappeared from view and appeared right in front of Naruto. Sasuke sent a kick to his chest, but was surprised when the kick was blocked. Sasuke saw Naruto smiling just before he started spinning in a blue dome of chakra. Kaiten, Naruto said, he spin, blocking Sasuke's kick and sending him flying to the wall. Sasuke should have expected that after seeing Naruto using the air palm, but apparently his arrogance knows no boundaries. Enough! Sasuke roared as he pushed as much chakra as he could toward his curse seal, making it completely cover his body. Sasuke dashed forward towards Naruto with his tremendous speed. Naruto's eyes widened and he brought his hand just in time to block a straight punch to his face that would almost likely hurt quite a bit. Man, he picked up speed. I may need to disable my gravity seals, or Naruto thought as he dodged another fast kick from Sasuke. Chidori Current, Naruto called out, and his body was enveloped by an electric flow that sparkled in every direction. As soon as Naruto unleashed the lightning jutsu, Sasuke was shocked and thrown backwards and left twitching. Damn it, I can't fight in close quarters with him, and he didn't use hand seals for that jutsu, so I can't copy it. Damn that loser, Sasuke thought as he planned another way to approach the blonde, without coming into contact with his defensive electric coat. With crowd. I've never seen that one, Hinata said as she activated her Byakugan, and watched in awe as the electricity danced and flowed around his body, almost making a protective layer around him. Neither did I. It seems to be derived from my Chidori, Kakashi commented as he watched his brother with pride. You taught him the Chidori? Guy asked, surprised. No, he copied it during a mission and asked me for permission to use it. Since he had the Sharingan and lightning ability, I didn't see why not, and besides, he taught me his own creation, the Kirin Jutsu. Kakashi stated with pride and his little brother. What, he taught you that jutsu? He blurted out. He remembered very well the power of that jutsu as it was imprinted very well in his memory. Yes, he did, but I think I might not be able to use it properly. I still can't gather the energy in the atmosphere and hold it without dispersing, Kakashi explained in a bit of shame. I need to train my lightning affinity further if I want to be able to use that jutsu, he summarized, sighing. Thank God for that, Zabuza said, chuckling. Damn you, Hiyashi, one of the elders said. Do you see what you have done? You expelled your daughter instead of sending her to the branch family. Now an outsider knows your clan's best techniques, he said, glaring at the clan head. If I'm not mistaken, you agreed and even pushed for her removal from the clan, Hiyashi calmly replied, and the elder scowled. It matters not now. We must find a way to make sure they don't spread out our techniques, one of the elders said, Kage Box. Well, there you go, a defensive lightning jutsu, Hokage said, smiling, and Hokage wasn't as happy with the events as he watched him very carefully. That brat, that looks like a bastard version of my lightning armor, and the Hokage thought as he analyzed his jutsu to the minute detail. He might be able to complete it. At least I'll have another adversary for my speed, the Hokage thought, chuckling. Harakage was Kumo's most powerful shinobi, and it was a shame he didn't have anyone to compete with. Every single shinobi under his command didn't match up to him. Only his brother Killer Beast stood a chance, and that was because he had the full power of the Hachibi behind him. That's a rather good defensive jutsu. It may not defend against attacks per se, but at least it prevents anyone from coming close to the user, Daro explained as he watched Naruto in a new light. Yes, the Hokage agreed. It looks like you are right, Lord Hokage. He's skilled in lightning jutsus, and apparently he can use some Hyuga moves as well, the Hokage commented, and the Hokage nodded his head. You forget that Hinata Hyuga is his girlfriend. He was bound to learn her techniques, and she isn't tied to the clan, Hokage explained. That brat, I wonder what more he can do. Maybe I can convince him to join my village, Orochimaru thought. Yes, let's see what more he can do. You intrigue me to no end, Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru thought, salivating and licking his lips in anticipation. Arena. How are you so strong, Naruto? Sasuke asked, finally realizing that the loser in front of him wasn't so weak as he expected. How did that happen? I trained myself to the brink of exhaustion every single day. I hated him and despised him as much as I could. How can that dope be more powerful than me? Sasuke cursed in his thought as he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. You don't even belong to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. Thank God for that, Naruto quickly replied. What? Sasuke asked, confused. I awakened my Sharingan at 5 years old, Sasuke, and it was my choice not to go to the Uchiha clan, and I'm glad that I didn't, otherwise I would be 7 feet under right now, Naruto said, shivering at the thought, as many in the crowd did. And help me, Sasuke said, swallowing his pride. He would never ask anyone for help, but a fellow Sharingan user could be of help to him, nothing more. I don't follow, Naruto said, confused to what exactly Sasuke wanted. Help me kill my brother and avenge our family, and let's start the Uchiha clan once again, Sasuke said to the blonde. No, don't mix me up with your Uchiha clan and your little vendetta. I have nothing to do with it. My father never belonged to the clan, and neither will I. The Uchihas were a bunch of power-arrogant fools who did anything for power, and they felt like gods themselves just because of these precious eyes, Naruto said. Naruto remembered very well the Uchihas when they were alive and kicking. They all thought that the rest of the shinobis were below them, and it wouldn't surprise him if that was their demise. Sasuke seethed his teeth and wanted to argue, but he couldn't really do much. It's true his clan wanted power, and it was true that everyone else was below them. Sasuke kept cursing the blonde's existence until something clicked on his mind. Wait, you said that your father wasn't an Uchiha, Sasuke asked. That's right, my father lived in the village since he was 5 years old, and he never belonged to the Uchiha clan, Naruto said, much to the shock of the young Sasuke. My father always hid his Sharingan with the Genjutsu, much like I did for the last 8 years or so, Naruto explained. If your father didn't belong to the clan, I bet he was someone weak who didn't have the honor of being considered one, Sasuke smugly said, trying to get under Naruto's skin. Kakashi himself in the stands wanted to go to the arena and shove a Raikiri into Sasuke's ass for disrespecting his sensei. My father was a hero that lost his life during the Kibi's attack, so don't disrespect him, Sasuke, Naruto said seriously. Everyone in the stands could feel the tension rising between both of them, and wondered if they would both come out alive. And the reason because my father was never an Uchiha was because he was the son of someone who was exiled from the clan, Naruto said, wondering if Sasuke would figure it out. Oh shit, Naruto's bringing it out, Hokage thought, as he watched the match with interest. This match would affect the blonde's future much more than he knew. Exiled? But the clan never exiled anyone, Sasuke said, confused as he tried to think about every journal he read about the clan history. Naruto watched Sasuke racking his brain, trying to figure out who exactly left the clan. Sasuke froze as he remembered the one single person that left the clan. The only Sharingan user in the clan history to ever leave the clan, and Konoha for that matter. You can't be, Sasuke said, involuntarily taking a step back. He died in the Valley of the End, Sasuke said, shivering at the thought. Valley of the End, a few people in the crowd asked, not understanding. Looks like you figured it out, Naruto said. Care to tell the crowd who that person is? Naruto asked. There's only one person to ever leave the clan. Madara Uchiha, Sasuke gulped and said, and Naruto smirked, knowing he got into his head. That's right, Sasuke. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, grandson of the legendary Madara Uchiha. Naruto stated out loud as his hair flowed with the wind and his Sharingan spinning like crazy. Naruto discreetly made a shadow clone hinged into Madara shimmer into existence behind Naruto. Everyone could see the similarities between both of them. The hairstyle, the strong jawline, and the general shape of the face, their Sharingan, and the aura of power they both seemed to exude. Poor Sasuke didn't know what to think of that supposed dope and dead last of the academy. He was the grandson of the most powerful Uchiha to ever live, Kage Box. What? The Kazekage aka Orochimaru yelled out from the balcony, jumping from his seat as he stared at the blonde. Careful, Orochimaru, or you might blow your cover, Hokage said in his thought. Your lust for power and immortality will be your downfall. Unbelievable to think Madara would have a son and later on a grandson, Hokage commented. Wait a minute, Hokage thought as he looked towards the unsurprised Hokage and Jiraiya. You said his hair looked like Madara's. You didn't know how right you were, Daru said, lightly chuckling. You knew about this, didn't you? Hokage asked, almost rhetorically looking towards the Hokage and Jiraiya. I'm the Kage of this village. Don't you think I would know? The Hokage replied. Well, if Naruto didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known, he thought, chuckling to himself. You lied to me, Lord Hokage. You know very well who his parents are, don't you? Hokage asked. Perhaps I was economical with the truth, yes, Hokage said, and chuckled lightly. I don't suppose you will tell me, Hokage fished around the Hokage for information. In time, I'll make it public knowledge what Naruto chooses it, Hokage replied. To think that Minato was an Uchiha and the son of Madara himself, Orochimaru thought as he gritted his teeth. With the blood of the most powerful Uchiha within my grasp, I'll attain my final objective. I can no longer afford to kill the brat, though I wonder what else he's hiding, Orochimaru thought. But the brat was a gold mine with the crowd. No way, Sakura gasped. Unbelievable, Ino said. Like I said, troublesome blondes, Shikamaru thought, no longer watching the clouds and focusing on the fight. Apparently the fight itself wasn't troublesome anymore. I think we might have made a mistake, Hiyashi said, gulping with a dry throat. At least your daughter picked a worthy husband. If we incorporate the blood of such an Uchiha in our clan, we surely will become the most powerful and influential one in the elemental nations. Even if it was someone like Madara, one of the Hyuga elders said. Yes, Hiyashi, it's of vital importance you bring your daughter back to the clan. Without the cage bird seal, she can become the heiress. Offer her that, another elder replied. Do I mean anything other than a powerful heiress? Do they even care about me? Or do they only care about the power of the clan? Hanabi asked with her head lowered as she overheard the elder speaking. That brat, Asuna said, chuckling. Kurenai Sensei, Sakura called out, getting her attention. Did you know he was Madara's grandson? She asked. No, Sakura, I didn't know, Kurenai replied and turned towards Hinata. Did you know Hinata? Kurenai asked. Of course, Kurenai Sensei, we know everything about each other, Hinata replied, and Kashi broke out in a fit of giggles, but a glare from Kurenai silenced him quickly enough. I think only the Hokage, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and I know about his true heritage, Hinata explained. Jiraiya? Sakura asked. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, his godfather, Hinata replied, and Sakura's jaw hit the floor. Is he related to any other powerful shinobi? Sakura asked, not believing that the so-called Dope was the grandson of one of the most powerful shinobi to ever live, and the godson of one of the Sanins. If only you knew, Hinata replied and thought. In time, he will reveal himself to the world, Hinata replied. Poor Uchiha, Zabuza said, chuckling, and many agreed. It looked like Sasuke's fate was sealed. Arena, Sasuke broke from his thoughts. He won't let him have his way with them. I don't care who you are. I'll defeat you right here, Sasuke spat. You're a hypocrite, Sasuke. You say you don't care about who I am, and yet you boast about being an Uchiha, Naruto said, and both prepared to end their battle. Shut up, Sasuke yelled out with his curse mark flaring even more. I'm ending this right now, Sasuke said. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Sasuke went through the hand seals and placed his hand down with his other, gripping the wrist. Lightning could be seen forming in his palm. Suddenly the lightning chakra spiked and surrounded like 1,000 birds, chirping with the crowd. Wow, so that's the Chidori, Sakura said in awe. That's the power of the Uchiha clan, Sakura said, entering her usual fangirl style. So, you taught him the Chidori, Guy asked. Yes, Sasuke is very similar to me and Naruto himself. They both have a Sharingan and both have lightning affinities, Kakashi explained. You don't seem worried, Kakashi-sensei, Ino said. That's because Naruto also knows that technique. The jutsu you used earlier was based on that one, but I don't know if he's going to use it or anything else, Kakashi explained. Arena. So, Kakashi-sensei taught you the Chidori, Naruto stated as he watched the Chidori sparkle in Sasuke's hand. That was a risk on his part. You are too unstable, Naruto said. Shut up, Sasuke yelled as he dashed towards Naruto, intending to end his life once and for all. I always wondered how the Rasengan would hold up against the Chidori. Let's try it, Naruto thought as he ran towards Sasuke as well. Everyone in the audience could hear a swirling sound as the chakra started spinning Naruto's hand. Moments later, it emerged in his hand, a small blue sphere, and many knew what it was. Chidori Rasengan! Both attacks clashed and the ground shook from energy being released. Everyone in the audience stared in awe at the power of both Genins. The attacks were fighting for supremacy. Sparks of pure electricity were ripping the ground apart. Some of the people had to turn away from the bright light being emitted from the clash. The clash suddenly ended as both were propelled backwards through the air. Sasuke stumbled onto the ground while Naruto regained his balance midair and landed on the ground, but hard enough for it to crack. Looks like the Rasengan and the Chidori are about even, Naruto said as he eyed the results of their clash. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was getting back up. He looked like he was exhausted. He was breathing hard and his arm had a couple of cuts and bruises that were bleeding. I can't clash it against that jutsu since I can only do it twice a day, Sasuke thought as his breathing was labored. Damn that, Sasuke thought, but was interrupted when Naruto said, Loser. What? They both said at the same time. Are you, Sasuke said, reading my mind? Naruto completed, and Sasuke watched Naruto's Sharingan glow and start spinning. I've looked into your future, and its defeat, Naruto said, making Sasuke boil. Sasuke flashed with the same hand seals, completely disregarding the fact that he can only do it one more time. Looks like it will be his last attack. His chakra reserves are almost empty, Naruto thought as he watched Sasuke with his Sharingan. Both ran forward, intending to clash one final time. However, Naruto had a different idea. To any other spectator, the clash that was about to ensue was pretty much like the previous, with Sasuke wielding a Chidori and Naruto a Rasengan. However, the moment they were about to clash, Naruto activated his EMS, without letting Sasuke see it, otherwise he would fuss about it, and phased right through Sasuke, who still had his Chidori active. What the hell is he? Were Sasuke's thoughts as he watched Naruto pass right through him with his Chidori activated. It's like Naruto turned into water and Sasuke flew right through him. The moment they separated, Naruto quickly turned back and slammed his Rasengan into Sasuke's back, and he was sent flying into the wall and ended on the ground, barely went. How could he be so strong? Sasuke barely asked as he noticed the blonde approaching him. Because I fight to protect. I know what you fight for, Sasuke, Naruto said, pausing. You fight for vengeance, and you train in order to be strong enough to kill your brother, Naruto said as he watched Sasuke glaring at him before continuing. But if you want to truly be strong, then train, fight, and die for your precious people. Drop your attitude and find someone to care for. And then your true strength will be revealed, Naruto concluded and watched Sasuke close his eyes and embrace this sweet unconsciousness. Hayate quickly hurried towards Sasuke and poked him with a stick. Sasuke made no sound as he was completely out. Medics! Hayate yelled, and immediately a couple of medics entered the arena and placed Sasuke in a stretcher to be brought to the infirmary. Winner by knockout, Naruto Uzumaki, Hayate called out, smiling at the blonde brat. He never liked the Uchiha much. Hayate declared the winner, and an intense silence followed afterwards. Not even the birds could be heard as Sasuke was being carried to the infirmary. Naruto left the arena and was walking towards the balcony when the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, bringing a small smile to our blonde. There will be a 30-minute break until the next round begins, Hayate called out. Kage Box. The will of fire burns brightly in him. I only wish you were here to see him, Minato, Hokage sadly thought. Not an apprentice, my ass. If I'm not mistaken, now it's a Rasengan, Hokage said. Well, I did teach him a few things, Jirai said, chuckling a bit nervously and rubbing the back of his head. To see again you using that jutsu, amazing, Kazekage commented. That Orochimaru must be interested in Naruto since he has the Sharingan as well. So much greed, Hokage thought in shame. Your thoughts on the match and the promotions, Hokage said. Naruto easily deserves Chunin rank. He stayed calm and came up with different strategies to counter the opponent's strengths. Besides, he's strong on his own, the Raikage said, and the Kazekage agreed with the Raikage's reasoning. Chunin it is. What about Sasuke? Hokage asked. He doesn't deserve the Chunin rank. Even though he has this strength, he was unable to keep his head cool, and I seem to agree with the Uzumaki. He seems a bit unstable, Kazekage explained. If Sasuke believes the village is holding him back, there'll be another reason for him to join me, Orochimaru thought. I agree, even though there were some revelations. He should have tried to keep his head calm and focused, the Raikage agreed, eyeing the Hokage and Jiraiya. It's decided then, Hokage said, with the crowd. I didn't know Naruto was so talented, Izumo stated. Yes, he'll think of the brat that we used to see being chased by Anbu's that good, Kotetsu said. At this rate, he'll be joining before us, Izumo said, chuckling. Everyone watched the blonde making his way up the stands as he approached his fellow friends and senses. Naruto realized that they were all staring at him and asked, Is there something on my face? Is that all you have to say after what you told everyone? Ino screeched out. It was a secret for a reason, and you now know. What's the big deal? Naruto said, shrugging them off. Big deal? You're the grandson of Madara Uchiha, and you have a Sharingan, Ino stated out loud, having her arms. Yeah, so I had to work hard to be this strong. The Sharingan helped, but I had to train as well, Naruto said. And besides, having a strong family doesn't make you strong, Naruto explained. Congratulations, Naruto, Hinata said, and pecked his cheek, making him rub the back of his head. Thanks, Hinata, Naruto replied, hugging her. Keep up the good work, brat. I've already made good money with you, Zabuza said, grinning. Were the odds against me that bad? He asked. 20 to 1. Everyone came to see the Uchiha win, Zabuza said, laughing at the crowd until he realized something. Well, the Uchiha technically did win, Zabuza said, pointing to him. At least now everyone knows I don't have to hide it anymore, Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said. She was happy that Naruto didn't cripple or hurt Sasuke too much. He needed a good reality check. He thought he was God on Earth because of those eyes, and who better than anyone to show him, Naruto said. You ready for your match, Hinata? Naruto asked. Of course, she replied, kissing him, much to the jealousy of the other females, who were now interested in said blonde. What does she think she is? Naruto will be mine. Naruto. Looks like you got some competition, Naruto said, chuckling while holding her. Let them come. I'll juking their butts to the ground. Hinata said it loud enough so they could hear. No one would take her Naruto away. You know I'm kidding. You're the only one for me, Naruto said, squeezing the life out of her. Aw, the newly created fangirl club said. How are your chakra levels? Naruto asked Hinata. I'm about full. I didn't spend much against Neji, Hinata replied. She sensed her chakra levels and estimated she was about 99% full, since she didn't use any heavy chakra demanding jutsu, besides Kaiten, and that was only momentarily. Good, Naruto said, and leaned forward and whispered to her ear. Try to end the battle quickly. You can't waste much chakra since you know what will happen. Don't worry, Naruto. I have soldier pills if need be. She replied, and he nodded. Naruto never really ran out of chakra because if he did, Kurama would simply replenish him, and he would always be back on his feet. It was one of the reasons Hinata was able to train with him all day long during the early days, thanks to Kurama. He would simply replenish Hinata's reserves so she could go on. In time, her chakra reserves increased, and she no longer needed that to keep up with Naruto. Are you ready, kitten? Naruto asked Yukito in a mocking tone. Shut up, Whiskers, she replied, and he laughed. Hey, I have a question, Yukito asked. Shoot, Naruto said. Why did you hide your Sharingan and powers? Yukito asked, not understanding. Jinchuriki were treated badly no matter where they grew up. She didn't understand why he would hide his strength and be mocked even more. Actually, it's very simple. Most of the civilians treat me as a demon and try to hurt me and kill me on several occasions. Naruto said and got gasped from his fellow classmates. What do you think they would do if they saw me as a smart demon? Naruto asked rhetorically. Yukito nodded, knowing very well what life was like. She wasn't physically abused in Kumo, but the glares and words of hate were always there. Her dream was to become like her big brother, Killer Bee. Killer Bee is treated as a hero by other people, and they all know he's a Jinchuriki. I guess she just needs to prove her worth to them. About the Sharingan, I never really had a choice. I awakened it when I was 5, so I could have gone to the Uchiha clan. However, They would have treated me as a weapon and used me for their personal goals, and after the Uchiha massacre, if I came forward with the Sharingan, they would think I killed the Uchihas and stole their eyes for myself, Naruto explained. I guess, Yugito said, trailing off. People are blinded by their hate, but one day we shall rise above that, Naruto said, with a small smile as he inspired another soul into the right path. No offense, little kitten, Zabuza said, making Yugito's eyes twitch in annoyance and Naruto stifle a chuckle. But Hinata, he said, looking at her. You better win this, as I have money riding on you, Zabuza said, making her raise an eyebrow. Just to know whom else have you placed bets on, Naruto asked. Just you and Hinata, since I know very well that these Genin don't stand a chance against you, Zabuza said, laughing while counting a pack of bills in its hand. I take offense to that, Yugito replied, but Zabuza shrugged her off. How are the odds for the next matches, Naruto asked. We are still in breaks, though they might change, but I guess they were impressed with both of you. Yugito and Hinata both have equal odds since Hinata defeated the Hyuga prodigy, and you, Zabuza said, pointing Naruto, have slightly lower odds against Gaara since he's hailed as undefeatable, and he's the son of the 4th Kazekage, Zabuza said. Ironic, Naruto muttered. Gaara and me, we're both Jinchuriki, and both sons of the Kage of our villages, Naruto thought. What? Zabuza asked, not getting what Naruto said. Nothing, Naruto replied, but Hinata got the meaning from that single word. By the way, Naruto, Ino said, getting his attention. Who was your father? Ino asked, if it was a normal question. Maybe Naruto would have stiffened at such a random question, but not anymore. One day, I'll tell you, but not today, Naruto said. Why not? Ino asked, whining. Because my father was a very powerful man and had many enemies that I would like to keep away for now, but one day I will take my family name, Naruto said, smiling. You will take the Uchiha name? Ino asked. No, I don't want to be mixed up with them. I may have Uchiha blood and respect my grandfather, but I won't take that name, Naruto replied. Why not? The Uchihas are respected and feared everywhere, even though there's only Sasuke left and, well, you, Ino said. Because I never liked their attitude, to put it simply. The Uchihas were feared, true, but they were also known for their arrogance and willingness to do anything for power, Naruto said. When I choose my clan name, it will either be my father's name or my mother's name, Naruto explained. Wait, you mean Uzumaki isn't your real name? Ino asked, not believing her ears. Yes, my real clan name was hidden to protect me, so I was named after my great-grandmother, who was an Uzumaki, Naruto replied. He really did have one hell of a lineage. Wow, Ino said. They must have been great people, Ino said in awe. The third did so much to hide Naruto's true family, so they must have been very important and strong. They were, Naruto replied in a low voice. He wondered what it would have been like to grow up with his parents, having breakfast with them when he woke up, having them buy him ramen, walking with them through the streets, being tucked in the bed, and making them proud of him. Enough with the depressing mood. If you keep this up, you might start brooding like the Uchiha, Zabuza said, making Naruto snap from his thoughts and laugh. The break is now over. We will start round 2 of the Chunin exam finals. Hayate yelled out from the arena, and the crowd quieted down and focused on the proctor. Yugito ni and Hinata Hyuga, please make your way to the arena, Hayate called out. Good luck, Naruto said and pecked her cheek. Do I get good luck as well? Yugito asked in a teasing tone. Nope, Naruto said simply, making Yugito's sweat drop. Bad whiskers, she replied, and both of them made their way to the arena to begin their match, Kage Box. Up in the Kage Box, the Kages were making small talk while they waited for the round 2 to begin. So, the Kazekage started. Who do you think will win the next match? The Kazekage asked, trying to sound interested when he really wanted to see Naruto's match against Gaara. My girl, of course, the Raikage said quickly. The Hokage chuckled but replied. I have faith in Hinata. What about you, Lord Kazekage? Hokage asked. I have to agree with the Raikage. She might be good, but Yugito is a Jinchuriki who can use her Biju. Even though the Hyuga girl seems to have elemental advantage, that won't help her if Yugito uses her Biju, the Kazekage explained his point of view. We'll see, Hokage said. They kept talking when an Anbu appeared in the Kage Box through Shunchuin and went to whisper into the Hokage's ear. How is everything? Hokage asked. Everything is prepared. The clan heads are prepared and will rendezvous at their compounds to organize their forces. The defensive seals are ready, and Chunin were assigned to power them up, and there are already shinobi ready to evacuate the civilians, Lord Hokage, the Anbu said, and the Hokage nodded. Everything alright, Lord Hokage, the Raikage asked. It was just a report on Neji Hyuga, Fu, and Sasuke Uchiha. They're all awake, but recovering from their matches, Hokage replied smoothly. He didn't tell the Raikage about the incoming invasion because he didn't know which side he would take, and that could prove catastrophic. Looks like the match is about to begin, Hokage said, and they focused their attention on the arena. Yugito Ni versus Hinata Hyuga. Both fighters ready? Hayate asked, and they both nodded. Then begin, Hayate called out and jumped back. Be careful, kitten. She might look weak, but I sense she isn't, the Nibi said, and Yugito nodded. They both dashed towards each other and started exchanging attacks. Hinata quickly found out that Yugito's abnormal flexibility allowed her to dodge her juking strikes rather well. Yugito ran towards her and jumped in the air and performed a dropkick. Hinata placed her arms above her head in an X formation and blocked the kick. Hinata quickly grabbed her foot and slammed her to the ground and jumped back to give Yugito some space. Yugito easily got up and brushed the dirt off her clothes before dashing once again towards Hinata. Hinata fell into her defensive stance as Yugito approached her and started to attack. Yugito channeled the Nibi's chakra to her fingernails and hands and feet, and they elongated a couple of inches, turning them into very sharp weapons like Senbon. Yugito tried a horizontal slash, but Hinata couldn't dodge in time with her gravity seals activated, and was forced to perform a kaiten to block the attack. Yugito seeing the kaiten jump back, Hinata channeled chakra to her sword seals and daggers poofed to life. They were like Asuma's trench knives, but made of a conductive chakra metal with 7-inch long one-sided blades. Hinata quickly channeled wind chakra through them and rushed to Yugito. They both exchanged blows, but Hinata's chakra-enhanced blades quickly chopped through Yugito's fingernails like a hot knife through butter. Yugito picked up a kunai and channeled lightning chakra through them, but they were also overpowered by Hinata's wind chakra, leaving Yugito without a choice but to dodge the swings. Yugito flipped back and tried to kick Hinata's chin, but Hinata jumped up and backflipped, landing gracefully in her feet, a couple of feet away from Yugito. Hinata saw that she clearly had the advantage with weapons since Yugito couldn't block Hinata's daggers with anything. Hinata quickly sealed the daggers back in her seals and took her juking stance. Yugito dashed towards her and tried a right hook. Hinata sidestepped it, and quickly and gracefully she closed all of Yugito's chakra points of her right arm, making it completely limp. Feeling her right arm completely useless, Yugito jumped back to gain some distance. Damn, I can't really engage in taijutsu against Hyugas, Yugito thought. Normally after seeing this, Hinata would ask for her to surrender, but she knew her jukin was pretty much useless against a Jinchuriki. Don't think you won this just because of this, Yugito said, smirking, even after having a useless arm. I know you can open your chakra points again by channeling the Nibi chakra, but it still is very painful, Hinata explained as she watched with her Byakugan. Red chakra flooded her right arm and forcefully opened the chakra points. Yugito winced and flexed her arm to get rid of the stiffness and numb the pain. She quickly forgot taijutsu and decided to focus solely on ninjutsu, because her being a Jinchuriki made genjutsu pretty difficult for her to learn. She envied Naruto in secret due to his Sharingan being able to cast illusions very easily. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu, Yugito called out and sent a medium fireball towards Hinata. Hinata easily jumped to the side to avoid them and flashed her hand seals and said, water style, water bullet. Hinata sent multiple small water bullets towards Yugito, who managed to avoid them all. Water style. Great exploding water wave. Hinata pumped her chest full of chakra and expelled a giant wave of water. Hinata rose from the ground from the amount of water being released and rode the wave that came crashing on Yugito, leaving the poor cat drenched. I told her to preserve chakra and she pulls out an S-rank jutsu, Naruto said, shaking his head. I guess I'll refill her when she comes back, Naruto thought. Hinata took a deep breath to regain her breathing after changing the battlefield to her advantage. Both Yugito and Hinata eyed each other, and they stood above the water that was a couple of inches high and covered the entire arena ground. Hinata decided to break the tension and began with a water shuriken. Hinata said, and the water rose in the air and took the form of shurikens, who gained speed and went towards Yugito, who blocked all of them with a kunai. I'll give her something she can't block, Hinata thought before going through hand seals and saying, 1,000 flying water kneels to death, and sent the 1,000 water Zenbone towards Yugito, who couldn't dodge all of them. Fire style, flames vortex, Yugito called out, and fire started spinning in front of her, suddenly exploding towards the incoming Senbon, completely vaporizing them. Fire style, great blue fireball jutsu, Yugito called out, and using the Nibi's chakra sent a massive fireball towards Hinata, who couldn't dodge in time. Water style, water wall, Hinata called out and enveloped herself in water to block the fireball. The blue fireball collided with the water wall and erupted a cloud of steam that covered the center of the arena, blocking the vision of the crowd. I can't compete ninjutsu against a Jinchuriki. I'm only stalling this match, Hinata thought as the cloud of steam began to disperse and showed Hinata unharmed and Yugito facing her a couple feet away. Hinata suddenly came up with the perfect plan. She placed her right arm, making a half tiger sign while holding her left arm vertically. Hidden mist jutsu, Hinata called out, and the entire arena was covered in a mist that blocked the vision of everyone. Hinata could see rather well due to her Byakugan, and Yugito being a Jinchuriki, she was like a candle during the night. Hinata knew this jutsu from the training she did with water jutsus with Zabuza. This can't be good, Yugito said to herself as she tried to relax her senses and find where her adversary was. Damn, I can't sense her anywhere, Yugito thought as she tried to feel anyone around her, but she could only sense the proctor. She saw a small shimmer of light before jumping to the right and avoiding a volley of shurikens that were thrown by Hinata. The shurikens were concealed by the mist, and even Yugito with enhanced senses couldn't hear or see them. What do I do to clear this mist? Yugito wondered when she felt a very sharp pain from her shoulders and legs. She looked at her body and saw 4 sand bones sticking out. Where did that come from? Yugito thought until a realization hit her. The shurikens were only a distraction. I need to find her soon, Yugito thought, racking her brain to come up with some strategy to counter this mist. She was thinking, but she was starting to feel very weak and sleepy. She removed the sandbone from her shoulder and smelled the tip, detecting a faint metallic smell. Poison, Yugito concluded. Maybe I've been poisoned, Yugito said to her partner. Already on it, it looks like a sleeping poison, but it seems highly potent, and she had a blood vessel with those senbon, injecting it directly into the bloodstream. Those eyes are very dangerous in the middle of this mist. You need to find a way out of this, the Nibi replied as she powered a bit of her chakra into Yugito to flush out the drug. I know, but what can I do? I'm not a water user, so I can't clear the mist, Yugito thought. They were both trying to find ways to take away Hinata's advantage. To be able to use the Jukin, one needs a very good chakra control, which can be applied to stealth by suppressing her own chakra signature. Yugito sensed a presence behind her and extended her nails. She quickly ducked and turned around, slashing through Hinata's chest until she dispelled into water. Water clone? Yugito asked, surprised by that, and turned just in time to see Hinata speeding towards her through the mist. 8 trigrams, 128 palms, Hinata called out as she got in her stance. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, Hinata finally said, and Yugito was thrown backwards, coughing with half her chakra network closed. Normally this would have been enough to knock out anyone, but not a Jinchuriki. Damn, Yugito said in her mind as she was having trouble breathing. I told you to be careful, the Nibi said. Yeah, just give me chakra so I can win this, Yugito said. If it wasn't for me, you would have lost already, the Nibi flat out said, but gave her the chakra anyway. Yugito was enveloped in a red chakra cloak, with 2 tails swinging on the back. Yugito let out a roar that completely cleared the mist, showing everyone Yugito on all fours with blue slit eyes and her fingernails elongated. She was covered in a red chakra cloak with 2 tails swinging. Yugito seemingly disappeared from view, but Hinata could easily track her thanks to the Byakugan. She blocked a straight punch from her and quickly deactivated her gravity seal so she could match Yugito's newfound speed. I need to use it and end this, Hinata thought as she prepared to permanently end this fight. They were both still engaged in taijutsu fight at high speed when Hinata went for a leg sweep, making Yugito jump up. Hinata seeing Yugito in the air and unable to properly maneuver, she quickly rose up. With her Byakugan, she found where Yugito's seal was placed in her body, and it was in the stomach like Naruto. She channeled her chakra to her fingers until they started glowing and showing kanji on them. 5-element seal, Hinata called out and slammed her hand onto Yugito, applying a 5-element suppression seal above Yugito's main seal, completely cutting off her access to the Nibi's chakra. Yugito, I've been cut off, Nibi tried to say, but couldn't as she was completely cut off from Yugito, making her lose the cloak. Hinata took advantage of Yugito's weakened state from forcibly losing the chakra cloak and got into her stance and said 8 trigrams, 361 palms, and started attacking her chakra points. Then she couldn't open them now. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, 128 palms, 256 palms, 361 palms, Hinata said, and finished her attack, completely closing Yugito's chakra network, making her fall to the ground unconscious. Hinata took a few deep breaths and raised her head towards the proctor. Winner by knockout, Hinata Hyuga, Hayate called out, and Hinata started making her way towards the crowd slowly, regaining her breath. With crowd. Would you look at that, Kakashi said as he watched Hinata place a 5-element seal to disable her Biju and win the match. What did she do? Sakura asked, obviously not knowing what happened. She placed a seal over Yugito's main one to block her ability to use the Nibi's chakra, Kakashi explained. Wow, Sakura said. She and everyone else were in awe as they watched a Genin win against the Jinchuriki using its Biju. Obviously it wasn't full power, otherwise Hinata wouldn't stand a chance with that particular seal. I guess Naruto must have taught her since he knew she might be facing Jinchuriki since they were 4 on the exam, Kakashi said, looking towards Naruto who nodded. Hinata finally made her way up to the stands and joined her friends and senseis. That was awesome, Hinata, you kicked your ass, Kiba yelled. Thanks, Kiba, Hinata replied, and then looked at Naruto who knew what was coming. So, you need a refill, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, my chakra levels are slightly above half, Hinata asked. Naruto switched with Kurama. His eyes became blood red and slitted. His whisker marks became more pronounced and his fangs increased in length and sharpness. You know what to do, Kurama said, and Naruto picked her hand and held her while Kurama transferred chakra to her. It was a matter of seconds before Hinata was back to full. Who's that? Ino asked fearfully. That voice wasn't Naruto. Kyubi, he was refilling Hinata's chakra reserves for her next fight, Naruto explained. Can you use your body? Sakura asked. Well, he is sealed inside of me, so we can switch anytime I want, Naruto asked, and Sakura gulped dryly. Scary, Sakura said, shivering from the thought. By the way, Naruto, I think I need another taijutsu style besides the Jugen, Hinata said. What's brought this up? Naruto asked. My match against Yugito. My Jugen was pretty much useless until I disabled her Biju chakra, and my taijutsu style is again useless if the enemy can form some protective shell around their bodies. I need something that gives real damage like the strong fist, but I'll have to train my strength, Hinata explained. Careful with what you say, Naruto whispered to her. Why? Hinata asked, not understanding. If you announce that the Jugen style is flawed, Hiyashi might haunt your dreams, Naruto said, trying not to laugh. That's true, Hinata said, laughing. I'm just picturing his stoic face hanging in the air like a ghost, she said, making him chuckle. All kidding aside, I think I know what you want. We'll talk about it after the exams, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'm up against Gaara next, Naruto said. I'll enjoy spilling your blood, Uchiha, Gaara with a twisted smile that made his brother step away from him. You only care about killing, Naruto said, shaking his head. I'll prove you wrong when we face each other, Naruto said. I will be waiting to prove my existence, Gaara emotionlessly said, Kagebox. I didn't expect that, the Hokage said, when he watched Hinata seal Yugito's Biju chakra. Naruto is talented with the seals, so he must have taught her, the Hokage said. I suppose, the Hokage said, ashamed that none of his Genins would win the Chunin exams. Not that it would even reach the finals, but he didn't know that. You have talented Genins this year, Lord Hokage, the Kazekage said. Yes, but you do as well. We both have 2 Genins each competing in the semifinals, Hokage replied. Yes, but I don't think my Tamara can win against the Hyuga girl. However, I am confident that Gaara will win against the blonde brat, even if he has the Sharingan, the Kazekage said. Like I said, I have faith in them. They are very talented young shinobi, Hokage said. Due to this being a double bracket tournament, we will have Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara and Tamari versus Hinata Hyuga for the semifinals, Hayate explained. Naruto Uzumaki and Gaara, please make your way to the arena so we can begin the semifinals, Hayate called out, and they both Shunshuin to the arena. Gaara uses sand, and Naruto uses lightning Shunshuin. Both fighters ready? Hayate asked, and they both nodded. Then, begin! Arena. Naruto and Gaara were standing a few feet away from each other. Each one of them had emotionless faces as they eyed and studied their opponent. The proctor had already started the match, but neither of them moved, not wanting to make any mistake. Even though Gaara knew that his sand would defend him, he somehow knew that Naruto was strong. Gaara's mo, since he was also a Jinchuriki and had the Kyubi, the strongest of the 9 Biju. The silence in the arena was uncomfortable. There was no sound, no birds, no wind. The crowd itself was silent, watching what it was the most anticipated match since the first round. Want help? Kurama asked. No, I want to do this on my own. I just need a refill should I go empty. Naruto replied, making Kurama smirk at the devotion of his vessel, and proving that he can be strong alone. Suddenly a small breeze lifted up and signaled the start of the match. Gaara's sand slowly started leaving his gourd on his back and started dancing around him. Naruto saw the sand starting to move and jumped back to gain some distance. Both of them were ready for their fight. Gaara already had his sand outside ready to crush our fellow blonde, and Naruto was watching it very carefully with his Sharingan blazing. Gaara suddenly clutched his head in pain, making Naruto raise an eyebrow to why suddenly Gaara would feel pain. It must be the Ichibi, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara clutching his head, trying to relieve his pain as best as he could. Just as it began, the pain suddenly stopped when Gaara slowly raised his head to show Naruto his face, angry for blood. "Prove my existence, Uzumaki," Gaara shouted and sent forth a wave of sand towards Naruto, intending to crush him instantly. Naruto started evasive maneuvers and he watched the sand splitting into various waves trying to outflank Naruto. However, Naruto's speed coupled with the Sharingan made sure Naruto could predict the path of each wave, making sure he would never be caught. It's a shame they removed the water from the previous match. Since I don't have affinity towards water, I can't use high-ranking moves without a water source nearby, Naruto thought as he kept dodging the sand. Let's see if his sand armor can keep up with me, Naruto thought as he disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto quickly outmaneuvered the sand and slipped through it by ducking and sliding beneath the sand and delivered a good right hook into Gaara, sending him tumbling to the ground. Naruto watched as the sand that he used to attack quickly rushed to Gaara to absorb his impact. Naruto also noticed that the sand armor around Gaara's body itself was barely cracked and had already reformed. That's some defense, Naruto thought as he analyzed in minute detail Gaara's sand armor, trying to find the best weakness. If he had the water, he would drench his sand, with it making it slower and more chakra demanding. However, that wasn't the case. Naruto picked a few shuriken and threw them at Gaara from multiple angles, but the sand quickly formed a round shell around him and blocked all of them. It seems that his sand is automatic since some of the shurikens went to blind spots that Gaara couldn't see, Naruto thought as he watched Gaara drop his protective shield, making the shurikens fall to the floor. Let's test his strength, Naruto thought as he was about to pull his big guns to gradually try and penetrate his ultimate defense. Lightning style, shuriken shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said as he threw a single shuriken towards Gaara, and they multiplied into dozens. However, differently from other times these shurikens were created like this. This was charged with lightning chakra, and since lightning chakra is strong against earth, it should work. Gaara brought his sand to block the shurikens, but was surprised when they penetrated deeply into the sand, and he had to reinforce the wall of sand to keep the shurikens from hitting them. If they were made with chakra metal, they would have penetrated cleanly through his defenses, Naruto thought. Gaara quickly dropped the shurikens onto the ground and said, "Sand bullets," and sent multiple small rounds of spheres made of sand to Naruto at high speeds. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, Naruto said and expelled a fireball towards the incoming sand bullets, completely disintegrating them. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu, Naruto said as he flashed through hand seals and sent a stream of fire towards Gaara, who used a wall of sand to shield the flames. A stream of fire collided with the sand wall, and the heat generated from the clash transformed the sand into crystal glass, effectively disabling the sand that he was using to block Naruto's attack. Would you look at that? How come I didn't think of that? Naruto thought before he said to Gaara. Chemistry 101. What happens when you superheat sand? Gaara's eyes twitched at the comment, but ignored it as he felt his mother yelling with excitement in his head as he tried to spill Naruto's blood to prove his existence. Gaara sent his sand towards Naruto once again. I wonder what he can do once his sand is gone, Naruto thought as he thought about it, since Gaara always carried that gourd with him, so he should be limited to that amount. So Naruto could use his fire style to disintegrate or turn into glass his sand until he runs out. Naruto once again disappeared in a show of speed and reappeared right behind Gaara, surprising him and making his sand unable to come out to his defense. Lightning style, lightning fist, Naruto called out. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and delivered a massive punch to Gaara's chest, completely destroying his sand armor, managing to wound Gaara to the point he almost broke one of his ribs. Crowd. Gaara got hit hard, Tamari said. During her short life, she'd never seen anyone manage to touch or even wound Gaara with the exception of Naruto, who somehow always managed to sneak through his defenses. He did it during the preliminaries, and he's doing it again now. This is bad, Tamari, Conqueror said. I know, Tamari replied. He might unleash it before the sound gives the signal, Conqueror said, but they couldn't do anything but to watch as their brother was turned into a punching bag. Wow, look at him go, Mito said. She could barely keep up with Naruto's speed. Naruto still had his weights on, but he was pumping his legs with chakra and was going too fast for most getting to track. After all, only speed could best Gaara's sand defenses. Arena. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu, Naruto said, and expelled a fireball of gigantic proportions. It quickly collided with the sand waves that were coming towards Naruto and transformed it into glass. Naruto quickly dashed into the glass and gave it a hard punch, completely shattering it. Naruto was about to unleash another jutsu when sand arms rose from underneath the ground and trapped Naruto by his ankles. Die! Gaara yelled as Naruto was quickly enveloped in sand. Sand, coffin, Gaara said, and Naruto was completely covered in sand to the point he wasn't even visible to anyone. Sand, funeral, Gaara said as he increased the pressure in his sand coffin, completely crushing Naruto. Yes, I've proved my existence, Gaara said, laughing evilly as he seemingly crushed his biggest foe in his hand, spilling his blood to his mother. Naruto, Kurna yelled from the balcony. Aside from her, everyone was silent, waiting for something to happen. Everyone was frozen in complete silence when Naruto's voice echoed from within the sand. Really, Gaara, you know I'm better than this. Gaara's eyes widened in shock as he watched Naruto very calmly walk out of the sand prison. The sand didn't even move. It was as if Naruto walked out as if he was nothing more than a ghost or the basic clone. It's time I got rid of your sand, Naruto said before he made 2 shadow clones, each one taking Naruto's side, one on the left and the other one on the right. All 3 Narutos moved in perfect synchronization. Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu, the clone said before expelling a massive torrent of fire towards Gaara. This technique was a B rank one, and the improved version of the normal dragon fire one. Wind style, great breakthrough, the original Naruto said from the middle of the clones and sent a gust of wind that mixed with the fire and created what can only be described as an inferno. Gaara stood in shock as he watched the fire come closer and closer towards him. That technique had a very long reach and seemed to be really pumped with chakra. Sand shield, Gaara said, and all of his sand left his gourd and surrounded Gaara, making a rather thin and protective shell. It seemed that Gaara already lost quite a bit of sand in Naruto's previous attacks. The fire clashed with the shield, and Gaara disappeared from the audience's view as they could only see a torrent of fire, completely enveloping Gaara. Naruto ran out of air in his lungs and dropped his techniques to see Gaara smirking inside a glass dome. Gaara quickly shattered the glass and eyed the blonde. What can you do without sand? Naruto asked. Fool, Gaara said before going through hand signs. Sand rain, Gaara said, and strangely enough it started raining. However, instead of water, it started raining sand, and a good deal of it. I can easily create new sand by compressing the mineral underground as well, and as long as I have sand, I can do anything, Gaara said before restocking the supplies of sand and preparing the restart of his attacks. Looks like destroying the sand is useless, Naruto thought, sighing as he realized all that work was for nothing. Kage box. They are very skilled, the Raikage commented, but the Uzumaki brat seems to be in a pickle, the Raikage said. What makes you think that? The Hokage asked, confused. From the battle, I noticed he tried to destroy the sand, but it seems that the sand brat can create more, the Raikage said. And they both turned to the Kazekage for an explanation. After all, the supposed 4th Kazekage was known for using his gold dust. It would be a very dangerous problem if we ran out of sand, so we had to find new ways to create it on the spot, the Kazekage explained. Interesting, the Raikage said. The amount of skill and jutsus they are throwing easily puts them in jonin levels of ninjutsu, the Kazekage said. It was expected from Jinchurikis, the Raikage said. Yes, the Hokage agreed. Crowd. How can they be so strong? Kiba asked. He didn't understand. He was from a clan, he trained every day, and he was ranked in the top during the academy days. Naruto had to grow up fast so he could shield himself from the hate he received, Kakashi explained. Besides, from what I understand, he's read almost the entire library of Konoha, Kakashi said, and everyone had their eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. How is that even possible? Sakura asked. After all, Sakura was known by her book smarts. Simple. The Sharingan provides the user with photographic memory. Naruto can make hundreds of shadow clones, Kakashi explained. What do clones have to do with everything? Ino asked. Shadow clones are very special. When they dispel, everything that the clone learned is transmitted to the user. The shadow clone was originally created for scouting, Kakashi explained. That's amazing, Sakura asked. She understood very well the ramifications of said jutsu. How come they don't teach us that in the academy? It sounds like a perfect jutsu, Sakura asked. Because it's a forbidden jutsu, Kakashi explained, and a few shivered at the thought of forbidden. A shadow clone takes a great amount of chakra to perform, and for most, creating a single shadow clone can kill a user. Even me, who has chakra levels bordering on Hokage level, can only create about 20 without suffering chakra exhaustion, Kakashi said. How the hell can Naruto create so many? Kiba asked. Naruto has more chakra than anyone in the village. I estimate he has around 4 to 5 times the amount of the Hokage, and keeps increasing. Kakashi explained with a bit of pride. How in the world is that possible? Sakura asked. They were now understanding just how powerful Naruto really was. 2 reasons. He has so much chakra because he's an Uzumaki, who are known to have massive chakra reserves. An ordinary Chunin had much chakra as a Kage, and the second reason is because he's a Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki tend to develop large chakra reserves due to having the Biju's chakra running through their coils. Put those 2 together, and you have a chakra monster, Kakashi explained. Amazing, Sakura said, amazed by Naruto once again. That's pretty much it. I rarely see Naruto running out of chakra. I was already on the ground panting and Naruto wasn't even sweating, Hinata said. Suddenly another person walked in the middle of the crowd, and it was the one and only Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, Sakura said, squealing in her traditional way. Her respect for Naruto may have increased, but she still remained faithful to the Uchiha. How are you feeling, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, but the scowl on Sasuke's face told him everything. You knew, didn't you? Sasuke asked almost rhetorically. Yes, I did, Kakashi flat out said. Then, why didn't you say anything? Sasuke said, yelling. Because he asked me not to, and I wasn't going to betray a promise to someone no matter what. Besides, I did, technically, tell you. You knew what his bloodline was, well, you knew your own, Kakashi said, and Sasuke scoffed. What was the first thing I taught you? Kakashi said, but Sasuke remained silenced, until Kakashi said, always look underneath the underneath. Sasuke simply crossed his arms and started cursing mentally at his sensei. Arena. This is the end, Gaara said before going through hand seals. Sand tsunami, Gaara called out, and a gigantic wave of sand erupted in front of him, going towards Naruto at high speeds. The wall of sand had the height of the arena walls and covered its entire width, leaving no room for evasion. It was a few seconds before the entire arena was covered in sand. Even the proctor had to leave the arena ground, and made its way towards the crowd, as it seemed the safest place to be. Naruto was nowhere to be seen, and Gaara thought his plan worked. And Naruto was trapped beneath all that sand. Giant sand burial, Gaara said, and slammed both of his hands on the ground. And shock waves erupted from his palms and spread through the whole arena, shaking it. You were weak, Uzumaki, Gaara said, taking a few deep breaths. His sand may be his absolute defense and best weapon, but pulling such amounts was rather chakra-consuming. I told you not to underestimate me, Naruto's voice echoed through the whole arena like some disembodied voice. Gaara was in shock as he watched Naruto swirling into appearance in front of him. The whirl seemed to be originating from his eyes. It was only a couple of seconds before Naruto was standing in front of him, unharmed. Kage box. What in the world was that? The Kazekage said, shocked. That technique seemed like a space-time jutsu. The blonde brat seemed to materialize himself onto the arena. It looks like some form of space-time ninjutsu, the Raikage thought out loud with his hand on his chin. Lord Jiraiya, the Raikage said, looking at the toad sage. You seem to always teach someone with talent for space-time ninjutsu, the Raikage said. Don't look at me, I didn't teach him that, Jiraiya said, waving his hands. And that particular technique seemed strong, as he didn't do any hand seals, the Raikage said. What is it with blonde and space-time techniques, the Raikage wondered out loud, making the Hokage chuckled. Arena. Naruto was running full speed with his gravity seals still on, as he saw no need to disable them. He was running and the sand was immediately after him, trying to stop him from reaching Gaara, and at the same time trying to kill him once and for all. Naruto easily approached Gaara and channeling lightning chakra to his fists and feet, he started his onslaught on Gaara. He threw a right hook and it hit Gaara perfectly, destroying his sand armor. Almost immediately, Gaara's sand tried to catch him, but only phased right through Naruto as he continued his attacks at Gaara. What is going on? Gaara asked and thought. He didn't understand. The sand wasn't able to grab hold of Naruto, and yet he continued to punch him like no tomorrow. Gaara was reduced to a mere punching bag. Naruto was again ready to launch the next rounds of attacks. Naruto bypassed the sand and slid right under Gaara and gave him a kick in the chin, sending him to the air. Naruto quickly disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared right behind Gaara in the air, and gave him a dropkick filled with lightning chakra that completely destroyed his sand armor and sent him to the ground hard. Gaara hit the ground and everyone could hear the crack of a few bones. It was loud and clear that Gaara wasn't going to win this match. Naruto landed on the ground and jumped back a few feet so he could watch the state of Gaara as the cloud of dust was settling. The dust cleared and everyone could see Gaara slowly rising and the sand whirling around him and reforming his sand armor around his skin. Gaara's hand took the hand seal of a tiger and the rest of the sand started enveloping itself around him, forming a solid cocoon of hardened sand. A few seconds later, a bit of sand started gathering a few feet above the ground, and started taking the form of a small sphere. Moments later, the sand stopped and became a perfect eye that seemed to be watching Naruto while Gaara was inside the cocoon, going through hand seals slowly while saying them out loud. He's completely sealed off, Naruto thought out loud as he was considering what to do in order to breach the sand cocoon. Naruto decided not to waste chakra. It's not as if he was already getting low, but other weapons are still good. You can't always rely on ninjutsu after all. Naruto was walking calmly towards the cocoon and whistling along the way. He arrived near the cocoon and suddenly sand spears shot from the ball of sand trying to pierce the blonde. But he continued walking as if nothing, and yet the spears looked embedded deep in Naruto. Naruto arrived near the cocoon and calmly went to his pocket and took 2 explosive tags. He placed them in his right hand and slipped right through the cocoon using his Kamui. Sand or no sand, it didn't matter what it was. Naruto's Kamui is a space-time jutsu, and as such, isn't limited to such obstacles. Naruto's arm reached the inside and released both tags and walked back without a care in the world. When he was about 10 feet from the sandball, he did a half tiger sign with his right hand and said, "Release." As he said that, the tags inside the cocoon suddenly exploded, but the cocoon remained, but everyone could see the bulks in the sand sphere due to the explosion. And since Gaara was inside and the explosion couldn't leave, there wasn't much place to run or protect himself with, making Gaara take the full force of the explosion. A few seconds later, after the explosion, the sand that made the cocoon started to shake and fall to the ground, revealing a slightly mutated Gaara. His right arm was completely disproportional and was entirely made of sand. Gaara also had a sand tail on his back, and half of his face was sand, with his right eye being Shukaku's. All in all, it was a partial transformation of Gaara's Biju. "Make me feel alive, Uzumaki," Gaara yelled as he slightly moved to test his new appearance. There was no sand on the ground or in his gourd as it was used to his partial transformation, so the lack of sand would be a plus. "I guess it's time I pull it off," Naruto thought before channeling chakra to his sword seals, his wristbands, and pulled his favorite weapon. Clang. The weapon sounded as Naruto grabbed it by the handle with his right hand and rested it on the ground. It was a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomo on each side. It had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown, with the edges being black. Flashback. Naruto was 9 years old and was exploring his true house, the Namikaze compound, if you could call it that. In fact, it was a fairly big house built for harboring a medium family or a couple intending to build one. Naruto was looking through the various rooms around the house and started going down the stairs into the basement. When he arrived, he saw a lot of weapons. Swords, shurikens, daggers, hundreds of 3-pronged kunai, but from all of that, there was one weapon that was standing out from the rest. Kurama, who was looking through his vessel's eyes, immediately recognized it. "Holy shit," Kurama said out loud, making Naruto jump from the sudden sound spoke. "Damn," Naruto said, nursing his head. "Keep it down," Naruto said. "Do you even know what that weapon is?" Kurama asked. Naruto knew exactly what that weapon was, but he didn't seem particularly surprised by it. After all, his grandfather was known for using it quite extensively during his time. There, hanging on the wall, was Madara Uchiha's battle fan. "It's my grandfather's trademark weapon, so what?" Naruto asked, not understanding just what he had. "You fool, that is no ordinary weapon," Kurama said, and seeing Naruto's confused face, he decided to elaborate. "Just listen," Kurama said and entered his lecture mode. "You know the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, right? I did tell you about him a couple of months ago," Kurama asked. "Yeah, I remembered. So what?" Naruto replied. "My father, or the Sage of Six Paths, as you know, had special eyes, known as the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. He used the power of his eyes extensively during his lifespan. During his life, he created the 9 Biju, that's why we call him father. Understand so far?" Kurama asked, and Naruto nodded. However, that wasn't the only thing he created. During his life, the Sage of Six Paths created a special set of tools and weapons he used. In total, there were 6 tools, and that particular fan is one of them," Kurama said, and Naruto's eyes widened. "I see you understand the implications. For starters, those weapons are several times more powerful than any others. You can't even compare them. However, there is a downfall in those weapons. Anyone other than a direct descendant of my father, that is a Senju or a pure-blood Uchiha, those weapons require massive amounts of chakra to use, and would kill a regular human just by them lifting the weapon," Kurama said and finished his explanation. "Awesome," Naruto said as he eyed the weapon. he would definitely learn how to use it properly. Since I'm a pure-blooded Uchiha, I can use it without that heavy chakra usage, right? Naruto asked. Yes, also I forgot to mention that those weapons are pretty much indestructible, as they are made of a special metal that my father himself created, Kurama said. Naruto hesitantly placed his right hand on the hilt and lifted the weapon from the wall, holding it. It seemed as though it was made of metal, though it wasn't particularly heavy, and it wasn't even draining Naruto of chakra. For now, it seemed as nothing more than an ordinary weapon. As Naruto removed the fan from the wall, a piece of paper fell to the ground. Naruto bent over and picked it up, and there was writing on it. Minato. It's good to see that you are still alive and well. I heard you were making quite a name to yourself. I guess you'll be the next in line for the Hokage position. I'm proud of you. I've sent you my favorite weapon as a gift, since there is no Uchiha alive that can wield it properly besides you and me. Also, my time is nearing its end. Use it if you wish, but I guess that with being your father, it would destroy your credibility if your word would leak out. A word of warning, I still intend to bring peace to this world, and I hope we don't find each other in opposite paths. Good luck in your future, and never forget your origins. Your father, Madara Uchiha. Naruto reread the letter several times and still had trouble believing that it was a congratulating letter of some sort from Madara to his son. Would you look at this? Naruto said out loud, but nobody was listening except Kurama. I may hate Madara for controlling me, but I guess in the end, he still cared for his family, even though he clearly warned him, Kurama said, as his respect for Madara grew a little bit more. He still despised him, but at least he didn't forget his family. To foxes, there wasn't anything more terrible and demeaning than abandoning your own kin. Do you think he would hurt his own son to achieve his goals? Naruto asked. How should I know? It's not like I knew Madara on a personal level, Kurama replied. At least he's trying to bring peace to the world. That can't be a bad thing, Naruto mused out loud. He said his time was short, so I guess he's truly dead, Naruto said as he picked the weapon and left the letter in the same place. It was the only thing he had that truly connected him to his grandfather. I suppose, Kurama said, and a flashback, Kage box. Is that? The Kazekage asked when he noticed the weapon Naruto had pulled from his store seal. There in Naruto's hand was the one and only war fan used by Madara Uchiha. It is Madara Uchiha's war fan. To think I would see it again, Kage said, shocked that Naruto was in possession of said weapon. He knew very well that that weapon, since it was created by the Sage of Six Paths, and that it was a powerful tool. I guess he was telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson, to be wielding his legendary fan, Hokage commented. Kumo had gathered all of the Sage of Six Paths tools, and they thought they had them all, but they didn't know that his fan was one of them as well. That brat really is a gold mine, Orochimaru thought. Let's see if he can use it properly, Hokage said. He knew a lot about Madara Uchiha. After all, the man was a legend and hailed as one of the strongest shinobi to ever exist, being defeated only by Hashirama Senju. Even to this day, both of them are claimed to be something above shinobi, as even the more skilled ones couldn't even compete against such foes. Crowd. Impossible, Sasuke said out loud as he watched Naruto grip Madara's fan. Looks like Naruto is telling the truth. He really is Madara's grandson. It matters not. No one will stand in my way, Sasuke thought. What's so special about that fan? Sakura asked. She didn't know why that fan provoked such reaction from Sasuke. Well, it isn't exactly taught in the academy, but that weapon is very well known among the older population. That weapon was Madara Uchiha's trademark weapon. He used it to blow away every shinobi by creating powerful gusts of wind. It may have other powers, but I only heard of that one. He also used it to power up his fire attacks to that point he could unleash a true inferno onto his enemies, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke seethed his teeth. That weapon should be in Sasuke's hands so he could kill his brother. Unbelievable, Sakura said. Naruto seemed to be an endless pit of surprises. Where did he get it? I knew from history that Madara left the village, Sakura asked. That, I don't know, Kakashi replied while eyeing Hinata. Hinata sighed before she started explaining. It seemed that today she was the narrator in Naruto's story. It was a gift Madara sent to his son, and Naruto's father, Hinata briefly explained, not wanting to go into much detail. He had it all this time? Kakashi asked, and no one with eyes widened. He never in a million years would have thought that his sensei had possession of such a weapon. He had been to his house several times but never saw it. Well, he never actually went to the basement for that fact. I don't know what else to expect from that brat, Zabuza said, chuckling. He could never figure out the brat no matter how hard he tried. I'm sort of glad I didn't join this year's Chunin exams. I don't think I would stand a chance against such powerful opponents, Haku explained. Don't sell yourself short, Haku. You are very strong, Zabuza said. Thank you, Zabuza, Haku replied. Arena. Let me show you my true power. No borrowed power, just me, Naruto stared out loud as his grip on his fan became stronger. Sand bullet, the transformed Gaara said, and from his new sand body exploded dozens of small spheres of sand that went towards Naruto with groundbreaking speed. Naruto, using his Sharingan, calculated the bullet's path, and with a single swing of his fan, he completely destroyed the bullets, leaving no evidence of it. Naruto quickly made single-handed hand seals that he learned from Haku and practiced it by using them in conjunction with his fan, as his fan occupied his right hand. Fire style, fire dragon bullet, Naruto called out and unleashed a massive torrent of white flames towards Gaara. Naruto, as he was unleashing his fire, he swung his fan and said, Wind style, fanned, wind. A powerful gust of wind emerged from his fan, powering his flames. That was Naruto's most powerful fire attack, an A-rank attack, however. This attack was powered by the fan's wind, easily making it jump to S-rank. Gaara coiled himself with his tail, protecting his head, and was engulfed in the flames, completely disappearing from view. Many people in the crowd, and even some of the shinobi, had to protect their eyes and avert their faces from the arena, due to the amount of heat and light being generated from Naruto's attack. The proctor was considering if he would come out alive, and he wasn't even fighting. He was more concerned in running for his life than trying to get out of the way of the flames that seemed to engulf the whole arena. Enough! Gaara yelled out and unleashed a roar that dispersed the flames around him, revealing a scorched Gaara, but otherwise okay. It seemed that sand powered by Shikaku's chakra made it unable to transform into glass and be destroyed. Gaara dashed towards Naruto, cocking his mutated right arm trying to punch Naruto. Naruto channeled chakra to his fan, and a semi-transparent circular barrier appeared in midair. Gaara's right arm connected with the barrier, and a shockwave erupted, but the barrier didn't even waver a crack, and Gaara recoiled his arm in pain. Wind style. Infinite sand great. Breakthrough, Gaara said before multiple mouths formed all over his body, taking air in. They all breathed out at the same time and unleashed a powerful gust of wind filled with sand. Naruto pumped chakra into his fan, and swinging it, Naruto created an equally powerful gust of wind that negated Gaara's attack. Naruto placed his fan on his back and secured it with chakra so she wouldn't slide off. Naruto immediately dashed towards Gaara, and everyone could hear electricity crackling in his hands, as it sounded even stronger than the ordinary Chidori. Gaara brought his mutated arm to try and hit Naruto to disrupt his attack, but that didn't work as Gaara wanted it to. Raikiri, Naruto yelled, and infusing his right hand with lightning chakra, he continued his path towards Gaara, completely tearing through his arm and shoving his Raikiri through Gaara's right shoulder, making him cry in pain as blood splattered onto the crowd. Looks like Naruto can use that fan rather well, Zabuza said as he watched Naruto powering his flames using wind created by his fan, but also creating some sort of shield to block Gaara's punch. Yes, apparently that fan has more powers than I know, Kakashi mused out loud as he watched the battle unfold. They watched the battle unfold when Naruto placed his fan on its back, and they heard a similar chirping like the Chidori. What's that? Sasuke asked as he had his Sharingan activated and tried to copy Naruto's technique. It looks like the Chidori, Sasuke stated. That's the upgraded version of my Chidori, Kakashi flat out said. What? There's a stronger version? Why didn't you teach me that one instead? Sasuke asked, demanding answers. The Raikiri is an S-rank technique. You can only do the normal Chidori twice a day, and the Raikiri takes the same amount to perform, meaning you might not have enough chakra to perform it, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. How the hell does Naruto have more chakra than me? During our fight, he used a lot of jutsu, and looking at him throwing jutsu like shurikens, how can he have so much? Sasuke asked, almost yelling. You can call it the Kekkei of the Uzumaki clan. Their members are born with unusually large chakra reserves. An ordinary Chunin has chakra that can rival Kage levels, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke scowled. If I told him he was a Senju, Sasuke would most likely faint. A Senju using the Sharingan. Ironic, Kakashi thought. So he has two Kekkei? Sakura asked. The chakra reserves aren't considered a Kekkei, so he only has a Sharingan, Kakashi explained, and Sasuke muttered something about lucky dopes. Kage box. I don't think this can be considered an ordinary Chunin exams, Raikage stated out loud. The amount of skill being used easily placed them in Jonin levels. True, their skill is far beyond the regular Genin or Chunin for that matter, Hokage agreed. And by the looks of it, it really is Madara's war fan by seeing the amount of power he's using, the Raikage commented with his hand and his chin. Then Kazekage kept silent through the whole conversation, was considering when to signal the beginning of the invasion. Since Gaara seemed to be in partial transformation, it could at any time unleash the full Bijuu arena. Blood, it's my blood, Gaara screamed in pain as he felt for the first time in his whole life the warmth of his blood. Suddenly the sand around rose to the sky and exploded in smoke. When the smoke cleared, it showed an 80-foot tall sand tanuki with one tail. It was the fully released Ichibi, also known as Shukaku. Naruto watched the tanuki in front of him very carefully. Suddenly all around the arena started falling feathers from the sky. So, it begins, Naruto thought as he placed his hands on the ram hand seal and said, "Release," breaking the illusion. "The invasion has begun," Naruto said as he prepared himself to face the fully unleashed Shukaku. Konoha outskirts. About a half a mile outside of Konoha, there was an Anbu team doing patrol. It was a regular mission and they seemed calm as the patrol mission was very rarely presented any trouble at all. Although they seemed calm on the outside, all the Anbu personnel were warned about the incoming invasion, and as such they were all on high alert. They just didn't know it. Suddenly an Anbu said team stopped and looked around. "Sense anything?" another Anbu asked. "No, Captain." The Anbu that stopped replied while replying another thing to its team leader using the Anbu sign language. "Possible shinobi group," the Anbu said, and the leader nodded. The Anbu quickly and stealthily approached the encampment and say 8 sand shinobi feathered in a circle. In the middle of the circle was kanji spread through it and stopping just near each of the sand shinobi's feet. Each of the sand shinobis had a small scroll in their mouths and were going through hand seals very slowly. From the looks of it, the technique seemed awfully complicated, and it seemed we must not get it wrong. "Looks like a summoning ring," one Anbu said to their captain. "Yes, we can't allow them to summon anything. Get in your positions," the captain ordered. "I can't allow that," a voice suddenly said behind them. They all turned around and saw a man. He had auburn hair, dark eyes. He wore a simple black jacket and pants with mesh armor underneath. He carried a small canister strapped to his hip. It was none other than the 4th Kazekage himself. Suddenly, what appeared to be sand started flowing out of his canister, and quickly and swiftly, it wrapped around all 4 Anbu, crushing them to death. "Let's get this over with," the Kazekage commanded. Stadium crowd. "What's this?" Sakura asked as she watched feathers start falling from nowhere, making her sleepy. "Genjutsu?" she asked right before breaking the illusion. "Genjutsu," Sasuke wondered as he also broke the illusion. "We are being invaded by the sound and sand," Kakashi explained as he fought against a couple of sound shinobi. "What?" Sakura yelled. "The sand is our ally," she stated. "They are no longer our allies. We knew about this invasion since the end of the second phase of the Chunin exam, so we are prepared," Kakashi said, trying to ease the worries of fresh Genians. "Then why didn't we know?" Sasuke asked, getting pissed off by being kept in the dark. "We had to keep it a secret, so they didn't find out we knew," Kakashi said. Sakura was pretty much terrified from what was happening. She never had any real type of mission aside from a wave mission that got bumped up into an A rank, so she was pretty fresh. Sakura was from a civilian family, and as such she wasn't prepared for the hardships of a shinobi life, and lived her life sheltered in Konoha. Sakura was about to ask another thing when they noticed Gaara explode in sand and showing his fully transformed Bijuu. Sakura never got so scared in her life and seeing such a colossal beast right in front of her. In that moment, she realized what people must have faced when the QB attacked 14 years ago. "Sensei, Gaara," Sakura tried to say, but her voice didn't reach her. She looked around and everyone from her graduation class was sleeping along with the civilians. Only Sakura, Hinata, and apparently Sasuke managed to dispel the Genjutsu. Sasuke is an arrogant kid, but he isn't without skill. "Don't worry, Sakura. I said we planned for this, and Naruto will take care of Gaara," Kakashi said. "You mean that dope knew while me and Uchiha Elite didn't?" Sasuke asked. "This isn't the time, Genin," Kakashi said in a serious voice. "Your mission is to help evacuate the civilians to the shelters. Wake up your classmates and separate into teams. Go!" Kakashi commanded, and Sakura immediately jumped to her feet while Sasuke was reluctant but nodded as well. "Hinata, team up with Zabuza and Haku and start sweeping and treating those who you can," Kakashi said, and she nodded. "Holy!" Kakashi all but yelled when he looked at the arena and saw a massive puff of smoke. But the surprising part was that the smoke wasn't coming from the Shukaku, but rather from Naruto himself, Kage Box. When Orochimaru gave the signal to start the invasion, the entire Kage Box erupted in smoke, blocking the sight of the Kages, and making the guards take defensive maneuvers to ensure the safety of their leaders. Every one of them jumped from the Kage Box into the nearby roof. What neither of them expected was for the Kazekage's guards to suddenly become 4 people, each one of them taking a corner of the roof. Each one of the guards was from the sound. All of them went through the same hand seals at the same time. They all shouted, "Ninja art, 4 flames formation," and a purple barrier like the one in the arena emerged and trapped the Hokage inside. Inside the barrier was the Hokage, the Raikage, the Kazekage, and surprisingly there was also Jiraiya, who managed to follow his sensei to the roof and also got trapped inside. "What's the meaning of this?" the Raikage asked, not pleased with what was happening. Each of the Kage was keeping a secure distance from each other. "I'm sorry for not warning you, Lord Raikage, but I didn't know which side you would take." Hokage spoke and made the Raikage glare at him. "Explain," the Raikage almost shouted. "Let me make the honors, Raikage," the Kazekage said before removing his clothes and revealing a smirking Orochimaru. "Orochimaru?" the Raikage asked, not believing his eyes. How could Orochimaru be posing as the Kazekage, neither he nor his guards noticing it? "I am," Orochimaru replied with a twisted smile. "Now, Sensei, let the fun begin," Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. "You fool, it's 3 against 1. You stand no chance," the Hokage replied, getting raised eyebrows from the Hokage and Jiraiya. Kumo and Konoha were never really on good terms since the Hyuga kidnapping. 3? the Hokage asked, hopefully. "Yes, I will fight with you. Consider an apology for my father's mistakes," the Hokage said before gathering his voice and shouting, "Kumo, we fight for Konoha." "Yes," Darui, C, and Killer Bee yelled from outside the barrier before splitting and going to face the sound and sand head-on. "I appreciate it, Lord Raikage," Hokage said. "Perhaps there is hope to an alliance between the 2 most powerful hidden villages." "Yes, now let's skin a snake," the Hokage said, smirking. Orochimaru never expected Kumo to join Konoha. That is why, even though the Hokage was present, Orochimaru still launched his invasion. "Naive," Orochimaru said before going through his hand seals. Orochimaru may be a lot of things, but one thing he wasn't was stupid. And as such, he was prepared for such odds. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Orochimaru went through the hand seals and clapped his hands. "Kachu Yosei, Edo Tensei," Orochimaru said, and almost immediately 4 coffins sprouted from the ground. The coffin slowly opened and revealed 4 shinobi, seemingly dead, but in reality, they were just waiting for Orochimaru to activate them for the upcoming battle. Shit, the Hokage, and Jiraiya all thought at the same time when they saw who was in each of the summoned coffins. Arena. Naruto watched in wonder at the sheer size of Shukaku. "That's one big raccoon," Naruto said. "Hayate," Naruto said, turning to him. "Leave the arena," Naruto said, and he nodded, knowing full well that Naruto was responsible for taking him down, and having him there could disturb Naruto's fight. "Kurama, juice me," Naruto thought to his partner. "Okay," Kurama replied before sending chakra to Naruto. Almost instantly, a semi-transparent red cloak enveloped Naruto. His eyes turned blood red with a black vertical slit in the middle. His whisker marks became more pronounced and his fangs elongated. On Naruto's back, 9 chakra tails were swinging wildly as if they didn't have a mind of their own. Naruto placed his hands in a cross sign and said, "Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu." And in an instant, nearly 2,000 clones popped into existence, consuming his cloak, each one of them with enough chakra to match a Jonin. They were Naruto's as far as the eye could see. "Spread through the village. Your priority is to protect and evacuate the civilians. Provide assistance where you can," Naruto ordered. "Yes," all the clones chorused before jumping away from the arena, leaving their creator to fight the Ichibi. Naruto placed his hands again in a cross sign and said, "Enhanced Shadow Clone Jutsu," and a single clone poofed into existence. This clone was like the rest, however, he was reinforced, making him more durable than the others and capable of taking hits before dispelling. "Join with Hinata and protect her," he said, and the clone nodded before using the Russian to teleport himself to Hinata. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto said, and 4 Narutos poofed into existence. "Kurama, I'll put up a barrier. Can you take control of the clones and hold it in place?" Naruto asked. Keeping 2,000 Shadow Clones active, powering the answering barrier, and still being able to fight a Biju required too much concentration that Naruto wasn't capable of yet. "No problem," Kurama replied. In an instant, the 4 clones sprinted to the 4 corners of the arena. They went through hand seals at the same time and said, "Ninja art, 4 flames formation," and a purple barrier erupted, trapping Shukaku and Naruto inside. However, before the whole barrier could close, 3 Sand Shinobi jumped over the forming barrier and landed inside. They were Temari, Kankuro, and their Jonin sensei, Baki. "Damn," Naruto said as he watched the Sand Shinobi take place near Gaara. This has just gotten a lot more dangerous. No holding back, Naruto thought before permanently keeping his EMS activated. His hands tightly gripped his fan as he became battle ready to go up against a Jonin, two Genin, and a Pichu. I'll have to take out Kankuro and Temari first, Naruto thought before releasing his grip on his fan and taking from his store seals a couple of three-pronged kunai. Naruto watched as the Sand Shinobi jumped to the head of Shukaku, and yet he did nothing to remove them. Looks like Gaara is mostly in control, Naruto thought. He looked up to Shukaku's head and noticed Temari readying her fan and Kankuro unwrapping his bundle, revealing a puppet. Great, a puppet user. Just my luck, Naruto thought. His eyes didn't look so good. He cursed himself for not training his eyes further so he could use the techniques Kurama told him. "You made me feel alive, Uzumaki," Shukaku yelled, but it was clearly Gaara's voice. Crazy bastard, Naruto thought as he launched his three-pronged kunai towards the enemy, but was blocked by Baki's kunai. Baki looked at the kunai and was interested in the design as it was different from the others, until he remembered where he saw them. He remembered the legend that used these kunais to decimate an army. Are these? Baki wondered before he picked the kunai with his hands and noticed the kanji in the handle. Wrong move, Naruto said before flashing towards the kunai he previously thrown. All they saw was a yellow flash before Naruto appeared behind Baki and slammed her Sengun into his back, and he went flying, crashing on the ground, completely out. Naruto ducked under a fan swing from Temari and gave her a punch to the stomach, making her buckle in pain. Naruto punched Temari and jumped to the side to avoid a barrage of Senbon thrown by Kankuro's puppet. Naruto quickly picked another kunai and threw it at Kankuro's real body. Kankuro fumbled between his weapons when he saw Naruto throw the same kunai he used to take out his sensei, who was a Jonin. Kankuro did the only thing he thought and jumped away far enough from the kunai's reach. Naruto jumped from the EGB as sand was starting to gather around his feet, trying to snare him in place. He approached Baki. He is still alive, although barely. Naruto picked Baki up and quickly stored him in a stasis seal. "What the hell was that?" Kankuro asked, with fear clearly splashed in his voice. The blonde in front of them just took out their sensei like he was nothing. "Idiot, don't you remember history from the academy?" Temari asked as she recovered from the blow Naruto delivered her. Seeing Kankuro's oblivious face, Temari decided to explain. "That technique, that yellow flash, is the same that the fourth Hokage used that gave him the name of Yellow Flash. He used a technique of his creation that allowed him to teleport to the kunais he threw and used it to kill almost 1,000 shinobi from evil in a flash. He alone won the war," Temari explained, and Kankuro turned to the blonde who was busy dodging the sand. "I see you know history very well," a voice whispered just behind Temari's ear. She turned her head slightly and was greeted by none other than Naruto. Kankuro just had enough to blink. He was watching Naruto dodge the sand when suddenly he appeared right behind Temari. "How?" Temari asked, stuttering, clearly afraid of Naruto. He possessed a technique that allowed the fourth to kill an entire battalion of shinobi in an instant. "When I punched you in the stomach, I left my mark on you," Naruto simply replied before giving her a quick chop in the back of her head, knocking her out. He quickly flashed to the ground with an unconscious Temari and sealed in a stasis scroll as well. "You bastard," Kankuro growled from the top of the EGB before sending his puppet to attack Naruto. "You should be grateful I didn't kill your sister," Naruto said in an emotionless voice. Kankuro simply gazed upon Naruto's blood-red eyes and was starting to feel sleepy. "Release," Kankuro said and flared his chakra, breaking Naruto's hypnotic eye. "Wind style. Vacuum wind bullet," Shukaku said before slamming his hand in his stomach and expelling a very large ball of compressed wind. The ball itself was bigger than Naruto himself. Naruto gripped his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swatted the bullet away, making the ground shake with the pressure and power. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid Kankuro's puppet, and he noticed that the puppet's blade were filled with poison. "I need to take him out so I can focus on Gaara," Naruto thought before he dashed towards Kankuro's puppet. Naruto used his Sharingan and quickly found the chakra strings Kankuro was using to control his puppet. Naruto channeled chakra through one of his kunai and used it to sever the strings, making the puppet fall limp to the ground. Naruto quickly appeared next to the fallen puppet and drove a Rasengan to it, shattering it to pieces. "Bastard," Kankuro said to Naruto as he lost his best weapon. "What can you do now?" Naruto asked, pissing off Kankuro and making him jump from the EGB's head and ran straight towards Naruto. Naruto smirked when he noticed how easy it was to rattle Kagero. Kagero quickly arrived near Naruto and tried a horizontal slash, only for Naruto to duck. Naruto quickly rose up and trapped his arm, disarming him of his kunai. Naruto grabbed him tightly by the arm and flinged him through the air, slamming him into the ground. Naruto quickly placed his hand into Kagero and placed his sleeping seal. Once Kagero was disabled, he sealed him as well inside a stasis scroll. Now that's done, it's only you, Naruto said, eyeing Shukaku. Die! Shukaku yelled as he fired a few more wind bullets that, in this case, were more like the size of people themselves. Naruto swiftly dodged them and watched as they collided with the barrier, but it didn't even waver. Good, the barrier is holding, even though it's powered by clones, Naruto thought. Naruto analyzed Shukaku and noticed he was very slow. He hadn't moved since he was released, so Naruto would take that as an advantage. Naruto took out a single shuriken. He placed it on his pointer finger on his right hand. Naruto molded wind chakra and slowly expelled it to the shuriken. Soon enough, the shuriken started spinning, and around it, the wind started spinning as well, creating a circular saw. Shuriken wind blade, Naruto said, and threw the shuriken. The shuriken went flying with impressive speed towards Shukaku, who remained in place as his mobility was inexistent. The shuriken arrived near Shukaku and swiftly and without much trouble, it cut right through his arm, severing it completely and making it fall to the ground. The arm fell limply to the ground and started crumbling away until it remained but nothing of sand in the ground. Although Shukaku just had his left arm severed, he didn't seem to be in any type of pain. "You entertain me, Uzumaki," Shukaku yelled, and the sand above Shukaku's head started moving and something could be seen popping out. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the figure emerging and saw that it was Gaara himself. Gaara placed his hands on the tiger seal and said, "Play possum jutsu," and promptly fell asleep. Gaara leaned forward and his body went completely limp. Just as Gaara fell asleep, Shukaku's eyes glowed yellow and stayed like that, showing that it was Shukaku who was now in control. "I'm free. I am going to kill you and then destroy everything," Shukaku yelled as he was happy to be free once again. He looked down and saw Naruto staring at him. Seeing Naruto, Shukaku immediately went into action, trying to crush the blonde and leave the barrier so he could have fun. "Wind-style vacuum wind bullet," Shukaku said, and started expelling compressed wind bullets towards Naruto, who was forced to start evasive maneuvers. Naruto watched very carefully as they hit the barrier. He couldn't allow Shukaku to roam free through the village, or he would destroy it. "Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Jutsu," Naruto said, and unleashed a big fire dragon towards Shukaku. Naruto swinged his fan and empowered the flames, making them wider and bigger. The flames were almost the size of Shukaku himself. Shukaku let out a roar and the flames were dispersed into nothing. Shukaku flexed his tail and tried to squash Naruto, but he jumped to the side to avoid it. The tail regressed back, but this time it stayed just above Shukaku's mouth. Suddenly, black and blue chakra could be seen floating in the air and gathering around Shukaku's mouth. The chakra started gathering and compressing itself in a ball just outside of Shukaku's mouth. "Is that what I think it is?" Naruto asked when he watched the ball of chakra form itself. Very much like Naruto used his Rasengan. "It's a Biju bomb, and I don't think your clone-powered barrier can withstand it," Kurama said. "Even though Shukaku is the weakest of the 9, a Biju bomb is still strong. Let's see if this weapon truly lives up to its name," Naruto said before gripping his fan tight. Shukaku stopped gathering chakra on the ball and suddenly fired it with tremendous speed. Naruto watched the purple ball coming towards him. Naruto grabbed his fan and placed it in front of him, his right hand grabbing the hilt with his left hand. Grabbed the other end. The fan was acting like a shield in front of Naruto. "Reflection," Naruto said before the bomb hit the fan. The Biju bomb collided with the fan, and at first nothing happened, but suddenly the bomb exploded, but instead of blowing Naruto, it was completely reflected towards Shukaku. The amount of pressure being put on the fan made Naruto kneel on the ground beneath the crack, but he was able to withstand the bomb, and the force of the explosion was sent towards Shukaku. Naruto placed the fan on his back and cleaned a bit of sweat that was dripping from the side of his face. That went well, Naruto thought. "Now you believe what I said about the fan," Kurama said in a sarcastic voice. Yeah, now let's end this," Naruto replied, and watched as the smoke cleared, and revealed a fully scorched Shukaku with his right arm missing as well. Naruto concentrated and focused his chakra. Suddenly, right beneath Shukaku, golden chains erupted from the earth and pinned him on the ground. Shukaku was fully trapped. He had chains wrapped around his tail, mouth, and the majority of his body, making him unable to do a single movement. Rat, ox, dog, boar, Naruto went through the hand signs and clapped his hands together. He slammed his right hand on the ground and kanji started flowing out of it, going towards Shukaku and forming a ring around him. 5-point demonic suppression seal, Naruto said, and the kanji started glowing. Shukaku yelled in pain as his chakra was being forced back into the seal. All the shinobi stopped their fighting and looked at the arena where Shukaku was howling in pain. "You're not going anywhere," Naruto said. Naruto reinforced the chains as he could feel Shukaku trying to break them free and get away from the seal. Shukaku's form started to waver and the sand slowly started crumbling and flowing back into Gaara. A few seconds later, and there was nothing but a ball of sand floating in the air. The ball of sand was becoming smaller and smaller by the second when suddenly all the sand disappeared, and Gaara fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Naruto approached Gaara and saw his new seal on Gaara's neck. It formed a complete circle around Gaara's main seal. Naruto looked carefully at him and noticed a few irregularities. The main seal had no suppressive seals in it and no safe hatch. At this point, Gaara's seal is nothing more than an advanced storage seal. This is why Gaara is so unstable, Naruto thought before approaching him and also placing him in a stasis scroll, putting him with his team. Naruto took a few deep breaths and dropped the barrier while shifting his eyes towards the roof where the Kage's battle was taking place with Hinata. Hinata had just received orders from Kakashi and went to join forces with Zabuza so they could bring the pain to the invading forces. Hinata quickly located Zabuza and Haku and jumped towards them. "We have orders, Zabuza," Hinata said as she watched Zabuza behead a sound shinobi with his executioner's blade. "Which are?" Zabuza asked. "We are to group up and start sweeping the streets while evacuating and providing protection to the civilians. When the civilians are evacuated, we are to launch a counterattack," Hinata explained. "Let's go then," Zabuza said as he placed his blade onto its back. They were about to leave when they saw a yellow flash. They narrowed their eyes and saw Naruto just arrived near them. "Naruto?" Hinata asked, surprised to see him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I'm a reinforced clone. Boss sent me to team up with you all and provide protection to you all as well," Naruto explained, and they all nodded. They all withdrew their weapons. Naruto's clone pecked a couple of three-pronged kunai. Haku took out Senbon and Hinata picked her daggers. They quickly left the arena and made their way towards the middle of the village, indicating the evacuation pass to the civilians. They were about to leave when a group of 10 sound shinobi jumped in front of them. Naruto quickly sensed their chakra levels and they were ordinary chunins. "What do we have here?" the obvious sound leader asked. "A jonin and a couple of kids," he said while the rest of the crew laughed. Obviously, sound shinobi weren't watching the chunin exams, or they'd have just seen what these kids could do. "It's time for the flash to resurface," Naruto said and got confused looks from Zabuza and Haku. He smirked and threw one of his special kunai towards the enemy. They all laughed when the kunai didn't hit anyone and simply landed harmlessly on the ground in the middle of them. "Don't blink," Naruto said to his team and disappeared in a yellow flash. All Zabuza was able to see was a yellow flash. Naruto disappeared from view, and when Zabuza saw him once again, all the sound shinobi fell to the ground dead, their throats slashed. "That was," Zabuza said, but trailed off as he pieced together who Naruto really was. "You are the son of the yellow flash, aren't you?" Zabuza asked, but the answer seemed pretty obvious. "Yes, my father was Minato Namikaze, Konoha's yellow flash, and the 4th Hokage, and also Madara Uchiha's son," Naruto explained, and got disbelief looks from Zabuza and Haku, where her eyes widened. "I'm done trying to figure you out," Zabuza said, laughing. "Tell me, how long can you use that technique?" Zabuza asked. "It was a pain in the ass to create the seals. I can use it since I became a genin," Naruto explained. "Unbelievable," Zabuza said while shaking his head in disbelief. "Let's continue," Zabuza said, and they grouped together and dashed once again through the streets. "Hinata," Naruto said, turning to her, "use your Byakugan and see where we are needed. This section is cleared," Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, "before activating your Byakugan without any seals." She gasped at what she saw. "The academy is under siege," she said, and got disbelief looks from Naruto. "The academy?" he asked incredulously. "What about the barrier?" he asked. "There is no barrier. There are sound and sand shinobi trying to force entry, but Haruka-sensei and a couple other chunins are holding them off," she explained. "Let's hurry then. I can't teleport all of you with the Hiraishin since I'm only a clone, and it will take too long if we walk," Naruto said and got confused looks from the rest of the team. If he couldn't transport them and they couldn't walk, what else were they going to do? "This might feel a bit uncomfortable," Naruto said before activating his Kamui and sucking Zabuza, Haku, and Hinata into it. He quickly disappeared as well, leaving no trace of either of them. Academy. At the academy, things weren't looking pretty. Haruka and the other teachers were trying to hold off the enemy until the shinobi could arrive, but they wouldn't last much longer. The Chunin that was powering the barrier was tricked when a Sand Shinobi hinged into a Konoha Shinobi and infiltrated the barrier, killing the one powering it. The students were all scared. The enemy managed to collapse the tunnels leading to the bunkers, and since the barrier was down, the only thing keeping them alive were the teachers that were battling fiercely to protect the lives of their students, by preventing the enemy from entering the academy. "Haruka, this doesn't look good," one of the teachers said. He was clearly tired. He was sweating from every place and was breathing very hard. Even though he wasn't fatally injured, he was filled with small cuts and bruises from their fight. "We can't do much. We must hold off until reinforcements arrive," Haruka said. Haruka was also running low on chakra. Even though he was quite skilled for a Chunin, a couple of Chunins couldn't fend off 15 Sand Chunins indefinitely. "Just give up. You can't win," the obvious team leader said as he watched the teachers breathing heavily. They already managed to kill a couple of teachers, but these two were proving rather difficult. They were managing to keep them at bay by launching long-range jutsus and weapons. "Haruka, behind you," the other teacher yelled. Looks like the exhaustion was finally catching up to them as a Sand Chunin managed to sneak up on Haruka. Haruka turned his head to see who was behind him when he noticed a kunai going for his throat. Haruka resigned to his fate as he couldn't do anything more to dodge. His chakra reserves were empty, and he was tired and running out of weapons. He had his eyes closed and was expecting the pain when he heard Raikiri. Haruka opened his eyes to see a hand enveloping in lightning piercing right through the Sand Shinobi's chest. The shinobi hit the ground dead. He didn't even scream. He was dead the moment Naruto pierced him. "Naruto?" Haruka said, stuttering. "Don't worry, Haruka-sensei. We'll take care of the rest," Naruto said before space seemed to bend and from his eyes popped the rest of his team. Zabuza, Haku, and Hinata. "What the hell was that, brat?" Zabuza asked, knowing a bit disorientated. "A space-time ninjutsu similar to my Hiraishin. Take care of them while I gather everyone inside the academy and put up a barrier." Naruto said, and the rest of his team dashed to the remaining 14 shinobis. In less than 5 minutes, every single one of them was dead. Between Hinata's gentle fist, Haku's senbon, and Zabuza's sword, no one stood a chance. "My god," Haruka said, stuttering as he watched Hinata fight and sweep the enemy as if they were nothing more than ants. Hinata seemed to be dancing and flowing through the attacks of the enemy. Her Byakugan allowed her to pinpoint and track each enemy. She only needed to touch the enemy once. She honored the traditional style named as the gentle fist. One simple touch and the enemy would fall to the ground, dead. Hinata had many to accomplish this. She could open the gate of death, making their heart explode. She could crack the chakra cord, destroying the chakra network, killing the enemy, or if she didn't have access to such places, she would use her Chukin with lightning and infusing it through the enemy's network, frying it and killing the enemy. She truly was a goddess of death. "Haruka-sensei, what happened at the barrier?" Naruto asked, breaking Haruka of his thoughts. "The barrier seals he created weren't supposed to come crashing very easily. It would require a powerful attack to destroy it. One Sand Shinobi hinged into a Konoha one and infiltrated the academy. He also managed to collapse the evacuation tunnels," Haruka explained. "I understand. It's very dangerous to evacuate some of these students through the middle of the street, so I'll put another barrier up," Naruto explained, and Haruka sighed in relief. It looked like his students were going to pull through. "Zabuza, hold them off while I replace the barrier," Naruto said, and he nodded before his team took defensive stances, watching for any hostile shinobi while Naruto was doing his work. Naruto noticed all the seal tags were destroyed, and he needed to create new ones. He quickly took out a few empty tags from his store seals and started writing seals. Haruka just watched in fascination at the speed and quality at which Naruto drew the seals. It obviously proved that Naruto was very skilled in Fuinjutsu. Naruto quickly finished the tags and Haruka examined them. Each kanji was perfectly drawn, not a speck of imperfection could be seen. It almost looked like a work of art. "Get inside," Naruto said, and Haruka went to collect to the other teacher what was unconscious but not severely hurt. Once inside, Naruto made a shadow clone and he made his way towards the outside of the academy. He slammed the tag on the wall and said, "4 corner barrier," and a yellowish barrier erupted, completely covering the academy grounds. Naruto's clone sat down in a lotus position and started concentrating to increase the power of the barrier. The reinforced clone on the outside of the barrier said, "Haruka-sensei, you are safe now. We will continue to look through the village." Naruto turned away to join up with his team and moved to another sector of the village when they saw a big explosion that rose into the skies. Explosion site minutes earlier. B was running through the streets trying his best to help out where he could. Darui and C teamed up with Amoy and Korean and went to grab Yugito at the infirmary. B quickly looked at the horizon and noticed a three-headed snake breaking through the walls of Konoha and started to wreak havoc through the village. The shinobi were throwing jutsu after jutsu, but nothing seemed to work. "Push him out of the village," one of the shinobis yelled as they threw explosive kunai towards the snake. But that didn't even screech the snake as it continued on her path. They were quickly running out of options when they heard that it seemed to be someone rapping, and a lame one at that. "You're going down, fool, you fool, because I'm the mighty killer B," B rapped while running through and jumping through the roofs and heading to face the snake. "I'll take care of that worm," B said before fully transforming into his Biju. There, staying in the middle of Konoha, was the Hachibi. B quickly wrapped the snake with his tentacles and threw it at the air so she couldn't do any more destruction. All of his 8 tails quickly bent over his head, ending just above his mouth. Black and blue chakra was seen gathering around it and compressing it to form a perfect square. "Biju bomb," B said, and shot the ball towards the snake that was in the air. The moment the ball collided, it immediately exploded in a show of fire and smoke. Seconds later, as the smoke was starting to clear, there was nothing remaining of the snake. He didn't know if she was obliterated or just went back to her real form, but at this point it didn't matter. Konoha was safe now. "Thanks for the help, B," a Konoha shinobi said before picking up an injured comrade and going to the hospital. Konoha's walls. One of Naruto's clones was running through the village, clearing shinobis and helping civilians where he could. Due to him being a standard clone, even with his combo, he was risky to engage in taijutsu, but he could always rely on ninjutsu, and he was really good at it. "Push them back," Naruto heard a shinobi yelling and made his way towards him to provide as much help as he could. Even if he was a clone, at least he could be bait for slowing the enemy down. He arrived at the destination and saw a group of Konoha shinobi throwing jutsu and weapons trying to delay a group of about 200 sand shinobi, led by the Kazekage, into the village. However, the group just kept throwing wind jutsus, and having the Kazekage in there made sure they weren't harmed due to his gold sand dust. It wasn't looking good as the enemy kept coming. If help didn't arrive soon, it would be a massacre. Naruto arrived at their location and quickly surveyed the area, looking for anyone he might know. His eyes landed on Anko. "Anko, what's happening?" Naruto asked. She looked around to find the annoying blonde. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Anko asked. "Are you the only reinforcements that came?" she asked, hoping that the only reinforcements that came weren't Naruto alone. "I wasn't sent by anyone. I'm just a clone. The boss is taking care of Shukaku at the stadium," Naruto explained. And Anko stared at him dumbly before scowling. "Just my luck. A fucking clone," Anko said. "If you explain the situation, maybe I could help," Naruto said, flatly, trying not to cause many problems, especially in the middle of an invasion. "Very simple. My Kazekage is leading 200 shinobis into the village, and we aren't able to slow them down," Anko said and stared at Naruto, waiting for his miraculous answer. "I think I have just the jutsu for this," Naruto said, smirking, making Anko raise an eyebrow. "But I'm just a clone, so it will take a couple minutes to prepare. Can you hold them off until that?" Naruto asked. "I hope it's worth it," Anko said before yelling. "Hold them off for a couple of minutes!" "Yes, ma'am!" the shinobis that were with her yelled. They were very few in number compared to an overwhelming force of 200 trained shinobi. Naruto sat down in a lotus position and clapped his hands together as if praying. He slowly drove them apart a few inches from each other and sparks started flying between them. He continued concentrating, and after a few minutes the sparks gathered into a blue sphere that was shining. "Okay, Anko, it's ready," Naruto said, and Anko turned around to see the jutsu. "That's it? A small blue sphere?" Anko said, not believing her eyes. "So much work just for that." "No faith," Naruto said, smirking, and launched the ball into the sky. The moment the ball hit the cloud level, it suddenly expanded in a bright flash of white. Everyone stopped and looked up to see what was happening. Just as the light died down, the clouds started gathering and the sky was getting darker and darker by the moment. Thunders could easily be heard, announcing from the clouds. "Witness my best lightning jutsu," Naruto said, and everyone was focused on him. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand, and it started sparkling. He sent a beam into the sky, and the thunders seemed to join and gather into a single massive one. The Kazekage was watching the skies very carefully, and when he noticed the dragon, he figured it wasn't going to be good for them. "Take cover!" the Kazekage yelled at his forces, but it was already too late. "Lightning style. Kirin," Naruto said, and his dragon roared away towards the sand shinobi. The Kazekage tried to block with the sand, but it was far too slow. He didn't even have time to blink as The dragon disappeared in a flash and the ground where they stood exploded. Everything was ripped apart. Trees, stones, even the earth itself was destroyed. And where the mighty Kazekage and his army of 200 shinobi once stood, there was now nothing more than a 100-meter wide crater. Anko and the other shinobi didn't manage to see what exactly happened. All they saw was a flash of light and the ground exploding. The dust cleared and there was no one remaining alive. The ones that survived the initial explosion were simply electrocuted and left in ashes due to the power of the thunder. "Holy shit, kid," Anko yelled, shaking his shoulders, and her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. The reaction of the rest of the shinobis was pretty much the same. They were all busting their asses to keep the enemy away, and Naruto arrives, fires a very powerful lightning jutsu, and it's all over just like that. "I told you to have faith," Naruto said, panting. Even though the jutsu didn't take that much shock, or the concentration necessary to use the jutsu was very high for a simple clone. "I'm dispelling now," Naruto said, and Anko nodded dumbly. "So what now?" one of the shinobis asked. "With the Kages. Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique that summons a soul from the pure world, or the world of the living, in order to do the bidding of the summoner. Besides moral ramifications, this technique is considered forbidden because it costs a human life to anchor the soul to the world. This technique was invented by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, although the reasons to why he did are still unknown. The moment the 4 coffins opened, the shinobi inside were instantly recognized. They were all legends and powerful in their own way. In the first coffin was a tall man with tan skin, dark eyes, and a waist-length black hair typically styled in a center-parted fringe that framed his face. His attire took the form of the standard shinobi dress of his era, consisting of a dark red traditional armor, similar to that of a samurai, worn over a simple black suit. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chest, shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Each collar of his shoulder guards bore the Senju symbol emblazoned on them. This man was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage himself, and the supposed god of shinobi. In the second coffin was a woman. She had long, bright red hair and large, pupilless eyes. She wore an elaborate, high-collared kimono with the Usushiogakure symbol on the back of the obi, which was tied around her waist. Her hair was arranged in buns with dark hairpins in them and 3 clips in the front. She also wore a dark shade of red lipstick and had a violet-colored diamond mark on her forehead. She also wore tags with kanji written on them in her hair decals. She also carried a huge red scroll on her back, similar to Jiraiya. She was Mito Uzumaki, Konoha's Red Princess, and the wife of Hashirama Senju. In the third coffin was a tall, fair-skinned man with white, shaggy hair, dark-colored eyes, and 3 red markings on his face, 1 under each of his eyes and 1 on his chin. In most cases, he wore the wartime attire armor emblazoned with a Senju symbol worn over a simple black suit, with a distinctive white fur collar. This armor was constructed from numerous blue metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular chest, waist, shoulders, and upper arms. This clothing was accompanied by sandals and a hapuri engraved with the Konoha emblem, in the place of the more traditional forward protector. He was Tobirama Senju, Konoha's water dragon, and the second Hokage of Konoha. And the last coffin was another woman. She had a slender but feminine build, fair skin, blue eyes, crimson hair with strands that framed both sides of her. She was wearing the traditional black onbu pants with white taper on the ankles. Around her chest she had an onbu chest plate above a simple black suit. She had gloves on each arm that covered her entire arm, almost reaching her shoulders. On her back, a 28-inch long black katana with a red hilt. She was Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's Red Death, wife of the 4th Hokage, and most importantly, mother of Naruto Uzumaki. "This isn't good," Hokage muttered under his breath, and the Raikage and Jiraiya couldn't help but agree. After all, standing in front of them were 4 Kage-level shinobi, not to mention Orochimaru himself, and the fact that being an Edo Tensei provides the shinobi with limitless chakra and immortality didn't help much. "Where am I?" Kushina asked as she surveyed her surroundings. The last thing she remembered was saying goodbye to her son. "Edo Tensei," Tobirama asked out loud, snapping Kushina from her thoughts. That man brought us back with my forbidden technique. Ironic, Tobirama said. Edo Tensei, Kushina thought as she watched who she was going to fight against. It was a bulky man with blonde hair, so she assumed he was a Kumo ninja, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen seemed older than what she remembered, so it must have been some time. Hiruzen, Kushina called out, getting his attention. How long has it been? She asked. 14 years, he replied solemnly. How is Naruto doing? She asked. She felt bad for leaving Naruto alone. Living was such a burden, but there wasn't any other choice at the time. Even though the civilians made his life a nightmare, he still turned out a splendid shinobi. You would be proud of him, Hokage said with a smile. He even found love, Hokage said. That's good. Grandmother always said that to support the hate of being a Jinchuriki, I should fill myself with love, right? She asked, turning towards Mito Senju, who was quietly observing the redhead. Kushina? She asked, not believing her eyes. Her little girl grew so much since the last time she saw her. It was a shame she was already dead, and apparently she left a son behind. Good to see you again, grandmother, she said, smiling. Ah, take that, Tobirama. My line continued on while you were always brooding around, Hashirama yelled, pointing towards his brother. Damn you, Tobirama replied, crossing his arms. Orochimaru remained quiet while they were interacting and found it very interesting that Kushina called Mito her grandmother. Care to explain why you called Mito your grandmother, Kushina? Orochimaru asked. Why should I answer to you, pedophile? Kushina replied. Orochimaru got pissed and forced his control on Edo Tensei, forcing her to answer all of his questions. My name is Kushina Senju. I am the daughter of Tsunade Senju and Don Kato, she replied in a monotone voice. If Orochimaru was surprised, he didn't show it, but he always thought that Tsunade's daughter had died. Tsunade only had one daughter. She died, Orochimaru replied. He was getting very interested. My death was fake to stop the CRA from taking place. With me dead and Tsunade leaving the village, we were both safe, Kushina replied, and Orochimaru smirked. Naruto was the perfect vessel. The strength of the Senju body with the power of the Sharingan. Delicious. He shall be mine, Orochimaru thought. It really was a bad decision on your part, Hashirama said to his brother regarding the CRA law that was created by the second Hokage. It was always for the betterment of the village, Tobirama replied. I don't doubt that, but you are too distant and cold. You're always brooding around like the Uchihas. You need a strong woman to straighten you up, Hashirama said, and Tobirama remained impassive. Maybe you should set him up with someone, Mito, Hashirama said, turning to his beloved wife, Mito Senju. She didn't age a day since he last saw her, and her beauty remained unparalleled to him at least. We are all dead, Hashirama, Mito replied with a dead, panned expression. My bad, Hashirama replied, chuckling and scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. The Hokage, Raikage, and Jiraiya were all watching the interaction with fascination. It saddened the old Hokage's heart to see his former teachers and some of the greatest shinobi of the leaf brought back from the dead to serve under a despicable man. I should have killed him when I had the chance, the Hokage thought with shame. All the evil Orochimaru had brought could have been stopped if he had been strong back then. Enough talk. Kill them all, Orochimaru commanded, and they all took their stances. Hashirama and Tobirama crouched and took their taijutsu stance. Mito picked the scroll up and Kushina took out her sword. The Konoha defenders braced themselves for what was coming. How do you want to do this? The Hokage asked. 5 shinobi against 3 hardly seems fair to anyone. 5 against 3 doesn't add up very well, Jiraiya said. Don't count me in. I'll just watch for now, Orochimaru said, smirking. I'll take my former teachers. Jiraiya, you take Mito since she fights with seals, and Raikage will take Kushina. Lord Raikage, don't underestimate Kushina. She's almost as fast as you, the Hokage explained, and he rose an eyebrow. He knew that Kushina was a very powerful Kunoichi, but fast, he will have to see. Hokage's battle. Get ready, Hiruzen. We can't control our bodies, but we will try and help as we go, Hashirama said. It's a shame to see you in this condition. As Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konoha, I shall defeat you both, Hokage said as he removed his Hokage's robes, revealing the armor underneath. A fully body black suit with mesh armor underneath and steel plates on the arms. Hokage suddenly started running, heading towards Hiruzen. Hashirama arrived first and tried a spin kick, making Hiruzen crouch to avoid it. Hashirama continued his attacks with a few punches, but Hiruzen blocked them all. Hiruzen crouched and tried to sweep his legs, but making Hashirama jump up and back. As Hashirama was pushed back, Tobirama jumped into the fray. Tobirama quickly arrived near Hiruzen and jumped over him. Tobirama quickly turned and threw a set of punches, trying to catch Hiruzen off guard. Tobirama jumped up and tried a drop kick that Hiruzen caught. Hiruzen spinned and threw Tobirama into the air. Even at his old age, Hiruzen was still considered the most powerful man in the village, and this was proof of it. Managing to hold your own against 2 Hokages at his old age was no easy feat. "My turn now," Hiruzen said, and the Hokages braced themselves for his attack. Hiruzen went through a couple of hand seals and said, "Fire style, fire dragon bullet," and sent a torrent of fire that engulfed the Hokages. The flames covered the Hokages completely, but they remained still. A benefit of the Edo Tensei is an immortal body. Hiruzen, seeing that this technique wasn't having effect, he poured more chakra into it, turning them into a white, hot flame. Tobirama, seeing the spike in Hiruzen's chakra, flashed through hand seals. "Water style, water wall," Tobirama said, and started expelling water through his mouth. That formed a wall around both Hokages, canceling the fire attack. "Water style, exploding water wave," Tobirama said, but instead of using his chakra to create the water like normal users, he simply gathered the moisture in the atmosphere and used it to power his attack. The water started swirling around him until he unleashed a massive tsunami heading towards Hiruzen. "Earth style, earth wall," Hiruzen said before spitting out dirt from his mouth. The moment the dirt hit the floor, it sprouted into the air, forming a wall to shield him from the impending tsunami. As the water calmed down, Hiruzen went through another set of hand seals. "Earth style, earth dragon bullet," and a dragon's head rose from the ground and started shooting multiple globs of earth towards the Hokages. "Fire style, fire dragon bomb," Hiruzen said, and combined the earth bullets with fire, turning them into almost lava. The lava style bloodline allows the users to merge earth and fire chakra to create lava chakra and thus use lava attacks. However, anyone can combine the elements externally, however the power is significantly lower. Hokage started evasive maneuvers to evade the bullets as they were running towards Hiruzen. Hashirama quickly arrived near Hiruzen and both engaged in taijutsu battle. As the shinobi code dictates, use every advantage possible, and Hashirama set to do so. He dipped his feet in water and threw it into Hiruzen's eyes, blinding him momentarily. Hashirama took advantage of its blindness and unleashed a combo of punches and kicks trying to end Hiruzen permanently. They couldn't control themselves, so they couldn't stop him using low blows. Tobirama jumped into the fight as well. However, Hiruzen didn't go down as easily as they thought. Using the momentum at which he received the punches and kicks, he discreetly placed explosive attacks on both Hokages. He quickly regained his senses and broke the taijutsu fight by planting a feet into Hashirama's chest and sending him flying. "Release," Hiruzen said with his right hand on the tiger seal, and both explosive attacks detonated, blowing up Hashirama's leg and Tobirama's arm. Now this would have been enough to kill any shinobi, but the Edo Tensei allowed their body to regenerate. Hiruzen watched in amazement as the leg and arm that were destroyed reformed themselves as if nothing happened. "Wood style, deep forest creation," Hashirama said, and trees started emerging from the ground, ripping through everything. The tiles, the earth wall, nothing stopped the onslaught of the trees. Hiruzen was forced to take evasive maneuvers, but in the end, the trees caught him and snared him by the ankles and arms. Hiruzen forced himself to move under his confinement and bit his thumb, drawing blood. He stretched and placed his hands near a branch of a tree. "Summoning jutsu," Hiruzen said, and smoke erupted from where he placed his hand. As the smoke cleared, it showed a figure. His body and tail were covered by white fur, which protrudes from his sleeves and pants. He has long white hair that reached into his back and long sideburns and a goatee. He wore a black suit with mesh armor underneath, over which he wore a sleeveless kimono shirt with white fur trimmings and markings reminiscent of tiger stripes on it, which is held close by a sash. He was Enma, the Monkey King, and boss summon of the Monkey Clan. "Orochimaru, I warned you," Enma said, watching Hiruzen trapped in the trees. "Let's end him now. Transform into the adamantine staff," Hiruzen said. "Yes," Enma said, and jumped into a branch and said, "Transformation, adamantine staff." Enma was engulfed in smoke, and it was clear Enma was no longer a monkey, but a staff. A staff quickly crushed the trees and freed Hiruzen from his prison before resting in his hands as he took a defensive stance. Jiraiya versus Mito Senju. Jiraiya gulped as he watched Mito remove the scroll from her back. After all, Mito was an Uzumaki, and their sealing techniques weren't to be underestimated in the least. Mito Uzumaki did defeat the Kyuubi when Madara attacked at the Valley of the End and sealed him inside of her without dying. Mito Senju is one of the few combat sealers. As long as she had chakra, her possibilities in battle were endless, and since Jiraiya was a seal master himself, he knew very well the foe he was up against. I wonder if I should use Sage mode, Jiraiya considered and thought. Jiraiya decided that he shouldn't allow Mito to do anything, and rushed her engaging in taijutsu. Mito, seeing Jiraiya running towards her, quickly placed a scroll on her back and took a defensive stance. Jiraiya arrived near her, and threw a set of punches that she easily blocked. Jiraiya tried to sweep her legs, making her jump. While in the air, Jiraiya tried to punch her, but she grabbed his arm, and supporting herself, she spun midair and delivered a spinning kick to Jiraiya. Jiraiya stumbled back but quickly regained his position. He nursed his neck before going towards her once again. He quickly arrived near and threw a right hook. Her attention was focused on his right arm, opening her defenses for Jiraiya's left hand to slip through and hit her, sending her flying to the ground. She got up as if nothing had happened, and they both rushed each other once again. The moment they arrived near each other, Mito jumped over him. She placed her right hand on Jiraiya's back, applying a seal and jumping away from him. Jiraiya didn't know what had happened, and as such discarded the skirmish as unimportant until he saw Mito place her right hand in her tiger sign. Fuinjutsu, electric seal, activate, Mito said, and the seal on Jiraiya's back glowed, and started sending electric shocks through Jiraiya's body, making him buckle in pain, until he exploded in a puff of smoke. I figured the moment you touched me, you applied some seal, Jiraiya said, rising from the ground. Ninja art, hair needles, Jiraiya said, and his hair extended before starting to fire hundreds of hair needles towards Mito, who remained in place. Mito spread her hand from each other. From her sleeves emerged 2 tags, one for each hand. Barrier technique, shock absorption seal, and a golden barrier appeared in front of her, easily blocking all the senbons. The moment they hit the barrier, it didn't even waver or buckle from the pressure. Jiraiya, seeing his attacks being useless, stopped launching senbon and decided to try another approach. Fire style, giant fire blast, Jiraiya said before flashing through hand seals and sending a wall of fire towards Mito, who remained impassive to any attack Jiraiya threw. Mito took out sealing tags, however, these seemed slightly different. Barrier technique, chakra absorption seal, Mito said, and what seemed to be a black hole erupted between her arms and engulfed the fire attacks, leaving no trace of it. She can absorb chakra as well. Damn, Jiraiya muttered out loud. Mito really was a fearsome opponent. She managed to block a physical and chakra-powered attack with nothing more than ink and paper. Mito quickly opened her big scroll and turned it towards Jiraiya, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Dragon Bomb, Mito said before a seal from the scroll started glowing. Suddenly from the seal, a massive torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon's head, erupting and heading towards Jiraiya, scorching everything in its path. Earth style, earth wall, Jiraiya said, and a wall of earth rose on the ground to shield Jiraiya from the incoming flames. That fire attack had a very large reach, and Jiraiya wouldn't be able to dodge in time. The flames connected with the wall, but it was strong enough to withstand the pressure. Can't believe I'm getting my ass kicked by someone who isn't even using ninjutsu, Jiraiya thought, shaking his head in shame. Earth style, underworld swamp, Jiraiya said, as the ground beneath Mito suddenly liquefied, making her fall into the swamp and burying half her body. The earth quickly hardened, trapping her. Jiraiya suddenly appeared above her and yelled, Rasengan, as he drove a blue chakra sphere right through Mito's chest, destroying everything around it, even the ground. Since Mito had her arms trapped in the swamp, she couldn't block or dodge the attack. Jiraiya jumped back and was watching the cloud of dust starting to settle. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Mito's chest starting to reform. A few seconds later, and as if nothing had ever happened, Jiraiya was so focused on watching Mito reform that he didn't notice 3 of Mito's shadow clones suddenly surrounded him, making a triangle around him. They all pulled a tag that seemed to float in the air. Sealing trap, chakra draining seal, all 3 clones shouted in unison, and a triangular red-colored barrier erupted, trapping Jiraiya inside, and started to drain his chakra. She's stealing my chakra, and fast, Jiraiya thought as he started to feel the chakra drainage. If he kept inside, he would be out of chakra in mere minutes. Jiraiya started to form a Rasengan, but noticed that it was being absorbed as well. He needed to create a larger Rasengan and use it quickly, so Mito didn't have time to absorb it. Giant Rasengan, Jiraiya said before making her Rasengan twice as big as the normal one. He quickly slammed her Rasengan on the ground, and the ground exploded upwards, breaking the barrier and the clone as well. Jiraiya cleaned a bit of sweat and jumped back to gain some distance from Mito. Raikage versus Kushina. Who are you? Kushina asked. Why do you want to know? The Raikage asked, generously surprised from that question. Even though I hold no love for Kuma, I wish to know the name of my opponent, Kushina explained. I'm A, the fourth Raikage, the Raikage said, and Kushina nodded. Shall we begin? Kushina said before gripping her sword and making the Raikage smirk. Perhaps this wouldn't be such a bad fight after all. They both dashed towards each other. Raikage had yet to activate his lightning armor, as he wanted to get a feel for Kushina's power, so he kept it at elite Jonin speeds. Elbow, the Raikage said. As he reached near Kushina, he flexed his elbow to hit her. Kushina swiftly ducked under him and brought the hilt of her sword upward, slamming it against the Raikage's shin and planting a kick to his chest, sending him flying. Dragon dive, Kushina said before flexing her blade and pointing it towards the Raikage. Kushina charged her body with chakra before exploding towards the Raikage at very high speeds, but the Raikage wasn't the fastest man alive for nothing and managed to deflect it, although barely. The Raikage, seeing Kushina so up close, charged at her and said, "Lariat," and tried to slam his right arm into Kushina's neck, destroying it. Kushina simply bent her body backwards and allowed the arm to pass above her without touching her. The moment the Raikage's arm had safely passed above Kushina, she quickly rose up once again. She jumped into the air, and using the Raikage's arm as leverage, she snared his head between her legs. She tilted down, placing her hand in the ground for leverage once again, and slammed the Raikage into the ground and jumped back to gain some distance. Enough of this child's play, the Raikage said before his chakra spiked and his body was enveloped in a blue cloak that was sparkling with electricity everywhere. This was the Raikage's most powerful technique, the lightning armor. A technique that, by channeling lightning chakra through the synapses in the external body, it improves the user's reaction time, overall speed, and defenses. Kushina, seeing her opponent using the fabled lightning armor, knew she needed something that allowed her to keep up with what will be his new speed. Her husband managed to avoid A's fastest strike by using his Arishin, but she didn't have that at her disposal. Kushina began focusing and channeling wind chakra through her external body. Wind armor, Kushina said. By surrounding her body with wind chakra, she can cut down the wind resistance, increasing her overall speed. However, this technique doesn't protect her from anything like the Raikage's. The Raikage disappeared in a blink of an eye and appeared just above Kushina. Guillotine dropped, the Raikage said, and tried to perform a drop kick on Kushina. However, Kushina, due to her wind armor, managed to jump away and avoid the kick that shattered the ground. Wind slash, Kushina said, and she reappeared in an instant when the Raikage destroyed the ground. Channeling wind chakra through a blade, she performed a horizontal swing. The Hokage just had enough time to tilt his head as the blade passed right above his head, cutting a few strands of hair. The Hokage quickly recovered and jumped away. As he landed, he noticed a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He placed his hand on his head, and he looked at it. He noticed a bit of blood. Even with my lightning armor, she managed to cut me, the Hokage thought. It was bad luck in the end. The only thing that can beat lightning is wind. The Hokage was looking carefully at Kushina before she puffed into smoke. He looked around just in time to see Kushina appearing next to him, trying a horizontal slash across his chest. The Hokage, using his lightning reflexes, caught the blade with his bare hands and slammed a kick into Kushina's chest, and she was sent tumbling to the ground. The Hokage had enough of this. He had to end the battle fast so he could go and help the others' battles. He focused and brought his lightning armor to full power, making it sparkle even more, and his hair became more spikier. Kushina was looking at him when he suddenly disappeared. She didn't even have time to blink as the Hokage reappeared right next to her. He grabbed her by the waist and said, "Liger bomb," and slammed her into the ground, completely tearing her apart and blowing up the ground into smithereens. The Hokage jumped and smirked in victory until he noticed that Kushina's body was reforming. A few seconds later, she was standing in front of her as if nothing had happened. Damn that Edo Tensei, the Hokage thought as he was considering what he could do to end this despicable technique. Kushina walked forward and placed her hand on the ground, touching the Hokage's blood from one of his injuries that Kushina managed to inflict. Kushina spread the blood through her hands and flashed her hand seals before slamming both hands on the ground. Fleeing jutsu, gravity well, Kushina said, and kanji erupted from her hands and spread through the area where they were fighting. In less than 2 seconds, the whole area was covered. The Hokage rose an eyebrow in confusion, but when he saw Kushina activate the seal, he almost fell to the ground. The gravity in the area was increased almost 5 times. She's trying to slow me down. Smart, the Hokage thought. Infinite blade, Kushina shouted before she disappeared from view. Suddenly the Hokage's skins burst in blood, revealing shallow cuts covering all of his body. The Hokage buckled in pain, but this sort of wound wouldn't slow him down. Lightning straight, the Hokage said before dashing straight forwards towards Kushina with his fist cocked. The only person that ever dodged his attack was Kushina's husband. Minato, Namikaze, but due to the gravity-filled area, the Raikage was slower and Kushina easily dodged it, jumping to the side. Enough of this, the Raikage roared before jumping high into the air and saying drop kick, and slammed his feet onto the ground, vaporizing all the tiles around the impact, and completely disrupting the seal matrix, making Kushina drop the gravity field. They were about to jump at it once again when all of them heard a piercing scream from the middle of the arena. All of them stopped their battles and regrouped, shifting their attention to the arena floor, where Shukaku was yelling in pain as he was having his chakra suppressed. This chakra, it's Shukaku, Tobirama said, as he was one of the most talented sensors to ever live. No doubt, Hashirama said. Looks like Naruto came through, Jiraiya said, and the old Hokage nodded. What do you mean, Naruto came through? Kushina asked in a very sweet voice, making all the males gulp and take a step back. Did you put my son against a Biju? She asked, sweetly grasping her sword. Now, Kushina, he was the one that chose to face the Ichibi, the Hokage tried to reason with her. Besides, from the looks of it, looks like he won, the Hokage said. Jiraiya didn't say anything. He still remembered the beating he took when he tried to spy on her and Minato. Not even Orochimaru himself said anything, as he still remembered all the broken bones he had when he said that Kushina looked fat. He's approaching, Tobirama said, and they all noticed a figure arrive on the roof. Naruto jumped up and phased right through the barrier as if it wasn't even there. How the hell did that punk pass through the barrier? Toyu yelled. How should I know? Sakon yelled. Hey old man, need a hand? Naruto asked before he analyzed the situation. He looked around and saw what Orochimaru had done, but his eyes were fixed on the red-haired woman. Mom, Naruto said in a low voice, but everyone heard him. Naruto, Kushina said, and ran toward her son, but Orochimaru forced his control over her, making her stop on her tracks, tears running from her eyes. You dare summon my family? You're going to pay, Orochimaru, Naruto said, and flared his Sharingan, making it slowly shift into his Mangekyo. His eternal displayed for the first time to the world without any genjutsu hiding it. Orochimaru was shocked when he noticed a shift in Naruto's eyes, and he felt something he hasn't felt in a long time. Fear. Is that? Hashirama asked, pointing towards the fan on Naruto's back. It's my grandfather's fan, Hashirama, old man. Naruto smirked, and Hashirama's and Tobirama's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Madara had a son? Hashirama said, not believing his ears. He didn't see that one coming. Yes, he did a very wonderful job killing him at the Valley of the End, Naruto said. What? Hashirama yelled. He survived? Hashirama asked, and Naruto nodded. Ironic, don't you think? Naruto asked, and Hashirama got confused. To think the descendants of Mito would fall in love, Naruto said. Hashirama and Tobirama chuckled at the irony before they focused their attention on the blonde and noticed his eyes. Amon Gekyo, Tobirama asked, and he sensed his chakra levels making his eyes widened. His chakra levels are through the roof and are on par with lower class Bijus. How in the world? Tobirama said, but Hashirama interrupted him. I sensed the Kyuubi's chakra in him. It looks like he's the new Jinchuriki, Hashirama said, and Tobirama nodded as it made sense. It's good to see that my legacy lives on, Hashirama said. Naruto, don't go in blindly. They can't be defeated by ordinary means, Hokage said. I know how the Edo Tensei works, old man, Naruto said, and Kushina smiled at the affectionate name he had for the third. At least he wasn't alone. How do you know it? It's a forbidden technique, Hokage asked suspiciously. Remember when I found Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory? Naruto asked, and Hokage nodded. And there I found blood samples as well as Orochimaru's notebook on the Edo Tensei, Naruto said. The reason I know how it works very well is because I can use it as well, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened at the statement. Naruto, Hokage said with a hard voice. I hope you didn't use it. I never sacrificed someone's life to bring back anyone, even if it was my family, Naruto said, and Hokage sighed in relief. There are 3 ways to defeat an Edo Tensei, Naruto said, getting their attention. 1, we can seal the soul away, thus disabling the Edo Tensei permanently. 2, we can vaporize the body completely, thus stopping it from reforming. Or 3rd, since I know the seals, we can force the summon to end the Edo Tensei himself, Naruto explained, and they frowned. Either way, it was going to be difficult. Pervy Sage, Naruto said, stop calling me that, Jiraiya, and the rest sweat dropped. How could they do this in the middle of a fight? Kushina just laughed as she had called him the same when she was alive. I can't use any genjutsu strong enough to force them to release the Edo Tensei, so do you know any sealing technique besides the Shiki Fujin? Naruto asked. Yes, but it will take time to prepare, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded. We will hold them off until then, Naruto said, and everyone rose an eyebrow at the statement. Don't worry, Mom, I'm freeing you from Orochimaru's gasp. Shall we dance? Naruto asked, smirking and grasping the fan at his back. He always wanted to face against a powerful opponent, and it didn't get any more powerful than the Hokages. Flashback, Valley of the End. Hashirama and Madara were facing each other, getting ready to start their duel. "I'll say it one last time, Madara. Forget this path," Hashirama said as he looked at his long, old friend. "There is no turning back, Hashirama. Now, shall we dance?" End of flashback. Hashirama chuckled at the similarities between Naruto and Madara. It looked like Madara's blood was running strong through his veins, more strongly than Hashirama's own blood. "Old man, give me fire," Naruto said to the Hokage, and he nodded. "Fire style, fire dragon bolt," the Hokage said, expelling a torrent of white hot fire towards Orochimaru. "Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu," Naruto said before he also started to expel his own stream of fire. He quickly picked his fan and swinged, empowering the flames with wind. An inferno was unleashed towards Orochimaru, but they all remained in place. Tobirama clapped his hands together, and water started rotating around all of them before exploding towards incoming flames. A huge cloud of steam erupted, blinding everyone except Naruto, who, due to his Sharingan, managed to see the chakra of everyone. Taking advantage of the steam, Naruto quickly threw towards them about 10 last kunais he had with him in his Hiraishin seal. The cloud dispersed and everyone remained in the same, not moving an inch. Suddenly, Hashirama started going through hand seals and said, "Wood style, wood spikes." Suddenly a tree spread from the ground and started sending wooden spikes towards Naruto and company. Naruto channeled chakra to his fan and said, "Fan barrier technique." A semicircular purple barrier appeared mid-air, intersecting all the wooden spikes, making them fall to the ground. They were all distracted on defending that they didn't notice Kushina blur right through them, heading towards Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, behind you," the Hokage yelled as Kushina appeared next to Jiraiya, trying to cleave his head off. The Raikage powered his lightning armor and dashed at the top of his speeds towards Kushina. He wasn't going to arrive in time when they all saw a yellow flash appearing next to Jiraiya and slamming a Rasengan into Kushina. "Pervy Sage, quick, seal her while she's reforming," Naruto yelled out, making Jiraiya hurry, and place one of his finished tags in Kushina's body. "You did well, Naruto. I'm sorry we left you all alone, but we loved you very much. I'm proud of you," Kushina said, as her Oto Tensei was starting to crack, indicating her soul was about to be released. "Thank you, Mom," Naruto said, sobbing. He usually never let his emotional guard down to anyone, other than those he trusted most, but this was an exception. Kushina was starting to fade away before Naruto approached her and whispered something to her ears, only bringing a smile to her face before fading away completely. "You're going down, Orochimaru," Naruto said, glaring at the snake. "That was," the Raikage started saying before everything fell into place. "You're Minato's brat, aren't you?" the Raikage asked rhetorically. "Yeah, I am, and by the way, Minato is Madara's son," Naruto said, and the first two Hokage widened their eyes. Who would have thought that Madara's son would have become a Hokage? "Enough of this. Kill them," Orochimaru ordered, and they all dashed towards the Leaf Defenders. "Jiraiya, how are the tags coming along?" "Hurry up, will you?" the Hokage asked. "Give me a break. They aren't easy to make," Jiraiya stated. "Here they come," the Raikage said before taking a defensive stance. "Let's end this," the Raikage said, trying to boost the morale. Naruto dashed towards Hashirama and engaged in taijutsu. Naruto had dropped the weights a long time ago, as he wanted to keep up with the Kages. "So this is the power of a Kage. I need to step up my training," Naruto said as he was being pushed back by Hashirama's raw power. Hashirama threw a right hook that connected with Naruto and left him slightly dazed. Naruto's combo reactivated just in time to see Orochimaru's extended neck phasing right through him. "What the hell, you pedophile? Are you trying to give me a hickey?" Naruto smugly asked, trying to piss him off. "You should rattle him up," Hokage said, chuckling at his surrogate grandson. "I have another ready," Jiraiya stated, and Naruto nodded. Naruto channeled as much chakra as he could into his body, and sent a kick towards Orochimaru and sent him flying. Naruto, using his combo, phased right through Hashirama and jumped back. Naruto crouched and concentrated. Golden chains emerged from the ground and snared Hashirama to the ground. The chains twisted around his ankles, snaring him to that spot. "Raikage!" Naruto yelled out before the Raikage abandoned his fight with Tobirama, and charging at full speed, he said, "Lariat!" The Raikage dashed towards Hashirama, who was pinned. At full speed, slamming his arm into him, destroying his chest completely. Jiraiya quickly appeared next to him and placed a ceiling tag on Hashirama, breaking him free. "The village is in good hands. I hope we meet again, Naruto, although not too soon," Hashirama said, smiling as his soul was released. The village is in good hands. He could sense that Naruto had a pure heart, and that the will of fire burned brightly in him. That's 2 down, Naruto said, panting. Even though Kurama could refill his chakra reserves at any time, and he had good stamina, this invasion was taking its toll on his body. He already had 2 matches, one against a Biju, he made 2,000 clones, and now he's fighting against Kages. You're up now, old man, Naruto said towards the Hokage, panting. If I don't make Chunin after this, I'm gonna burn all of your Ichi books, Naruto said, and the Hokage paled. Easy there, the Hokage said, waving his hands. During all of this, Orochimaru was gritting his teeth. Everything was going so well until that brat appeared, and then his Edo Tensei started falling like flies. Now they were in an advantage, as it was 4 against 3, and the worst part of it was that he can't afford to kill the brat. Orochimaru decided that this was enough, and spat a word out of his mouth. It was the Kusanagi sword that it said to be indestructible, and again, so is Naruto's fan. Suddenly Naruto stiffened and brought his head down in shame. Hokage seemed confused, and asked what happened. The Kazekage is dead, Naruto said, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. The Kazekage was supposed to invade the village with a small army and take it by surprise. What happened? Hokage asked. He was leading 200 shinobi towards us, so I launched my Kirin Jutsu and killed them all, Naruto said in a low voice. He had just killed over 200 people with a single jutsu. Even though he was defending his village, those shinobis were just following orders from their leader and Orochimaru himself. The Hokage's eyes widened, as well as everyone else. To be able to kill so many shinobi with a single jutsu, it reminded him of his father, the Yellow Flash, who used his Raishin Jutsu to decimate almost 1,000 shinobi during the Third Great War. Placed such guilt on such a young man, Hokage thought. War never brought benefits to anyone, and this little invasion was proof of that. That must be one hell of a jutsu, the Hokage commented, slightly interested in it. The ability to instantly take out so many shinobi easily ranks the jutsu as S rank. The next tag is ready, Jiraiya stated, and they got ready once again. I won't allow this anymore. Mito, use anything. Use your strongest seal. I don't care, just finish them, Orochimaru ordered, and Mito obeyed. Mito instantly started going through hand seals at very high speed, indicating that it was going to be one big sequence, and big sequences aren't usually that good. Jiraiya was watching carefully at the seal sequence when his eyes widened in realization. You can't allow her to finish that seal. Stop her now, Jiraiya yelled, but it was too late. Sealing trap. Obliteration, Mito said, and instantly kanji erupted from her hands and covered the entire roof where Jiraiya and the others were. The kanji suddenly started flowing through the air, trapping Jiraiya and the others in a sphere. Activate, Mito said, and the kanji sphere glowed before exploding with such a force that the entire building shook, but the explosion and flames didn't leave the sphere and remained there for a few seconds. The flames died down and kanji faded, dispersing the sphere. Orochimaru smirked when the smoke cleared, as he saw nothing inside the sphere. He couldn't even sense them anymore, so that can only mean that he won. In the end, Konoha shall perish as well, Orochimaru said, laughing, and the Edo Tensei looked down in shame. Don't get cocky, boy, the Hokage said, and they all reappeared on the rooftop via Naruto's convoy. Naruto by this time was sitting on the ground, taking long breaths. How did you survive? Orochimaru asked, getting pissed. No matter what he did, they always managed to escape. You have Naruto to thank for, the Hokage said, looking at him. He transported us to his pocket dimension just before the explosion happened, the Hokage said, chuckling, and Orochimaru scowled. You really are one of a kind, Naruto, Orochimaru said, chuckling. Such a perfect vessel, he said. I don't swing that way, buddy, Naruto said, chuckling. I have both tags ready. Let's end this for good, Jiraiya said before everyone agreed. This battle had gone on long enough, and Naruto was almost completely exhausted. I'll make my final move, Naruto said before he disappeared in a flash. He appeared right behind Tobirama and slammed her Sengon in his back, sending him flying towards the Hokage, who caught him and immobilizing him, allowing Jiraiya to seal him. You did well, Saru, Tobirama said before disappearing. Thank you, Sensei, Hokage replied. You're next, Naruto whispered into Mito's ear as he flashed behind her as well. With Sengon, Naruto said, and slammed it against Mito, destroying her body completely. Jiraiya quickly approached her and placed the tag on her, releasing her as well. Now it's only Orochimaru, Hokage said. Konoha may have survived today, but it shall fall, Orochimaru said as he was getting ready to leave. "You're not going anywhere," Naruto said as he flashed next to him and grabbed him by the arm. The moment Naruto caught Orochimaru, kanji started flowing out of Naruto's arm. Orochimaru, seeing this, immediately performed a Karuimi with a log, but the kanji did manage to cover his entire right arm. "This is the end," Naruto said before placing his right hand on the tiger seal. "Activate," Naruto said, and almost instantly the kanji glowed. In what seemed to be the worst pain Orochimaru ever felt, this one was even worse. Orochimaru screamed in pain until the seal started to fade off and disappeared from his arm. What did you do, brat?" Orochimaru asked. His arm felt normal, however it was a bit numb from the pain. "I destroyed the chakra network on your arm." "You can no longer mold chakra with that arm. You lose," Naruto said, smirking. "This won't be the end. Drop the barrier. We're leaving," Orochimaru ordered, and immediately the Sound Four dropped the barrier and ran towards their master. They grabbed him and they tried to jump away. "You aren't going anywhere," Naruto said before he summoned his golden chains and tried to capture them, but one of the Sound Four launched what seemed to be his spider's web, giving them enough time to Shinshun away. "Damn it, they got away," Naruto said, punching the ground. "Don't worry, Naruto. We'll get him eventually," Hokage said. All of them were taking deep breaths as they overlooked the Konoha. It seemed that the village didn't take much damage, and the Hokage was glad for it. Naruto suddenly clutched his head in pain. "Old man, the invasion is over, and my claims are spilling, so I'll be fainting now." "See you tomorrow," Naruto said as his eyes rolled behind his head, and he fell to the ground, only to have the Hokage grabbing him. "Rest now, Naruto. You did much more than I ever could hope for," the Hokage said as he picked Naruto up and secured him on his back. "That's some kid," Hokage said. Yes, he is," Jiraiya said, proud of the shinobi his godson has become.